when you ship it, you don't ship it normal. You ship it rolled. Oh, you think he's been buying T-shirts on eBay? He has not, and those and T-shirts aren't shipped rolled. Look, dog, he's always buying T-shirts, dog. He's always buying T-shirts. He's always buying T-shirts. Okay, here is a clue. He says that the thing that he bought recently, these things, he's been buying them. He bought like 16 of them, and they smell, and he doesn't like their smell. And I will also give you another clue that these things that he's been buying that are rolled are larger than he is. Excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you hands, but it's about where you get. Get the fuck out of here with that. No, he's been buying Oriental rugs on eBay. Yeah, everybody knows that, dog. He talked about it with Tony. Tony! Yeah, you want to consider yourself a fucking William Montgomery fan? You don't even know he likes Oriental rugs? I don't have my source of information. Doug, that I would, and I do, because I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan ever. Give me another fucking question. Yeah, I do. I'll give you one. Okay. Explain what happened. Explain what William Montgomery would do to get himself amped up for a dish pit. Explain that to me. Go on. Explain that to me. Any true William Montgomery fan would know. As we all know. Let's hear it, big dog. The stage is yours. Oh, it's not something that normally you would think of. No regular human would do this. No. Well, I bet a good guess is it involves. I mean, I don't think this is included, but I think we can agree he did some cocaine. But that doesn't necessarily. That's not my answer. And I think he would also listen to music, but that's not necessarily included as well. But I think he still did those two things, or get high or something like that. With that being said, I will go with he would listen to music. How do you know? How do you know he wouldn't listen to music? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it. He would do push-ups on the floor of the bathroom. Everybody knows that, though. Everybody knows that. And he'd listen to music, and he's probably high on cocaine. Who knows? All right. Are you ready for this question? No. There's two-parters. Explain to me what happened to William Montgomery's hand in the dish pit. What happened to his hands? His fingers got wrinkly. That's your guess? Wrinkly. Would you like to lock in that answer? Yeah, I guarantee his fingers got wrinkly if he was in the dish pit. No, I was saying the worst thing. You didn't say worst thing. You said explain what happened. I did. Rewind the tape. All right, well, perhaps it wasn't enunciated as well as William Montgomery would have preferred. He cut himself.
Would you like to lock that in? Your wildly terrible answers. We're just gonna go ahead and lock those.
No.
Again, 0 for 2. The answer that we were looking for was warts. So we had warts on his hand from the dish pit. Warts all over his hand from the dish pit.
All right. You ready for this, big dog? Are you ready for this? Are you ready? What is the most recent injury that William Montgomery has experienced that he's discussed publicly? And what caused it? Do you need me to repeat the question? What is the most recent injury that William Montgomery has experienced, and what caused it? Doug, do I have to say this question again? What is the...
There's a lot of things.
No. He has mentioned this publicly. He even missed Kill Tony because of it. And he talked about it. In depth.
You got 6.
That's incorrect. Already you're wrong.
You got hurt.
Doug, I already said he experienced an injury.
Yeah. He injured his brain.
Dude, that's incorrect. Do you want to lock that in?
Yeah.
Okay, incorrect. He experienced sciatica from his rowing machine. Next question. Fucking hurt his brain. You hear this, asshole? This is a Brendan Schaub apologist, folks. Next, he's going to be saying, well, there are only 4 women who accused Brian Callen of rape. The Los Angeles Times got it wrong. Yo, you gonna ask me a question? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw. No, I just asked a question about sciatica and you got it wrong. I mean, why should I keep asking you questions that you don't know? Because you're obviously not a big William Montgomery fan.
I asked you a two-parter.
I did too. What was the injury and what caused it? And you knew the answer to neither. Well, you're just rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. I mean, you're over here asking me questions about a fucking check number that he got from his previous employer. I remember that he got back pay, and you're like not giving me credit for that. I know that his fucking dog's name's Gator. You say it's Gator Montgomery. Like, dog, what the fuck?
What does William Montgomery podcast producer enjoy to do during spare time?
And finds itself, nestles itself in your backyard for prolonged amounts of time. It just could happen. So
Do you want to lock that in? Silent? We can lock it in silent.
Was this... But this is actually a really good question, truthfully. Was this a quiz about William Montgomery or William Montgomery's podcast producer? Because I don't know shit about that motherfucker. I know about William Montgomery. So give me a question about William Montgomery, son.
It is a question about William Montgomery. You really cared about William Montgomery. You would know his producer's favorite
I mean, I think you answered the question yourself. You're obsessed with William Montgomery's podcast producer, and I don't give a flying fuck about that person. I care about William Montgomery.
Okay, so you're gonna deflect it. I can come up with another William one.
No, that wasn't a William Montgomery question. That was about William Montgomery's podcast producer, and that is a different question. And it's a different topic. I'm not here to debate William Montgomery's podcast producer questions. You can know all you want about that motherfucker. Nobody cares about that person. They care about William Montgomery. Do you not understand?
Yeah, I gotcha. Roger. Let me see if I can think of one.
It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it away? You have to have emotional batteries.
William Montgomery pulled out what sort of item in the parking lot around 2 years ago.
Well, a lot of them. He pulled out his car keys at one point.
That's the kind of person you are for others.
Okay.
Which
box item pull out
Which boxy item?
Yeah.
Did he pull out of his? Did he pull out? You saying which boxy item did William Montgomery pull out of a parking lot?
Did he like assemble in a parking lot?
What the story's telling you over here is, once you're married to Rachel, once he was married to Rachel, he can marry Rachel's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. Everyone said, who's punishable by Sreifa? It doesn't, Rachel didn't do anything, right?
Yeah, because you didn't even make it a full sentence previously. So please do.
So why does it say that
Which item did William Montgomery assemble in a parking lot 2 years ago? It was boxy shape. It was a boxy item.
Was it an? Let me just clarify. Was this an exercise machine?
No.
What exactly is the machlokes over here? I'm not buying mashmal. What's the machlokes over here? How to dash in the pasuk?
It was a.
As it says, like we say that we go ahead and we put the moving.
Was it a piece of furniture?
No.
Doesn't mean most of them.
Boxy item.
You'll never guess.
A coffin.
I guarantee you'll never
Okay, well, what is it?
It's one of these cardboard boxes or like a closet. Just like the bar that goes across.
I know what you're talking about. It's a temporary closet. Yeah, okay, nobody would fucking understand that. Wait. That is a piece of furniture.
The cardboard boxes are not furniture.
Wait, no. Are you talking about he assembled like a temporary closet?
Yeah. If you want to call it
That is a piece of furniture, dog.
It's not furniture.
It absolutely is.
Closets are not furniture.
Dog, get the fuck out of here. What a shitty question. And I got it right. No, ask if temporary closets are considered a piece of furniture. They are. It's like an armoire. And the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Savar, and all, it's only an Isser. That was the only an Isser. It's Isser, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, it looks like that brings to a conclusion our sugya on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah,
Temporary closets, like portable racks or organizers, are usually never considered furniture.
No, fuck you. They are.
That's not what AI
Are closets and temporary racks considered furniture in some conditions?
If it's movable and it's not a fixed item, no one considers that furniture.
Wait, yeah, temporary racks, however, are typically classified as furniture because they are movable, freestanding, and not permanently installed. They include freestanding clothing racks, temporary hanging shelves, or portable closet systems. Yeah, they are. That is furniture. And
Okay, so you're saying you got the answer correct. Yes, furniture and not temporary closet. That was made of cardboard box.
I'm saying that he has talked about putting multiple things together in a parking lot, and I didn't know if you were referencing when he put together furniture, which is his temporary closet. Okay? And you didn't give me proper guidance on what you were referencing. First, you said this is something that he got out in a parking lot, which isn't even. And I said car keys, which is correct. Okay, shitty question, terrible question asker. All right, how about this? William Montgomery has a hobby that, dude, I could ask so many questions on this, and I'm going to. William Montgomery has a hobby that he likes to do, and he has a strategy that he follows with this hobby. And I'm going to ask you, when he does the hobby, what does it do? So there are a few questions in here. All right, so if I recall, he says he finds this to be a relaxing hobby. And I'll say it's done indoors on a table. What hobby is it?
Solving puzzles.
What is his strategy?
Oh, so I got it right.
I mean, I gave you the answer. What else is he doing?
You didn't give me the answer. You said done on tape. There's a million things done on tape.
Yeah, obviously, it's solving puzzles. What is his strategy?
Look at the box.
Incorrect. You want to guess again?
Why? Because one said this is going to be a case of drama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here,
no, I don't know.
He puts light colors together. All right. Here's another question. He recently discussed a puzzle that he completed. And incorrect. And the puzzle that he completed had to do with something you find inside your house. And he names something that you find inside the thing that you find inside your house. And most people find this inside their house in the Western world. And it is... I'll just basically give you the answer, but you won't get the next thing. It is an appliance. What was the puzzle?
A toaster.
Get the fuck out of here with that toaster bullshit. It was a refrigerator. And what was the puzzle of the refrigerator depicting?
And somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone?
Surrounding area.
Incorrect. It had the doors of the refrigerator open, and you could see all the food inside. What is one of the foods that was inside that he describes?
So that's I told you this lotion of yad by Evan and by Ace. So why doesn't it use the same lotion of yad by Barzel?
Incorrect. It's a type of fruit.
Pineapple.
That's incorrect. You want to guess again?
Orange.
That's also incorrect. You want to guess again?
Apple.
That's also incorrect. You want to guess again?
Great.
Incorrect as well. You want to guess again?
Lemon.
That's also incorrect. Would you like to guess again?
Tomato.
Incorrect. And also, botanically considered a fruit, but culinarily considered a vegetable. Not a tomato.
Culinarily?
Yeah, like culinarily.
Oh. Okay, what's the answer?
I'll give you another clue because obviously you just keep incorrect. Guess again.
I don't know what's my hand.
It's a type of melon.
Cantaloupe.
Incorrect. Guess again.
Water.
That's correct. And how many seeds were shown in the puzzle of the watermelon?
Between 2 and 58.
That's incorrect.
What the fuck? No, it's not.
Oh, it most certainly is, and this was a discussed topic between William Montgomery and none other.
0 to 1.
It was seedless watermelon, which was discussed on stage with Tony Hinchcliffe, because Tony Hinchcliffe said, "Were you able to recognize the watermelon by the seeds?" And William Montgomery said, "No, because it was seedless watermelon." So I can't even add up how many incorrect answers you gave there. You said toaster, you said blueberries, you missed the amount of seeds. Do you even know who William Montgomery is?
I was just seeing if the answer.
All right. I think we've proven here who the biggest fan of William Montgomery is. And we've also proven that a temporary closet is a piece of furniture.
And that is most certainly up for this. Both of those points. We can sever this debate another day. When I actually have not been up for like 48 hours, 18 hours sleep, I will definitely come back to debate on this.
Look, I could give a shit about William Montgomery. I know I'm a bigger William Montgomery fan than you are. What I want you to start studying is Brendan Shaw.
I studied him. He doesn't even seem that entertaining.
He is.
I mean, like someone said in the comments, he's like the best CTV comedian.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know. Kind of mean.
Here's the thing. It's not so much like his speech. It's the fact that he just blatantly lies, that he runs scammy, grifty contests, that he cheats on his wife, or used to at least, that he's obsessed with his kids' baseball, not because he loves his kids, but because he wants these kids to be pro players, to the point where he says, I'm keeping track about how much I invest in these kids because when they turn 18, I want them to pay me back when they start making money as pros, essentially along those lines. He
idiotic thing to do.
Oh yeah, but he even said, like on a recent episode, they talked about some pro player who paid off their parents' house when they went pro, and Brendan Schaub was like, "That's the least you can do. That's the least you can do." I tell my kids, I'm gonna sleep home.
Keep the lights on for his
Basically, that they don't know how much I do for them. My kid was going to school the other day, and I was dropping him off, and I said to him, now his kid's name is Tiger, like that's his real name. He says, Tiger, I am gonna ask you, do your friends' dads make them protein shakes? The kid is 9. He doesn't need fucking protein shakes. Okay? No. Do they pitch batting practice with them? No. And when I'm gone, meaning when I die, you're going to remember all of this and all of these times. And he said that he did it so that his kid would cry before he went into school.
Jesus.
Not only that, he flipped out on his son. He's like, he always talks about this. He says, when my kids are playing a game, I always make sure to remember that, like, no criticism to any child has ever, like, helped the kid. Meaning, like, trying to give them advice while they're not doing well. Just to let them work through it. But I didn't do it in this one case, and I cussed in front of the entire team. I said the F word, and I had to apologize to all the other coaches and all the other players. These kids are 9. There's no reason why you should be saying the F word in front of them. Like the mom yells that shit, yells SHIT in front of 9-year-old kids. Like, that's not a good example.
No, I saw footage of them being kicked out of the
Yeah, exactly, because the parents of that league hated him so much that they downloaded the video from the website that has it, and then uploaded it because they wanted the world to see. You were like, is there anything redeeming about him? Yeah. So remember I said they had this designer baby? She has some issues. They didn't know exactly what it was. When she was a little baby, or normally children walk anywhere between 6 months and a year and a half. It just depends on their development. But their kid was not. They didn't know why. And this is a sad thing. I think it was something that I could be wrong, but Joe Rogan was having a fight companion or something. No, it wasn't. It was something like that. And the boys were basically going to be in a hot tub, the guys, their friends. And it was the night that his wife went into labor, and he wasn't there for the birth, or he came late or something because he was hanging out with the boys. And the wife, basically the baby didn't get enough oxygen, and she has a condition called, I think it's called hypertomia or hypotomia, something like that. But basically this baby doesn't walk the way that it should be, and she needs braces on her legs. And Brendan really showed concern, and he was working with this kid in the pool and stuff. But usually he's only been focused on the boys. He doesn't really care about the girl. But, the fact that she's not walking, he was really sad about it. But on January 2nd, this was really cool. The child took her first steps. And even though it's really delayed, she's starting to walk. And it's really beautiful. So is there anything redeeming about him? Yeah, we want that. Everybody, those 200,000 people in that community want to see that kid walk. Nobody rips on the kids for being like, everybody's really positive about the kids. They're just like, dude, your parents are absolute garbage. But we want those kids, and I'll, as a spokesperson for the homeless cats, we want those kids to be successful in spite of what their parents put them through.
So according to that, the only time you're hired for damages is
Well, that's good, I guess.
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of the community. All right. Do you want any more William Montgomery trivia?
Did you look at the Epstein?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It's terrible.
That shouldn't have under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokes. So again,
It's disgusting. There's nothing more disappointing than
Did you
I can.
see like how the Melania documentary got like really terrible reviews?
Yeah, going back to Brendan Schaub, it's tied with Brendan Schaub's special as the worst thing on IMDb. It has a 1.1, and so does his special Gringo Poppy.
I feel like some of that has to be hate, but I don't know.
Dude, it's all political hate, and especially it came out like the same weekend as that other shit. Absolutely, there's a topic on the Fighter of the Kids subreddit that said like, dude, your special that you put stuff into that's 24 minutes long, it got a 1.1. It's the lowest rated comedy special in the history of IMDb, and this woman's documentary that basically has half the country absolutely can't stand her just because of who her husband is, and the other people basically don't think it's good. But it's very her results are very skewed. Has the same score as your comedy special. Dude, we should just watch his comedy special one of these days so you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's only 24 minutes long. Like, it's literally... Dude, let's just watch it. I'll watch it with you right now. It's 24 minutes long. It's not that long.
I'm watching outside right now.
No, I mean, is that my...
Also, I can tell. What did he talk about during the special? Can you just
Dude, extremely well. So he says, I could almost do it word for word. He says, something like he first welcomes, he does it in Dallas. And he's like, a lot of ladies out here tonight, dicey. Usually my audience is like 18 to 35-year-old dudes. And then he goes into, he talks about, like, I don't remember everything, but like he talks a lot about Mexicans, and like his wife, who is, he says is illegal, said that she's from Guadalajara, and like that he was like on a ketogenic diet, and that he was trying, like, what does ketogenic mean? It means that you can't eat Mexican food, and he says the foods that like they make are like carne asada, but he doesn't fucking pronounce it. He tries to sound Spanish, and like huevos rancheros, and like something else, a couple other things, and then like he'll be like his wife said that it was during the pandemic, and like the neighbors moved in or something, and like it would be nice if she made them some like Mexican cookies, and he's like, oh, what are Mexican cookies? Like chocolate chip with salsa on top? Like, that's just like a really weak joke. And then he talks about, you laughed at it. And then he talks about there, like, his big finish is something like it was when he lived in, dude, you fucking love this guy. It was when he lived in he was living in Calabasas, and there was like a mountain lion that was spotted, and he talks about like he was gonna hunt this mountain lion because somebody saw it on a Ring camera, and he got like night vision goggles at the store and like a gun with like a laser on it, and was just trying to hunt down this cat. And like basically his wife was like, are you gonna be able to get it? And then he went and he's like he goes outside to go try to find it, and then he realizes that like it's a mountain lion, like it's a lion of the mountains, and then pushes out and then runs back into his house and like just is like, oh, I guess we live in its fucking territory. And then at the end he's like, that's my time, Dallas. I mean, that's like, it's 24 minutes long. It's not that long, and I just did like.
Do you think that there was like an hour-long specialist person chopped it down to like the fast 24
That's exactly what happened, because we have other people who were there who said it was originally like an hour and 6 minutes, but it wasn't funny. And so they took the best 24 minutes of it, which includes like a startup song. The startup song goes, Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation, Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation, Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation. And I mean, there's only like 24 minutes of comedy in it. And the background, they like made the background. It's like this. It's made out of like construction paper. Steve-O talks about it. Steve-O's like, I know where they even bought the construction paper. And in this interview, and Tony Hinchcliffe is like, what? What's this now? He's like, I'm obsessed with it. Like, I found out everything that he did. It was at the Dallas Improv. Like, basically, Steve-O said, like, I got obsessed with it. Like, and he's not the only one. There are people who, like I said, they spent 24 hours watching the special, and I watch them like at least once a week. Watch them watch the special, and they just have it playing in the background for like 24 hours. And well, they only put out 12 hours of it, and the rest is on their Patreon. But at least I watched like this thing 12 hours, and then they interview people who were there, and then they interview some like bigger time UFC people to ask them about their opinion on it. But like, it's become like a cult classic. And if you watch it, is it the worst comedy special ever? No, it's like might have a joke or two that aren't that bad. But he like, what's a joke that he says? This is the best joke that everybody says. He says, oh, they talk about the pandemic and how everybody in LA went on lockdown, and LA became North Korea with a beach, and that's like his big joke. And in a lot of ways, I mean, I don't know what North Korea is like, but during pandemic, LA was like pretty strict on stuff, though I don't know how it was in comparison to Canada.
Has he been? How long have you been doing comedy before that release?
So he says he was doing it for 4 years before he did his first special, but it was really probably only 2 years. But that was a big special. That was on Showtime, but it bombed. It was like Showtime's biggest comedy bomb ever. 1.7 ranking. And then this is another thing that he did. Since it was really, really bad, he had this like CBD company he was working with, and he texts the guy to the CBD company, and this has all come out because the CBD company ended up suing Brendan Schaub over some shadiness that he did. But basically, he texts the CEO of the CBD company, and he says, look, my Showtime special has really bad reviews. Is there any way we can use like the customer list of the CBD company to say like, hey, you can get 50% off if you can get 50% off your next order of CBD if you give a positive review of you may be or you'd be surprised, which is the name of his special. So they're like, yeah, let's put something together. We can do that. So then they put out like a mass email to their customer base that says, hey, if you if you give this comedy special 5 stars or whatever, or 10 stars, like rank it at a 10, you get 50% off your next order of CBD. But then Showtime found out he was doing this and called Brendan Schaub and was like, "Hey, you cannot do this, and I am like, you can't manipulate the numbers." We had people with, like, when Amy Schumer put her special out, and somebody else put out their special, the numbers were like uh, messed with, and you're not allowed to do that. And so Brendan Schaub had to go back to the CEO of this company and be like, "Oh yeah, Showtime called me and said we're not allowed to do that. So can you please just like take down that email?" It's like, no, we already sent it out. So it's like, well, okay, take down that promotion. But then a lot of people in the reviews put like, "Dude, I'm only here because I was told I would get 50% off my CBD order." So I'm ranking this like a 10, but I've never even seen it, or like whatever it is. And like, so then a few years go by, actually more than that, like a decade goes by, and that CBD company ends up suing Brendan Schaub because Brendan was supposed to do like a bunch of posts for them on his Instagram and never did, and it was a breach of contract basically, and now they're in some kind of legal case, and they served him. They tried to serve him at his house in Austin, but he wasn't there. He was at a pizza joint like down the street or whatever. So he said, "Just serve me here at this pizza joint where he was." So then there's that lawsuit that's going on. So he's got at least 2 lawsuits going on. He's got the one he's suing the small YouTuber. He's got that appeal, and then he's got the CBD lawsuit, and that's all we know about. But like, that's more than a person would want. Like, he talks about, you were like, what other jokes does he do? He talks about he wouldn't be able to go through another pandemic or another lockdown because he can't stand being around his family. He says that his wife is like he, before he married his wife, like his friend was like, "You got to get with a Latina, man. They're spicy." And then he's like, "Yeah, you know what spicy means? It means they're assholes." Like, he's calling his wife an asshole in his stand-up, and that he can't stand being around his kids during the lockdown. But like, which I understand, but then don't be like, "Oh, I'm the ultimate family man." I don't know. I just talked about this fucking special for half the time of the actual special, which you could have just watched.
That's true.
But you do. Next time you come, we gotta watch the special, dude. We'd watch both the specials. They're absolute dog. Oh, dog, I can't even put into words. I think I am like. My man, you don't know the lore. Did you hear Shane Gillis talking about him and how hilarious it is? And Ari Shafir, it's absolutely fucking hilarious. When you get into the lore,
Does he ever address like the swath people that are like basically mocking him 24/7?
yes, he calls them homeless cats. He says their opinion doesn't matter. It's like they're homeless people. It would be as if it was a cat having a negative impression of him. That's where the term homeless cats comes from.
Okay.
And I would say this. I could really give a shit about his life. It's the fact that this subreddit exists that just, pardon me, shits on him for being friends with pedophiles and rapists. That's ridiculous. Like, if he was smart, he would have cut ties with the bad people. But he's like so and ostracized within the. I mean, what should he really do? He should really go get a job. but he refuses to do that. So he does a podcast thing, and he does these like scams of people, and it's just hilarious that this guy thinks he's.
Still do stand-up?
No, he couldn't sell out. He used to do stand-up, and when he would be on the road, he would cheat on his wife, and basically he got caught publicly cheating on his wife. So then he and the other issue is he couldn't sell out anywhere. And they actually do an interview of him talking about he was in Oklahoma, and he's got this huge theater in Oklahoma, and there it's like 3,000 people, and it shows on the website sold out. So he thinks he's making a lot of money. So it's a little before the show, and he goes to the show promoter. The show promoter comes to him actually and he's like, okay, so I'm going to get going, but I'm going to give you your check for the show. And Brendan Schaub's like, okay, great. And he gives him the check, and Brendan's like, it's really small. It says that it's sold out on the website. Why is it so small? And the show promoter's like, yeah, we had to say that so that we could comp tickets to people because nobody knows who you are. They may know who you are in Los Angeles or New York, but nobody in Oklahoma knows who you are. And you have to understand, we had to get the ball moving on these tickets because nobody was showing up. You sold like 18 tickets or something for like 3 out of 3,000 seats. And so you have to understand there are two things working against you. One, it was an Oklahoma Sooners football game that weekend, and two, there was like a tornado or something, like warning or something. So like he was supposed to do the show. He was supposed to do the show in front of like a packed house of 3,000 people, but nobody showed up. Only like 12 people showed up, and so he asked if the 12 people would go back to the green room and he could just perform in front of the green room, which nobody would do. And they're like, no, just go out there. You can go out there and give them a hell of a show. That's what the guy said. He said, look, and if you do a good job, maybe a few years go by and we can have you back. Like trying to give him some positivity about this. But basically, he was going around to different cities, and they start with the tickets that, like, for a normal comedian might be like $100, and none of those sell out. And then they get down to where it's two tickets for $5, or it's just a free show. You can come to the show for free, which no comedian wants to have happen. The only thing is, it's like a 2-drink minimum. And he was getting to the point where he was getting to the point where his he wasn't selling out anymore, and nobody really wanted him. And not only that, but then he found the temptations on the road to be really big because he was cheating on his wife when he was there, and that's not good either. And for as bad a comedian as he is, this is what he's failed at, and this is just what I know. Okay, so he failed. I don't want to say he failed as a football player. He did play Division I football, but what he failed at is saying that he's an NFL veteran. Like he never made an NFL roster. He never even made a practice squad. He says he had a cup of coffee with the Bills. But that's not playing in the NFL. The Bills have open tryouts where you could try out, I could try out, but that's not making the team. But he says that he played that as a professional sport, which is kind of a failure. Okay, UFC, he was...
had a bunch of famous people on the podcast.
Totally.
Whoever else.
He absolutely has. He had the UFC. He was on the UFC's Ultimate Fighter, and he at one time was ranked usually probably in the top 15 of the UFC. Some people say the top 10 in the heavyweight, which is good. He went 10-5, and he got his shit tossed in his last 5 fights. I think he lost, or something close. Maybe not the last 5, but he lost 5 fights total, but he lost his last two fights or something. And then Joe Rogan has a heart-to-heart with him and says, "Look, you're a funny guy, but you're gonna do a lot of brain damage to yourself if you continue to fight." And that's where he says, if you go and fight this one guy, how do you think you do? And then Brendan Schaub says, I think you'd be surprised. And Joe Rogan says, I think you'd be surprised. And it was the number one. And then when he retired from UFC, it was the number one Joe Rogan podcast up until the Elon Musk that he did in like 2018. So it was a really big podcast. All right. So here are his business ventures at which he's failed. He did something called, he's had a ton of podcasts. So he did the King and the Sting, which then became the King and the Sting and the Wing, which then became the Golden Hour, which is still going, but it's not popular. Okay, then he did something called Food Truck Diaries, where he would have fighters come to him, and like they'd go to a food truck and they talk about fighting. That failed. He did some. Oh, he was on Showtime, and he was on E, and he would do like red carpet stuff, and he got his contract wasn't renewed, or he got fired from that because he was making fun of the celebrities like on camera, which you're not allowed to do. You know, the celebrities like come out with like kind of outrageous clothing. You can't go out and say like, this guy looks like a doofus. Like, you're not allowed to do that. So he lost his gig with E. He lost his gig with Showtime. Then he did he did have a show on Showtime that got canceled as well. Then he came out with his own whiskey known as Tiger Thick Whiskey that failed. It went from being $100 a bottle to like $70 a bottle to $60 a bottle to $30 a bottle, and then he sold the company, he said, and that's no longer a thing. Then he had something called Tiger Thick Boy Productions, where he wanted to be a music producer, and nobody wanted to sign with him. And so he didn't. They put out like a few songs, but nothing really came of it. Then he put out called Thick Boy Bicycle Club, which was he wanted to get into bicycling, like two-wheel bicycles. And so he was going to do a bicycle run from San Francisco to LA, and he quit like 1/5 of the way and just gave up. And so like he just stopped doing bicycles. He did what else did he do? He's done like another 5 things. So then he had Drive Fast All Gas, which is anti-electric, thing that hasn't posted in 10 months, and nobody really does anything with that. It's like that's just his thing. What else did he do that failed? I mean, you can't hate on him for taking risks and trying, but it's like he's just not really good at anything. He did he did something recently that didn't do well. I forget what it was, but he has this. Oh, I know what it was. He has it's called Gearheads Gone Wild, which is his next thing that he wants to do, which is like a play on the Girls Gone Wild thing. But as of right now, he only has an Instagram for it and a T-shirt. Anything else? Yeah, he has one called what is it? Abbott Kinney Fight Club, which is Abbott Kinney is like a really nice area of Venice, California, which is it's the main street, and it's like how would I describe it? It's like very Whole Foodsy, like very hipster. And they thought it like the opposite of that would be like a fight club. So calling it Abbott Kinney Fight Club would be like really good. But they never started an Abbott Kinney Fight Club. But it's a bunch of T-shirts.
Amazing, I guess.
That's exactly right. I mean, you get the point. Like everything he does, he basically tries to have the next big idea, and it just he doesn't see it through, and he gives up on it, and it isn't very successful. So then his newest thing is Drive Fast All Gas, and even Joe Rogan can't get the name of it correct, and it hasn't posted in 10 months, but yet he still puts out car content. But it's not even like, hey, we're gonna change the oil on this car today. It's like, hey, I'm gonna get my car modded. He drops it off. and then right before it's done, he'll take out 2 bolts and be like, "All right, I helped." And it's like, dude.
I mean, I've seen one video where he's like wrenching on the bottom of his car. He must know something.
No, that one, Doug, that one, nobody does undercar work, but doesn't have like one of those rollers, and also doesn't have like a headlamp. Like he's doing it on a clean floor. It's not like what you would normally where you do mechanical stuff. It's just not how it's done. He doesn't know what he's doing. So I think people have added it up. In the UFC, he made something like $400,000 or something. And then when he would tour as a comedian, he would make just short of $1 million. But there were a lot of expenses with that. And then with The Fighter and the Kid, he makes something like maybe $400,000 or $500,000 from that. He's got expenses to that though, but that's with already paying Brian Callen. He pays Chin, his producer, $100,000 a year, and then he I hate that I know all this about him. And then he has his own show, which does maybe another $200,000, $300,000. And then he has the Golden Hour, which does maybe another $200,000, something like that. And so all in all, he might be making $1 million a year, but there's a lot of overhead in that. $300,000 of that goes to Brian Callen. Another $100,000 of that goes to his producer. And then he's got to pay D'Elia and Eric Griffin, so maybe they're getting $100,000 or $200,000 each or so. I mean, it's not exactly. And then, yeah, so each one of those ad reads that they do is like $5,000. Total scam. Total scam. If you ever watch, they absolutely, yeah, and the advertising company that they're connected with were scams previously, and they went out of business, and then they were acquired by other companies, and now they're running on the other companies that acquired the previous scam companies. It's like the whole thing's a scam. But if you ever watch when he posts a video, it starts out with like 7 views, and then all of a sudden goes up to 25,000 views, and then goes up to 40,000 views and stops. All his videos have 40,000 views on. Like they all, and they used to get like 1 million views. They used to get a lot of views, and they've just, his channels show no growth. I mean, it's not. Oh, so what else did he do that was recent? Like this summer, he got into boating for a little while. He's gotten into hunting. He got into archery. That's all been in the last year. But he literally went, and as an archery person, they were like, you're such a natural. You're like, usually it takes us like 50 arrows to teach somebody how to shoot, and you were able to do it in like 5. And so he buys all this stuff for archery, and then puts a target in his backyard and never uses it. His neighbors were like, "Hey, you say you want to go hunting? We're gonna go hunting this weekend," or like it was like on a Monday afternoon. You should come with us. So he's like, "Okay, well, what do I wear? Do I wear my like Jordans?" They're like, "No, you wear like boots, and like you already wear camo shit. Just wear that." And he's like, "Okay." And so they go, and it's like basically, it's not like normal hunting where it's like the animal has a chance. It's like they put a fence up around the property, and so the animals are basically trapped. And then there was a deer, and not just any deer. It was like an albino female deer, like the least intimidating deer that you could find. And they're like, "Yeah, that's the one." So he killed a white. I mean, he was like, normally you get.
Might as well, right?
Normally, well, he wouldn't post it because he didn't want any of the backlash of people being like, dude, you killed like Bambi's mom, and not just Bambi's mom, but like an albino Bambi's mom. It's like literally white against like like a forested background. Like how, and not only that, there's like a huge fence around. Like, I mean, they talk about like wanting to go hunting from helicopters and shooting wild boar. Like that's not real hunting. I mean, that's like slaughtering of animals, basically. And then on yeah, but you don't want this guy doing that job. And then on top of all of that, one of the people they have on who is a like one of the fill-in hosts when Brian Callen's unavailable is this guy named Tim Kennedy. And Tim Kennedy has been accused by the United States government of stolen valor. So Tim Kennedy was like a Green Beret. Like he was like, that's like a really high, really special force in the U.S. Army. But Tim Kennedy wasn't satisfied with just being a Green Beret. He wrote this book where he talks about killing kids and killing people in like Iraq and Afghanistan and stuff, and how badass he is. And he also talks about being like a Bronze Star with like, it's called like a V device or something, like where it's like a higher level, but it turned out he did not have that, and he just let it go, and he lied about his service, basically. And so there are podcasts like military podcasts that go out and spend 4 hours just like reading everything in this guy's book and tearing it down and saying how it's not true. So basically, this guy who has surrounded himself with this military guy who also fought in the UFC ends up being like not telling the truth either. So there's just a lot of just inconsistencies. Now, I can say this. I'm not perfect, and neither are you. None of us are perfect. But if anybody, calls us on the carpet for something, you can say, look, I made a mistake, or whatever it is. Like, it was a long time ago, or I had to do it because my life was on the line. Okay, I can understand that, but if you're just embellishing your record, that's questionable. But again, he was a Green Beret. That wasn't the question. It was the question of, there were a lot of questions in his book that turned out to be like incorrect. Like every chapter had something wrong, and I've seen these military guys like interview people who knew him at these times. They're like, that's not how it went down. Like if you go, there's like something like they said, like we went into this like village and we killed all of the women and children there. We just had to do what we had to do. And people were like, so you're basically like talking about like writing in your book about war crimes, like you can be court-martialed for that. And the people who were there were like, it did not go down like that. I don't know why he would like say that he committed war crimes. That's just not how it happened. And then the big one was, he was like, they said that he had this special medal that he did not have. And so the United States government is currently investigating him for it. Now, has everybody ever, like, basically, I don't want to say made up things, but, like, inflated themselves? I don't think anybody's perfect, but this is just one of those things where he doesn't really acknowledge it. And so the guys who Brendan Schaub surrounds himself with are like this guy who is hated in the military. The military hates this guy. There are podcasts about how bad this guy is. And then it's a rapist and a child molester. Or whatever. It's like, and that's why we say, whatever this guy touches. Exactly. And that's why the thing is, whenever anybody leaves this guy, they become very successful. Theo Vaughn's career skyrocketed after he left this guy. he started interviewing Donald Trump and JD Vance and like all these really important movers and shakers. When his producer left, he was in Super Bowl commercials and he was on Saturday Night Live, and he was in like a bunch of commercials recently. He's on commercials for all kinds of shit. And then like his other assistant, like she became like a OnlyFans model, like a clothed OnlyFans model, and makes like hundreds of $1,000s a month. Like anybody who leaves this guy does really well, and anyone who aligns themselves with him, like Brian Callen, gets taken down. Like anyway. And when you're like, you're obsessed with this guy, again, it may seem like an obsession. The guys of the podcast that I watch, those are the guys who are really obsessed. But I'm like in it like Shane Gillis is in it. It's hilarious to watch the dumpster fire.
These are the people who are put to death, where the other word for hereg is saif. But again, classically it's called hereg.
All right, with that, Riser, I got shit to do. I've been saying this for 5 hours.
Number one, someone who murders someone else.
Go watch that compilation that I sent you, and then come back when you're done.
The city is put to death. It's killed by saif. Rotzeach shenika esre'eu be'evan oba barzon. Or a murderer.
All right. Yeah, go watch that compilation I sent you.
Another half an hour.
No, it's way more than that. It's way more than that. I gave you about 3 hours worth of work.
He holds his friend's head under the water.
Right.
So you go do that. You get your 15 hours of sleep.
No.
Yeah, and you get your 15 hours of sleep, and then come back when you're all refreshed. All right. Take care, big dog. Peace.
Thank you for the lecture on the second Brandon.
There will be very intense tests. That absolutely fascinating. 100%. Peace, big dog.
Rabbi Nachman writes that when one commits an avera, every avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the avera, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Right? In the moment that I could have been doing the moment that I was doing the avera, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss in the commission of an avera. It's true interpersonally as well. Right? For every person that I harm, and for every enemy, there could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah Dafka first see here Reuven's killing Shimon. He's holding his head under the water, and the Torah calls him Re'ehu. It didn't have to be this way. So there's that duality. There's that abis, that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, anyway, so calls him into the fire. Now we're going to see all of this. And Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Chayev, ultimately again, Reuven is going to be chayev for this. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case. What happens if Reuven pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. Umeis, and he dies. Pater. In those cases, Reuven had Pater. So I said, this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuven pushed Shimon into the water, and even though Reuven pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuven is not liable. If again Reuven goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon. Or she's as a nachash, Pater. Ultimately, it's Pater. Why? Because this is going to be a case of grama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here, Reuven is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It is the snake that is damaging. Even though, again, Reuven riled it up. What happens if Reuven took the snake? Like, literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. Now, listen, interestingly enough, it's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuven. What's the halacha over here? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda says, no, in that case, that's direct koach, and therefore Reuven is going to be chayiv. the Chachamim poetry, and the Chachamim on the other hand say that Ruvain is going to be potter. I just want to say a lot to talk about in this sugya. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel. Mipnei malo ne'amra yad the barzal. So this is very interesting. That look at Rashi. First Rashi in the Gemara. Last short line in Rashi. Lo ne'amar yad. Kimash ne'amar be'even yad or be'kli eitz yad. So we'll say in the sugyas where it talks about killing someone, the lashon of the pasuk is if Reuven kills Shimon be'even yad. Even yad. Now, what that means is literally it could be in a stone that he's holding in his hand. But what we really mean to understand is that yad means that you have the ability to kill someone with that evan. In other words, the halachas we're going to see that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's not capable of delivering a death blow, in other words, if I go ahead and I take a pebble, Reuven takes a pebble, a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon. And somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they'd get dinged, But it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit him, and he dies. Reuven's not going to be chayav for that, because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause death. So that's why I told you this lashon of yad by Evan and by eitz. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of yad by barzel? Very interesting. Shabarzel means because ultimately, again, barzel is different. That when it comes to wood, so ultimately, again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi says, so it was known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that iron has the ability to kill in even the smallest amount. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shear. What's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabarzel is the third white line on the bottom. That because iron can stab. So because iron can stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore the Torah promotion of yad. Yad means that normally the item you use to kill someone has to have a shear in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, even without a shear, ultimately again there's going to be liability. But this is all assuming that one went ahead and pierced an organ that could be fatal. Okay, the Kadosh himself in life. Listen to this. I remember the Mishnah said, if Reuven goes and holds Shimon under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, the Sefer Abu Sakamash. Both the Reish and the Sefer at the beginning and the end of the Brayso, both teach us tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. So the Reish Abu Sakamash. In the first case, the Mishnah teaches us a Kiddush. Afagav, the lav iudachol, tevan de'in yachol la'los misham umeis chayiv. So we'll say in case number one of the Mishnah, what's case number one? Case number one is where Reuven holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, Reuven is chayiv. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know, but Reuven didn't put him there, or Reuven didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the chiddush in the Risha is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuven didn't put him there. But if Reuven comes up, I'm saying the angel. Right? Reuven didn't put Shimon in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuven comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuven did not place him there. Sefer Abu Sakamash, what's the chiddush of Sefer? Afagav the dachfo, kevan the yachol alas misham umeis pater. The chiddush of the Sefer is, remember what's happening in the Sefer? Reuven pushed Shimon into the water. But now again, and let's say Shimon dies, Shimon had the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so, even though he was only in the water because Reuven pushed him there. Reuven will not be liable. It's incredible. Kabash Minoan. They'll say, how do I know that there's liability for holding someone's head under the water or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, that here I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water, or really Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuven holds his head under the water, holds it in the fire, that Reuven is liable? It's very interesting. Pasuk says, Obe'eva. Obe'eva. Or if Reuven treats Shimon with animosity or hatred. So Lashon Aveva. Obe'eva hiko. If he hits him with hatred or animosity. The Labos is Hametzamtse. So this goes ahead and includes Mitzamtse. Now what does Mitzamtse mean? Literally again, constricting. Mitzamtse means holding someone in place. In this case over here, Reuven holding Shimon's head underwater, or Reuven holding Shimon in the fire. The Lord said it's a tremendous contrast in literature as well. That's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's involved? Mitzamtse. So what does Mitzamtse mean? Sometimes when you constrict a person, you don't allow a person to move. I don't mean physically, well, this is not physically. But sometimes, especially in relationships, we back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's tzimtzum. When you constrict a person, that's evil. That's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural Yetzer Hara, whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. Right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's not what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships so that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you're mitzamtzing someone, when you constrict someone, the Gemara says that's eva, that's animosity. Incredible. Hogava. Story. There was a guy, so Reuven had Shimon's animal. And what did Reuven do? Reuven tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. Heat exposure, the animal died. So what's the halacha? Ravina said that the guy was potter. I didn't call him Reuven. Ravina said he was potter. Okay, so what's going on over here? Ravina Mechayiv. So Ravina says, of course he's chayiv. Why? When it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same thing as an intentional one. In extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, so we know that when it comes to murder, right, even though, again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as ratzon. Yet, I will say, what's the halacha? If you keep a person in place, if Reuven keeps Shimon's head under the water, what's the halacha? He's chayiv. So too, again, Ravina wants to suggest that Allah, in this case over here, where Reuven tied up Shimon's animal, says Shimon's animal cannot move out of the sun, and that is the result of the exposure. Reuven's going to be chayiv. So the top of Ayin Zayin, Nezikin, Sha'asaba Shogi Kamezid, Ba'onis Kiratzon. I will say, and I remember here, when it comes to Nezikin, when it comes to damages. Now, what's the halacha about damages? We'll say, interesting enough, damages, accidental damage is as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Ratzon. Why? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating not phrase, not the operating concept by Nezikin? Adam Muad Viola. A person is always responsible for his actions. So when it comes to damages, to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, there was an accident." Okay, I forgive you. Pay up. Right? Oh, it was an only extenuating circumstances. I understand. Pay up. You're always responsible for damages. That's the Buddhist couple, which is very interesting. So that when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, ones and ratzon, that you're chayiv for confining someone, right? If Reuven holds Shimon's head underwater, he's going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, again, if Reuven ties Shimon's animal in the sun and the animal dies, Reuven's going to be chayiv for that. Bachara says, no, the Jakarta, why? Amr Shasha, my time of the Abba. The potter. Why is it that ultimately Rabbi Sharshi, Rabbi Acha, Barav is potter? Why is that? Amr Kra, most you must from a Makeh, Rotseach. The pasuk says that the murderer will be put to death. Rotseach u'dechayev lon mitzamtzim benezikin lo chayev lon mitzamtzim. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Shivas, this is fascinating. Sorry, Rabbi Acha's idea is like this: the din of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by nizikin, by damages. I'm sorry, excuse me. The idea of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by rotseach. Ultimately, again, the din of mitzamtzim is not brought up by nizikin. Which I want to point out. Remember, we just pointed out. You might just ask, how do you know that you're chai from mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're chai for confining someone in a situation which results in their death? So remember again, what did the Gemara base it on? The Gemara says, Obe'eva hikol b'yado v'yamos. Remember, we learned that from Obe'eva. That's talking about a piece of murder. So Rabbi Acha will say the concept of mitzamtzim is dafka brought down in a case of murder. It's not brought down in a case of mitzvah, and therefore it doesn't apply. So this is really quite fascinating. Just to understand that this fundamental case over here. So according to Rabbi Acha, the only time you're chayiv for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own koach. But if, let's say again in this case, where Reuben takes Shimon's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't move and the animal dies, the Vacha is going to say, you're not chayiv for that. It's not good. It's not good. And we don't obviously the halacha doesn't condone it, but there's no legal recourse that Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokas. So again, Ravina understands that the din of mitzamtzim applies both by bloodshed as well as by nezikin. Rav Acha, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by nezikin. Incredible. Omer Rabbi, another example. I will say now, I'll tell you this as we go along. So halacha l'maisa, the Rambam Pasuk is like Ravina, that we hold that mitzamtzim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by nezikin. So therefore, again, if Reuven ties up Shimon's animal in the sun, in a way that the animal is going to die of heat exposure, and the animal dies of heat exposure, ultimately Reuven's chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other pieces we're going to have to qualify over the rest of the stuff, but just understand, nugget number one, we paskin like, well, it's not number one, we've had a lot of nuggets so far, but nugget number whatever, we paskin like Ravina. That one is chayiv from mitzamtzim for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, by rotzeach, as well as by nezikin damages. Okay, let's go back to Amar Rabba. Kafso umeis barav pater. Very interesting. What happens if Reuven ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation? However, 5 days later, Shimon had no food, no water. I don't know the person who's rather have food and water, and Shimon dies. So Rabbi says that Reuven is pater. Reuven is pater. Rabbi says now why? What? Which sounds very strange to us. What's the logic? We're going to take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kafso meis barav. The bishar shekafso ein kan zvar hariga. V'arav ba me'elav v'holich v'chazak la'achar zman kol shah v'lo dami letzamtzei memayim u'bor d'hori yuzumah. So let's listen to this. Essentially, right, we pass that mitzamtzei, holding someone in place and them dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the event. So, for example, Reuven holds Shimon's head underwater, right? So Reuven is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there and present. Right? Similarly, again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuven tied Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. But in a case where, let's say, Reuven creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuven will not be chayiv. So, for example, Reuven ties Shimon up. Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he said okay, but at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Right? There was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. That wasn't obviously. I'm sure that Ibn Shalom is smiling upon Reuven for what he's done. But we're talking about in a very technical, legalistic framework. Is there liability or not? Can Bezdin execute Reuven for what he did? So also it's a very important principle. In order to be chayiv for confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, another example. Amarava, Chavsa Bechama Umeis, the Sino Umeis Chayiv. If Reuven tied Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or he tied him up in the freezing cold. Ultimately, then Reuben and then Shimon dies. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, still Reuben is going to be chayiv. But on the other hand, Sof Chama Lavo, Sof Tzina Lavo. Let's say Reuben ties Shimon up at night, and at night it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to the day, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuben's partner. Why? Same idea. Why? Because at the time that Reuben tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately again, Reuben is going to be partner. But Sof Chamalavo, Sof Tzina Lavo, partner. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Kafsa Lefneari. So this is very interesting. If Reuben tied Shimon up in front of a lion, partner. That's very fascinating. Reuben is partner. They will say now, why is that exactly? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is very cross. Kafsa Lefneari partner. Di'inami lo haya kafos. Lo haya yachal lahatza atzal minavi. They will say, we do not ask in this way. But this is fascinating. Why? Because they will say, clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? Rabbi says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's interesting. So Rabbi says, if Reuben put, and it was, and the idea over here is you're going to see this, that Lamaisha, remember again, it was a wild animal. We saw this in the Mishnah about Shisa Baskov inciting the dogs. Those cases seem a lot more like grama, like causation, because it's not Reuben killing Shimon, but rather what is it? It's the lion killing Shimon. The fact that Reuben went ahead and tied Shimon up, okay, you know better how to do one tied. It's halakha l'maisa. He's part of it. Happens to be, we're going to see, the Rambam Paskins, and he's like that, you're actually chayiv. But again, we'll see it from later. Rambam says, Kaso de Harry Potter, B'fnei Yitushin chayiv. This is very interesting. If Reuben ties Shimon up with Yitushin, what are Yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. So I guess he was saying, person dying as a result of prolonged gnat stinging. Yes, something disease or whatever else, reaction. So the nice one said, what's the idea of it? Because if Reuben was untied, what could he do? Right, she points out he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up, that ultimately can result in his death. So as Rashi says, Rashi says no, even with gnats, he's still going to be potter. Why? Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat chaver comes, this gnat chaver goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat chaver that goes ahead and causes his death. Again, that force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So we'll say, so again, negative information over here before. In order to be chayiv from Mitzantzim, so we've established number one, you're chayiv from Mitzantzim, both by Nesikin as well by Nisa, by Rotzeach, as well as by Nesikin. Nugget number two, you're only chayiv from Mitzantzim if the death force is present at the time that you're tied up individual. Incredible. So let's go back here. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. If let's say Reuben took a barrel, he put the barrel over Shimon, right? Not put Shimon over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over Shimon. Rashi says over here, at your right across to the right, Kavala Pigis, Umes Bahafo. And ultimately, again, apparently the Jew is going ahead and putting the barrel over someone is they suffocate. Over time, they will suffocate. So the Gemara says, or ambitious sweatshop goes ahead and opens up a piece of the ceiling so that frigid cold air comes in while Shimon is in every corner of the shop. Rashi says over here, in all areas of life, he opens up the ceiling, and cold air comes in. Ultimately, again, Rabbi
Everyone
Zero.
deserves to
One
rest
says
on for
Chayiv,
a
one
dry
says
goods
Patur.
dealer.
What's going on over here?
There,
This time the Rabbi
for a dry goods dealer,
So
this is
say
used
the
into
Pashtos,
significant hardship.
Rabba
For
is
dry
the word
goods dealer,
says
this
Patur. Why?
used
Why did
for a
Rabbi say
dry
that word?
goods
Number
dealer,
Rabba,
this used to into
Kafso
significant hardship.
makes the Rab
And Saturday was
Remember,
easily
said
the
Rabba
busiest
just said
beautiful day of the
that
week.
if Reuven ties
Sweatshop
Shimon
workers
up,
also
and
used to
Shimon
find
later
themselves
dies of
blocking pharmacy
starvation,
bosses who wanted
that
to keep
Reuven is Patur. Why? Because
who
the
wanted
death
them to
force
keep
wasn't
producing every
present
day of the
at
week.
the time
In fact,
of
the running
the
joke
tying up. So
in
again,
those days
the Pashtus in this
was that
case as
Shabbos
well.
was a
When Reuven goes ahead and puts
composite
the
of the
barrel on
word
Shimon again, right now there's
a
air.
composite of the
Right now
word
there's air. Or when he
Shash,
opens up the
boss,
ceiling, right now there's a
Shabbos.
draft. But Lamaisa, again, one could make the argument that
Everyone
death
deserves to be paid
force
fairly
is
and on
not
time
present, and
and
therefore
not
it
be
may be
treated
Patur in this
like
case
a
as well.
shmata.
Which where says not
One
necessarily.
last piece
This
of
time
wisdom the
is Rabbi
Talmud
Zera.
teaches
Maybe
that
not.
God
Maybe this price
provides
Rabbi
the
Zera.
cure
How so?
even before the illness.
How
Thus,
so?
even
The
before
Gemara
your
says,
clothing
I'm
becomes a
sorry.
shmata,
This time Rabbi
you can
Zera,
remedy the
Damer Pater.
situation with
Maybe
a
it's Rabbi Zera
well-placed
holds that you're Pater. Why?
ladder.
What Rabbi Zera? So Rabbi Zera,
Dash.
listen to this. Hi man,
Okay.
the Ivy Lechabre the base of the Shisha. If someone takes his friend, right? Reuben takes his friend into a house made of marble. Now, let's say now again, the Chab will be here in Rashi said, base of the Shisha. Shesasum biyosem ve'in hevel ha'or v'hanei yachavat says a house that is made of marble can be made airtight. So Reuven puts Shimon in an airtight home. Va'adlik shraga umes. And then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Who is in the chayiv? And this is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is he in the chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuven do? What is Reuven doing? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So think about it. So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. Now, the Gemara says, "I'm down to Shraga." Now, the only reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. Which would be referred to is had he not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in an airtight home, and Allah say would not be chayiv, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he can find him. To which the Gemara says, "How the obviously Shraga." The reason everybody is chayiv is because of the candle. How the obviously Shraga low? If he would not have lit the candle, he would not be chayiv. He could very well be a rice and flexibility, like zero. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. Amri, Shasam, I'm sorry, low Amri. The Gemara says, it's not necessarily compatible. I'll tell you why. Hasam, in the case ultimately, again, in the case over here, the low struggle of Maskell Hafla, in the case of the airtight home, the issue we have is apparently the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also tints the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, so Shimon would have been just fine. I mean, for some prolonged amount of time, but would have been fine. But Maskell Hafla B'Shaiti, I'm days. In the case over here,
in the second volume of Mishnah's
the barrel, I'm sorry, the bias, the low Shaganami Maskell
the book
Hafla
was republished in
Suppose
the
I say,
Oxford
interestingly enough,
it's in the book.
Interestingly enough, the Gemara says so the cases are not really comparable. Hasam below struggle of maskavla without the candle, the putrid air would not have started the right time. But hacha, but over here, below struggle nami maskavla published the first volume. But here, ultimately, even without the candle, the putrid air begins. So lot of nafka,
the second volume,
which we compare. Both cases, I was saying, interestingly enough, the way we present in this case over here is we've had now. So the interesting, what comes out over here is machlokes. Right, so Reuven puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or right, Reuven puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof. So what is the halacha? What is the halacha? So it's machlokes. Now the only machlokes is ultimately who says what, but it's clear that there is a fundamental machlokes as to whether or not again there is liability in this particular case. So this case we'll have to see exactly what happens. This case is a little bit different because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate. In other words, at a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the battle, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not an impact. So we'll see this case in Hashem when we do this case. This is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case and we'll loop back. We'll Hashem put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halachic view for us. We'll just point out incredibly striking in functional communities. That Kafale Gigigis, right? So what happens? So Reuben is putting Shimon a barrel right to right? The Lashon was Kafale Gigigis. Reuben goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This Lashon is very reminiscent, right? Why is it reminiscent? It's the same Lashon that the Gemara in Shabbos uses for Har Sinai. Right? The Gemara says the beautiful Gemara, dramatic Gemara, Kadosh Baruch Hu lifted up the mountain over us, and what? Held it over us like a barrel. What's fascinating about a barrel? 1937, don't put it on the inside of a barrel. Why not? Because if it's already apparently you could suffocate inside of a barrel. Inside of a barrel. The Baruch Hu, I think, was telling us something very important. Sometimes a person can feel like they're suffocating in leadership. It can happen. It can happen. The person feels overwhelmed by the realities that sit up on us. Sometimes the ease of Torah can ultimately feel overwhelmed. Almost as if I put the sparkle is validated. That devotes we all have moments where I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming to me. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the Rosh is saying, I get it, I understand it. Yeah, at times it can be beautiful, and at times it can be inspiring, and at times it could actually be suffocating. That's the end of the ride. That's the end of the ride. Sometimes when someone is struggling with something, called toxic positivity. What's toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, because we all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, you always get and what do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands. I be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I like to get around. I know I'm not going to, I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Shut up. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. Sometimes I know it's going to be okay. I know I'll make it. I know I'm strong. I'll remain standing. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me I understand. Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry that you're in this predicament. Or there's something that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. I think once that God was so clear, where do we learn this? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is really toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just good old empathy and just be there for them. Cover how you need this. As well as I got it. This Torah thing, this Yiddish type thing, it's good. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. That's it. No, but you can do it, right? But it'll be great. No, just know, just know that at the end of the day, I'm going to be process. I'm the one who's holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. I, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, am holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. And I certainly understand that at times, your responsibility may feel profoundly overwhelmed. All right, let's go back to it. Second Gemara. Rabbi, not on the bar, not on the bar, the Sula on the bar. Listen to this. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit. Pushes him into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just so you see what's happening over there. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a header, right? A pit, you've seen this before, it's like about commentaries, right? And a pit has some type of noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, it's in the pit and full of. The good news is, there's a ladder. But what happens? What happens? Now, just understand the timeline of events. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Maybe even Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuven is Potter. Why is Reuven Potter? But even though the Shagje Yochalalos, listen, the fact over here is, as long as at the time that Reuven pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? And remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So just to even mention it the most dramatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuven's standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder's there. Reuven pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuven takes out the ladder. Reuven's still not going to be tied. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuven pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the mice said the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuven will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuven's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And please catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is so low, Kadam Nifilasho shows that, but even if the Shagye Yachalalosu, you should see the Flamazes, the Reuven, the Krama Ba'almo. So as I said, since at the time that Reuven pushed Shimon, the ladder was there, even though Reuven himself then took the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground, ultimately again Reuven is not going to be tied. Incredible. So as Rabbi says, similar idea. Zara hates the Shishiyado. Let's say Reuven shot an arrow at Shimon. The good news, Shimon had a shield. Shimon had a shield. Uba Achra, not well, but someone that after Reuven shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield. Or even if Reuven himself took the shield, Potter, Reuven is going to be Potter. Why? Because even the Shagye Mitzvah remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuven shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuven shot the arrow, what was the Messias? What was the Messias? Shimon cannot be harmed by the arrow. Therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuven is not going to be tied. Even if, as again, let's say Reuven is lightning fast. He shoots the arrow, and so after he shoots the arrow, he goes and grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon. Reuven's going to be Potter because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. Reuven says as follows. Another case. Good. Let's say Reuven shot an arrow at Shimon. Salmon and the Ado. But it's okay because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow was could have pierced him. He had a bandage, he had a set, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and it would have been just fine. Okay? After the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the Lukadam of Israel, or Reuven himself came and stole the medication. Potter ultimately Reuven is really Potter. Why? Because even the Shadabe, Yocham is Tafel Saba. Both say it's all the same thing. In order to be high for Potter, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But if at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit. Right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if Reuven himself removed it, it's still going to be Potter. Why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. Rashi says, the truth is, even if, right, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace. Right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuven's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. What happens if Allah at the time that Reuven shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's halacha? In that case, ultimately, again, Reuven is not going to be chayiv. Now, listen, interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuven shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. But since Halacha L'Maisa, he did get the remedy before Reuven was brought to Din Torah, so therefore Halacha L'Maisa, Reuven would not be chayiv. Rabbi, so I have to stop over for today. There's much more. Again, just throwing out all of these cases right now. Tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible Gemara. Shkak, everyone. Later recalled that he enjoyed ROTHSCHILD takers lectures. His father-in-law, Taik, prided his son-in-law's scholarly attainments and made for older
education expenses and helped facilitate his studies throughout. During his stay in Berlin, his father-in-law encouraged him to become more of a public figure. However, Shearson described himself as an introvert and was known to have pleaded with acquaintances not to make a fuss over the fact that he was the son-in-law of Yosef Yitzchak. While in Berlin, Shearson met Joseph B. Soloveitchik, and the two formed a friendship that remained between them years later when they emigrated to America. He wrote hundreds of pages of his own original Torah discourses, and conducted a serious interchange of galactic correspondence with many of Eastern Europe's leading rabbinic figures, including Joseph Rosen. In 1933, he also met with Chaim Elazar Spear, as well as with Talmudist Shimon Shah. During this time, he kept a diary in which he would carefully document his private conversations with his father-in-law, as well as his tablistic correspondence with his father, Levi Yitzchak.
Sponsors for the month of
In 1933, after the Nazis took over Germany, Shearson left Berlin and moved to Paris, where Menachem Mendel, known as Foundation for Executive Leadership of Torah, continued his religious and communal activities on behalf of his father-in-law. While in Paris, he took a 2-year course in engineering at a vocational college. During that time, Joseph Yitzchak recommended that Professor Alexander Vasilyevich Marchenko consult with Shearson regarding various religious and mystical matters, and prominent rabbis, such as Yerach Shimon Ben Simon Eliezer Dessler, turned to Shearson with their opinion of Kabbalistic theories. On June 11, 1940, 3 days before Paris fell to the Nazis, the Spears fled to Vichy and later to the Heights, where they stayed until final escape from Europe in 1944. In 1941, Shearson escaped from Europe with Portugal. On the eve of his departure, Shearson and the trainers were to reveal his vision for the future of world Torah and humanity. He and his wife, Jerry Mushka, arrived in New York on June 23, 1941. Shortly after his arrival, his father-in-law appointed him director and chairman of the 3 Fox Central Organization, where Kazan Ioni Church, an Israeli Academic Publication Society, placing him in the field of history, education, social services, and technology networks. Over the next decade, Yosef Yitzchak referred many of his founding questions to them and inquired them to be son-in-law. He became increasingly known as a person representative of Yosef Yitzchak. During the 1940s, Shearson became a naturalized U.S. citizen and, seeking to contribute to the war effort, he volunteered at the Berlin Navy Yard, using his electrical engineering background to draw wire diagrams for the battleship USS Missouri, BB-63, and other classified military work. In 1942, during the 1940s, Shearson became a naturalized U.S. citizen and, seeking to contribute to the war effort, he volunteered at the Berlin Navy Yard, using his electrical engineering background to draw wire diagrams for the battleship USS Missouri, BB-63, and other classified military work. In 1942, Shearson launched a religious program where he would send pairs of yeshivas to several locations across the country during the summer vacations to teach Jews and Messianic communities about their heritage and offer them. During the 1940s, Shearson became a naturalized U.S. citizen and, seeking to contribute to the war effort, he volunteered at the Berlin Navy Yard, using his electrical engineering background to draw wire diagrams for the battleship USS Missouri, BB-63, and other classified military work. In 1942, Shearson launched a religious program where he would send pairs of yeshivas to several locations across the country during their summer vacations to teach Jews and Messianic communities about their heritage and offer education to their children. As chairman and editor-in-chief of Kazan, Shearson published works on the earlier Rebbe blog. He also published his own works, including Be'eruv in 1943 and Yad in 1946. On a visit to Paris in 1947, Shearson established a school for girls and worked with local organizations to assist with housing for refugees and displaced persons. He often explained that his goal was to make the world a better place and to do what he could to eliminate all suffering. In a letter to Israeli President Yitzchak Ben-Zvi, Shearson wrote that when he was a child, the vision of the future of attention began to take form in his imagination of young children to imagine and grandchildren to reduce purpose and suffering. The harsh decrees of the Nine-Nation exile of Paris through. In 1991, the current conflict, Shearson floated accidentally struck 2 guidance American children while running for one of the children's home. He incidentally threw the Crown Heights Oil. 7 of them. In 1991, the current conflict, Shearson floated accidentally struck 2 guidance American children while running for one of the children's home. He incident triggered the Crown Heights Oil. 7 fell on River. After the death of Yosef Yitzchak Spears in 1950, Rebbe followers began persuading Shearson to see his father-in-law as Rebbe, citing his scholarship, piety, and clemency. Shearson was reluctant and refused to accept leadership of the movement. He continued, however, following new activities he had previously headed, to take a full year for the elders to persuade them to join the movement and send him notes. On the first anniversary of his father-in-law's passing, 10 Shabbat 1951, in a ceremony attended by several other rabbis and Jewish leaders from all parts of the United States and Canada, Shearson delivered a visiting discourse. However, the influential president had taken the oath of office and formally became a rabbi. In a letter, known as Moshe Elgami, I have published my work. The rabbi stated his vision to bring the Messiah, Mashiach, on the night of his ascension. Members of the Israeli cabinet and the chief rabbi of Israel, Yitzhak Levi Herzog, sent him congratulatory messages. He created outstanding moral efforts in the use of modern Talmud. He demanded that each individual observe themselves in advancing spiritually and morally by religiously living the same. Doubtless and Jews, generally, in a he has been demanded that each work on themselves and not rely on their efforts. However, transforming quality of materialism and passion for the end result of holiness, practical and moral government, Shearson self insisting as much as possible. However, he wanted the Torah for themselves, political submitting elements, seeking songs, and saying much Hebrew. At the same time, Shearson said, God must come to a place where nothing is known of godliness, nothing is known of Judaism, nothing is even known of the Hebrew alphabet. And when mentioned once outside and ensure that the other calls out to God. When he spoke to co-workers during the stature and the chair, he said, we must stop insisting that Judaism is in nature, an assertion that doesn't have a place to real defensive, making totally offensive. As Rebbe, Shearson told his visitors to private meetings on the stretches on Sunday and Thursday evenings. Those meetings would begin at 8 p.m. and often continue until 5 or 6 in the morning. They were open to everyone. Shearson would spoke several languages, including Persian, English, Hebrew, Aramaic, French, Russian, German, and Italian. He conversed with people on all issues and offered advice on both spiritual and lay matters. Politicians and leaders from across the globe came to meet him, and Shearson showed them the benefits of one president, one person. His secretary once even declined to admit John F. Kennedy destination of the Jewish, or the second half of the Jewish, and we'll see inside in just a moment. Whereas the Rebbe, in reality, King the man don't you know, King the man don't you know, but he does not go ask. Even the Rebbe says, which you can't really learn out of this prohibition, ultimately, of wife's son's wife. Why? Whereas the man don't you know, the one who says, ultimately, everyone in the Shabbat, focus on the initial halacha, and that really becomes group defining characteristics and qualities. So he said this, Mahu Kavasasura, just as an act, which is called a typical case, like we recognize the Rahel. Let's remember again, Ruben's Kava, who says Kava, the Kava is his daughter-in-law. Let's remember again, his son's wife. Mahu Kavasasura, just as Ruben, his daughter-in-law is Asura to him. Akinami Kavasasura, so she says, so too, Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to Ruben. You know, if that's the case, Mahu is Kila, Akinami is Kila. So you can say the same way that Ruben had religion with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by Kila. So to again, if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife, it should also be punishable by Kila. So you might say, okay, the man who Amras Kila Kamura Kila Mitzvah, but according to me, that Kila is the most common form of the death penalty. Is a problem. What's the problem? The first white line, I'm Bob Amidala 76. What's the problem? My religion should be equal to Kila. Again, let's say for Ruben himself. So remember again, the relationship with his mother punishable by Kila. Toma B'Yi Shema B'Seifa. So the problem is, see, the relationships don't line up. But remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. And you can't say moral symmetry, but it's symmetry nevertheless. It's a relationship, a moral, like family relationships on his side versus her side. So trying to line up a person to say that just like he can't have relations with his brother, i.e. his son's wife, so to again on his wife's side, he also said the two his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, the term just is, we see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's Kiva. If he has relations with her mother, it's Shrefa. It's Shrefa, right? That's when we split it, speaking of his own yesterday, Doc. If you can't go ahead and now you have relations with a woman and her mother, it's part of the Shrefa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Come on, usually they say the whole furthermore, second line, well, you does the Shrefa, you tell us that it's Kiva. Furthermore, again, if this concept of remain true, it means that if women would have relations with Rachel's daughter, in terms of Seifa, again, that's an explicit pasuk, a woman as her daughter, that's Seifa, and yet, again, Kalasa, according to this logic, if you would have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter through his wife, and that's Seifa. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. To which we might say, it's not a problem, which is being for such a kasha. Why? The people of Israel, like Halakha Meskila, we already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we do a relations with his daughter, it's straight up, and yet we do a relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that's Meskila. Elamahu Rochalakha, both being the Imo Kalasa, the issue just is that, at least from Ruben's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below, right? So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter-in-law from his son are symmetrical. They both be straight up. So Alamahu Rochalakha, both being the Imo Kalasa. The difference for Ruben himself, again, it looks like remember we said yesterday that so much of what we're doing in these creating relationships is creating continuity in generations above and generations below. So when you look from Ruben's perspective, so again, when you look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. After those being Imo Kalasa. So again, being on her side, it should be the same thing. You should say that it's the same punishment if Ruben has relations with Rachel's mother or Rachel's daughter-in-law to her son. You might say, in the Mandala Srifa Kamura, the high question or according to Gideon, it says that Srifa Kamura, ultimately, again, based on this question, we will not be able to answer this entire thing. Okay, so what's the first side of this? The second side of this, when man Gomer, and according to Rabbi, this is all Rabbi's construct. Remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. Remember, we're trying to figure out over here, we're trying to make suggestions that just as Reuben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, in other words, his daughter is defined by his son's wife. But wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter-in-law to his wife. The most suggestion that they're not the same is whichever way you dance in it's not going to work. And this thing is not going to work. So, for example, man Gomer, don't even know what he dance wrong. So, not so then quite a few things like that, he's top of that saying. That literally, again, we define characteristics ultimately with the Shabbat, we find out the whole definition of the Shabbat. So, he said this. Now we have us just as you said, right? You can throw a lot of credit. You don't have relations with his son's wife. Aki Kalasasura. So we should say the same thing. You can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. Literally, let focus on the destination of that year. Remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be Skila. That would be Skila. About also the same thing. But over here, he would have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's Shrefa. He's actually her Bima. And he's found with his mother, because remember again, on Reuben's side, he's asymmetrical. Because remember, if Reuben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, Shrefa. The man says, the man got mercy, he got Hamura to the Nishka. So according to the view that says that he is Muhammad, we have the following question. The man will rule the Shekhin of the Skiva. Right, so when it comes to Rabbi, so probably with his mother will be the Skiva, come out with you, she will not be straight off. So yeah, it's very rough, also going to be the straight off. No, Mahu Kalak, the bow, Ben Gita la Kawasa, Aki Takwa, Ben Gita la Kawasa. So he's saying the same way that there's a between the prohibition for Reuben, between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So for Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. According to the opinion that says that Shrefa ultimately is more common than Skila, and I push you from this based on this question, you can't action the proper halacha. Shrefa was like, interestingly enough, the word does not seem to be able to prove this idea. And remember, it's not even wanted to say, but the same way that Reuben's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is controlled by Shrefa. So too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife, Reuben's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, controlled by Shrefa. So he has parallel prohibitions that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, she also controlled by Shrefa. So Abai and Rabbi agree that that is not halacha. Abai says it based on the concept. Rabbi says either way, Zer Shabbat is not going to work. Zer Shabbat doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara as I'm supposed to say, once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still usher. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifah. Okay, so the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, what's the interesting case? What happens if Reuben violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if Reuben has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by Sreifah? That's called bitor me'anosaso. So his daughter, as a result of a woman that he violated. Meaning, how do we know that such a relationship like that is punishable by Sreifah? To which the Gemara says, it's Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Abbas Bito Amish Abito Lakoshiki. It's obvious. If Lamaisa, Reuben is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come of the camel all the more so. He is held accountable for reasons with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of violation of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so that if you don't treat it as inborn, that you can't create what you have in this contract, that you can't create kavachomes, through a, sorry, you can't create capital punishment through a kavachome. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So the Gemara says, no, even though Sabah, no, it's not in the kavachome, it's not this. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter, counsel by Seifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because she violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for her. Incredible. Rabbi says, I'm going to be struck by a demon, Asya, Eina, Ina, Asya, Zima, Zima. Okay, Rabbi, on the other hand, is using all that, and the devil would be doing Shava, as Eina, Eina, Zima, Zima. Okay, turning out what it did, Rabbi Yamin, the future of Rabbi, the people there are Sasso, puts up a cost of Loma, who buys each coin. So the Gemara says, because we do not learn that way, we don't have an explicit drasha. There's no explicit passage that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who's his father through violating her mother, and if he has relations with her, he is Taik straight up. But there's no explicit passage that says that. Puts up a cost of Loma, the passage means to say, the Bas Ish Kohen. So the Gemara says, Ima Bas Kohen Ish Sleifa, very ball of a Sleifa, so this is the short answer. Remember the concept of we were talking about a Bas Ish Kohen, right? So again, this is the brother of a Kohen who commits the sins. So remember we had this figure a while back. He is talking about Easter, he's talking about Easter, so the context is talking about an Arusa, right? And if a Bas Kohen using Arusa commits adultery, Halacha is she is judged with Sleifa. That is a unique halacha. So the word says, she's not Bas Kohen, he was Sleifa, being born of a Sleifa. She's not Bas Kohen, she herself is judged with Sleifa. But when I say interestingly enough, the man who commits adultery is not judged with Sleifa. Based on the Anasaf, so to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, she is Sleifa, she is judged with Sleifa, there is more love with Sleifa. But ultimately, again, the man who commits adultery is not judged with Sleifa. I'm not buying it. It's just on the front of the house. It says, as Aviha, she's the thing of her father. Isha the Halaras as Aviha. So who is judged with Sleifa? One of the things her father. Yotza, so she Aviha Mechallah. If you come to exclude one, it's not the girl who's profaning her father, but rather what? It's her father who's profaning her. Rabbi says, this one of us, some Hashkits in the Dina de Bas Kohen. But Ukimita Adina de Bas Israel. So I says, okay. In that case, we say, the girl is being removed from the typical case of a Bas Kohen, and she's being judged in accordance to the standard of a typical Bas Israel. However, Adina the man Muklasla, Adina the Kiyah Muklasla, here in the case of Ika man of Safsa, so again, when the daughter of a woman who violated, so the nice thing, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of a regular single woman that doesn't make any sense. As supposed to say, for again, the email that I look for Mesa, just as a man is Taik straight for violating his daughter, or for having relations with his daughter, so too, a man is Taik for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway of here. As how did you join us at 9? Where's the lot? Where's the lot? Let's remember again, when you see the way the Torah structured is, in order to hold someone liable, in capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a lot, right? And that's right, there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an owner. So where's the lot? Where's the lot? As how did you come at us at 9? You saw the lot by the Rabbi. So according to my Rabbi, they do not guru owners, they also not kurata. So according to my Rabbi, the same passage that teaches us the punishment is the very same passage that teaches us the law. However, when you're turning to avoid Rabbi Abin night, they will say, what about the time of, avoid Rabbi Abin, where is he going to have I'm a cross, after Karo as a Bikar, the Hazio Sa.
Pasuk says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality, or literally a venture. It's literally translated, do not profane your daughter, have no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that Pasuk is going to teach us that halacha l'maisa, a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So now let's get to Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov. Hi, after Challah, it's been Challah, no, that's not what that concept means. But let's say that concept is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out when we establish that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman who he violated, he's hiding in the for that. He's hiding seva. Where's the law? Where's the law? According to Rabbi, the law is the same source as the actual owner. Okay? According to the other opinion, what's the law? The law is the positive of the Kama, as the Kama has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's the divorce? Relations with the father. Takes one and go, hold up. We use that concept for something totally different. Let's say totally detour now. We use the concept for something totally different. The Gemara says, hi, no, how you part of the Nisanya. We actually need that concept for something dramatic. We didn't want to use the concept even go to Nisanya. As we learn, Al-Kahal has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in an act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov Cohen, Hamas is beat on the lady, the Israel Hakas Madara. Look at this, is fascinating. One might have thought that the passage is actually talking about that a Cohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Israel. Wow, right? Well, that's about the preservation of Yichus. And maybe again to preserve property because a bas kodesh will marry a Kohen and marry a lady or a Yisrael. The chas v'shalom be like an act of harlotry, to which the Gemara says, Tamalomad has no son. If when the Pasuk says the father should not keep it for has no son, the chibur should be zilus hakasav medaber. We're talking about the idea that most of the time we want to understand over here. The halacha l'maisa is giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately, again, she's going to be engaged in zilus. So what does this refer to? The Moser Espito L'Shalom L'Shem Ishus. He's giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. The halacha l'maisa again, so it's the prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, in Cain, Lemakra al Takel, in that case, let the pasuk just say al Takel, singular. Do not profane your daughter, singular, by giving her over to a non-marital context. My al Takel, what does the plural mean? Shema minatar. This will teach me two things. So let's say, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also number two, also teaches me that what? A father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he fathered her by violating her mother, because such an act of relations will be an act of profanation. Right? It will be an act of profaning her. That's the halacha. Okay? So the Gemara says, it's actually fascinating. We're going a little bit deeper here. Rabbi, hi, Alta Chalas, Bibchama has no summer after. I remember again, Rabbi and Rabbi, they learned out. He told me on a sasso from a totally different source, right? They learned out Bitom and sasso from the same place they derived the Onesh. So that means what Rabbi and Rabbi do with this pasuk is very interesting. So my Rabbi, Chalas, Bibchama, Summer after. Fascinating. Hamasi Esbito Luzakin. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. Or someone who's marrying off his daughter to an older man. He's saying, has no son. Do not profane your daughter by giving her off, by giving her over to immorality. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the answer? Let's say, deal with Rashi. Rashi says, Masi Gito Zaken Sura from the bottom. When we talk Sheinu B'Kab also, Mizana Alofu. Mizana Yalov. What's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what's the issue going to be? The issue is going to be is she's going to have a desire for intimacy. She's not going to have a desire for intimacy. So what's going to happen? She's going to seek fulfillment outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying up your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to commit suicide. It's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. Obviously, God created us. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. People crave intimacy, and they can't find it in the context of their marriage. Just the way it's going to work is they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously don't that type of behavior, but the Torah's understanding that is the way people work. So therefore, again, so I was telling the fathers, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a little leader. You are setting her up ultimately to seek out her intimacy outside of the limited confines of her marriage. So give her difference between Zahamasha as Ito Bulgaris. That's the person who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bulgaris. Right? The idea is to marry off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of snus. So let's listen to the group in Rashi here as well. Actually, Masha Bito Bulgaris. Actually, sorry, not yet. Actually, take a look, 2 lines up in the bottom. Zan Masha Bito Bulgaris. So there's actually a fascinating gears here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemis Ada Lahafkira Umizaneh. So let's say, so the word in Rashi itself is very straightforward. Shemis Ada means desires, Lahafkira, to make her hefker, and therefore she commits znos. What does that mean? So if you look by the way that goes with C, you change it by the letter K, quotes the Rashash, she said Rashash, Magia, Lahakida.
Teachings of the Rabbi. Hasidic discourse.
So let's say you're going to sit over these moments. It's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because, listen to this, from the Gemara's perspective, when there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. Free domestic help. If he goes ahead and marries off his daughter, what happens? Suddenly now, he's got to go ahead and pay for domestic help. See, the ladies marrying her off for his own benefit. When a father does that, so this is from the Gemara's perspective, what that's also going to do is set her up constantly for snus. She's going to crave that intimacy, going to crave that closeness, and then Rabbi is setting her up for snus. We'll see more about that in just a moment.
I love it.
It says,
I really admire him.
It says, I'm not Khan, you sure Rabbi Akiva. It's the last two lines on from the same concept, right?
What's going on with this bullshit?
Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of zeros. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned, and she's going to seek fulfillment outside the confines of marriage. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to zeros. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. So this is fascinating. There is no poor
I think he
person
would know I tried my best.
who is not a Russia alone, a cunning evildoer, like
what
a cunning Russia,
what you're
or
doing
someone
special?
who delays his daughter
Yeah.
from getting married. So the Gemara says, I'm actually beat the Bulgarians, not Russia.
I think he would know it's a big
What
risk.
does this mean? This doesn't mean every single
Do you
poor
think he
person
would
is a cunning Russia. What
he
it
be
means
proud of
is
you?
every cunning
I do.
Russia ultimately becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes,
Not be happy with what you do
becomes
at the time? Yeah.
impoverished. Why? So
Just like anybody nobody's perfect, says I am, so maybe not. But
understand, the guy who delays marrying off his daughter, isn't he a cunning Russia? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about? They're talking about a guy. The father
would say to him,
meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? because he wants to go ahead and suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi, let's say days. Rabbi, how can we need to say? Ezehu Ani Russia Arum. What's an example of a person who is a cunning Russia who's going to be impoverished?
The child, their children communicate better than others, much better, and it pains me.
To go ahead and satisfy his
He would say, was there anything you can do about it? I would say, yeah, I could work harder. Say, well, why don't you?
As someone who delays marrying off his own
Because
daughter,
I am jumping
is
a
going
lot.
to go and become an ani, or someone who's a cunning Rush is going to become an ani. What's the pshat? So let's come
So focus on that which you can control.
Putting your own needs before the needs of the other. And so the father who goes ahead, and says, you know what,
I would say
that
I think that establishing schools and rebuilding vitamin culture, that stuff's easy. I don't see that as a challenge at all. What I do see as a challenge is just absolute basics. And he would say, you need to do that. There are people who overcome the challenges of communication that you feel you lack.
There's a constant justice in the world. Because Rabbi says you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child, in front of other people.
They're an incredible uphill battle. It's an incredible climb, and
but over time, why? Because that's not how
like I'm at like the halfway point in my life, and I'm not happy.
Be self-serving, and both say this is incredibly important
In some
general.
ways.
First of all, there's a tremendous
But I feel like I have
that's involved here.
like a chance.
We put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision
It's like
for our children.
I'm going through a cave or a forest, like
I need them to become educated like this. And I
a
want them
torch or
professionally
something.
to do
And
this. And
if I could just get this light to the end, I'll be able to fucking light the whole
sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need.
But I
That's
have to
what I need.
protect this fucking
And that's
candle.
selfish behavior. That's putting your own needs before your child's needs. Anybody else? It's one of the hardest things I like to figure out. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child?
I would tell
Or
you
am I
every
taking
day.
these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs kind of become intertwined and intertangled. But you see, for me, one of the things you have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure. They'll say, you know,
I love his plan. I love his
one of the greatest things in parenting
vision.
is often as parenting.
That's the thing I respect the most
Our
about
kids
him.
represent a
This is
do-over
vision.
for ourselves, right? Everything that I do wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kids love you. And you
What do you
can
think he
sign
would say
up
there?
to become a better version.
If I got a chance to explain what I was doing and he understood it, I think he would recognize that it's the most important human undertaking in global history.
Have these incredible, beautiful Jews, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with
And I think he would understand
whether or
trying
not
to
that's what the kid wants to do. Does the kid
Yeah,
want to go
if I
down this
just
path? Does the kid want this kind of career? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? The parent is okay, but this is what the kid's going to do. He just never check with the child. That's putting parental desires and life objectives before the child. And that, Chazal say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand, it never works out. The Russia puts his own needs before the needs of others. You could try that, and you may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, you become you become impoverished. But also, but the yesod of parenting is make sure that the decisions you're making are the ones that are good for your child, and not the ones that simply benefit you. Incredible. All right, let's go back to that. So the Gemara also kind of following up on that. The Gemara says, "Mamrat Kahana Mishra Akiva Havizar Minei ROTHSCHILD Tidako." Be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately again because it benefits them. That's how you ROTHSCHILD. Someone who gives you insight, you're feeding their color. So this is an incredible caveat. Because what did the Russia Arum do? The Russia Arum is not
Any part
somebody
of
just
him would be
stuffing
disappointed
condoms
in you.
into your mouth. The Rosh Hashanah is a person very often who can give you advice, and it
But-
may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you.
I mean, I
It's the
can't
best
make a
advice
big
for
decision
for
for him.
him. For him. And
But-
same like this, sometimes without even realizing it. The chinuch we give to our children, or the advice we give to our
You think
children,
you
is
should-
the
you
advice
think
that
Rabbi
benefits
should.
us. Benefits
And I
me
would
as the
tell
parent.
him,
Not that
I
God
wanted you
benefits
to
my
be.
child.
But I
So
think
listen,
that,
so Rabbi
like
Akiva
you
is
say,
kind
a
of
Mashiach
follow-up. Be
can
careful
be,
with someone
maybe
who
there's
gives
one
you
in every
advice in
generation.
accordance with their
And if that's true, then you're certainly a great contender for your generation. And that means all the people who think that you're a Mashiach, I understand that. I want you to be. You didn't read the Beit HaMikdash, though. That person is Mashiach. That's pretty simple.
There are two different groups of people.
But I'd say in his message, I align with it. In his vision, I align with it. I would love to. I don't know if anybody talks like this, but I would love to be the head of Chabad someday. I'd love to be the eighth Lubavitcher Rabbi, but I'd love to unite more than that. Whatever number the breast lovers are on and the Satmars and all of them, I would love to take over after Rabbi Israel David Weiss. I'd love to unite everybody.
Just be careful who you get advice from. Because had I listened to the majority of people who whisper in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. Very good shepherd. And that's it. But Baruch Hashem, I took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving, but rather I took advice from someone who really truly cared about me, and as a result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible.
Yeah, Israel David Weiss, I didn't understand that.
If a person goes in and married, goes back to this. A man married off his daughter to a much older man.
I tried.
Or, again, what's the reverse is,
and I'm imperfect.
Marries a woman
and
to his minor son.
I feel like
minor son is not the kid you love less, right?
I have no fear in starting schools and yeshiva and educating. I have no fear in that.
So let's say, remember again, come
With
down here
the
and use over here.
most
And
simple
again,
things,
there are three unfulfilling marriages, right? And the
which is
first,
incredible.
the daughter's not right. The daughter's
I know I
not
have the personality to be able to change the
second,
world.
the son, who's a child, is married to a woman.
I know that I could charm your parents off of everything,
If someone goes out of his way
but I
to
can't
turn a lost
communicate
object to an
the way that I want, and it causes me to lack confidence in my skills. I can get over that, though. That's the thing. Okay,
The way the that the mother's understanding this pasuk over here, which is really quite profound.
Is that all you want to say?
Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Laman suppose lichbar." Rashi understands to connect. Now, what's being connected?
And there's an argument to make, dude. You have been going at this 24/7 for 4 fucking years. That's harder than anybody. I know I can do this.
According to the Gemara's understanding as follows: you can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So, in other words, the idea over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty; she wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated.
So, would you want to kind of have a traditionally within almost not every single person has one, but maybe we continue that.
It doesn't work. By the way, it happens to be that this is a profound use,
but it admits
not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. Because also, in order to have true shalom bayis,
that's the thing that bothers me. Sometimes I can have so much confidence, I can be so confident, and I see other people and I laugh at them, and then I just do the same thing. It's like nails on a chalkboard. I want to just be so, I want to be right all the time. And I can just be so confident.
The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you need to become a chatzos lady. You need to be
Rabbi
for
would
Shabbos, you need to be ready for Shabbos, set up
He
day on Friday. That's also a disaster.
And I tell him I want to read
the
the
recipe for
Bible.
success?
Both
Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is shady, it's very difficult. Very difficult because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. If both are thirsty, then we might say that's the recipe for success. If both are shady, if both are shady, then what? Other disaster also. Because if both are shady, then that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, a vision of success. Both are shady, a vision of failure. One is thirsty, one is shady. A lot of trouble by it. So you know what about the max that we do with see? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know, that sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So if you look at that, the next thing to be a max having go to see, takes about the Ida Kusi Yisra. ומר בעצמו שהשבת עדיין הולך לעבוד במסורת Jews are about, what's your question to return a lost object to a non-Jew? That's what we're saying. Nothing like this. But a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Hashabbat Shabbat, that's wrong. That's wrong. So you don't say, we're going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And you should not put the out with each other if you are the same. You have to have respect for all of humanity. You have to treat everyone with dignity. But also, but there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And it looks like we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. For one simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one tells our back except us. And it looks like, for so many of us, our faces are restored to this. Like we fussed again after the Holocaust, never again. Everybody loves us. Anti-Semitism is not what it used to be. And then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that we have built for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate the Jews, and they take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic movement, and we'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this home is to us, the anti-Semitism is ready. And it teaches us one simple lesson. Circle wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya people, right, and tikkun olam, and everything he has, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, and Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be humanity will become one. But until I think humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael and there's everyone else. I'm a Nevada Ishko. We are alone in this world. But again, the beautiful part is we're alone as a nation. We're not alone as ridiculous because we have each other. And we always have each other. And this is what you learn to say. If you think just like the beautiful part of Shabbos, I go, I'm getting now. Unity of mankind. And you know what I say? You're a fool. You're a fool. That's not true. There's not one thing that will be a community of mankind. And also, again, to be clear, you have a mission of dignity, you have a mission of respect for every single person. But just understand that there's a different system of conduct, and a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment. They have that 21 because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that, is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. Second level, should you return a lost object to a Kusi? Of course you should. Would you get extra change at the supermarket? Should you return the extra change? 1,000%, I will say. Yes. And don't tell because after you get the tell you get somebody, right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's a difference between that and the mitzvah of Shabbat Shalom, which represents the personal contract that we have with one another. Incredible. So what's the mitzvah? Where is the kasha? How old is that? He's supposed to be both. This is a good hard one to do for us. A man who loves his wife like his own body And when you're covered, more than that. Let's see, hear this? You hear this? You have to love your
I
wife
remember
like yourself.
being
Right? But you
in
have to
Shabbat,
honor
my
her
relatives are from
more
work.
than yourself.
I was
And let's say,
explaining
what does
that
that mean? What does that
I
mean?
was experiencing
Why does
really
it
great
say
success
you
for
have
the
to know
time,
that? So
and
many thoughts, and I have so
I
many
was
different show
experiencing
problems. And
what
so,
I would find out to be imposter syndrome. What is imposter
what does
syndrome?
this mean?
It's like
First of all, why don't we say love your wife more
where
than
you
yourself? What's the
feel
simple
like
answer?
you're
Simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so.
being an
So let's say
imposter
the framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. Is myself. Now,
because you're finding success in
the
something,
strongest reflex we have
but you're really just good at it.
Right? Because deep down,
There's a psychological pattern where individuals doubt their accomplishments and fear being exposed as a fraud despite clear evidence of their competence and success. It commonly affects high achievers across various fields, including academia, medicine, and corporate
So from
leadership.
an emotional
And
perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife, and you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself.
have so
That's
much to
fantastic.
learn. I would say that Rabbi, I have so much to learn. And I would also say people think I'm smart, and people think I'm so smart that I literally talk to them. And what I feel are the clearest is the clearest of language that I can, and they think I'm a fucking robot. It's like we are talking past each other. I listen to them and I'm like, dog, hurry the fuck up. And they listen to me and they're like, you're not human. And I'm like,
make sure that your wife has even more than that, because covet is physically measurable. So ava, which is an emotion,
they literally don't think I'm a real person. I have to be like, dude, I'm on camera. And then they still doubt it.
But covet,
That's just,
covet that you give, that's
but I would love to tell them, like, dog, I am
has to surpass the covet you give for yourself.
not an expert at
Or
anything,
you love for yourself.
which is bothersome to me as well. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't feel like I'm an expert at anything.
So let's say
Maybe live stream. I feel like I might know more about it. But even that's just like hitting buttons. It's not. Other people do what I do. It's nothing special about it.
Right. Let's say the most annoying guides are the ones who
What do you think you know about the
talk too
most in the world?
much. Talk too much. You're like, just be quiet and move. Right? Talk, right? Same thing in parenting.
All right, what topic are we going to discuss today?
Much less talking, much more doing. Be a magic. Be a magic. Don't tell your kids what to do. Tell your kids what to do. Show them
What's
what
appropriate?
to do. Show them what to do. But listen, I'm talking to over here. Right? This is a motivated group.
And then we're done.
Whether your kids are
Are
asleep
you
or
going to go
not
to sleep?
you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul?
As a rabbi, when large groups of people, both Jewish and non-Jewish, ask me for a blessing, what is the most prudent way to respond? And with what blessing, if any? What about if it's a group of Jews? What if it's a group of non-Jews or mixed?
It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing.
Great question. This comes up all the time in really rabbinic. And there is prudent, classy, and very traditional. And there is a prudent, classy, and very traditional way to handle it that avoids theological landmines while still being generous and mensch. I'll break down the scenario, then give you actual wording you can use. First principle of anchor. The rabbi may bless non-Jews, full stop. We see this with Abraham, through you all families of the earth will be blessed, and from Chazal, the sages, who regularly offered blessings of peace, wisdom, and well-being to all humanity. The only thing to avoid is invoking specifically Jewish covenantal obligations, mitzvot, Torah commands for non-Jews, or blessings that sound like conversion, chosenness, or ritual obligations. So, the rule is universal content for universal audiences, covenantal language only for Jews. Scenario 1. Large mix with Jews plus non-Jews. This is the most common and the safest case. Best practice. Offer universal blessing that invokes God without technical halachic language, emphasizes peace, health, wisdom, dignity, and blessings in their lives. Avoid the mitzvah language, sample blessing, and use polygamy. May God bless each of you with peace, clarity, purpose, and goodness in your lives. May your homes be places of blessing, and may your actions bring light and kindness to the world. If you want the Hebrew flavor without exclusivity, may the Ribono Shel Olam grant you shalom, peace, blessing, and that's all comes. This is 100% clean, lawfully universally respected. Group at Scenario 2, group that is entirely matters. You can absolutely bless them. Just keep it no hide, safe, universal, moral, and for bring all blessing for peace, wisdom, justice, compassion. God is creator, master of all humanity, sharing his mission. Stand for white man, creator of all humanity, bless you with peace, wisdom, and strength to do good in the world. May your work bring benefit to others, and may you be protected and guided in all your paths. This aligns beautifully with the Jewish concept of Shavah Mitzvot B'nai Noah, 7 Noah, 5 Noah, universal moral law, without ever mentioning them explicitly. Scenario 3, group that is entirely Jewish. Here you can go full Jewish month, but still keep it broad if it's a public crowd, safe and dignified public blessing. May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace. That's Barkat, inclusive blessing. Even if you're not a point, invoking it as a blessing is acceptable and non-negotiable. Or let's mama, may you be blessed with Torah, life, peace, and good deeds, and may we merit to see goodness in all.
Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Avim Tova, Stephen Tarizin, in loving memory of Tari's father, Dr.
Where someone asks you directly for a blessing in a mid-setting, just have a constant and elegant move, say something like with pleasure, and then give a personal but universal blessing. May you be blessed with health, clarity, and peace, and may you see blessing in your efforts. No one ever feels excluded, no one ever feels appreciated. What to exclusively may you grow in Torah and mitzvot to non-Jews. May you merit to observe Shabbat and was Jewish. Anything that sounds like conversion, chosenness, or obligation. Those are not offensive per se, but they're not prudent in public or mixed settings. Rabbinic posture, this matters. The tone is as important as the words. A rabbi giving a blessing should project generosity without proselytizing, confidence without superiority, rootedness and rootedness without exclusivity, or in one like feet. Abraham, not tribal, unless you're clearly among your own.
Types of infractions punishable by.
What if you just say the Shabbat?
Then are infractions which deal with immorality, which is the common denominator of everything we're dealing with over here. So remember again, as we learned yesterday, that Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships: a man marrying a white woman and his her mother.
That's showing not the prudent move in a mixed or Jewish setting. Now, the Shema Yisrael, it's called the Judaism. Shema Yisrael is not just a nice prayer; it's a formal declaration of Jewish faith and covenant relationship. Oh, actually, conceptually, it is a mitzvah, it's a commandment. A creed of Jewish exclusivity. That's what I think. Really, yeah, a statement just specifically to Israel. So when you say it in response to a request for a blessing, you are not really blessing. You're making a mixed group Jews is not ideal. Why? Non-Jews are being placed in a covenantal declaration that isn't theirs. How do you know? I don't know what everybody should do. It can feel like preaching rather than blessing. It sounds good though. Some may interpret it as a call and response or religious participation. They didn't really consent to. Rabbinically, it's not answer forbidden, but it's poor form and pastoral. Entirely non-Jewish groups strongly not recommended. Here it crosses awkward to misalign. You're declaring Israel's covenant to people who are not Israel. it doesn't function as a blessing at all from their perspective. The risk of teaching this entirely Jewish
all of
group
these relationships
totally
are
fine and
usher.
powerful.
They're
In a
usher.
Jewish
The
only
shayla
setting,
is,
saying
are they
Shema can
usher
be moving
with
singing,
Rabbanan or are they
appropriate,
usher with
especially in
Da'araisa?
moments of
So your
crisis, solidarity,
daughter-in-law
or
through your
moral
son, your son's
clarity.
wife, is
Even then,
obviously
it's
usher with
usually better
Da'araisa.
framed.
So the
Let's
shayla
remember the words
is
that
your
define
wife's son's
the subtle
daughter,
but
sorry,
important
your
distinction.
wife's
There are three
son's
different
wife.
things people mix
Also,
up:
asking the
blessing,
Da'araisa,
wishing good,
say no,
prayer,
because the process
asking
is Isha's been
God for something,
says,
declaration of faith, stating who we are. Shabbat is number three. When someone asks you for a blessing and you respond with Shema, you're answering a pastoral request
So
with
Rabbi
a
says like
single
this, the
statement.
truth is,
That
the two
mismatch
sons goes
is
back to
a core
yesterday's.
issue.
Remember again, we have
A smarter
Magan
alternative, if you want Jewish
how
governance without exclusivity, you can reference Shema without saying it in our tradition with
remember that
and that unity calls us to live with responsibility and
defining
passion.
definition of the
May
Xer
that sense of
from a
purpose
source
bring
item.
blessing
Or
too.
no,
This keeps the depth without the boundary violation.
really focuses on the destination of the Xer. In other words, the second half of the Xer. We'll see inside in just a moment.
Why do you do it, baby? We're just flying by the seat of our pants. Really? Yeah.
Says the truth is, you can't really learn
That's
this
hilarious.
position
That's absolutely
ultimately
fucking
of
hilarious.
wife's son's
And
wife. Why?
shit happens.
The one who says ultimately I will learn Shabbat, focus on the initial halacha, and that really determines the defining characteristics and qualities. So you say this, Mahi Kavas Asura. Just as a matter, so let's just go with our typical case, right?
Short answer: there's no single form of bracha. Blessing with God's name and kingship that is instituted. This is for blessing with son's wife. Classic Judaism that's not wife. There's no form of bracha. Bracha is a technical sense like
his daughter-in-law is Asura to him. This woman says, when the
sages formally instituted it, or there is a clear halachic mitzvah enjoying blessing people is not one of the triggers. So, inventing group, blah blah blah, who blesses his group would be a bracha,
i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by skill.
That's the hard part. What do is not one of blessing.
Wife's son's
Judaism
wife,
makes
his daughter-in-law
a
through his
sharp
wife,
distinction
it
between
should also be
bracha,
punishable by skill.
fixed with God's name, and bracha,
according to the
wishes,
opinion that says that skila is the most chomer form of death penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? We'll say first wide line.
the classic group blessing.
What's the problem?
Not joining regularly.
Again, I will say for Reuben himself. So remember again, relationship with his mother, punishable by skila. Tomar behi shima b'sreifa. So the problem is, they see the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember, again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry.
Because it is
We granted it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless between immoral relationships on his side versus her side.
These
So
are
we're trying to
common
line
events
up essentially to say
that
that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, so too again on his wife's side, he also is prohibited to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's skiba. If he has relations with her mother, it's sleifa. Right? That's one of the explicit psukim that we saw yesterday. Is that you can't go ahead and marry or have relations with a woman and her mother. It's punishable by sleifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Furthermore, second wide line, called Rita b'sleifa, the kabasa b'skila. Furthermore, again,
non-Jews don't need to, and no one should be
that if we were to have relations
There's someone else blesses mixed
with
and
Rachel's daughter,
answering
punishable by sreifa. Again, that's an explicit blessing of a woman and her daughter. That's sreifa. And yet, again, kalasa, according to this argument, if you were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter-in-law through his wife,
because it sounds good.
So again,
okay, but that's inappropriate. How do you? I don't know what those fuckers' religion was. Really? I don't know.
That's not such a kasha. Why?
Okay.
We already see that relations are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we were to have relations with his daughter, it's straight up, and yet if we were to have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that's
Is that? Are you done? Man, I have so much to fucking learn.
The issue just is that, at least from Ruvain's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example,
Dog.
his
I
mother
know it.
and his
It's my thing. It sounds good.
His son are symmetrical. They're both b'sreifa. So on the mahu locharak bo.
Does it? I mean, it's like.
So just like for Reuven himself, again, almost like because remember we saw
So how would you
yesterday,
do it?
so much of what we're doing in these
Probably
women
memorize
relationships
it in Hebrew,
creating the
whatever
continuity
I'd say, and
generations
then
above and generations below.
have it
So when you
in
look from Reuven's
English.
perspective,
I wish I could memorize
so again,
better.
when we look at the
I'm not a
prohibition
good
regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same.
You have to take a bonus? Big time.
So again, really
So
on
you've
her
just been
side,
saying Shema.
it should be the same thing. We should
Hey.
say that it should be the same punishment if Reuben has relations with Rachel's
What do you
mother
want me to do?
or Rachel's daughter-in-law through her son.
I'm trying to get the band back together.
According to the opinion that says that Seifa is more chamer, ultimately, again, based on this question, we would not be able to darshan this entire thing. Okay, so the Gemara says that's the first side of this. The second side of this, dun mina, sorry. And according, remember again, this is all Rava's construct. It's all Rava's construct. So remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, the Gemara is trying to make a suggestion that just as Reuben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, in other words, a daughter-in-law is defined by his son's wife, the Gemara wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara is suggesting where the Rav is saying the truth is, whichever way you dash in Gzeir Shav, it's not going to work. In this lima, it's not going to work. So, for example, the man Damar, don't mina v'oki ba'asra. So again, according to the opinion that darshan is called by saying that literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of the Gzeir Shav are defined by what's called the destination of the Gzeir Shav. So he's like this, mahu kalas asura, just as Reuben, right? Reuben's daughter-in-law is permitted to it. He's not allowed to have relations with his son's wife. Afi kalasasura. So we should say the same thing. He can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. Roki ba'asura. So the Gemara says, okay, then let's focus on the destination of that Gzeir Shava. Hasan will do the skila. So remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. That would be skila. Aval hacha b'sreifa. But over here, if you were to have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's sreifa. As we find with his mother, because remember again, on Reuven's side, things are symmetrical. Because remember, if Reuven has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, sreifa. Sreifa. The Gemara says, "Leman damar skila chamura idem nifrach." So according to the opinion that says that skila is more chamer, we could ask the following question: Ma luhu shekin imo b'skila. Right? So when it comes to the right, so with his mother, with her with her, with Rachel's mother, will be the straight one. So, Mahu Chalak the bow, they before the Kalaso. Aki Taklo, but they before the Kalaso. So you say the same way that there's distinction in the prohibition for living between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So to Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. Well, the man, the Omer, and the Sreifa Chamra, according to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is more common than Skila. I kushya lo based on this question, you can't darshan the proper halakha. Therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Let's remember, what's the idea the Gemara wanted to prove? The Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuven's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is controlled by Sreifa. So too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife, Reuven's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife is controlled by Sreifa. So there should be a parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be controlled by Sreifa. So remember again, both Abai and Rabbi agree that is not halakha. Abai says it based on the Pasuk. Rabbi says either way, Gzeir Shava is not going to work. Gzeir Shava doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara adds on. So once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still usher. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, what's the interesting case? What happens if Reuven violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha myself, if Reuven has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by sreifa? That's called bitom anasasa. So his daughter and his woman that he violates. How do we know that such relationship like that is punishable by sreifa? First, the Gemara says, "Rabbi kavachomer." It's kavachomer. What's the kavachomer? Abbas bito anush abito lokoshikin tzakis. If Ramaisa, Reuven is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of the violation, of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so that he owed him, and I didn't want to say, you can't create through a, you can't create capital punishment through a capital punishment has to be understood directly. So the Gemara says, no, you're right, giving those about me. No, it's not really capital, it's not these. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter, especially by straight heart. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman treats his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore we retain the liability for relations with her.
By far the most entertaining.
Rabbi says, primarily Yitzchak Baradini, Asya Hina Hina, Asya Zima Zima. Okay, Rabbi, on the other hand, he's using all of that from a double Gezerah Shava of Hina Hina Zima Zima. Okay, Tani Avua de Rabbi Adams. The Shalom Lavarnu, the Pita Merasosu, Hutzrach HaKosov Lomar, the Bas Ishko. Listen to this. So the Gemara says, because we did not learn out, right? We don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit passage that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who can father through violating her mother, and if he has relations with her, he is hiding straight. Because there's no explicit passage that says that. The passage needs to say, Ubas ish kohen. So the Gemara says, Ima bas kohen idis reifa, vein bol of a reifa. So listen to this what I said. Remember the pasuk we were talking about a bas ish kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a kohen. She commits yos. So we had this sugya a while back. Is this talking about irisin? Is it talking about Yisrael? So the pasuk is talking about Harusa. As anything, bas kohen is an Harusa commits adultery. Halach is she is judged with straight. That is a unique halach. So the Gemara says, Ima bas kohen he the streifa being born of the streifa. So now bas kohen she herself is judged with streifa. But the nice interesting enough, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with streifa. So to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, he the streifa. She is judged with streifa, the aim of all of the streifa. But ultimately, again, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with streifa. I'm not Rabbi says,
you want to have a fucking Jewish name?
She's defending her father. Who is judged with streifa? When he defends her father.
That's one of those popular
not to throw defending her father, but
Will they become popular in the future?
Yeah. Rabbi says, Bishlam Apostle fixing the Bas Kohen. Okay. In that case, you could say the girl is being removed from the typical case of a Bas Kohen, and she's being judged in accordance with the standards of the typical Bas Yisrael. How I think it in mind of Muklasla. I think it the Muklasla here in the case of Bitam and Sasso. So again, when the daughter of a woman who is violated, so the nice again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of a regular single woman. That doesn't make any sense. So it's therefore again, the Gemara learns that Allah L'Maisa, just as a man is chayiv streifa for violating his daughter or for having relations with his daughter, so too a man is chayiv for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway over here. As far as Bitam and Asas Minayin, where's the law?
Where's the love? But let's remember again, as we see the way the Torah structured is, in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a lav, right? And that's right, there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an onesh. So where's the lav? Where's the lav? As hard as we come out, so we know, you show the Rabbi. So going to Rabbi, Mehechad dinaf kulu onesh, mehasam nafs v'las. So going to Rabbi, the same passage that teaches us the punishment is the very same passage that teaches us the law. Ella, when there's honey that avoid Rabbi Abin in mind, they will say, what about the Tana? Avoid Rabbi Abin, where is the word from? I'm Rabbi Loi, I'm a crop, I'll halal as bitcha, that has no son. Passage says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality, or literally again, just literally translated, do not profane your daughter that has no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that passage is making just that a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So Maskeh for Rabbi Yaakov, Achol, Rabbi Acha Bar Yaakov, Hi Achal es Simchalas Nasala. No, that's not what that pasuk means. They will say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure it out, right? We've established that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman whom he violated, he is chayiv misa for that. He's chayiv serva. Where's the law? According to Rabbi and Rabbi, the law is the same source as the actual ownership. Okay. According to the other opinions, what's the law? The law is in the pasuk of Atachala as bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's this nos? Relations with her father. To which Gemara says, well, hold up. We use that pasuk for something totally different. We'll say totally different now. We use that pasuk for something totally different. So Gemara says, hi, al tachalas bitchala. No. We actually need that pasuk for something dramatically different. What do we need? Of course, here we go. As we learned, al tachalas bitchala has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in the act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yochel b'kohen, Hamasi is bito l'likvi, v'Yisrael hakas v'damer. So let's say this is fascinating. One might have thought that the pasuk is actually talking about that a kohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a Levi or a Yisrael. Wow, right? That's about the preservation of yichus. And maybe again to preserve proper yichus. A bas kohen shall only marry a kohen, and marrying a Levi or a Yisrael, the chas v'shalom be like an act of harlotry, which the Gemara says, Hamalomar has no son. Therefore, the pasuk says the father should not give his daughter over has no son. The chilo shebiznus hakosav megaber. We're talking about the idea, and this is what we're understanding over here, that Allah says giving your daughter over in close context, where ultimately, again, she's going to be engaged in znus. So what does this refer to? The Mosa Espito Shalom giving over one's daughter, not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. The Allah again, so it's a prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, "Okay, lema kra al tachel." In that case, the pasuk just say al tachel, singular. Do not profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non-marital context. My al tachel, what does the plural mean? Shema minatar. So he's teaching you two things. So let's say, so number one, you then go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also, number two also teaches me that what? Father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he fathered her by violating the mother, because such an act of relationship would be an act of profanation. It would be an act of profanation. That's the halacha. Okay. Gemara says, that's fascinating. Gemara goes a little bit deeper over here. Hi, Alta Khalas Bitchala has no son. I wasn't remember again. Abai and Rabbi, they learned out
Bitome Anosaso from a totally different source. Like they know that Bitome Anosaso from the same place they derive the Odesh. So that's what Rabbi and Rabbi do with these process. It's very interesting. So by Rabbi Al-Khalas Bitome Anosaso, it's fascinating. Rav Money, Zer Hamasi Esipito Lusato. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off his daughter to an older man? Do not profane your daughter by giving her off, by giving her over to morality. Rabbi Ezra Omer, this refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the concern? Rashi says, Masi Bito Zaken, it swears up on the bottom. When we talk Shein in the Kabbalah, so Mizane Alav. Mizane Alav. What's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what's the issue? She's going to have a desire for anything. He's not going to have a desire for anything. What's going to happen? She's going to see performance outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to we'll say, it's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. Obviously, it's not craziness. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. People crave intimacy, and if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work, they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoning that type of behavior, but the Torah is understanding that is the way people work. So therefore, again, the Torah is telling the father, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a little ego. You are setting her up ultimately again to seek out that intimacy outside of the permitted confines of her marriage. So we keep it different. Eva Omer, Zahamasi. Zahamasha Espito Bulgaris. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bulgaris. Right? The idea is you're marrying off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of sinless. So also, this is very interesting. Masha Bito Bulgaris. Oh, no, actually, not yet. Actually, take a look, 2 lines up from the bottom. So it's actually a fascinating girsa here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemisada lahafkira umizane. So the word in the Rashi itself is very interesting. Shemisada means desires, lahafkira, to make her hefker, umizane, and therefore she commits sinus. What does it mean? So if you look, by the way, it goes with Siyunim. We change it by the letter K. Post to Rashash. He says Rashash, Magia, Lahakidot. Rashash, Litfisha Sa. So he says, we're going to see on the original. It's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because, listen to this, from the Gemara's perspective, when there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. Free domestic help. If he goes ahead and marries off his daughter, what happens? So now he's got to go ahead and pay for domestic help. He's married off for his own benefit. When a father does that, so it's interesting from my perspective, that the person going to do is set her up constantly for his loss. She's going to crave that intimacy, going to crave that closeness, and if Rabbi is setting her up for his loss. More about that in just a moment. The Gemara says, Amrav Khan, Mishum Rabbi Akiva, the last two lines on from the same pasuk, right? So Atachala is Bitchala has no sorrow. Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of sinus. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to sinus. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. In the Ani Yisrael, Ella Rasha Arum, the Hamasha Icha Bogeras. What's this fascinating? There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not a Rasha Arum, a cunning evildoer, right? A cunning Rasha, or someone who delays his daughter from getting married. The Gemara says, it doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Rasha. What it means is every cunning Rasha ultimately becomes an onion, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So the Gemara says, we'll explain in this moment. The Gemara says, Hamasha detail here is not Rasha Arunu, but I'm saying the guy who delays marrying off his daughter isn't he a cunning Rasha? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about? Guy, father agrees, I haven't found that shit. That's my daughter's telling me. Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects because he wants to go ahead and halacha l'maisa suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Rasha? Rabbi was saying, Rabbi needs to say, Ani Rasha Arum. What's an example of a person who is a cunning Rasha who is going to be impoverished? Zera Hamashet Pita Bogeres. This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his own needs. So let's say, something like that just found this. What does this mean? Because someone who delays marrying off his own daughter, then it's going to go and catch honey, or someone who's a cunning rush is going to become honey. What's the shot? What's coming down with it? Coming down with it, putting your own organism and like father goes ahead and says, you know what, I don't want to marry my daughter. My daughter's ready to get married. I don't want to marry her off because again, it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit my needs. So we say that's putting your own needs before your child's needs. Who is the cunning Rasha? The cunning Rasha is the person, as we'll see in just a moment, is the person who puts his own needs because of other people's needs. So let's say, so a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. The Bible says you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child and in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? What ends up happening? You become impoverished. You become poor, maybe not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not what the world does. The version does not want us to be self-serving. The verse says, this is incredibly important in general. First of all, there's a tremendous parent investment that's involved here. A lot of times as parents, without even realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Like I need them to be like this. I want them professionally to do this. And they can't get married until they reach this special like this or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. That's what I need. And that's a selfish behavior. That's putting your own needs before your child's. And it's one of the hardest things. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs can become intertwined and intertwined. But you see, for me, one of the things we have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, let's say, one of the greatest things for our is in parenting. One of the greatest things in parenting is often as parenting we think like our kids represent a tool for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not you. And your kid didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is someone different, fundamentally different than me, with different profiles, different abilities, and different destinies. So you have to be so careful. I see most of the parents have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants to do. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want this kind of health? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? This is what the kid's going to do. You just never check with the child. That's putting parental desires and life objectives before the child, and that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand, it never works out. The Rasha Arum what's his
Okay,
own
I asked
needs,
you this final question though because there's a lot of talk online. I'm sure you know
you can
about it.
try
Tim
that,
Sylvia,
and it may
your former
be
ex-girlfriend, what was up
successful
with all
in
that
the
stuff?
short term, but in the long term, ultimately, again, long term, ultimately, you become impoverished. But also that you so imperative is make sure that the decisions you're making are the one for this and not the ones that simply benefit each other. All right, let's go back there. So you might also say, kind of following up on that, the Gemara says, Rav Kahana Mishra Akiva Havizor Be careful about getting advice from someone who is always giving you advice ultimately again because it benefits them. That's how you ask someone gives you to feed their color. Of course, this is getting kind of a pattern. It's like one of the Russia Arab group. The Russia Arab is not someone who's just stuffing chazal into their mouth. The Russia Arab is a person very often giving you advice, and it may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you. But you know what is the best advice for? For him. For him. And same idea, sometimes without even realizing it.
Sick boy, drive fast, all the stuff, despite all the fears and hesitations, it also helps.
Benefits me as the parent, not that part, but benefits my child. So what's it? So the follow-up. Be careful with someone who gives you advice in accordance with their what's by the way, it's also a very profound
10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household names.
Right? Remember again, that the Akiva knows what it's like to get advice.
So you can start with your own design.
Because when the
Hundreds of
Akivas,
reviews, templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style.
Really
got
just
everything, man.
one
So,
group and then one person.
24/7
Those
customer
are
service.
the Akiva
So
who
if it's time to
constantly
turn what
actually
ifs
told him,
into
you will never amount to anything more than a
Sign up
shepherd.
for your $1
That's what you are. That's what you will be.
Shopify.com/shop,
That's
all
the
lowercase.
best shepherd.
That's
And those are
Shopify.com/shop, all
people, and I think Akiva
lowercase.
had one
Again,
person who whispered
Shopify.com/shop, all
his
lowercase.
Rachel,
Gotcha.
right? And Rachel told him,
That's
you
Shane Gillis walked out
can
with
do
him.
whatever you want to be.
And what's Shane
Right?
have to
You
do
want to
with
become
this
the good
story?
one,
I
right?
don't know.
You want to become the best of the best.
And then he has Shane Gillis on his t-shirt
You
too.
can do that. So the Akiva essentially says, just be careful. You get advice. Yes. Because had I listened to the majority of people who were whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. A very good shepherd. In one sense. The Father Hashem, I took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving, but rather I took advice from someone who really actually cared about me, and as a result, the Akiva became Rabbi. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yudah. I'm asking people like a person goes in and marries, goes back to this. Listen, a man marries off his daughter to a much older man. But Masi Isha of no Katan, or again, what's like the reverse is a man marries a woman to his minor son. Remember, as we spoke about, minor son is not the kid you love less, right? The minor son represents again a child. So he's marrying off again an adult woman to his minor son.
Close acquaintances.
Let's say, remember again, some non-linear needs over here is again, they're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? On the first, the daughter's married to a much older man, they don't have the same drive. And then on the second, the son, who's a child, is married to a woman, now don't have the same drive. Well, listen to this. If someone goes out of his way to return a lost object to an Andrew, what's the Gemara says? I love a customer about such a person. The Pasuk says, "Reman sefos harava esatzleah lo yova Hashem soloach lo." I will say now, the way the Pasuk touches us, the way the mother's understanding this Pasuk of the word, which is really quite profound. Reman sefos harava esatzleah.
His last 26 fights.
Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Reman sefos yichbot. Rashi understands sefos means to connect. Now, what's being connected over here? Rashi says, last part of that Hashem is out. Yevos hatzleah, saver b'gavar, in summer of that. Zoku b'yalda, zosi and Tashish, Zoku, he said, we got to go to Kotel. Let's listen to this. According to the Gemara's understanding as follows. You can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So in other words, the idea over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty. She wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to pair up someone who was thirsty with someone who was single, because halacha l'maisa again, it doesn't work. I must say, by the way, it happens to me that this is a profound so not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. In order to have true shalom bayis, in order to have true growth in a marriage, both parties in marriage have to want growth. Right? The worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes her husband's mashgiach. Right? You know what it is? If a wife is kicking her husband out of bed in the morning, get up for shit, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you know, you need to become a chitzah lady. You need to be starting Shabbos, you know, you need to make Shabbos at the midday on Friday. That's also a disaster. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. The wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's the success of marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. Very difficult. Because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. Both are thirsty. Then the nice that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, then what? Are a disaster also. Because if both are sated, then that represents life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, ridiculous success. Both are sated, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated, a lot of shalom bayis. What about the Matzah Vidal? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know, that sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So let's say, look at Rashi. Rashi says that Matzah Vidal Kusi, Hishva V'Chiber Kusi L'Yisrael. Mara Ba'asmo Shah Shabbos Aveda Enech Shalabos. Listen to this. It's incredible. It says you should return lost aspects to non-Jews. That's what we're saying. We're saying is like this. That a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbos Aveda, that's wrong. That's wrong. But as I was saying, I'm going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. We have to have respect for all of humanity. We have to treat all humanity with dignity. Now listen, but there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And I will say, we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. One simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And I will say, you know, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this. Right? We thought again, after the Holocaust, never again. Everybody loves us. Anti-Semitism is not what it used to be. And then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic lynch mobs, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this home is to us, anti-Semitism is rampant, and it teaches us one simple lesson. Circle the wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya people, right, and Tikkun Olam, and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not in one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, in Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be V'yasa Kulam Adu B'Achos. Humanity will become one. But until then, I think humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. We are alone in this world. But again, it's not like we're alone as a nation, or not alone as individuals, because we have each other. And we always have each other. And this is what the Gemara says. If you think just like, if you go to Shabbos Aveda, again, the community of mankind, right? The Gemara says, you're a fool. You're a fool. That's not true. There's not one day there will be a community of mankind. And also, again, to be clear, the obligation of dignity, the obligation of respect, that's every single person. But just understand that there is a different system of conduct and a different system of allegiance and a different system of commitment. So we have that one another because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that, is the moment we see ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. It's not thinking about should you return a lost object to a goosey? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% of us say yes. And don't tell us, you get extra money, right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's that, and the mitzvah of Hashavas Havedi, which represents the personal contact that we have with one another. Incredible. So what's the next thing? Where is the cash up? How old is he? Gufo. A man who loves his wife like his own body, and one who is covered more there. So listen, you hear this? You have to love your wife like yourself. Right? You have to honor her more than yourself. Listen, what does that mean? Why doesn't it say? Hey, so what does this mean? First of all, why don't we say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so. The framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. The strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like the most important, we're very egocentric beings. So the Gemara says, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be mechaber? Because love is an emotion. So from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife. And you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. The covered is a physical behavior. Right? In other words, so then when it comes to physical behaviors, then you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And I want to say, that's kind of very, very important. So again, so you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday, so that's when you get a present on your birthday, you get a present whatever cover you take for yourself. You like certain things, whatever you like, make sure that your wife has even more than that. Cover is physically measurable. So Abba is the emotions, as I'll know, if you care about your wife as much as you care about yourself, that's fantastic. The cover that you give, that's the 8-year-old. The cover you give to your wife, that's the cover you give to yourself. And you're watching yourself. Now, imagine, one of the blows up, you gotta be shallow. I was saying, again, this is so beautiful. And one who leads his children in a proper path. So let's say, this is excellent reason. You know that we can stand and we can do this. What does it mean, matching? What does it mean, matching? So what do you mean? What's my dream? What's my dream? God, what does that do? Shows you the way. Right? Listen, the most annoying guys is the ones who talk too much. You're like, just be silent and move. Right? Talk, right? So kind of hard. It's effective parenting. Much less talking, much more doing. Do you imagine? Don't tell your kids what to do. Don't tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. Show them what to do. Listen, I'm talking to you over here. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul, to learn, daven, shemoser nefesh, giving up sleep is true. No, we joke about it, but that's not that. She's kind of like going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night, and doing like a normal night's sleep, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Imagine, it's all about the hadracha. You can say whatever you want. You can say nice people. You can sing zemiras. You can do all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? So if you lead your children by example on a Garat Shalom, that's very incredible. Marry them off early. They both say, okay, this is really early. Means a little bit before they reach adulthood. Right? Which again, Today's day and age, he's about 25, right? So marry them off a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love our cousin Omer. About such a person was I see. See, it's four ingredients over here. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. If you can reach out, people like this, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kid because I'll say, calm down, right? If you can love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. That's an accomplishment, right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give her more covet, which is behavioral stuff. Give her more covet than the covet you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a model. Be a good guy. Be a good leader. Show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little bit before adulthood. That goes into the pasuk says, "V'yadata tishalom alecha u'bakaras alavecha v'lo tech." Pasuk says, "No, that in Eretz Hashem everything is going to be peace in the tent. Right? Bakaras alavecha, your home will be remembered for good, and ultimately again you will not come to sin." So the Moses said, by the way, why is all of this brought down? Because again, you just saw before. The Gemara says you shouldn't marry off your kid before adulthood. So what's happening over there? The Gemara says, no, it's not a kasha. It's not a kasha. The Gemara says, someone look at them shiny. No. Ultimately, again, this is literally talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So the mice, again, that's not a big deal. Speaking of that, not marrying off your child as a couple, that's not when you're still very young. Incredible. I don't want to know. I'm going to stop over for today. We're fine. Tomorrow is very short after your session. Kind of short after. What's that? Tremendous way to start the week.
If not dead. Your current heavyweight champ is having, I don't know if you saw this, is having a serious eye surgery. He's out 9 months. Aspinall's going to be out 9 months. 9 months. So, okay, John Jones wants one more. You do have to buy a house. This gets out to me. Okay. There's no longevity. I just don't get it. Because I don't think it has this issue with Francis, but he's by far the biggest free agent out there, by far. If you're not really dealing with it, how long have been your thing? Because that's it. Just for the health of the division. Because you have Francis like John, that's fucking huge at the White House. Or even down the road, that would get John McCool, even was at the White House event. So you have Francis, John, okay. You have John Aspinall, okay. You have Francis Aspinall. You have Rico in there. Mixed Gable and Stevenson in there. Now we're cooking. But for whatever reason, they're just being like, nah, we're good with what we got. It's a fucking shit show.
Health and Hatzlacha.
That's beautiful. Let's say outside of Thomas, you're probably then you sell jump over the heavyweight division right now, right?
Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girl to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild. Mazel Tov, Zazie's grandparents, Chaim and Rothschild, and Sister Mara Moshe and Yadina Gardi of the family. Mazel Tov, we love to include the sales Tavos to Club Yisrael. Was your dad? Let us begin. Hey, stop this iron head. I apologize in advance. We have to end the shoot a few minutes early. Thank you. That wasn't planned. I just want to point that out. It was not planned. Thank you. Alright, so let's up a little bit. We're actually also going to start from the top of Iron Head. My son happened to do yesterday. Did a great job. Some very little notice. I'm sorry?
They're doing nothing about it.
You did a really good job. I do feel you were showing up a little bit at the end.
There should be people that are
from like,
trying to like progress stuff to get to that development.
You're showing up
awesome that there's no one's ever
it's fine. It's okay. It's good. Young kids. All right. So we're just gonna for the sake of the camera
this is just rumors, but there's rumors of potentially
we're just gonna start with $75 days. I'm gonna number up.
Not a chance in fucking high hell.
I'm ready to go out.
UFC's gonna waste that big of a movie. I know if he's good.
You're going to the man who set his eyes upon a woman. The hair long, you go to
they're gonna use the
and what happened was heart was
still the biggest
incredible
story we have.
desire. Now, Rabbi points out that we have you come to Lilo ultimately, again,
you're crazy.
and you love sick, probably better stated, love for sick, but ultimately, again, it becomes infatuated with the better experience in the beginning. Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Should not say anything. Don't say, one of the reasons that we have to be so careful with Shmiras Ha'inayim, what we look at, is because as the Gemara says, Einayim rolls, the eyes see Mahalei Cholgate. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible. You can see over this from the beginning where the mistake was. Why look that way? Why not be careful with yours and why not be a good deal over again? Yes, we all know this is so incredibly right. But when I was fascinated to see sometimes in the shoes go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure where it goes off the rails. But when you have the time to write so abundantly clear where exactly things break off the rest of the year, yes and no. So you have to buy the trouble, you have to begin with off the back of the year, and you have to has to keep out. And you got this out, look, this guy is not a short words. The only possibility, the only thing that we can have, is if you have issues with this one. Okay, I'm not coming. And when you say, never stop, you go, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. So again, and then also, so the first thing you're not making is some charity there, but it must be some type of allowance situation. So again, so allowance is one of the things that you have to say people about for, then to go and transgress. So the doctor said, okay, that may be one of our people. So okay, fine, that's how I make it. You just have to be able to see or unquote. You can see unquote the ultimate program of the sign. But this time, so you know what it says. You know what it says. Again, it's about how many times I do that. So it comes to the truth. You can't do that. This is not how we operate. So you know, it's just operating on how we get that. So let me talk with her. Okay, so you can't have a relationship with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. It's interesting. At this point, the doctor's already understood that there was a sneeze issue here. So I said, she doesn't have to speak with her even face to face. All right, next one is Joshua listening to the locker room. So the Gemara says, Chazal, the Rabbi said, Namus to the Satan in the also, if they let him die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. Now, they said, what's the shot? What's the matter about the conversation? Because remember, the context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in a lucid, immoral urge. Not saying anyone but it's the Isha. So again, this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So the Gemara says, who was the woman? Who was the woman? Chad Amar Isha's Isha. So one said she was a married woman. So one said that makes a lot of sense. And you tell a married woman to understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis have to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the Chad Amar says, she was single. So this woman, Dama Isha's Isha, so basically, anyone said that she was a married woman, shocker. The whole story makes a lot of sense. But if she was single, I don't understand why this severity? What is it exactly that's unfolding over here? So the Gemara says, Rabbi said ultimately again, because of the Mishpacha, who's been Mishpacha? We're not actually a single woman. It would have been embarrassing for her family and reputationally potentially damaging for her to go ahead and shift over. You wouldn't opt to lose your job for $100 million. Like there's nothing that you would pay you to got it. So it's not something you should definitely think something different like your graph. Like, yeah, they want this, okay, like, I don't know what it is. So the issue over here
But selling your soul to your job, yeah.
Is that I'm
doing my job. Yeah, that's why if they're like, yo, they're new, I don't know what the fuck they're asking. I assume it's $100 million to box, which is your job. That's not selling your soul. That's doing your job. Let's take a little break here. Listen, GLP-1s are all the craze right now. Your favorite celebrities getting skinny. Used to be a super sick one, now they're skinny. Like, what are they doing? They're just buttoning up their diet. They're not a way to do it. There's a smart way to do it. An easier way to go for everybody now. That's where Roe comes into play, man. Roe offers the first FDA-approved GLP-1 pill for weight loss at the lowest cost around. Most people think GLP-1s are super expensive. They're not. The new GLP-1 pill is the same weight loss ingredient as the shot and packs comparable results to the shot. Can help patients lose up to 14% of their body weight in a year on average. I've seen fast results in that. That's one daily pill for fewer cravings and feeling fuller with a new formula clinically proven to maximize weight loss. The days of starving yourself and self-discipline, this is your cheat code. The new FDA-approved GLP-1 pill is available for $149 for the first dose in addition to your RO membership fee and $2.99 a month for higher doses. RO offers the lowest cost GLP-1s whether you're using insurance or paying cash. We got you on your first online visit. You're eligible for treatment. You can expect to start your medication less than a week if paying cash, around 2 weeks if you're using insurance. Go to ro.co/shop to see if you're eligible for the new GLP-1 pill on RO. That's ro.co/shop to get started on RO. Go to ro.co/safety for box warning and full safety information about GLP-1 medications. Based on studies of non-diabetics with obesity and ovarian plus and weight-related conditions with diet and exercise. Go to ro.co/shop to see if you're eligible now for the new GLP-1 pill on RO. Listen to it one more time.
She's single, so it's much easier than that. It's much easier than over here. Let me get married. So the Gemara says, no. Let me less the bank thing. No. Because if they get married, they're going to find out of it. So then what's the point of that? But these cups of muscles, it's fascinating thing. If you really want to destroy, literally, which means the full pleasure of
that's a question.
was removed.
Like, what's it stand for? Like, is there something else? Because again, if it's $100 to do your job, which your job's been the same thing since you're 6 years old, is it being a boxer fight?
Again,
the really selling yourself so there's something else going on. I don't know the details of how you get there. You're selling yourself what you're talking about. Yeah, especially if they're saying like, well, since he's done already, I feel he's my boy. You're a prize fighter. Yeah, exactly.
If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lust. The only
it sucks that Channing guy got put in that situation because, like, I don't know, but at the same time, we all agree we would do it for $100
saying this as one idea.
Especially if
It's
you're
two different concepts.
But if you said, like, I'm done, it's over, I don't want to do this anymore, then they offer you $100.
What does that mean? That the full pleasure of Bia has been removed. Sometimes it makes anything destroyed, and it's been given over to all the Avera. So it's like actually this morning. It's a beautiful idea, but it's safe and normal doesn't.
Perhaps.
And he says it's
so Greg Hardy's a champion of some sort of promotion. He finally won a fight.
The Ace has zero. It's interesting. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being convinced themselves, sanctifying themselves.
Not a big deal, but John once said that
and during the
has been in the gym and actually started training with professionals now, so I'm not saying what actually is actually turning, but
I'm familiar with this concept.
Obviously,
but it's one of the most ideas. Because again, intimacy could be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but touch and hold
you so skilled, though.
It's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. They should be
holding. This is probably the last one, so this is
contextually it's holy because it goes marriage,
before using a fight just to get you started eating inside the locker room.
But remember what he says, when there's a story, there was the ability to infuse a dynamic of holiness even into intimacy. He says, the enemies and Kasha, listen to this. Kasha Me'od Yekayim Shir HaDvarim HaNizkarim Le'el B'Yakat. What brings the Mikdash was destroyed? It's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. Look at pleasure and look at holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the man Rabbi, is very, very difficult to come by. So the love is evidence in the flesh. So those are such a perfect values. And now again, instead of pleasure and holiness, it's pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes it's hard to distinguish, or it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. All that goes away. Destroyed. Over there. What does that mean? That somehow the enjoyment of intimacy was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit. Was made a bit more was put a bit more like in the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says, that again, why do you decide marriage is girl? Because my husband didn't talk to because the first of his wife, however, he desire was the fact that he couldn't have it. I will say, you know, this is not you know this life. You know this life. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. The stolen waters are sweeter. Where did this come from? Where did it come from? What's the origin of this? It's admiration.
That's it. All right, kids. Thank you for watching. If you're watching this, we missed last week's new bonus episode. We do them on Thursday as well now. We're twice a week. Stepping our game up. There's a lot to talk about. So, hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll do fan questions again this Thursday. So, I'll post it on my IG story as usual. I've got so many for the last episode. I will use some of those, but we'll get some new ones as well. So, stay tuned. Send your questions. Just DM me. Bye, kids. That's it. Love you guys. I'll see you out there on the streets. I'm out.
Deep down, it actually comes like everything. I'm not going to say about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. But what happens in life? Too often in life, you know, let's say it's like the Neshama goes ahead and dispatches a message, right? The Neshama dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Like, let's say, it's interesting that people get mad. My mother was speaking on Shabbat Shalom, spoke so beautifully. She was speaking about that my mother actually grew up, she was born in Europe after the war, and my grandparents settled in Byron, New Jersey, and my grandfather's from Baruch Hashem had a hand in really creating the Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to the Sacrament of Baltimore. Incredible, my family had no shackles to Baltimore. Came to the Sacrament of Baltimore. So when we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago, for my mother it was like a tremendous circle. That was like she never had shackles to Baltimore. And so she was speaking about, I'm not going to give you the whole drush, it was beautiful, much shorter than my drush, it was very beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness, again, it was so beautiful. Homesickness, relating it to my daughter, to the Kala. And, what's homesickness? I was saying, where does homesickness come from? The Neshama yearns to go home. The Neshama always yearns to go home. Like Rabbi Yitzchak says in the Pasuk in Tehillim, call the Neshama Kahalel Ka. Like every Neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, with every breath you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the Neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And he keeps the Neshama inside of the body. So the Rabbi said that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because he's keeping the Neshama in your body. Right? Because the Neshama's homesick. So what happens? The Neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately, again, as, physical homesickness. That's how we experience it. It's interesting. Even if you go on vacation, let's say, what happens when you're on vacation? Right? After a few days, you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you have your kids. Right? In other words, So in other words, after it is fascinating to be having the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment where you're like, okay, I'm done. Like, I really want to go home. But why? Like, it's beautiful, it's fantastic. Because, it's something that comes from the Neshama. And the neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. And it broadcasts the message to the body. I want to, let's say, you see this so many things in life. Let's say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand. But like people enjoy window shopping. I think it's the same sold. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, fakert. It actually comes from a place of holiness. And the neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more kedusha. But all too often, what ends up happening? The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, "Give me more." I said, "Let's do it. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more." The problem is the body often corrupts the message, and the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mighty to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I will say it's so important because a lot of times when we're pulled towards certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often condition to think, that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts. That may be true, but sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting the message and taking you in all the wrong directions. Incredible. I would say, incredible. New Mishnah. All right, on to later topics like Sreifa. So again, these are the people who experience Sreifa, execution by Sreifa. Now we spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of Sreifa as well. Remember, Sreifa is not burning someone, but rather again, Sreifa is internal Sreifa, the molten lead. We spoke about this already before. We'll speak about it more in the minute to come. So let's go back there. These are the people who are executed with Sreifa. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, and the Bas Kohen who committed adultery. So we saw that extensively. Now, there are other people included in this category of woman and her daughter. Now, we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Beno, the daughter of his son. Bas Isha, the daughter of his wife. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Beno, the daughter of his son. Chamoso, mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamot, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out in these categories. I have to break out these categories into a little bit more depth. But also, the bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden, and the penalty is straight. So let's analyze. Now it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right, so in other words, it doesn't say that if you have relations with the mother of, right, if you have Rabbi, if you have relations with a woman who's doing that, which is actually your mother-in-law. So it doesn't say that. Ella, Haba al Isha ubita. Right, Russia, the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Michlal, the Tarbai would be Surah, which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im Chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Vikatani, and we learned that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So let's say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamosa and Ein Chamosa, are written explicitly, but that's not true. Bahana Midrasha Asya. But ultimately they learn that from Midrasha. So according to Rabbi, so this makes a lot of sense because Rabbi says that the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit. certain prohibitions. Masnisi money, Rabbi Akiva El Rabba Dama Chamos or La'akramisi giving them Masnisi money. But great Rabbi says they know it's coming to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of a wife. So if he was married to Rachel, so if he was married to Rachel, he's permitted to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. The Rachel dies is legally permitted to marry his former mother-in-law. So apparently that's the point of convention. The Rachel Rabba. Tanya Abba Isha Shina Sabita. So for example, I would say one of the Mishnah has the Father Abba Isha Sabita, one who has relations with a woman who is his daughter to marry, which represents the other's mother-in-law. Isha Ubita, Kamal Sabain, Kamal Sabain, Kamal. So again, including the category of having women and brother. I was reading the thing, Kamal Sabain, mother-in-law, then Kamal Sabain, mother-in-law, then come up, and the mother of and the mother of the side, and the mother of your father. So you know, I eat the Kabbalah with this year in Kamal, Nami Kamosa, then Kamosa. Sabani says, really, what the Mishnah tries to teach me over here is the case of the Kamal, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since he said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry guys, I don't know. Craig Abaye, what teacher in Kamal? The Kiddush over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Kiddush. But since it says that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rav, I do the Kabbalah in the Mishnah in Kamal. Then Kamal, so Tiny Ram Brasi, Tiny Kamal, so Rabbi said, no, see, because the Mishnah wants to teach me. Mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Kamosa, mother-in-law, and, mother-in-law, and mother-in-law. So now you know. So how do you know all these prohibitions from? We say that for Ish Ashayita as Isha Vesimo. So the Pasuk says that the man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So let's remember again. So here the Pasuk is quite explicit. Isha Ashayita as Isha Vesimo. Zima Gini, but Isha Vesimo. So here this is an explicit Pasuk. If a man will marry a woman and her mother. So either marries Rachel and Rachel's mother.
Join the Zima this week. We watched some crazy shit. We watched the Nelk Boys interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, we watched that. We've also watched recently on the Patreon. What is this?
I didn't know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha or Bas Mita. How do you apply relationships? What about Bas Isha? Really married, so again, the Pasuk teaches me that what? If really married Rachel, who can't be married? You can't be married. You can't marry Rachel's mother. You can't marry Rachel's mother. Okay.
We also watched.
How do I know that it also can't be married? Like, how do I know that it also can't be married? You should know. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter, Bas Mita. The daughter of Rachel's daughter, Bas Bina, the daughter of Rachel's son, married. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition applies? So you must be very simple. Nema Kana Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima, and Nema Lahalon Zima. And it says again, it says, this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of Elon's wife. This is also Bas Isha Ubita Lo Sigara. That's an explicit passage as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of Elon's wife. Not Lahalon Bita and Bas Bita, just like when there refers to ultimately her daughter and the daughter of her daughter, the Bas Bina, the daughter of her son, Khan. So to over here, Bita applies to the daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, or Bas Bina. Nine Rassos is a part of Kinkinkos. How do you really treat men like women now? At first step, you don't know what that phrase means. Let's put it this way. How do you ever set the treatment like women? Now my time is Zima, but now says over here Zima, going back to the show, and the Bas Bita says Zima. Not a lot of Kinkinkos. I've constantly paid this just like over here. The truth is coming from David. So over here, the truth is coming from David. So, okay, what's that? Like I said, you don't know what that means yet. You know what that means yet, but we'll get things to it. How do I know that you should make that which is mentioned below like that which is mentioned above. Once again, no idea what that phrase means. It looks like, it's interesting that way stylistically, if you know it like this, if you know it called myself, and we read the myself, we have no idea what it means, we have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. We don't think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? So remember, Chazal teaches us so many profound pieces of life in this soul, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand something. Things happen in life, you have to be conscious. But the danger of being conscious is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become immobilized. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. Like, I can't recall anything about it. Well, it says, no, do you know what you do when you lose your right side? But you don't understand what you do? No, it's real.
He told us over and over that he and Rogan were best friends and also says nobody has been on this podcast more than him. He also told us he needed
but
to
anyway,
grow in a community
where
you around
understand
more
it, you're
conservative
going to have
people
to
like
move
him.
forward one way or the other.
But move to a super liberal city.
Just because there's a good passion doesn't allow you to get stuck in things. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up in those situations where,
This tells you all you need to know.
what is going on here? What is this? It's my passion, I like passion. And it's so easy to lose yourself kind of in that abyss of life questioning. If you don't get right here, you get to that life crisis that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you'll find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? So again, just to understand that we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the Lamala and the Mata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two psukim, right? What we're trying to do here is still speaks about two relationships. All three are going to be personal. Number one is Isha Shamika as Isha Ba'asbima, married a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Isha Isha Ba'ita, a woman and her daughter. Those are what we have explicit. Everything else we're extrapolating from that. We're going to go over the process of extrapolation.
Rounds out by being like kind of weird.
Extrapolation.
Not without saying that, anyway, that's all. Anyway, just find that share some funny moments.
Yes, like I said, extrapolation. Right.
That's amazing.
So you want to do as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. I mean, everyone could extrapolate. Extrapolation is, okay, here we go. So the says as follows.
But I guess I would also do the same thing.
Six times after the bottom. You ran last us the not to kill him out, right? So how do we know?
Probably, if you write something like this, they don't like it. He's probably an asshole. But just like,
you ran last us the not to kill him out,
It's
right?
funny that this makes
How
sense.
do I
Like,
like to equate that which is mentioned below, that which is mentioned above? Now, not kind of Zima, but not Lahalon Zima. That's going to be at zero.
you know, it's real because there's no mention of
Lahalon, and not the Kilamala.
Because like an equal, I've never liked this movie or whatever, and then it's like,
damn, I wish the baseball dad would have watched the show.
Okay, so let's now let's unravel this place. So the first device, let's see. First device
it's
said was
possible that
we
he
have to
realized
psychology
it.
and like
I mean, I would have loved to shout out.
then it
And
now
you know,
like so the device says, what is that? So the device says, come on, the device says, come to the my second is what does that mean? Please come to this. Ilema, Basino, Kibas, Gita, Jervis, means of this. That's and the sun, right? So let's go over the let's move into married to Rachel. So maybe it's like this, that we already learned that Rachel's daughter is prohibited to rebate. Right? By Rachel's daughter is prohibited to rebate. So too, maybe again, what do we need to make men like women? That Rachel's son's daughter is also prohibited to rebate.
Really, to answer your
Okay,
question,
just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, like Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter prohibited to rebate. So to Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also related to Reuben.
I may have answered it.
So you might something. It was even a fast
Yeah, guys, I don't know if you know about this, because we only talked about it right for 2 days live stream, but I will
the mother of Reuben's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuben's mother-in-law. Just 1 second. Hashta in Chamoso lo Kamaran, in Kamaran. We haven't established, and we have not fully established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother. Right? We have not fully established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can you go ahead and start carrying on additionally soon, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we fully established the mother of my mother-in-law? So I'm not buying about this because it's going to hobby some things to say. The name ourselves, share Havamenu, to share Havamenu. So it's usually like this. How do you know that the same way that her relatives are prohibited to him, so to again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well? Okay. The heart, the shard, the game of Siva, when it comes to his own relatives, there is no much of Zima that is mentioned. Asya, Zima. And it's also almost like a double word Shabbat. And beforehand we said, how do you know to make? That which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above. So once again, what is that mean? So maybe say like this. Maybe I will say, so I'm trying to figure out the lotion of Lamata to Lamava. I'm trying to equate Arion from Lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe I'm teaching that
that's a comparison to the Greeks. But in some ways, when you're telling a story and I say something like,
Rachel's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis. Okay, so if that's the case, it's all the source. Ella, in Chamoso ki Chamoso. Rather, it's coming to say like this. The same way that can't marry his mother-in-law, like so to again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. So that's the case. Hi, Lamata to Lamata.
every time you subscribe,
It looks like Lamata to Lamata sounds like. If you understand what I'm saying, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these relationships, like who's at the middle? The wife, Rachel, right? So Lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, not his grandkids, and Lamata would be mother, mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming to right now, mother of the mother of the mother of the father-in-law, they have one side. That's not Lamata to Lamata, but rather what? That's Lamata to Lamata. Because then we're going from the top down. So the Gemara says, you like Lamata to Lamata. You like change the Russian, and rather it should read Lamata to Lamata. So let's say, then the Gemara says like this. How do you know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law? Well, mother-in-law is explicit, right? But really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuben. But essentially, Reuben's relationship to Rachel's relationship. This whole thing is one big mess. Reuben's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother, is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same that it's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore, the Gemara said that's what it means to say, how do you know to make Lamala? Lamala means, again, the generations above his wife, i.e., his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. We all think that's the case. Lama comes into the Lama. says over here, so it doesn't say Zero there. How could you refer to her? Rabbi doesn't need to say. You're not allowed to say this. You're not allowed to say Shloisha Doros Lemalo, Shloisha Doros Lemata. How do I know? You go ahead and look at 3 generations above, like the 3 generations below. So I want to say, remember again, if you look at if you make like all this, I don't know how long you use in America, right? As we're going back to so how do I know I can also say to take the 3 generations above Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below Rachel? Just like you said, the 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be related to living her husband. So can the 3 generations above Rachel will also be limited to living her husband. Which we have Nehemiah Zero. It says Ramala, right? Other generations above Rachel. It says Lashma Zero, and it says also generations below Rachel Zero as well. So the Gemara says, no, not the Shloshim Doros, Aflamalo Shloshim Doros. So if you just like below Rachel, it's 2 generations. So if you apply the Zero Rachel, we have 3 generations above Rachel as well. I'm sorry, Aflamalo Shloshim Doros. Onesh, also the Mata Chilamala. And just like when it comes to punishment, i.e. Sreifa, we need to get a say Lamata, Kilamama. We need the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel, i.e. Sreifa. So too when it comes to the last, the last will also apply ultimately again Lamama, Kilamata. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, we seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So we'll say, so again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midbar Isa with 2 explicit relationships. Can marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number 1. And number 2, can't marry a woman, can marry Rachel and her mother, and Rachel can marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we do here, so we see us about the Mata Kilamata is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, 2 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. Beautiful. So you mentioned that Rashi said, no. No, let's go back to what we said originally. The Mata means is not being dangerous. The Mata means a lesser is certain.
Oh, sure.
You guys are naive. But I also want to start my way on the mother of the mother is so for example, right? The mother of his mother just like we also on the cross. In Sabai says, because it's in the mother, you should either ask them because his mother is required, and the Akamakaida Mishum anything but the single people prohibition does not apply to your mother. Love Amar is being on the Amar, so it's very interesting. So Rabbi says as follows: Being on the Amar, don't you know who you are? Being on the Amar, don't you know who you are? But if you ask him, so it seems many times that makes sense. So generally, we can see a Shabbat. So the Shaila is when we focused on making zero Shabbat. So don't you know who you are means that Allah was already zero Shabbat. So why would Allah make so? The result is very much in the origin of the versus don't you know who you are? If you ask means that ultimately the real Lord is much more focused on the result. So you must listen to this. So so again, so whether or not so whichever way you understand the Shabbat, ultimately again it's not going to work. What do you mean it's not going to work? The other is not going to be able to learn the Issa about the mother of his mother. Why not? So the mind don't know. So the one that says ultimately because that the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, not he in Ma'asiyah, just like by Rachel. Ultimately, again, her mother is going to be Asur to the name. Akinami in Ma'asiyah. So to the Reuben, his grandmother, like the mother of his mother, also going to be Asur. So we learn from this. So again, we learn from the place of origin, not keep it straight up. Just like again, proving with correlations with Rachel's mother's mother, right? Rachel's maternal grandmother. We talked about So if Reuben has relations with his grandmother, it'll also be Sreifa. But according to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more hammer than Skiba, the Guinness Kapircha, Sreifa. So let's say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, there's another sponsor like Sreifa, Tamar Baru, Shima B'Skiba. If Reuben has relations with his mother, sponsor by Skiba. No, Imo B'Skiba, Emo B'Sreifa, doesn't make sense that if Reuben has relations with his own mother, it's with Skiba, but with ultimately again the mother of his mother, it's with Sreifa. So what's more, furthermore, Mahi lo chalakta, ba, bein ima le'ein ima. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So to Reuben, there should not be a distinction between the prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And according to the opinion that says, ultimately again, the skilas marhamar, you don't have to deal with the same question. Fine, well, so that's part one. Part two, and according to the opinion that says when it comes to the Gzeir Shava, with much more focus, we mal the entire Gzeir Shava on the result of the Gzeir Shava. So the Gemara says, Mahi Eini Ma'asura, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asur, Afu Nami Eini Mo'asura. So to again, Reuben, his mother is also going to be Asur, V'uki Basra, and let's derive the halachas from that result. Hasam V'uki Sreifa. So they're both like, yeah, the halachas by Sreifa. About Hacha B'Skila, but ultimately in the year should be Skila, the Ashtikon B'Imo. As he finds the person by his mother, which is Skila. So the man does, the man does say, but Kamura, Ikamlipa. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more common, but the other Sreifa, once again, I was on top of my love 76 Nami, he should say the Sreifa. But not by Rachel. Rachel relations with Rachel's mother's name is Sreifa. Tomar B'Ro, she was Skila, by him relations much with Skila.
He's just doing the show, and he's like,
furthermore, they also why should his halakha be different than hers? Or his halakha be different than hers? Just like by Rachel, there is no distinction. He's not moving later as relations with Rachel's daughter or Rachel's mother. Either way, it's going to be Sreifa. So to by Reuben, there should be no distinction between relations with his daughter or relations with the mother of his mother.
There could be anything. So many bad, like there could be bad, like this is like one of the many things. Oh, look, I got that too.
Don't have this same kasha about the issue of a
It was like right away.
So we're going to stop over here. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to this is going to stop. So I'm saying, okay, so bottom line, what's the takeaway?
Like endless clips of really bad things happening to the year and finding out bad things over here. Oh, shit.
So what's up? So just understand. To really simplify this, actually, remember, this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working towards, there is a profound let me try to talk about the value. So as I say, what we know, right? You got two relationships we know that are explicit. What are the two relationships? A woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That we know are explicit. What our mission is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately, again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and they're punishable both by Sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is Lemala Kilamata, Lemata Kilamala. Using the wife as the Arayos midpoint over here. What we're understanding is those who are above her, and we're going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially are all going to have the same framework for Arayos. Now again, all we're doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how to get the good part is, and what the conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately how to get to this conclusion. So what I learned of it is a tremendous exhaustion over this. If you notice, you see the Gemara like this. Went to a lot of Gemara, or a lot of Gemara, and it doesn't feel like we reach any significant conclusion. So let's consider the trade slowly. And then you have a problem and you have an issue. It is incredibly important to talk about. Tell me what I'm talking about. Now, sometimes it can be frustrating to talk things out loud, especially what's happening in marriage all the time. It's important to sort of marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk about it. And then what happens? You've been talking about it, and you're talking about it. It's crazy. Yeah, you know, I'm not talking about it. You look at it when you're talking about it. And then it goes on. And what happens? What are you thinking in your head? What are you thinking in your head? This is not going anywhere, right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Listen, it's important to understand the tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere, because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload the things that are sitting on their neshama, even if in your mind your experience is getting more confused, or if you actually have less clarity than when you started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. And so, when the Chazal kind of skipped all of this stuff, the reason why I focus so much on Gemara, because anything and everything to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And we see Sarah sometimes having conversations, and you're like, what are you talking about? Did we just talk about that? Or did you just say something different? Or something's giving someone who you care about just the safest space to be able to express themselves, to talk with freely. Even if you are not wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here, is a profound stepping stone in every meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first ready to go through the process of talking and re-talking and re-discussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the conclusion of the Sreifa, but rather than Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build and multiple celebrations. So sorry, we should have something for today. Let's say maybe if we could get a couple of just help out, but we just resize this here. This is straight, so what's off? So what's off? Look at that audio.
That's different. Let's see what we got next here. 15 days ago, we already saw that one. 5 days ago, Peter Grush Sr. Doesn't make sense. Call me truck
All right, folks, good morning, good great spot Hashem to be able to begin a new week of learning together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor of Tavshin Pei Hey, Mitolsi Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shem Joshas this year, wishing a Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alinu Lutova. Terry and Steve Zinn, Love Memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, C. Hirsch, Ben Yossi HaKohen. The Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. Our Day of Learning sponsors, Maya Hoffman, in the schools of Avram Ben Gardino, Shulamit Bas Brian Lino, Baruch Raphael Melech Ben Shulamis. May we all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. I've got the only sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, and Zechariah Ben Yisrael C. Zechariah Bracha, and Ellie Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girls, to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov to Zazie's grandparents, Chaim and Karen Rothschild, and his sister Mother Moshe and Yardena Garden and family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Result to continued B'Sorah Tovos for Klal Yisrael. Those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Hey. I apologize in advance. We have to end the shira a few minutes early. But thank you. That wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. But thank you. So let's but we're going to pack in a lot. We're actually also going to start from the top of Ayin Hey. That's not from being serious. They did a great job. Some very, very little notice. I'm sorry. We did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end. With the pace, he had to get from Ayin Gimel with days to the middle of Ayin Hey with Aleph. So he's showing up the old man a little bit, but whatever. It's fine. It's okay. It's good. All right. So we're just gonna just for the sake of the chaver that wasn't there, and for the sake of having a complete recording as well, we're just gonna start from the top of Ayin Hey with Aleph. 75 days. I'm gonna do the morale.
Boxer alert's good too. That's what he's saying with the shots.
There was once a story of a man who set his eyes upon a woman. And what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now, Rashi points out over here, ultimately, again, he became lovesick. It's probably better state of lust. But ultimately, again, it becomes infatuated with the lust. By the way, tremendous Musar has to make this from the beginning. Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? I will say, one of the reasons that we have to be so careful with Shmiras Einayim, what we look at, is because the Gemara says, Einayim rolls the eyes soon, Mahalei Chomet. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over here hearing where the mistake was. Shenasan Einav Bi'i Sha'achas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmiras Einayim? Why not be a bit more diligent? Well, again, listen, we all know this Nisayon. We know this Nisayon incredibly well. But the nice, it's fascinating to see. Sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure, like, where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. So here, Nasan Einav. So Marcel Barbashal, they came and they asked the doctors, Va'amru, Ein lo takana ad shetibael. And the doctor said, look, this guy is mamish definitely the only possibility, the only refuah he can have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, I'm not coming. No, can't do that. So again, I will say, so the conscious, you must make an assumption right here that it must be some type of arayos situation. So again, so arayos is one of the things that you have to sooner give your life for than to go ahead and transgress. So the doctor said, okay, I'm on the phone of Aruma. So okay, fine, he doesn't have to have relations with her. He just has to be able to see her unclothed. See her unclothed, ultimately, again, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. So the Gemara says, a young man slash I'm on the phone of Aruma. So the Chachamim said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. This is not how we operate. So the Gemara says, so let him talk with her. Okay, so you can't have relations with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her, and it's interesting. At this point, the doctors already understood that there was a tznius issue here. So they said, she doesn't have to speak with him face to face. Go ahead, let us speak with them. There could be a wall between them. So the Gemara says, Chazal, the Rabbi said, ultimately, let him die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. What's the matter about the conversation? Remember again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in a illicit, immoral urge. Nasan Einav Ba'osi Isha. So again, this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So the Gemara says, who was the woman? Who was the woman? Chag Amar Eishes Ish Haisa. So why say she was a married woman? That makes a lot of sense. If you turn a married woman, so you can understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the Chag Amar Eishes the other thing is that she was single. She was single. So Bishul Laman Damar Eishes Ish Haisa. So according to the opinion that says that she was a married woman, Shakir, the whole story makes a lot of sense. But if she was single, I don't understand why this Siddhartha? What is it exactly that's unfolding over here? So the Gemara says, Rapapa Amar Mishum Gam Mishpacha. Rapapa said ultimately again, because of Pigam Mishpacha. Now, who's Pigam Mishpacha? Rashi said, V'yemishum Pigam Mishpacha, Ha'isha Shahayufoshim B'davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing to her family and reputationally potentially damaging for her to go ahead and take a shit over. So that'd be trivia lessons. So just a short thing to figure out which way we're going. Okay, got it. Right? It's shifted this way, right? Yeah, this is a very bad. Okay. Sorry. Anyways, the Gemara says as follows. So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa, is that halacha l'maisa, there is if this girl would get engaged, or even if she was single, if she would be engaged in this type of behavior, it would have significant reputational damage upon her and upon her mishpacha. So this is about setting an example. Let's setting an example. First, that one of the things we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. We seems to be the things where maybe swinging back the other way, but like where there's no code of morality, and whatever you feel or however you identify, whatever you say, that becomes the truth. Then when there's human morality, there's no morality. That's the truth. And so Chazal and the rabbis in this case understood over here that if halacha l'maisa, you just allow these kind of things to go on, even though again, could one make the opposing argument that let the guy speak to the woman from behind the wall. What is the big deal over here? He's not going to see her. He's not going to that. But it's about what it represents. And what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman, and suddenly again us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. Now what do we do with illicit, immoral desires? What do we do with it? We shut it down. We don't get into it. We don't hand to it. And we don't pretend that it's okay. Society, in order to preserve a system of morality, must have a clear delineation between what is wrong and what is right. And if that means that the guy's going to die, let's say, you know what the reality is? The needs of the many always outweigh the needs of the few. That is the cloud God. Just because someone thinks something or wants something doesn't mean that everyone else has to cater to it. There's a system, there's a society, there's a code of conduct, and that has to preserve all of us. Even if it means the guy's going to die, the guy's going to die. The guy's going to die. So the Gemara says, if she's single, it's much easier than me. It's much easier than me over here. Let him get married. Let him get married. So the Gemara says, no. No, because if they get married, they're going to find out. In other words, right? So if they get married, so then what's the point of all this? So Yitzchak said, listen, it's a fascinating thing. When David Beis Mikdash was destroyed, literally, Nitnash Hanpiyah, which means the full pleasure of Biyah the full pleasure of relations was removed and was only given over to sinful behavior. Now we're going to come back to what that means in just a moment. Shenei Amar, Mayim Giluvim Yutako, the lechem started nine. Again, literally, stolen waters are sweeter and hidden bread is more pleasant. So the idea over here is part of what drove this lust is that he couldn't have her. That's part of what drove this. Like, it wasn't, if you married her, it's permitted. If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lust. Stolen waters are sweeter. So this is actually, even though it's called saying this as one idea, there's really two different concepts in here. The first concept is this idea of nikla kambiyah, the nikla oveavera. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of biyah has been removed, the time of this has been destroyed, and it's been given over to only oveavera. So it's like actually this morning. It's a beautiful idea, but the Sefer Noam doesn't. And he says this on listen to this idea. He says, Kasher Beis Hamikdash hayakayim. When the Beis Hamikdash stood, והשכינה היה שורה בישראל, היה שורה בישראל, השכינה, בזמן קהל ישראל, אפשרי היה אז לקדש עצמם כרואי בעץ הזיווה. So it's interesting. I've always been interesting. One of the most interesting things is this idea of person being kaddish themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relations. So I think for many of us, I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy could be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's strange concept. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it builds marriage, it hopefully creates future goals. But Ramadan says, when Beis Hamikdash stood, You know what? It's really teaching use a dynamic of holiness, even into intimacy. He says, in Chol Beis Hamikdash, kasha ma'od l'kayim shnei hadvarim hanizkarim la'el gam yachad. Once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. There can be pleasure, but there can be holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the Noah Megadim, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis Hamikdash. So let's say such a profound use. So now again, when we talk about pleasure and holiness, it's got talking about pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness goes very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, or it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. It's fascinating. Yom Shechar Beis Hamikdash, when the day the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Nitla Tam Yom Nitla La'Over. What does that mean? That somehow that the enjoyment of Biyah, the enjoyment of intimacy, was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit. Was made a bit more carnal, was put a bit more in the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and says that again, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because now you really talking. Because part of his lust and part of his desire was that he couldn't have it. I will say, you know this is right, you know this is right, you know this is right. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. Stolen waters are sweeter. Where does this come from? So let's say, where does it come from? Where does it come from? What's the origin of this? Adonai had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. The Eitz Das Tobarak. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. What's the pshat? Let's say, it's for all of us. It's for all of us. There are so many permitted things in this world. Yet, we are constantly inconsistent in trying to our neighbors. What's the pshat? There are so many more things that we're allowed to do that are great, that are fun, that are pleasurable. Why are we drawn to this? So we'll say something deep down. It actually comes like everything. Like, you're not losing about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. But what happens in life? Too often in life, you know what I'm saying? It's like the Neshama goes ahead, dispatches a message, right? The Neshama dispatches this to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Let's see, it's interesting that people get, my mother was speaking on Shabbat Shalom, she was speaking about that my mother actually grew up, and she was born in New York after the war, and my grandparents settled in Vineland, New Jersey, and my grandfather was Baruch Hashem, and really creating the Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to the Sacco of Baltimore. Apparently, my family came to the Sacco of Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago. For my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. That was like never any seconds of Baltimore. Anyway, so she was speaking about not English, but she was beautiful. It was beautiful, much shorter than my brother, but beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness again was really beautiful. Homesickness and letting it to my daughter to the college. And you know, what's homesickness? I was saying, where does homesickness come from? The Neshama yearns to go home. The Neshama always yearns to go home. The religious space has a classic endurance. Called the Neshama Tahala Ta. Every Neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, they call Neshima Neshima Tahala Ta. Every breath you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the Neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And it goes back to the Neshama inside of the body. So the Rabbi said that's why every single time you have to thank that Kodesh Baruch Hu, because he's keeping the Neshama in your body. Why? Because the Neshama's homesick. So what happens? The Neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's why we experience this. It's interesting. Even if you go on vacation, listen, what happens when you're on vacation? What happens when you're on vacation? Right? After a few days, you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you're with your kids. Right? In other words, So in other words, after it's fascinating. You have the most incredible vacation in the world. But there is a certain moment where you're like, okay, I'm done. Like I really want to go home. And why? Like it's beautiful. So guys, because what's just understand that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home, and it broadcasts the message to the body. I want to. Let's say, by the way, you see this so many things in life. Let's say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand. Like people enjoy window shopping. It's the same soul. The Shema wants to acquire more and more and more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, but gift. As it comes to a place of holiness. The Neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more kedusha. It's all too often what ends up happening. The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, give me more. Let's do it. Do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is, the body corrupts the message. And the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind when we talk to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I will say it's so important because a lot of times when we're told certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often conditioned to think, that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. And sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting the message and being all the wrong direction. It's incredible. Let's say Hadra and Sora Mora. Incredible. New Mishnah. All right, on to later talk. It's very fun. So again, these are the people who experience streifa, execution by suffering. We spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamic of streifa. Remember, streifa is not burning someone, but rather, again, streifa is internal streifa. We spoke about this before. We'll speak about it more in the Gemara to come. So let's go back there. These are people who are executed with streifa. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, the bas kohen is his son, and the bas kohen who committed adultery. So we saw that extensively. Now, let's say there are other people included in this category of woman and his daughter. Now, we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter, bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter, bas Bino, the daughter of his son, bas Ishto, the daughter of his wife, bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter, bas Bino, the daughter of his son, Chamoso, mother-in-law, Be'im Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law, Be'im Chamos, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. Into a little bit more depth. Also, the bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden, and the penalty is strict. So let's say it was. Now, it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right, so in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of, sorry, right, if you have relations with a woman who's doing that, which is mother. So it doesn't say that. Hello, that Rosh of the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Yichlal, this Harvai will be seen. Which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Vikatoni, and we learned, that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. Mechlau, So most of the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamoso and Chamoso, are written explicitly, but that's not true. But ultimately we're going to Midrasha. So honey, Chalad, La'abai, Dor, Mashmal, Darshan, Ikabenagi. So according to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense because Abaye says that the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. Masnisi, and Rabbi Akiva, El Rabba, Dama Chamoso, La'akarisi, given him Masnisi. But according to Rabbi, who says that it was coming to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of a wife. So it's when he's married to Rachel. Shabbos, when he's married to Rachel, he's prohibited to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. So Rachel dies, is Reuven permitted to marry his former mother? So apparently that's the point of contention. Tani Haba Isha Shenasa Bita. So according to Rabbi would say one has to read the Mishnah as the following: Haba Isha Shenasa Bita, one who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married, which is a reference ultimately against mother-in-law. Okay. Yesh Bechlam Isha Ubita Chamosa Ve'im Chamosa Ve'im Chama. So again, including in the category of a woman and her daughter, are included again Chamosa, mother-in-law, in Chamosa, the mother of the mother-in-law, then Chama, and the mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, La'abaye, I did the Kabbalah Mishnah in Chama, Tani Nami Chamosa ve'im Chamosa. So Abaye says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach me here is the case of in Chama, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since it said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry, I said that wrong. According to Abaye, once teaching in Chama, the Chiddush over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Chiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rabbi, I do the Kabbalah with Mishnah in Chama, in Chamoso, Tani Nam Basu, Tani Chamoso. Rabbi said, no, since the Ikra of the Mishnah wants to teach me mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamoso, mother-in-law, and mother of mother-in-law and mother-in-law. So how do you mean? So where do you know all these prohibitions from? So the pasuk says, if a man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So remember again. So here the pasuk is quite explicit. So again, here this is an explicit pasuk. If a man will marry a woman and her mother, so Reuven marries Rachel and Rachel's mother. You see the Gemara says, Simahi, it's nus, ba'eshis rotu. Ultimately, again, streifa. So this is one of the explicit psukim about streifa. The Gemara says, Isha sheikach es isha besima, eini ela isha v'ima. I only know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha Ubas Bita. I don't know about the five relationships. What about Bas Isha? Reuven marries, so let's say, so again, the Pasuk teaches me that what? If Reuven marries Rachel, who can't he marry? He can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mother, okay? How do I know that he also can't marry, right? How do I know that he also can't? Elohim Isha Vima. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter. Bas Bita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter. Bas Bina, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minai. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition applies? So the Gemara is very simple. Ne'emar Kan Zima, says over here by mother-in-law Zima. The Ne'emar Lahalon Zima. And it says again, later on, this is the case of Bas Ishta, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Isha Ubita. No Sigava. That's an explicit pasuk as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Ma'alahalon Bita, Ubas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, Ubas, the daughter of her son, Afkan. So to over here, Bita applies to the daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, Bas Bina. Incredible. Minayin Lasos is a foreign Kinikabos. How do we know that you treat men like women? Now, at first glance, we don't know what that phrase means. It's very confusing. How do you know that you have to treat men like women? Ne'emar Kan Zima, V'ne'emar La'alan Zima. It says over here Zima, again by Chamoso, and by Bas Ishto it says Zima. Ma'alalan is from Kinikabos, Afkan is from Kinikabos. Just like over here, we treat this from like Kinikabos, so over here we treat this from like Kinikabos. So, okay, like I said, we don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet, but we'll get to it in a bit. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above. Once again, no idea what that phrase means. Listen, it's interesting stylistically that the Gemara does this. The Gemara will go to Raisa, and we read the Raisa. We have no idea what it means. We have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. You think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? Remember, Chazal teaches so many profound pieces of life in Musar, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand it. Things happen in life, we have good conscience. But the danger of good conscience is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become a moment. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. Okay, I can't move forward. I have to wait. Whereas you know. You know what you do when you read through a Braisas that you don't understand. You know what you do? Keep going. But I don't understand it. You'll understand it. Or not. When you understand it, when you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in place. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up on those situations where we're like, what is going on? What is this? It's my kasha, my life kasha. And it was so easy to lose yourself kind of in that abyss of life questioning. The avodah of life is when you get to that life crisis that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? ומה כאן למעלה כלמטה, אף להלון כלמעלה כלמטה. So again, this thing is getting over here. We'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the lamala and lamata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two sukkim, right? What we're trying to do here is Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately, again, are going to be punishable. Number one is Isha Shayikak es Isha Ves Ima, marrying a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Ervas Isha Ubita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have explicit. Everything else we're extrapolating from there. The Gemara is going through the process of extrapolation. I think extrapolation is a word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry? Like I said, extrapolation. Right. So the Gemara says as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Right? Anyone could extrapolate. Extrapolation, that's, Okay, anything. So the Gemara says as follows. I will say, 6 times after the bottom. How do we know?
My number one complaint is the food scene. You can't touch LA.
How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below to that which is mentioned above? That's going to be our Gzera Shalom. Sima. Mala halon lemata kilamala, avka lemata kilamala, umakan lemala kilamata, avka lemala kilamata. Again, we'll see exactly what this means. Armar. Okay, so now let's unravel this verse. So the first thing the Raisa said was we have to make sechorim like nekevos, to make men like women. So the Gemara says, what is that? So the Gemara says, Armar, minayim says comes in kevos. My comes in kevos. What the world does that mean? Ilema bas bino kibas ita. So maybe you'll say like this. I mean like this. That the son, right? So remember, let's just go with Reuben and Rachel. Right? So Reuben's married to Rachel. So maybe it's just like this. That we already learned that Rachel's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. Right? Rachel's daughter's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. So too, maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That Rachel's son's daughter is also prohibited to Reuben. Okay, so just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, right? Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter prohibited to Reuben, so too Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also prohibited to Reuben. What the Gemara says. So the Gemara says something. It was right? Ultimately, again, are those learned out together? And the Ein Chamav Ke'ein Chamoso. Rabbi is coming to include instead the mother Ein Chamav, the mother of Reuven's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuven's mother-in-law. So the verse is 1 second. Hashta Ein Chamoso lo Kamaran, Ein Chamav Mechadar. We haven't established, we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother, right? We have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can you go ahead and now start adding on additional soon, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly establish the mother of my mother-in-law? On the base, so I'm not high advisors like this. No, I'll be confused to say. No, what it means is like this. How do we know that the same way that her relatives are prohibited to him, so to again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well? It says over here, Zimo, okay. I the heart, the shark, the day, what Siva Zimo. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no notion of Zima that is mentioned. Amarava, Asya, Asya, same Zima. This was a almost like a double DA shot. Hena and Zima. Last was the Mata Kilamala. So beforehand, we said, how do you know to make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above? So once again, my Lamata Kilamala. What does that mean? What does that mean? Even among Baskino and Baskita, so maybe something like this. Maybe I will say, so I'm trying to figure out the Russian of Lamata Kilamala. I'm trying to equate arisals that are Lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe he's going to teach me that, right, related to Rachel, that Rachel's son's daughter and Rachel's daughter's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis Reuben. Okay, so the Gemara says if that's the case, these are all enough in the same source. Elo, rather, it's coming to say like this. The same way that Reuben can't marry his mother-in-law, right? So too again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. If that's the case, then we'll say the Lashon is wrong. Because we'll say the Lashon of Lamata Kilamala sounds like, if you understand it, we'll say, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these Arayos relationships? Like, who's like the middle? The wife. Rachel, right? So Lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and the mother would be her mother, and so like mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming to her now, mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, then we'll say that's not Lamata Kilamala, but rather what? That's Lamala Kilamata. Because remember, we're going from the top down. So the Gemara says, you're right, turning the Mala Kilamata. Yeah, no, you're right, change the options, and rather it should read the Mala Kilamata. So let's say, how do we know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law? Well, mother-in-law is explicit, right? Or really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuven. That essentially, Reuven's relationship to Rachel's, Reuven's relationship. This whole thing is just one big mess. Reuven's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same way that he's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do we know to make Lamala? Lamala means, again, generations of his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. That's the case. Ne'emar comes in with Ne'emar lo Zima. It says over here, Zima says, where is Zima? Mahash, I will say first one, like, Umahash, in the Zima. You don't see it doesn't say Zima there. I could be referring to her. Rabbi argues what it means to say. Minayin Lasos, here it is. Minayin Lasos, Shlosha Doros Lemalo to Shlosha Doros Lemata. How do I know to go ahead and make the 3 generations above like the 3 generations below? So let's say, remember again, if you look through these Rachel, if you make Rachel, without all this ever hello is Rachel, right? I've always raised Rachel. So how do I know I can about say to take the 3 generations above Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below? It's just like the 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be prohibited to moving to Hashim. So to again, the 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to moving to Rachel. To which the Gemara says, Ne'emar lemaka zima, and Ne'emar lemala zima. It says lemala, right, which are the generations above Rachel. It says Lashon of Zima, and it says below Rachel Zima as well. So you must know the matter Shlosha Doros, half lemala Shlosha Doros. So just like below Rachel was 3 generations, so do we apply the Zima metric to the 3 generations above Rachel as well. Umad ba'oneh, I'm sorry, Aflamala Shlosha Doros. Umad ba'oneh, also lemata kilamalo. It's just like when it comes to punishment, i.e. the Sreifa. We made again about saying lemata kilamalo. We made the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel, i.e. Sreifa. So too when it comes to the lav will also apply ultimately again lemala kilamalo. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, they seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations of Rachel and below Rachel. So we'll say, so again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midoraisa, we have 2 explicit relationships. Can't marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number 1. And number 2, ultimately again, can't marry a woman, can't marry Rachel and her mother, and another person can't marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we're doing, we're going to say, Asabal Lamala Kilamata Lamata Kilamala, is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, the 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. So Rashi says, no. We all look to the kind. No, let's collect what we said on the Lamata, Lamata the Isser. Let's say, what Lamata means is not going down in generation. Lamata means a lesser Isser. A lesser Isser. The Gemara says, so it's just like when it comes to Rachel, like the mother of her mother is Aser. So to again for Ruben, like the mother of his mother is also going to be Aser. Rabbi says the pasuk says it's your mother. You should imo atamachaybo. Because his mother will be chayiv, but the same biblical prohibition does not apply to grandmother. Rabbi says, so Rabbi says as follows. Beilaman Amar don't know. Beilaman don't know. So we've seen this many times in our journeys in general, when you make the Zera Shabbat, so the Shaila is, what are you focused on when you make the Zera Shabbat? So don't means that halacha is the making Zera Shabbat. So really, halacha l'maisa, the result is very much rooted in the origin of limud. Versus don't know b'asra means that ultimately the limud is much more focused on the result. So the Gemara listen to this. So so let's say, so again, so whether or not, so whichever way you understand the Seder Shabbat, ultimately, again, it's not going to work. What does it mean it's not going to work? You're not going to be able to learn the Isser about Ein Imo, the mother of his mother. Why not? So the man don't know. So the one that says ultimately, again, don't know, which means we ultimately focus that the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the right says, not Ein Imo, just like by Rachel. Ultimately, again, her mother is going to be uttered. So we have to look at his grandmother, right? The mother of his mother is also and we learn from this. In other words, again, we learn from the place of origin. Just like again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's mother's mother, like Rachel's maternal grandmother, we partial by Sreifa. So if Reuben has relations with his grandmother, so it's Sreifa. The Mandamar says, but according to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more chomer than skila. You can ask if you're thought. Marlihim shikras ima b'srifa. So say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, when it's commercialized Sreifah, Tamar Baru, Shima B'skila. Organizations with his mother, commercialized Skila. Ba'o, Imo B'skila, Emo B'Sreifah. Doesn't make sense that if Ruben has relations with his own mother, with Skila, or with ultimately again the mother of his mother's Sreifah. So it's called, furthermore, Mahi Lo Chalakta. Mahi Lo Chalakta. Being Ima Le'ima. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So to by Ruben, there should not be a distinction between prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And the man of the Amers, I push it on his mother. And according to the thing that says, ultimately, again, the Skila's more summer, you don't have to deal with this question. Alright, so that's part one. Part two. Don't know. We'll see that. And according to the opinion that says when it comes to the Xer Shabbat, we're much more focused on the entire Xer Shabbat on the results of the Xer Shabbat. So we must not just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asur. So to again, Ruvain, his mother's mother is also going to be Asur. Goki Basra, and let's derive the halachas from that result. Somebody who is Sreifah. So they won't say, there, that is my Sreifah. About Hakabiskila. But ultimately, in the Yerushalayim, the Emo. As we find this opposition by his mother, which is Skila. So the man does, the man does Sreifah Kamura, he can live from. According to the opinion that says that Sreifah is more common, we have another miracle. Once the miracle was at top of I love 76 here. Malihi Shekini not a Sreifah. What about by Rachel? By Rachel relations with Rachel's mother's being best Sreifah. Tomer Behu, Shil Beskila, by him relations must be best Skila. Called Okay. Furthermore, again, I will say, why should his halacha be different from hers, or his halacha be different than hers? Mahi lochalak daba, bein vital le'imila. Just like by Rachel, I will say, there is no distinction vis-a-vis Reuben, whether he has relations with Rachel's brother or Rachel's mother. Either way, it's going to be Sreifah. Afu me'tafro bo bein vital le'imila. So too by Reuben, there should be no conflict between relations with his daughter or relations with the mother of his mother. And the man Dahmer Skila Chamura, but according to what it says that Skila is not Chamur, may I push up no need to know. Ultimately, again, we don't have this same kasha about the Isser of age. Alright, boys, so we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to, this is a place that just say, okay, so bottom line, what's the takeaway? Just so maybe stay away from family gatherings. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing, right? So just understand. To really simplify this, you actually remember. Let's say this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working through it. Let's say it's a profound piece. So let me first say that. We'll talk about the times anyway. So as it says what we know, right? Midaraisa, two relationships we know that are explicit. Relationships, a woman and her mother. A woman and her daughter. That's in our explicit. What our Mishnah is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and they're punishable both by Sreifah. The paradigm that we're using is Limala Kilamata, Limata Kilamala. Using the wife as the Arayos midpoint over here. What the understanding is, those who are above her and are going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially are all going to have the same framework for our lives. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how we get. The good part is, I know what the conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately how we get to this conclusion. What I will end up with is a tremendous bunch of skill over this. If you notice, you see a Gemara like this. Went to a lot of Gemara, and all that Gemara. And it doesn't seem like we reach any significant conclusion. So let's see, here's a tremendous skill of that. In life, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk it out. Now, sometimes it could be frustrating to talk things out loud. Especially this happens in marriage all the time. It's important to set in marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk about it. And then what happens? They begin talking about it. Don't look at me blankly. Right? You know I'm not talking about it. Right? You look at it blankly. Right? You talk it out. And then it goes on. And what happens? What do you think in your head? What do you think in your head? This is not going anywhere. Right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Let's say it's important to understand tremendous salt in relationships. Is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere, because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on their shoulder, even if in your mind you're like, I'm just getting more confused. And I think I actually have less clarity than when you started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. And so Chazal could have skipped all of this stuff. The reason why I focus so much on Gemara, because anything and everything you need to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And we see so that sometimes having conversations, you're like, what are we talking about? Didn't we just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different? Or sometimes giving someone who you care about just the safe space to be able to express themselves, talk it through, even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here, is a profound stepping stone to building meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you first get talking and re-talking and re-discussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the complete list of Sleifa, but rather, again, Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to build salvation. So let's say, we got something for today. Let's say maybe we could get a couple of hundreds. We just recite this here. This is straight, so what's off? So what's off?
That's the gay shirt having I don't know, that's gay. Unless you do bad titles in this time. I didn't expect anything to be that just seems super gay. It's either a trans, either a trans. That is disgusting. Yeah, that's wow. Quite sound stand.
Someone else, thinking of us that are rotative in general, right? Rotative doesn't mean hospital. Whether the rotative is the perpetrator, so
That's Abraham's voice, actually. Now let's again. Of course, he has viral story of the year. Folks by Sandy found it. This is what I wanted to see. That's why I was looking at this episode. I wanted to hear. Why talk about this? No shit. But I'm serious. But it's also. Did you see that CEO at the Coldplay concert? So. Yeah. We're all fighting it out. I'm the one that won. And I wouldn't win in real life. Charlene and the other guy. Not that I want to. You actually like me crying while you're I don't want to. Yeah. At the same time. He had to resign, right? He's out. So I know buddies that were around him and they all go, thank God. It's about time I should be able to do
Well, you know, Bob was always that guy.
So I'm going to tell you that we're allowed to get safe by killing you. So again, the point of this interesting enough is under normal circumstances when you have to do hasra, so there's the warning message, and then there's like a verbal,
shady shit. You know what I want to say? It's impossible to work with. So when he finally resigned, they went, thank God, this didn't happen. This should happen.
a road date was not hasra. It's not any kind of word.
Yeah, he's getting messages all the time.
That's what he's doing. But different things we go down to the same. So this is the Homer,
The guy that does
doesn't require hasra. Why is
I don't realize Bob is he's got his fingers above here on a lot of hats. Formula One's the best dude. Come on.
As I swear in general,
It's only small
see some of those differences.
astronomer for our
When it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder, you know how smart it's going to be. Road is someone writes, so again, moving it and that's a shame. Woman already, she's sorry, and this week. I told her on my shoulder, come on, why are you asking him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the company. He's always had to try to kill someone.
Yeah, that's a great point. You see Parasite movies.
Lucy, who asks him, oh my God, they are your shoes.
The newest one?
Like,
I don't want Oscar Oscar will give a shit. I want Oscar there. She said that was I know, but it's during the time, remember, where they could also say, like, not money. That's a great movie. That's for that reason. I know what you're talking about. I didn't see it like it. It's a great movie. That Parasite. Oh, you love it. It's home.
Someone
Bob does this all. It's just to be racist. He just assumes racism is the right call. He's like that meme with the button. Think about the button choices are. Think about what you're going to say. Be racist and Bob will sweat. He's not even sweating.
So there's absolutely no need for
racist. Simply reject God's racist.
So
and now Abraham, look at what you're saying.
Why you see it in the so we'll have the opportunity
Abraham, I'm sure you're happy now that you're siding with the guy that just said that Parasite shit everyone else for you. That's our
that a lot of ways I follow my opinions. They're also zoning experts. Somebody's coming.
You guys aren't. You don't understand how much it takes to do attendance to shops. Usually these house shows are done in 6 months. Online, since we're doing a lot. So imagine 6 to 7 months of work in one video. It's kind of crazy. You guys want to go random yeah, you guys have never been like the bigger guys are there.
Like I thought it was running after so the
These are our Rambros.
What does that show? That a road date doesn't mean hasra.
I don't know.
And when someone's about to kill someone else without killing people without being in formal warning, you might have put second issue in the other side that a road date doesn't mean how do you ask it?
Yeah, well, I have a black belt in the stuff that you saw in Silicon Valley. In practice, do you think honestly that you can make a noise come out of a broadcaster? I like the video. I'm doing what I do on Friday. I know that you're not doing it. It's broadcaster.
Interesting enough that I'm not going to
I don't remember. I got great.
Hasabar, road date is Hasra, Rosh Hashanah, Kesef mentions that you see that I'm a home and the road date is not in Hasra. Whether the road date is struggle, but it's Katan, no Hasra is. I will say, I will know 73 English. The English must be also the natural. So these are the people, if you're about to commit this crime, particular crime that's someone writes crimes, you're allowed to go and prevent the commission of a crime by killing the perpetrator. Number one, number one, Ruben's pursuing Shimon.
It's crazy that this random
Ruben's
ass
pursuing
thing is
Shimon.
so
They're not
amazing.
until Ruben went to Akar Shachar. Let's say Ruben
So right there,
It has to be a real comic with a real reason for that story. That's something to
Interesting enough, I'm sorry, I can't stop. So again, it's wrong. Because there's not another human being. Okay, so the animals.
it's just crazy that none of those things are funny who's watching.
We don't get involved.
They tried not one, not a second. But any watch like
Or tell us, Shabbos, going about this, probably 3 months ago. Same thing. So again, that's also
no, you're right. It's just not.
but there's not another.
It sucks for that. It's just like, you know, it's never going to be funny now. But I can
Shabbos,
because it would be fun. Yeah, no, now, yeah, I want them to do it again, just like I want to do the shots. It becomes a thing where it's like, all right, you're known for that, so you got, and it's funny when you do it. If you've ever done open mics, maybe there's some people that do comedy that are watching this. You get, there's a guy that's crazy, and the first time you see him, you're like, what the fuck is this? But then he does the same thing, and you're like, how's he doing? And then you are like, holy shit, I want like a few more times, like I want to see him do that shit. Yeah, then you start with mouthing the words. Yeah, you know the stuff like, R.I.P. T.T. from hands, he would come and just watch him.
How do I know that I see my friend? I see another Jew. Drowning in the water. Oh, how you call Russell? Or an animal is drowning him away. Oh, this food boil up, or he's being attacked by robbers. Sure, how you perhaps know? I don't have the right to stay hiding by. I have to jump in. Now, happens to me, this is a fascinating discussion about what level of danger and obligations with yourself
That's
is
just,
worth
he's
to
just
save
so.
someone else. Let's say I see you being drowning, but I'm never supposed to swim. Or I see you being attacked by a lion, and again, I don't have any weapon or anything.
Still hunting is done the right way.
If there's much
Especially
suffering,
if you have violence in your DNA or something and all that stuff. And like,
if you see someone
you're
in
just
mortal
asking
danger,
questions. When you do
just
that,
simply say that that's not well, Sama Adamayach, you have to jump in.
how's he feel?
Now the Umar, well, Sama Adamayach. Umar says, so again, you just use that person, Sama Adamayach, to teach us that if I see Shimon being pursued by Ruben, that I'm allowed to go and throw Ruben at the Ruben Shimon. Umar says, it's not what the pasuk teaches me that if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand to have him die, I have to go ahead and show him by his hope. So which one is the pasuk teaching? Verse you're right. The pasuk of Sama Adamayach on Ruben made if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand to have him die. I have to go ahead and I have to step in and I have to fight. The elder Nicholas given up to a Texas. That is, luminous persuasion. I'm allowed to move in without Así que estamos con la luz. Si no estamos con la luz,
You ever watched that team growing up? No.
Yeah.
I think it was like a little bit of the reruns were a little bit out of my time. But I always heard
Not
that.
to kill the guy to prevent him from violating the Nara. I'm going to turn Nico out to the minute. So again, I'm not trying to violate the Nara. So we're not going to try it. I'm trying to violate it.
Oh, yeah.
Just all the acts and on the one side, I see Ruben running after Shimon to kill this.
I like the name of
so Ruben's running after the Nara
It's just one more insult.
So allowed to kill Ruben to prevent him from violating the Nara. Even more so, I see Ruben running after Shimon to kill Shimon. Of course, I'm about to go and kill Ruben because I'm doing so. Which means once again, if you can't put someone to death on the basis of that's not how it works. So the day to the rest of the day that first. So in Yeshiva, that's what they said. You're right. It's not like a first. It's a head. It was a hectic happens.
Oh, yeah, so you know,
The Gemara says, he has not put push on it, remember, this is the passage of and this is talking about, again, right, so she's a victim. She's a victim. Therefore, Hashem got to push Ariel or itself, or not Hashemah Davar. Now, Rabbi Yosef said in the case where someone attempts to kill someone else, what does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says, so what exactly are we learning out from Noseach and Aram and Ross? Which the Gemara says, you're right. And after Hari said, Baba, I'm making him so long. See, it sounds like you're trying to learn out something from Nara and Ross. You're trying to learn something from Noseach and Aram and Ross. Turns out that you're actually learning out something from Nara and Ross. What are we going to do? Listen to this. There's a mother who's a Makish Noseach and Aram and Ross. The Pasuk tells me in the hand. Nara and Ross and Noseach. How so? You're allowed to go ahead and kill them. You can't be violent. You're allowed to kill them.
I think I'm going to go see that.
So to Afrotea, we don't have to live in our shows. Ultimately, so to say, you don't have to kill them, you don't have to kill them. He told us explicitly, right, there's a word to see, that the local minister and that's like violating our laws, to kill them. And then Torah juxtaposed Nara Murosa, which will say, teach us, it's just that you can kill, you haven't been violated by the Nara Murosa, so you can kill someone who's trying to kill another human. Incredible. So much Nara Murosa in the whole. Who from the final by Nara Murosa? He decided to get additional. The drug get additional. The aim of Moshiach the matter talks about violating the flow as cried out and no one cared to see. The Gemara says, when you Moshiach Lord, the whole Gavashiach Allah. When you see there, and if it is someone that is someone like Howard, he has the obligation to every time.
This is Tim Kenny referring to, what would you say, referring to the Tim's got, like, I'm right, let's try to hold on, let's just get off track. Tim is apologizing for elaborating on that one of the things he said when he did a podcast, and his parents' dog, whatever, and said, hey, you want a Bronx Star movie? And he said, yeah, and they said, what was the story? And he goes, pretty easy, I shot a bad guy, and then he shot back and then whatever. And dude, if a dog was attacked me and somebody asked me what I wanted to throw away, I would get my order. Right? Yeah. White rice, black beans, chicken. Yes. I'd be like, whatever you want. No, you're 100% right. I still, I like the idea of using it's like, you got, like, well, yes, I lied about the fact that I was, like, petting our dog. If you had asked when our cute, beautiful dog, then we would have to share one of the feeds. That would have told you.
What's that? Oh, they up and up. You really have to do that. You have to resource. They also have to.
Keeping the dog.
What if you don't want the question? He does before midnight.
Yeah, I got balance.
I don't know that. No, no,
it doesn't make any sense.
Shabbos Sunday doesn't mean right? Really loses his
You said it. It's not like you've been hurt.
I don't know.
You heard you said that you got the Bronx Star Wild, but you didn't.
The wild guy, Robert. I don't know that I'm obligated to step in and try. So the message comes over.
What people have to understand is after that, people always say, you want a Bronx Star with a feed, not Fox and stuff like that. They would always correct you. I think it's coming to the Bronx Star. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, I will. I really am.
Give me awesome.
So what's the highest? So, And then there's the self-cross. And forgive me, I think that you and I should do this about this. So Tim's a friend of mine. Don't want to stay on track with what exactly is in trouble. Okay, so let's talk about a device. I'm telling you, I'm not doing it that clear, but and I'm actively trying to do that. I'll tell you what, if you are when you say that now, dude, I'm saying that I'm going
Even if I can't work myself, I have to hire people. I have to spend money. I have to
special project involves direct participation in combat mitigation of the United States. The single advisor
again, whether I see Ruben running after Shimon or I see Ruben running after Shimon Sodom, or I see Ruben running after Nara Muras at the Bible. Or I see Ruben going to go ahead and let's say violate someone for whom it is accused in this or Rafa Fadikusus. Or I see Ruben running after someone to violate them. What's up? Not zero supernatural. All these cases, I can kill Ruben.
Demonstrating courage from violating. Some of these things are great ideas. Wearing flip-flops is hilarious. Bleaching your hair is something I literally suggested to you as I came into your apartment. We also suggested on the Patreon, we suggested that we be careful to public say yes. I know they want us to do, but I mean, it's probably, I suggested that we watch Flagrant Poppy for 24 hours straight. So, like, I think we calculated that that's 55 times. So we would just watch Flagrant Poppy all day long, from Saturday at noon to Sunday at noon. And, you know, like when the chat would be live, it's like a Mr. Face now. These are the things I think about.
And there's a way to see
I wish that was my job. I'd be the happiest man on earth. You clock in, you watch your Poppy all day long. Like, go home, watch your Poppy again. I gotta learn the whole thing too. I haven't given up on that. Tell them the truth. We need you to watch the Gringo Poppy for 24 hours. Oh, yeah. He wants us to talk about this so you don't find out about it. And I'm okay as long as you can. Dude, we're gonna die. So, I don't want to ask because obviously they want us to. You can do a poll. It doesn't matter. It's gonna be not we should because when I did the first 10 minutes of the Poppy, also it was difficult to do it. It's a hard thing and I got a bronze to start with a B for that. But when I did it, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think they know it. Yeah, I mean, I literally got that. But like when I did it, I had me that people tweeted the first video. I got comments and it wasn't enough. Now I feel like I want to do it. I'm just gonna do that in the sleep. I did it. Maybe the easiest thing I've ever done. 24 hours. You know, I'm talking about 24 hours. Obviously, people would have to bring food and drink stuff. I mean, if the chat can DoorDash, people in the chat we trust can DoorDash solutions that give you.
Because of that one Nahar mission to Earth, I would have said, why can't I go ahead and before he started my
Yes.
That's not that's an abnormal. Therefore, I go to school looking for preventing you from doing
Rich and bravery under fire, unique devices attached to the bronze star from a bronze star war. So let me give you these. Can I give it to you? I can actually. This is
So perhaps again,
a bronze star is kind of like, so a lot of people get bronze stars. Even warriors get bronze stars in the military, from what I understand. It's almost like I've heard special forces guys say it's almost like a participation level. Either you get it for good conduct, there's a lot of V's. So a V is when you have demonstrated valor in combat. It's a combat medal. Okay, so one of the things you'll see is, reading on how many combat medals you have. Okay, so a V device, sometimes you can be awarded a silver star. Look this up, I think. And it'll be demoted as a similar to bronze star with a V device. When you get an award for valor, you have to have two corroborating witnesses, expert witnesses who are there and saw it. Okay, so. The thing about these special forces, Taik actually said he said about 8 years ago on a podcast, he said that, and then we should say that he was introduced in 71 with a V device, I guess, and he did correct the record several times.
It feels like Brian described it. Different podcasts say no, he did say he had a round. Because of that one time, I would have just said, not allowed to suffer. So like suffer would happen again. Moving the country right there on the wrestle, showing to prevent it from doing so. He's trying to sodomize two, prevent him to prevent him from doing so. So before I would have just said these two. Because of that one, he will say, oh, these two, the high large one, the high kapagin. So
so it was a time he said he's got to take responsibility for it, which he has, because at the end of the day, you said it. My thing with this is, let's go back to I want to take unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake. Over the years, I got public statements and gave interviews on which I not taking a stated as a most notable my record person, I was one of that's not true, there's no excuse for it. Even on our team, we're going to suggest that it represents extraordinary burden of fire, activists, and those true arguments, their families, why is it disrespectful? I take full respect. I'm telling what I said to the public eye. Why was it there? It's extraordinary pressure. That was all. I should know better. Integrity is not situational. I have no public stance. I prevent military defense from getting certain I don't believe so. I know that even now, there is a war for defense. It's always not the end. Again, I agree with you. Just on reflection. Because of vocabulary, I'm very much so. I'm misrepresenting myself. I'm going to speak officers who always speak out when I actually did. And I want to work together through the respect. I can't work all the wonderful short talks all the time in action. Thank you for those who help me accountable. I will do my best to honor that accountability in front of this court.
So what's going to happen is the government, the military, what is actual accomplishments. This is what's going to happen. They're going to look into it and feel some of it. Hopefully, we can talk about it. We'll have the ultimate sign of respect and achievement in life is that one of your friends reads out greater apology on a podcast. That's what I'm hoping for someday. I'll have some kind of apology that Miguel or Oden will have to read on a podcast.
You are allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate the crime. Now, if you say that, that would automatically include Nara and Sofa.
Alright, yeah, I'll talk to this.
Yeah. It would include both of them.
What's up,
So
guys?
just leave out Nara, right? Leave out just say fruit and mothers.
I'm asking a random question. I've never asked anyone before. How many chicks do you guys like? Put your number in the chat.
Or if you hurries, you're allowed to put
Put your number in the chat now. How many chicks do you fuck?
Nothing on you, right? Yeah, you're right.
That's a fucking
Yeah, that would make sense. So why does it say it? Now, how do you make all this covered? How do you get there? You need to take your email. So what's this? Here's the difference. Remember, there's a danger. What's the danger? The danger is like this.
Gerardo should have
If
written
you
that
want to
resignation
Nara
letter after I got fired.
which is a free and love.
Hilarious. You don't know Gerardo was fired.
Ruben is a company to do everything.
And yet, we
That
still got
carries
to
the
play
example.
them.
Because there's very few of these colleagues.
66 is a clever answer.
I would have said that if Ruben's about to have Howell Shabbos,
Because that's also the number of the
Howell Shabbos. Or if Ruben is about to worship Howell Zara, I can prove the eventual performance of Howell Zara. So, but the Torah says, now and now. Which tells you what? The only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone to prevent them from committing an Avera is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact other human beings, for example, Ruben's got to Howell Shabbos, very bad, but it doesn't impact other human beings. or he's about to be an active
The
Christianity.
schedule is
Doesn't
better
make
because
or he's about to worship at Holy Son. Doesn't impact in those cases, for myself,
recording every day.
cannot kill moving to prevent it
Now
from
we record
committing
3
the
days, which is a lot.
It's
It's also not very good.
here's the problem. About
And it's also the biggest question is always how do we fit this? How do we fit that?
Again, we'll say we'll talk about this more
Oh yeah, the songs. I'm trying to get the songs back. My idea is maybe songs. It's not me. It's the team. Yeah, we are
Go
the
ahead.
team.
Sorry, I just said.
And it's like, you go back and
Show
forth
if I
with the
say,
team.
if I get moving
The
into
team
that
makes
portion of my
good points,
country,
and then they're
I
mad at you
can
because
kill
you
you
blame them for
to
everything.
prevent it from
Once
watching my
available,
country.
the songs are good.
Once, so according to the show by a time,
I kind of want to do songs that aren't checks, or like they're about specific things. Same thing, but it's about different stuff.
we'll talk about why this
What's
is.
it called?
And show by a place tomorrow, that's show by a high home, so by if I see you in about worship of Zara, I'm going to kill you. There's only the Bible is for the high not I can't kill it. Or if I see about you how Shabbos, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that.
Your team is fire.
Okay. Which says, come with the Hill, come with the Shabbos. I like him because I would have thought, Tisu Shabbos, me, you will have I would have thought like this. Both recipes of Shabbos have these are up. Both these washing finish. So I'm at a point of show my time. Assuming that it's still moving to prevent you from worshiping Abu Zara, and it's also moving to prevent him from being the power Shabbos. Kamash Kolon, no. Kamash Kolon is only for Abu Zara, not for Shabbos. Rabbi we can't say Shabbos. Oh, so but there's another issue. There's more. So what's this? So you need to see that there's three schools of thought. The primary school of thought is something like this. You don't come to that when he is about to commit something that is punishable, either by death by basin or occurrence, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent you from committing that error by killing. That's the first school. Second school,
It's always tough.
It's like with the exceptions of
this stuff is happening so
kill women
fast.
to prevent abortion.
The Bopperverse. It's like, well, can we do that song since it's relevant? Like, when the
which will also prevent you from being the fellow Shabbos. The fellow Shabbos. So he all down the fellow Shabbos. That's really not. That's the Shabbos.
You know, like, I gotta get over it.
Because the Lazar of Shem makes it say Shabbat of Kilo. It says Kilo by Abu It says Kilo by Shabbos. Just like it's Kilo to prevent you from worshiping Abu Zara. So to Kilo to prevent you from being the fellow Shabbos. According to this approach, according to the Lazar of Shem, why you need essentially according to the Lazar of Shem, anytime you're about to do something, it carries the Nissan
I think cowbell burning.
I'm doing it, so I don't need now. Which one says no? Where it says, my doing right?
What's going to happen is you're going to find out that he's not
one of those were called one of them will
and
come
he's still a badass. So
everyone
your
will agree
book
that
is going to take out Superman.
Yeah, that's different analogy.
The Torah also wrote so what's interesting enough to see what we are again we'll have to see how much of those are essentially
It's funny, that's hilarious, but can you imagine, like, you're hanging out that
when you're here hey, it's super punchable and he's
by the way, I was
police the court qualified
you're like, you're in Vietnam.
can't go within
I fucking shot Superman's like, yeah, I was in the war and I was killing everybody.
according to the Lazar of Shimon, he has also Shabbos. Totally prevent from the power Shabbos. But everyone will agree, for example, active bestiality, as terrible as that is, if you're about to do it, you can't totally and you don't, that's Apple Mouse,
it's hard for me to, like, I look at, like, the cowbell, but it's hard for me to believe that cowbell is, like, it's so redacted. So I'm like, I just don't know if you guys actually want cowbell. I want to know if cowbell would be good on stage.
So again,
I still want to kind of try cowbell.
A lot of stuff that we
are, we got to that we talk about. I talk about.
So what's the point?
Have I done? done it yet.
Someone has got to keep getting it every day. Dave's got to write down the Taik. So I got to get her in soon. Back up. Oh, I'm going to shadow.
You're gonna find out you're actually finding Batman, which is still pretty fucking cool. That's what's gonna happen.
I think that what would be good for us, for you and I, civilians, is to not comment on any get involved in this military stuff.
I'll die on the hill for together.
Yeah, me too. I love it.
Now, when it comes to the nooks and crannies of military, I just find out what fucking Z is. I don't know about that lingo. I've never experienced any of that. I don't have a background.
That's how I feel. It's like I talk about
So the mindset again, we're not going to listen to what she says. We're the guy to prevent you from going ahead and environment. And you dogs, I can come out with a calculation. You must not show come up.
That's a good point, I guess.
Oh, well, must not show come up. I'm not seeing where it says, and you don't say
You're
this.
trying to take down Superman, and what's going to unfold, you're like, holy shit, he's not Superman, he's fucking Batman, which is still pretty fucking impressive.
I would say this about Tim. Is I know Tim as a civilian. I've known Tim a long time as you have. And I spent a lot of time with Tim.
I know Tim as a civilian, not a war fighter. I know Tim as a professional athlete.
Yes,
Very fucking, yes. So I've seen both aspects.
And I think you would agree. This is me going hard to pay for Tim because he's my friend, and I just this is who I am. I've never seen that guy. I'm telling you, when cameras are on, I have personally seen my own eyes and proud of him so far out of his way for people that you'll never hear about it, especially if they're not listening to him.
That you want to vouch for you here. Like Brian
I'm
Callen
really
telling you
going
how great you are, so I'd rather have some revenge street time.
There's also the
Self-harm also. Tim's done. Tim has. He doesn't want me to do this. He's bad. He doesn't want me to do this.
This is like exactly the Lucy game. It's never the friends you want to stick up for you.
The fact that now, again,
It's always one of the Brian Callens in your life. It's like,
obviously,
he's
it's
actually great.
conversation, but when I say it's not
That's how I know Scrabble is pretty scary. Why doesn't anyone go soft in the paint? Cody
there
wrote both
wasn't
of
so
the
much.
You can't see the scars.
They
mean
just say, you know
I
what,
have surgical
you
scars. You can't go soft in the
And you
broke both.
It's also
And
important to understand
like the
that
numbers kind of
sometimes
all of
you
them
see
at once.
figures like
All
this.
of them after commenting.
It sounds
I've
like
never
it's
read
talking about
read a
women
comic.
who's about to fight.
You went right back to reading them.
What exactly
He doesn't want me to do this. He doesn't want me to do this.
remember,
But I have to just agree.
Devoid of emotion. And that's what you see. But some people that come up with a nice solution.
Let me speak on this. I'm not going to say the other stuff. I'm just going to speak on this. Whatever he said, he's going to be held accountable to. There are a lot of these guys, these other two guys, this guy, Tucker, whatever, Brent Tucker, who's an A Squadron guy. I'm not fucking getting involved in that. These motherfuckers who risk their lives, they went through that. I am stepping out of that. I'm not going to defend him on that. I'm not going to do any of that. All I'm going to try to say is this. From what the things that I have seen with generosity and what he's done for people who were really at risk of taking their own life. I've only lent my very lame hand to that, whether it was and seeing, that suicide, I'll do whatever I can. I'm not in a position to talk about this. It's a sacred subject, but I have seen that man go out of his way, specifically get in his truck and drive places for a very long time to take care of something. And nobody knows about it. Nobody just did with the phones. Listen, we're all complicated as human beings.
Alright, we'll say, we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here. Should I have one again? Sorry, I can't be with you in person.
Callen would give this speech. The other sad about Callen is if he was on the fucking OnlyFans show. Remember that OnlyFans show he was on? Jerkbait, yeah, like that show. He would literally say the same shit on Jerkbait. He would fucking, if they asked about Tim Kennedy on Jerkbait, he would tell you about committed suicide. It's like, bro, you're on Jerkbait. Anyway, so I was commenting the other day. He's sitting next to some like gigantic tits, and some guy that's Aphrodite.
I've known Tim as a civilian. I love these things are taken down. I love the guy. And I hope they're going to do the big investigation. I hope they're very sure what they find. Again, you're going to find out. We don't know. I'd be careful how they go for Superman. You're going to find out he's Batman. I just think textbook Batman.
Yeah, I like Batman. Batman's one of us. Sure, he's Batman's posting like anti-shot memes.
It's a 3M friend. I've got 3 of them in my life. Tim's a 3M friend. That's true. I could call with anything. Tim, I don't let my kids date anybody. No, we're just going to take them down. Because if someone has those kids, you're fucked. Yes.
I've never seen ground court movies.
I will kill you. If someone has those kids, I don't know if I'm going to stay or not. Your life is going to change forever. Tim was saying, I will take Tiger with the ice cream players. Not even like that. And I two people ever thought about
I have done that with my kids with Tim. And I've done it several times. And so, for me, again, my experience with Tim as a civilian is nothing but he's one.
Toronto has Superman here. Look at my hair.
Where there is no financial life. In my view, at the end of the deal, when it's a red flag, is that he's suing at 2 different times. Right? The deal of Mama comes at the end of the deal versus, again, the gap.
That's what
It says becomes at the beginning of the deal.
That's the movie song.
That Hara is production of
I don't know. I don't know. It's you want to see it live.
that was my mama. I wrote that Russell said when I was they're going to do is say that I wrote is really what penetration. It's one of the things that was that that you can see at the moment of the scene, which the says, hello, I'm a mystic devotion, but let's go to that. Because of the fire that is happening. He's with the first view of Shiloh. And that's when they get it. Then the second time, will be a field model.
Yeah, everybody knows the guy that did the Superman using his bad buddy.
This is where the sister is being held by the sister, and she tells others who stand ready to help her not to step in. Not to step in. This is my own personal one of the Ruby is supposed to do a music the Papa says, do a food of the tobacco. The Papa says, we're talking about a real cover. This is going to be the series that if a woman says, leave the attacker alone.
He's got to be held accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. You know, we all make mistakes, and we all. This is
all president or whatever, but he's like going through all the different shops. He has all the words, truck drivers.
License to kill her, then by definition, you will be fighting mothers. Rabbi was the piece of Israel he saved the woman by injuring the attacker with one of his wounds. So he had to kill him in order to save him. So he wants to do this in very easy. First of all, 2 things. Number 1, whenever you have the ability to
You
save
do a
someone
tiny bit, like
by
Gerardo
injuring,
does a tiny bit, but like he's like, why is everything regular today?
that is halachically preferable. Whenever you can save the potential victim from harm by wounding the attacker, that becomes the obligation. And the Torah say, remember, if he's where the victim could be saved by only wounding the attacker, then it's no longer a case of dealing with fascism. It's no longer a case of dealing with fascism lot. And the attacker will be chayiv financially. Gemara says over here, Rabbi Yonatan ben Shaul, Rabbi Yonatan ben Shaul and I see, I get injuries, I get the injuries of the way, then ultimately again, I will go around shimmy the skin.
I'm telling you on this one, folks, there could be the worst guy trying to tear down.
What happens if at the end of the day I choose not to injure him? Instead what?
So much shit all the time.
I am chayiv. The idea that obviously this is a very specific case where everything lines up in a way where it's clear that if I injure him, that will neutralize it. If I can injure him, then I have the ability to control this and not that I'm going to get to the day. I can injure him, but instead I kill him, I am liable to a death. Specifically, that's not actually Brother was the first from here. You kind of see things that and not shakara. One of them comes or
you're always like kind of like looking for the next bag.
So you see that
Whereas I kind of just like focus on one bag.
you actually got to say,
You know, you got
so I'm never those are the mitzvahs, shit, the
exactly, and like you're always got to sleep out. I leave this whole
ultimately going to listen to someone could have been killed in order to stop them from coming to the city. Written a Sonia, I will answer it.
It does look like these tragedies.
You will pay one life for another. It's not is that this situation is mostly two people fighting each other. At the end of the day, there is the capacity ultimately again to kill someone. What does the Pasuk say? The Pasuk says, I know she anish. Also, this is not the word that don't kill him if you don't need to kill him. Instead, just injure him, neutralize him. The Lord will be out, so I know he's not kill him, but it's not necessary. I say, the Lord will be
I thought you used a real rope.
So rather, I know she anish. Was a created by Darshan, so here, if you could have neutralized the
That's
threat
true. He'd
by
always like
simply
fuck it
injuring
up.
the pursuer, but instead what? You choose to kill him. You, now the killer of the pursuer, will be fired. You are not to show you up a lot to that, and as I go to let you that not show.
This is the facing thing that the
And
Star
when
Wars
you
guy
could
used to
save the victim by injuring the pursuer, and you don't do so. And you don't do so. And I look for the ways that you are fighting for that. So because I think Shkapas will be Anish. And I will say now in this deal,
He's like a kid in that fucking
where it says that I will be punished. So what's the case where I was number one line. I'm the person who said that you were trying to save the victim. When is there a case where I push the barrier? Who's expecting me to try to save the victim? When would there be a situation where I would be fighting? Keep going. Where will be a case where I could save the victim by injuring the pursuer in one of his moves, and I don't do so. If instead I kill him, the Torah tells me that what? If I go to the house, I will be on the so if you tell me that even if at the end of the day I could have saved the victim by injuring the pursuer in one of the business, but instead I killed the pursuer, they're going to tell me that even in that case,
Successfully get us on the British hospital site with your work.
it wasn't worth the piece of the Pasuk that says that sometimes I could be punished for taking the life of the pursuer, to which the Gemara says, Doma, shiny hafas, shiny hafas, at least it was there because she was there. Those are maybe this case is different because those women are getting this huge concert.
That face, why would you make that on podcast?
So again, some could be that he's moving his kid
I'm
one
telling
person.
you on this one,
And
folks.
then of course with this concert,
It goes back to he like makes eye contact and
so
makes
it could be that there's a big release
as if he's ever
towards
made
one
it.
person, or is it something we're getting to go shimmy? The second to one
Worst guy
is
trying to
unintended of this situation. Therefore, again, it could be that Ruben is being tired of himself and shit.
He's going to be held
But also,
responsible for
again,
this.
he was tired mama for the woman. So it's very good. That's
Stop
what
telling
we're really trying to figure out.
Wish you had a friend like Tim Kesher.
Someone
Please trust me, he's not the guy to go for. Let the community know that he's in is very special, very with the same amount of skills. We're going to figure all this out. Then we move on. To account ultimately, and he'll welcome it. He'll pay.
Ultimately, again, that's where the liability goes. Now, what do we forget? Who each person is liable to.
That
The
sounded
other
like
level side, local shadow, the Akakadeda, who's listening to this,
like an animal.
Ruben is running after Shimon. And presumably to kill him.
I'm going to pay the price to get
Shiva has like him. And while the road is running after the river, so while the pursuer is running after the victim, the pursuer ends up breaking
It's so funny to say that.
What's the Shiva? Is the road carrying the victims of those events. The which we are saying shall ends up saying shall go on. No, because it's very interesting. It's as the road is running after the meal, Ruben is running after Shimon to kill him. And Ruben tramples utensils, whoever those utensils belong to, like ultimately again, Ruben is going to be conquered. Why? By Taimon, this
That has to
Taik
be
will
accounted
not
for.
show.
I think it's
So we'll say,
community.
why
I think
is
it's
that?
community.
That is because Ruben is
Or
Taik.
ex-community, whatever you want to
This
call it,
is
will hold him accountable.
Ruben is actively
That is a separate thing. I just know him as a man. I know him as a friend. I know him very well. We spent a lot of time. He's done crazy things for me. And this is who I am. In this situation, he's still my friend, and I love the guy.
However, on the other hand,
If you think
it
about it,
is up to
66
Shimon.
cars in cases.
Let's say the person being pursued, we'll call him Shimon, is running away from Ruben, and he breaks utensils. So show Ruben it's butter. If he breaks utensils, ultimately again, the way people going to be butter, shall call Adam Chayim. If he breaks utensils on other people, and ultimately he will be
You're
Chayim.
so horniest
He
guy
wants to
ever.
show Ruben butter. Why is he ultimately again, why is Chayim breaking utensils on the Ruben? Excuse me, Chayim is breaking utensils on the Ruben.
want to fuck.
Shaloi Mono, Avis Alav the road takes money, you shouldn't get any more responsible on his side. Running after Shimon, ultimately again, he's putting himself in harm's way. But not everyone who likes to kill him. Because Mammon cannot be more cumbered than his group. So therefore, again, the same way that everyone has the license to go ahead and take his life in order to save Shimon, so too again,
He's just such a leader, and he's so many people's lives. He's like my better.
he's in better ways that however, again, shall call others
Well, I would be careful about that because if you're not like your big brother, then you would fucking hate on my friend. And you're a militant guy. You're allowed to act your own guy. That's not what I'm saying.
Let me tell you why. So that's
Just talking.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. Actually very important. So you can't save yourself through your own money. I should say, you can't save yourself through your own money. But what? Because you have to pay. So let's say, if Shimon is running away from Ruben, and he accidentally breaks, or unintentionally, he starts throwing ladies here. So after Ruben, he stops Ruben from running after him. So ultimately, again, he's saving himself from someone else's money. He has to pay for that. But no big sugar, I did not see those.
But he didn't blood go.
Sorry, the road date, so I see Ruben running after Shimon.
I'm saying
To kill him.
that
I
community is a
start running
special
after
group.
Ruben to kill Ruben.
They have all the right to
The Shiva is like Ruben, and of course he is running after Ruben. He is the road date. I can understand because
that's what I'm
being
that's
the road date,
that's
so
why
ends
it's
up
not
being
though.
so colossal.
Those
Whoever
comments.
you can,
I know.
I go ahead and like it. I'm going to be watching why you care about it. But let me ask you, if
The
it
guys
is
that are
really
in
the
that
technical level
field,
of the
8
law,
on 10,
should at the Omer game,
Wow, that's a good idea.
Adam Shamatzu as
Shirt shot.
So that's a very interesting statement. The Gemara says it has to be that way. Why? Because the Gemara says, if I know that if my action is a good Samaritan, there's going to be financial life. Because someone to get icy for the line of the shit, I sure like the shit, and therefore then I want to step in, I want to go over there, and then I want to chill. I have to figure out, you know what, it's about the East Coast, it was just here, and it was just there. So I mean, it's going to end up costing me $1,000 to go ahead and save Shimon. What do I say to myself? I don't want to yeah, I don't have the money. Then it wasn't just like one of these people, oh my God, what's the only thing that's going to happen? You see, so I got at least I'm temporary now, it's different. I'm local shields doctors. Salom says, if a doctor comes to the cell, the doctor goes out and helps someone, the doctor does not down the line or almost everything is so he did gross negligence. I said, that's not just negligence, it's gross negligence. Then I look at myself again, so there could be some liability. We have some gross negligence, even if there are mistakes, the doctor is covered by a law. Listen, the reason for that is, the reason for that is because otherwise, people will add up. If the only way people will help is if there is protection from legal recourse. But if every single time I step up to help someone can see that the damages and the help on the table are going to
let the 1%ers fight it out. The rest of us, I was thinking about it. I was like, it's the last thing I want to do is spend it and get involved in something like that. Just that for me, it's like you and I talking politics. No. Oh, you should regurgitate the same shit I saw. Listen to that. What else you especially because it's okay.
I see someone about the workday idolatry.
Wow, that's a lot.
Kill them and save them from violating that habit. Listen up to California. Man had go to the last show. We got to go over to Oshkin of West. If you kill someone for preventing them from violating the other hand of the rest, the God had you. The God had you means he's hurting an ordinary individual. And he's going to hurt HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? By worshiping Avodah Zarah. Allah has come that I have the right to step in and kill him. I am the ocean miracle. If we have the ability to go ahead and kill someone based on a covenant, Hasaba ocean and I did hear someone say something, if you can't punish, you can't even a bunch of based on a covenant. I know that the Elazar Shimon says that Machala says Shabbos is not to the show. He says that should be wise. Elazar Shimon says that if I see someone about to Machala Shabbos, I can kill them to prevent them from doing so. We'll say, remember again, like killing them to prevent them from doing so. At the end of the day, it's a split with them. Right? I'm preventing them from violating an incredible idea. I'm sorry?
I mean,
so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. So, Sabr Lord Ka'aviyah. They say he holds like his father. The other Unshin Yahadim, he says there was a derive punishment, even capital punishment, from a Kabbalah. The Asya Shabbos, Kilo Yavel, something that was to make a several kilos between 7 and 7. Just like you just said, that you can kill someone to prevent them from worshiping idolatry. You also kill someone from preventing them from being on a follow Shabbos. I'm going to go for Shabbos. Maybe you'll become a value that's based on this symbol. So say, we came to a conclusion about this symbol. This is a very important subject. Karaveru Shabbatorah. In Omer Adam Avor Ba'al Ya'avar Ba'al Yudin. Go say, threaten a person, say to a person, any Avera in the Torah, either commit this Avera or will kill you. What's the halacha? I will say, commit the Avera. You commit the Avera. Chutz, Ve'avodas Chochavim, the Greek part of the if somebody comes to the worship idolatry or engage in immorality or engage in the act of bloodshed, then what's the halacha? The halacha is I consuming give my life into violence. So you're asking about Avodas Chochavim, what is that tradition? To give your life rather than worship idolatry. But I know we learned Amr B'Shlomo Nation, Amr Adam Avodas Chochavim, V'Alti Harei. How do we know that if they turn the person to either worship idolatry or will kill you? How do we know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? The pasuk says, "Tamalomar v'chai bohem v'lo shiyamus bohem." The pasuk says that you shall live through them. The Lord wants us to live and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can even worship idolatry to save your life. We're in 1 second. Yaakov, even the Parnasio. You might have thought about it that this is even true in public, or let's say somebody tells me the worship idolatry is public living in person. I would have thought that again, I was like even worship. Gomar, Los Sakam worship, Rashid Kashi, in the Kashi. Therefore, what the Apostle says, do not go ahead and profane my name. So at the end of the day, even if what's the real passing this way? You passing out of Zara, at least one of the three cardinal errors for which you have to do it. Now again, the scope of that, when that is, what's concerned about Zara, that is a lot of halakhic literature. I know it's not the point. These other evidence says that even idolatry and worship, rather than do the right also administration. For example, if this act of idolatry is going down to the public on Hesra, then it does not have what we call it. Then it's still a shit. Definition of God being. There's a definition of God being, you certainly have to give your life rather than worship. So the Gemara is, you don't have to belong, you don't have to belong. Besides, or those of them, they have to say, Shalom, it's a beautiful Gemara. You have to love with all of your heart, all of your soul. Both death. For our purposes, death means it's all of your needs. All of your money. In them, I call that so it's already told me that I have to love God with all of my life. That I have to stand ready to give up my life for God. So it's already told me that. Then why does it have to say with all of my money? In them, I become all death. Lama them, I become Shiva. Jewish the Gemara says, Inish the Adam, Shikha Chane Valono, the Kapne, and I become now Shiva. We'll say so some people, life is more important than living. Therefore, the Shmarel says you have to love me with all of your life, which means that even if someone can't give your life for me, you have to stand there. And there are some other people whose money is more important to them than their life. Therefore, you have to think of again with all of their money. So also you see from here, what the bringing down the beautiful is that from the we also learn that love of God, as Rashi says, which may not switch up with anybody's food. Here we also see that Zara is the Hari Bayah. Just in my focus. Well, everybody seems to agree on that Machlokes about Zara. The word goes by Kidara Shibustama, Kidara. So we'll say, greater than Kidara Shibustama, Rabbi keep the second Rabbi Omer, Kikashi, Yaakov, Shara, Ilbaratz, on that bench. We'll say the Pasuk says, just like a man will rise up against another one and murder him. So the Pasuk says, and murder him. So the Gemara says, King had Gavraza, and he Malaman. So we'll say, what are we learning after this case of the murder? The act of Harizeh Father Lami, we'll say, turns out to be teaches something, but we end up ultimately learning something. Not so short Zech now. Also, we're going to compare Zech to Nara Muras. Not Nara Muras, and that's an action. Was it just like, that in order to save Nara Muras from being violated, you kill the offender, right? You can kill the perpetrator. So therefore, against Afro-Zech, that's an action. Was it so to Rotzeh? You can go ahead and kill him in order to prevent him from going ahead and committing the act. Almost every night now, it's just as an act of murder is somebody tells you either kill Rube or I'll show you. I have to swing it with my life and take the life of another. So too, if the woman is supposed to be violated, or the man is supposed to be violated, which of course is an act of adultery, and to sooner give my life than commit that act. One second. Let's say I've put in Noah, which is going to distinguish that murder is the hurry by now. Where do you know that I have to sooner give my life and take the life of another? See, Mars is smarter than that. It's actually just amazing. It's actually a smell. What's the smell? The wood also can make it up. I'm going to be married to Doroi. So what's the name of the before? Rabbi, and he says to Rabbi, married to Doroi. What's the local governor? Still can't do the fire. Below Katinulaka. The governor said, he said to me, go and go to them. If you don't do it, I'm going to kill you. What did Rabbi say to this man? I'm going to lick the love, below 6 dollars. You have to let yourself be killed. You have to kill someone. Me being married to Dama Dak Sumak today. Dilma Damado, who says that your blood is red? If you get a guy's blood is red, we'll say that says essentially it's what license does one person have to take the life of someone else in order to preserve his own? Guess what? You have Lo Shano, Elishma Shas Yerzalam. We'll say, when do we say that in general? We'll say, so Gemara made a statement. The statement was that in general, if somebody tells you you violate a particular avera or when you go, what's halacha? You violate. Okay, there are three exceptions. That's the general rule. That's the general rule. So let's say, so where do I know that? Where do I know that in general, again, so again, the Gemara says the guideline. But the Gemara says, let's analyze this. Where do you know that in general, if somebody tells you to violate an avera, you do so? As one called Ya'avor Ba'ali Hari. English is the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So Rabbi says, who subscribes to this idea, that in general, by all the other Averos, we say Ya'avor Ba'ali Hari. How do I know that there are exceptions to that? El Yoshon Alishon Shas Zeres Malchus. About Shas Zeres Malchus. Hakidu Mitzvah Kala Yifori Ba'ali. That is true when it's not Zeres Malchus. Also, when the Gentile government is actively watching what they go under like Yiddishkeit, so then I will say that's called Shas Zeres Malchus. And kind like that, I have to give my life, even for a Gentile, where it's clear that there's a coordinated attack against my voyage, and these things are unfolding right on a governmental level. I have to give my life rather than violate even the smallest of mitzvahs. So the Gemara says, furthermore, there was another qualification. Rabbi Yochanan says, when we said that in general we hold Ya'avor B'Ali Hari by mitzvahs kalos, so we'll say that's only true. That's only true. Consider that's only true. You're violating the Averos in private about the Parhesio. They will say to violate even a quote-unquote small act, even at a time when there's not governmental persecution, is going to be you do mitzvah kali in a very value. We'll say for being forced to violate in public, even if it's not the time of Zeres Malchus, and even if it's a time, and even if it's just an avera kalo, mitzvah kalo, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Yeah, all right. Listen, by the way, my mitzvah kala, before I keep using this term of a mitzvah kala, what's a mitzvah kala? Amarav Abari Mitzvah Amarav Mishalim Artistas in the side. Even if the old people of him are getting decided to change my shoes. What does that mean? So let's say again, Gentiles wear one kind of shoes, Jews wear a different kind of shoes. So again, that's a mitzvah kala. Under all circumstances, Gentiles will change the shoes. I say. Okay, yeah, I'll just you later. That was so again, the first thing over here is the following. If it's clear, this is part of a systematic approach to under my Yiddishkeit, I have to keep my life safe. I can't participate in anything that is part of a systematic undermining of Yiddishkeit. And number two, if the Gentiles are going to make a public display of look, the Jew is willing to change his shoelace to yield to the Gentile. It wasn't this individual party. Even though again, how long you might suggest that I have to give my life. Obviously, there's those in the systematic piece become elements. I don't know who podcast is. So I'm a bias. She said, by the way, how much is public? What's the definition of bias? So I'm a Yaakov of Yochanan, same bias that puts in that survey. I will say, so bias is technical. Shita Yisraelim. I will say, this goes against, by the way, every single piece of instruction we always see in the school church. I will say, so I went to any right self-respect. So what has to follow this is a speech. That makes a lot of sense. The point was well taken, but I'll have to choose an accurate. On a technical level, you can't attack them. So you see right here that the Gentile is trying to go ahead and get me to change something in my Yiddishkeit, even if it's a with Parhessia means in front of 10 other Jews. she didn't say anything like it. He was actually so great. So I will sanctify the conviction of my people. Actually, what we were going to see is clear shut. This concentrates on the help. Just this concept of the mitzvah, Kiddush Hashem, we're going to make the drush up so focused a little bit. But it's really, just yourself enough to have that. What happens if you have 9 Jews in one community? Is that for the proper quorum? So, much more kind of like I was talking about Asia Tokyo. What's making Zero Tokyo? 6 so it says over here, I'll be sanctifying the Jewish people. It's because some people says by Korah, says the response of the Moshe Rabbeinu, separate yourself from this evil. Right? So, Zir Shabbat Tov, Man Lahavat, Sarah, Yisrael, was it just like, again, there's one more piece of this Zir Shabbat we got elsewhere. You might have the second part is Zir Shabbat of Ida, from Korah to the Meraglim. And just like by the Meraglim, Ida represents 10, so too again, Ida represents 10. So you have a twofold, so Ida. Just like over there it was 10, and they were all Jews. Therefore, it was like by the Dashki, it was also what? 10, and they were all Jews. So what's that? So again, and that indeed is halakha. Just you should know. But again, even if you hold that you have to give up your life for a mitzvah of Kabbalah, that should be forced to go ahead and perform what you violate by Hashem, or Hesed means 10 Jews. This is such an incredible story. Esther, but how was Esther Hamanah permitted to go ahead and live with Achashverosh? Was this not a public display of arayos? Remember again, everyone knew why one was taken to the and everyone knew what was happening with Esther Achashverosh when she was his wife. Is that not good arayos? Is that not ultimately again immorality? And Esther essentially was saying, why didn't Esther give her life? Why didn't Esther give her life? To which the Gemara says, and by the way, this sugya never has such incredible halacha race applications throughout the year. There's incredible verses here, which we're not going to get to today. But still look at arayos. Rabbi wanted 2 answers. Number 1, Esther conquered all of us. Esther was passive in the act of relations. Rabbi said, now what does that mean? So this is an incredible design. Rabbi is saying the following. When do we say Erik Baal Yahweh? When do we say Erik Baal Yahweh? When by giving up your life, you will not have to perform the act. So if someone comes over to me and says, so, kill me, then I'm going to kill you. I say no. So I say no. So we'll say, but saying no and refusing their life, that prevents the act from materializing. And at the end of the day, the act does not go forward. If Halakha Raisa, the act is going to happen anyway, then I'm not, as long as I'm not acting in the act, I am not trying to give her. What Rabbi says is that never. One of the tries, somebody threatens me, she could say no or she wants. You can violate her. So because you can violate her, therefore what? She's not simply get us to give up her. So Rabbi says, Esther can't hold myself. I mean, she was passing the hand. She was saying, by the way, the first Shirayim is in the Megillah. Remember again, the most dramatic part of the Megillah. When Mordechai says to Esther, what? You have to go to the king. You have to go to the king. And what does Esther say? You didn't go to the king. What does this mean? So Pasha Pshat, she's saying, I wasn't having no king. We're going to go ahead and essentially kill her. Where it says, remember again, it's not focused about the nature of the relationship between Mordechai and Esther. So some say that Esther was Mordechai's wife. This whole time there's the possibility of the unification because she's conquering the world, she's essentially being violated, therefore then it's not right. So she says, my dear husband, I'll do this to save problems of it. You understand that if I initiate contact now with him, this becomes Arias. And once it becomes Arias, I become usher to you through this act of adultery, which by the way is a different discussion. Esther Malka is the paradigmatic example of our daily Mishma, which again, don't try to separate. But again, there is a concept like this of an Aldera Mishma, specifically in situations ultimately again of Hatzalah B'Klal Yisrael. We see it by Esther Malka, We saw it again by the Haftorah of Rosh Hashanah, by Yael and Sisra. We see this concept. So the Gemara says over here, why wasn't Esther Yeres to give up her life for the act of Arayos? Because she was Karkol. Rava says, Hanoas Atzman Shai. This is actually, Rava says, it's also different. When do we say that a person has to give up their lives when there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's forcing me to do these things to try to go ahead and get me to violate the tenets of my religion. But when there's not really a religious aspect, there's just desires at play, then what? We're not free to give up my life. So Rabbi suggests over here, was not to go ahead and get her to violate the duties. And again, doesn't bring her who she is. So I might say again, watch out for over here. Desires are at play. When there's not, when forcing me to commit that daily is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivities, then the might say again, Rabbi suggests one is not likely to give up their life. Now, interestingly enough, Rabbi gives examples of this. You don't take off because if you don't hold this right, I try not to use points out that the Persians used to have a young in their fucking casinos, where we go home to home collecting lamps, like lanterns, and you'd have to go to the lamp and they replace their house all these are. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how would this use to participate in that collection? Aren't they contributing to our to which the Gemara says, here's the thing, the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the lantern. They wanted the lamp. Meaning, they didn't want to have to spend all of the money on providing all of the lamps. So they figured, just get it from the Jews. But there was no concentrated effort of getting the Jews to convert. Therefore, again, there's only to give a half an hour, not half an hour. Well, after the time, this was that. The Omer Rav, after the Omer Rav Yisrael, Hatu Aspas of the Shabbat, if an alchemist says to you, cut down this aspas. We'll say aspas doesn't plant. Cut down this plant on Shabbos and feed it to the animals. So we'll say, so obviously the symbol is the threat of death. The Gentiles telling you, if I don't cut down the plant, which is a switch to Shabbos, he's going to kill me. But he's telling me to cut it down and to feed it to the animals. So what's that up on the side? Be low calculated, but if you don't do it, ultimately again, I'm going to kill you. Right? I'm going to kill you. So what's that on the side? Lick the also, lick the leg. Ultimately, again, cut it down, right? Cut it down, and don't allow yourself to be killed. Right? So you're going to see it essentially just a moment. Shove the narrow. But also, let's say the Gentile tells me what? Cut down the aspas and throw it into the river. Then what? Lick the leg below lick the leg. Ultimately, in that case, I have to allow myself to be killed and not cut down the aspas. So what's like, what this is to this is my timer, Rabbi and Rosa. What's the killing? You see, when the Gentiles now cut down the aspas to burn his animal, what's his motivation? Right? For his animal, he doesn't want to do the work. So you have to have a Jew at his disposal. He'll take advantage of the Jew. It's my Shabbos. The Gentile doesn't care so much about that. But it's clear that he's utilizing me in a way that benefits him. I know it's not tells me to cut down the aspas and burn it to the neighbor. His intention is what? His intention is to get me to violate the tenets of my faith. Oh, that you want to do? That I can't do. So I'll say, therefore, again, we begin to see over here. So I'm going to stop over here. But I'll say, what we begin to see over here is the following. Number one, three apparent that you heard by Yabba. We have a focus about Apple Torah. Normally, mitzvahs tell us you can violate, you don't have to give your life. We see exceptions to that if it's Farhesia, or if it's clear that the intention is to get the Jew to violate the tenets of the state. We now begin to see major exceptions, that even with the Gimel Chamuros, we'll say if either, like in the case of Arayos, is Karka Olam, Tosfos points out, obviously Karka Olam only works for a woman, Karka Olam does not work for a man. But at least not Arayos, when it comes to a woman, could potentially save her life by being passive in the act of Arayos. And Manos Atzmon, if it's clear that the purpose of the Gentile is not to make me violate the tenets of my faith, but instead is his own benefit, then Allah Almighty will appear that in those cases, we will not see your heart by Yahweh. So we'll stop over there, we'll pick up his body, it's almost like you said, it's almost hard to come along soon. The
it's a fucking real site. This is crazy, man. Holy shit. What happens when you click on Justice for Two?
Oh shit, shout out to you,
One additional art that I wanted to add in.
Shut up,
Mark
Metal
Alex, supposed to have to get about
Story Hours. Earned it. I should pick one for my career. For what I've accomplished. Call me Tim Coleman.
Because
Renato
if I see that my son is
Look at
missing
my
something,
name.
I have to show us something. Not use this is if I see that my friend is in danger of losing his self, I use his mortal danger, Vashi Bosa, I have a region of trying to refer to that, trying to do something nothing, we could develop a system to do. That's in general, in life, everyone is missing something. We say, Lorraine the Flushers, like both stuff, many different Flushers and deficiencies. Each and every one of us is different. Each and every one of us is missing something. What if you have more than Vashi Bosa, Vashi Bosa? I have to look back and try to figure out what it is and what could I do for you. And you have to try to figure out what am I missing and what can you do for me.
I know that we know better, but I kind of want to be on this site. Now that you said, like, what I've been mentioning, I wanted to mention this. Can you put us on? Whoever made this Reddit shop official, can you put us on before, maybe? And then just put, like, 10 minutes of shop and, like, a link to the
I have to finish.
Can you do that, though? Can you do that? Can you put us as more and then a link to our YouTube? I know that's a grifter bullshit thing to ask, but it's funny. Is it really? I think that's funny. Can we go back to the site?
That's the little minus. But when I look at the other, I know that this
I'll just send you a message on Reddit.
the shiner is, what can I do?
Yeah, please, like, okay. So, we looked at free and you click off.
What can I do to be there for you? What can I do to be there for you? So this whole time, I have everything I need for my life, but I know that everyone around me is deficient. The Hashimoto's or it used to be a year, or it used to be part of the family store, or it used to be part of the community. It's constantly aware and cognizant. If everyone around me is missing something, I say
I'll read some of the comments. Successfully put in the work with the rest of the chefs to get us in there. Take a hike across the Baltic Market, says Victor. Yeah, there you go. That was a funny one. It's like, you bring it, I'll bring it. Shout out to Brendan Walsh.
I don't know if this is something or what. I don't know how to read the profile.
That's okay. What happened to you in lawsuits redacted?
I can go to that. 300 pages, great movie, never seen it. Brendan Lewis, awful act. Talks to the KFW boys lawsuits. Shout out to the English
Oh, okay. So it's a link to the podcast credit, and then and place. All right. Yeah, I mean that's cool. I'd like to. That we can go on to the more. If it just says like it's linked to us, impossible.
Job, Brian Callen,
Summer, no day for
my friends, Chris Kyle,
obviously a strong morning. Hard to whether the road is for a minor, someone who's running after someone else to kill them, a perpetrator,
Man, what if you saw Brendan Schaub save someone's life in real time? Actually, you'd be like, you'd be kind of shocked, like, oh my god, he really actually saved someone's life. I'd go bad. But also be like, oh, that's awesome. I got to see it. Oh my gosh, that's a bit much.
Gemara says Shani Basam, then the Mishmaya
Nice.
is different from what's alike. Because the mindset again, this is not kind of too
Great secret to
like at the end of the day, this is coming from the Shara. So because again, it's not critical, this can't hold the baby. Loading requires interest now. Loading requires power. This is how I put it tomorrow. His name is Ayah. It's emerging. Let's say it's pretty important. Loading, Shahi, Loading, Frame of Hardball. So, moving on, you have to Shimon, kill Shimon. Over what we see to Ruben, for the 8, she's slow. But you already have to Shimon. She doesn't have to do.
What is
But listen, La Torah Allah, Shofet, Lama, Adam, Adam, Adam,
still on Valve's
someone's trying to put something killer. So I'm going to go to sell the Moshe and the Moshe or allowed to get safe by killing Ruben. So again, the point of the key is interestingly enough is under all circumstances you have to give Hasra. So there's the warning that's unsure, and then there's like a verbal and there's a response on the part of the perpetrator. So you know that I'm doing it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't require you for a verbal response. That a loading does not be Hasra, does not be any kind of word. Which the Gemara says, no, I think that the Osir is really that's a different opinion. So this is really good, the Osir is really good to say. So this is really good, the Omer, correctly starts Hasra. In general, someone who is well for that. It doesn't require Hasra. Why not? But coming from where that is someone who you know has a big information, doesn't require Hasra. She will make the Hasra, and we're asking to show you the rules. Like I tried to know, it's only there to see if someone knows the difference between someone who's an accidental perpetrator versus when it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder. You know how fun it's going to be in the system. Tashma, Rode, Shayode, if someone writes, so again, Ruben was going to have to shoot to kill him. Omer Lo Re'ishi Yisrael Ruben Brisli. Torah Omer Shobek Kama Adama Adam. So you see, Ruben, what are you doing? Why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the company. He's always trying to kill someone. He's about to kill someone. Which the wife says, "Come on, you're not actually like Nas and Yosef Chaim." So interestingly enough, if a lot of the nice perpetrator Ruben says, do it anyway, because you know it. So a nice again, that shows that a Ruben doesn't have stress. So let's say, so what is interesting is not so we have the opportunity Ruben unfortunately successfully kills Shimon will be able to bring Ruben to Daisy. Since it's going to have to come to Daisy, Beina Boy has these guys everyone is going to be referred to me by some other class yes. I'm going to I'm going to come to that terrorist or a police say, that a lot of ways of I will probably do Mahtarosa Zoe as well as Sally and Jesse. And if somebody's harming, drinking to someone's house, that's not. That's true. I guess it's exactly what you're marketing. You understand that the household is going to stay going to fight. Someone saying if you're still training and you're ready to go in, there's every house you play to kill you. No one for us. So bottom line, that's how it's actually quite interesting. Just to show you the genesis. This discussion began. Well, let's see, right? Katan is running after leaving to kill. So Latina says that Halacha must be killing the Katan. The effect is to refer to Katan what does that show? That a rotate is not Hasra. And when someone's got to kill someone else without the children, without being which can lead to Kesef Mishnu Kasavar, Rodi Kim, Sarah Hasro, Roshi Rogo, Roshi. Kesef Mishnu says you see here in the Rama Paul, the Rodi is not Kesef. Whether the Rodi is Rogo, like Hasan, no Hasro. I will say, I do know 70 pages. The English is also nothing. So these people, if they're about to destroy, you're allowed to go ahead and prevent the solution of destroying by killing the purpose. The intended purpose. What are they? So the most number one, the only after okay, so piece number one, Ruben's pursuing Shimon. Ruben's pursuing Shimon. You're not moving on to prevent the next. Unless the after is over, let's say Ruben's going after Shimon, coming after Sabbath on the Shimon. So ultimately, you're allowed to Ruben to prevent the free. Yeah,
For a second, I didn't hold it though. It sounds like a guy stubbing his foot. I like that. That's entertaining. I like the idea of a show where you get like one guy where you're like, you can't hit that fucking famous opera singer's note, and then you wait to see if he does it. That's like a bit.
Okay, so that's when you see the first
dude, I got it. I mean, it's better than anything out there. Old shit, I guess, is better than anything. That's a lot more
Shabbos, the only quality about it is again. Let's get all this about the Shabbos. So again, that's also but there's not another impact on another human being that's impacted by that. So we're not going to moving to prevent them from being Shabbos, but for that matter, to prevent them from worshiping that. By the way, we have like this concept, but we didn't know. How do we know that Ruben is running after Shimon? But I'm allowed to kill Ruben before he does it. We're doing it essentially like Osamo Adame. Also says, literally, do not stand on your friends. In other words, you must be standing with your eyes to your friends. Don't sit by while Shimon is going on. But rather, again, go ahead and take action to prevent Ruben from killing Shimon. That's how it happens. So, although Huda also, that has to be for something else. I need one for the same deal. I need that puzzle for something else. What do I need for? And nonetheless, I need to shoot for that banana. How do I know if I see that friend? See what I'm doing? Drowning in the water. Oh, how you go about salt? Or an animal is drowning in the way. So listening by the or being attacked by robbers. I don't have the right to stand idly by. I have to jump in and try to help. Now, happens to be this is a fascinating discussion about what level of danger I covered it with salt in order to save someone. Let's say I'm being drowning, but I'm not supposed to. Why is he being attacked by a lion? And again, I don't have any weapon. So there's much to talk about the idea of the most if you see someone in mortal danger, you can't just simply say not my power. So some of them have to jump in. So again, so you just use that possible some of them have to teach us. And if I see Shimon being pursued by Ruben, that I'm allowed to go and go Ruben and prevent him from much of the person teaches me that if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand by him dying, I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help him. So which one of the things? Which words? You're right. The process of will sound like I have really if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand by him dying. I have to go ahead and step in and I have to try to save him. Now we have to try to do it. By animal, by robbers, I have to try to help him. The Ella, you feel like you're an absolute. So where do I know that Ruben is pursuing Shimon? I'm allowed to Ruben is going to what is Shimon. Where do I know that from? Has to become from Naramuros. You don't have to become Homer from Naramuros. Worst case on Terry to be forgot, but it's him even trying to make the word in here, say it, know what it is. And I guess that's a good investment for these two students to have done these things. And maybe they are kind of stupid, maybe they are stupid. That. Civil theft is just civil theft. That just sounds like another way of saying theft. Wire fraud, I could do that. I'm pretty sure that Yeah, exactly. Forward, even though again his intention, quote unquote,
filing a false tax return.
but he has to
You
go to
just have to file a
you're allowed to
return.
kill the guy to prevent him
Yeah,
from
that's
violating
really
the
easy. You probably didn't hire somebody that.
I'm going to throw a nickel on 2 minutes. So again, if a marriage breaks violating our we're allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating it. And all the more so, all the more so,
So I take all that back. Now that I've read it a few
all the
times,
more so when I see
I
Ruben
realize
running
that
after
both
Shimon
me
to
and
kill him.
Papa
Kill him, right? Drive on Russell, so Ruben is running after Nara Russell to fight him. So if the is just in that case, you're allowed to kill Ruben to prevent him from violating Nara Russell. All the more so, I see Ruben running after Shimon to kill Shimon. Of course, I'm allowed to go ahead and prevent him from doing so. Which means what's not getting if you own Shimon Adin, you can't put someone to death on the basis of that's count for law. So the day is immersive. The day that he cut it. So in Shiva Jai, they said, right, it's like a it's a package. I wasn't package happens to be a juxtaposition within the house. So that's what it's a so Gemara says, Tana Hekishu, Kikasha, Yoko Kishara, Russ on this. Remember, this is the pasuk of Na'arat and Russ. And this is talking about, again, Halot Avaisa, Halot Avaisa, and Na'arat is quiet. So the Halot is we go ahead and we go ahead. So the house says, Na'arat Losasa, even our acknowledge, how do you say Na'arat, you do it. Right, so she's a victim. She's a victim. Therefore, Kikasha, Yoko Kishara, or Tzapol Nefesh Kiadavaza. Na'arat Losasa is like a case where someone attempts to kill someone else. So what does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says, so what exactly are we learning out from Roseach and Aram Ross? Which is much you're right. After Ari said Bob and Rami didn't so much. So it sounded like we're trying to learn something from Aram Ross. We're trying to learn something from Roseach and Aram Ross. Turns out that no, we're actually learning out something from Aram Ross and applying it to Roseach. What are we applying? Listen to this. The rest of Rabbi, it is a Makish Roseach and Aram Ross. The plus it comes from the package. Comparison between Aram Ross and Roseach. How so? Not Aram Ross and Nicholas in the natural. So just like an Aram Ross, you're allowed to go ahead and kill him. Prevent him from violating the Aram Ross. So to Roseach, we tell us a little bit now. Ultimately, it's to Roseach, you're allowed to kill him. You're allowed to kill the offended. So what's interesting enough, it turns out, the Torah says explicitly, right, you're going to see that Allah Rosa and that's right to violate the Aram Ross. You can kill him. And then the Torah just
got a time problem.
It's
like, why say that?
But when you're having some violence by the Nara on your Rasul, so you kill someone who's trying to cover up the incredible. It's Nara Rasul, I know by Nara Rasul. The aim of Moshiach fields, she cried out, and there's no one there to save her. The Gemara says,
it's just, I accept the apology because I don't care. He served. The people that are going to be still mad have a right to be mad at that. The soldiers actually served. They lied about it. But I can't get over
to kind of like, you know,
because I can't relate to it. Just think about it. You work in a farm,
drowning in the river.
what if you were like, yeah, I'm a golf person,
or robbers are coming
I train
to
Taik.
I don't know, I got to obligated to
I was
step
like,
in.
I'm so good at being a caddy that I actually got to the last week. And then
Plus, it says you must stand on the first one.
like, so it's just like that's essentially like that night I stayed up and I killed anyone that was driving. I just had a heart monitor and I was just like,
If you see someone in trouble,
it
you're
goes
not
back to that's also it's even weirder.
just
I want to go
by the way, you understand, it doesn't say you want to pick up your shit. Let's pick up your body. But in addition to that, go look at this, do something.
all night long at the bar I shot people from the window.
It's not even enough just to happen. If there's something that
That's what makes it weird. It's not just lying about exploits. It's like
suffering from life. That is a biblical obligation. That's not
I got this squeezing the life out of 15 children in an hour. What? That's not good.
Whatever the was,
The idea that you just indiscriminately kill people is not actually good. Some of the stuff is aggressive. But
So Shabbos having is like literally just I find it like an obligation to how do I know this person is individual? He's self. Literally, he's morbid. The wild animal, the Rabbi. How do I know that I'm obligated to step in and try to? So the Moshe Kamalomar, Rashi also. So the way we write Rashi is Rashi also means you have to again return low. You have to return him to his self is in danger of being lost. You have to do what you can in order to return him to him. So the Gemara says, I'm going to actually say, give me a son, you're upstairs, have a more I need to be upstairs. Have a mixture of Mika Oguri in the law. I would have this night. I just thought I should also know. I would have thought, okay, I'm obligated to help. So if I can help, I'll help. We're not obligated to round up other people, or to hire people, or to spend resources to try to help people. So much more on the person who says, once in a while. You know, Salvador, so Rashi also knows teaching me the application. If I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can to return their self. And I will also around emotional level as well. See someone in the emotional stress. An obligation to do what I can to help return their self to them. And then again, Salvador teaches me, even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people. I have to spend money. I have to work I have to do whatever I can in order to help the person. So, turn up on it. So again, whether I see Ruben running after Shimon, or I see Ruben running after Shimon Sodomites, or I see Ruben running after Nara Murasa Tabayim, or I see Ruben going to go ahead and let's say violate someone for whom there is a huge recess piece or death penalty, or tobacco type pieces, or I see Ruben running after someone to violate them because they're pieces. What's that look like? Matzim also benashal. All these cases can be arranged to prevent them from violating. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, Amar Tango, Rusha the Kalito Kalito, he Matzim also benashal. So if a Kohen is right now, Rusha is red, Rusha or Kalito, right? He's going to say differently. If a Kohen doesn't, he's going to go and have relations with another one. Or a regular Kohen is right now, Rusha is red, Rusha. So remember, it's not prohibited, but it's prohibited by Allah.
Yeah, I haven't seen this yet, but it says, do you think they're more angry at each other now?
Going ahead and having relations with this woman, even though it is forbidden.
It's friends.
Let's say again, even already committed now he wants to repeat it. The halacha is you can't kill him, but apparently and we discuss exactly why that is. Let's see what that is. You might think Matzil is a benafsha. Yesh la Moshiach, you Matzil is a benafsha. This is interesting. If halacha myself, let's say by Nara Murasa, she's about to be violent, and there's a way to save her without killing her completely, and of course my case is a bad thing. So what is that? Killing the perpetrator is only the last resort to prevent it from being harmed. And if there is another way, this is another method to stop moving from violating Salah Murasa and other cases, like we saw in Arab Rasa, and Allah is obligated to avail ourselves of that other method. And here Rabbi says, After Ameris, Nikulo, Shaloya
For some reason, the Australian accent takes me out. Like I start listening to it, and then I would think about all that. I can't even do it for like New Zealand accent. Sorry. I like I'm like the videos over and I haven't listened for the last 50 years. You're like, fuck, it's our good. It's been 20 minutes. I literally, I parked outside of the house and the girls going to feed cats or something, and I was like, great. Time to listen to podcast, great. And then she came out after she fed the cats. The video was over and I didn't do a thing.
It's not like what? It's amazing. It's good. Enough Nara is in the Pasuk. Can't be without the head. So if you have this Nara, so what does that teach? Nara is off. That person is running out of Shem Sodomites. You could kill it in order to prevent it from doing that. Nara, of course, is a Nara Murasa. You see, we're not talking about Nara Murasa. So lots of children to prevent him from violating. what is he preferred? It would be Christos. So you can have a mission because he's a person for him years of Christ. You kill him to prevent him from doing that. Right? Small that's right? Jesus telling me some things. This is for the nature of relationships that I have to use in case of doing that. So honey love, why don't you call this case? Here's where I'll tell you what. Because of that one on Nahar, mission of earth, I would have said, why can't I go ahead before he sodomizes? Because that's not fair. That's not therefore, I got to be looking for potential. About Nahar, the first place, Nahar, as much as it's an active violation, but the act itself, it was connected itself. So perhaps again, we didn't kill proactively for attempts to do that. So therefore, again, the person is teaching now. I know that maybe attempts to violate the Nahar also can be killed in order to stop. Because of that, when Nahar is hugging them. Furthermore, again, we just said now, I would have said you're usually allowed to go ahead and kill the man before you go for the 20 violence Nahar also, because if he violates her, how come it's a reference to reference and it's also a reference to potentially status. Not just out of the sumo, so ultimately again, they have to have other ramifications or marriage ramifications. Actually says that they're ugly love because it's smooth and delicate. Actually says that
they don't know the difference between chuck and cheese and can you imagine you go, your parents take it and like way later in life, your parents are like that. Policy, you got to see status damage, and no necessarily damage, or by the opposite. Like, remember the mouse in the costume?
Say no, you even control who they
it's a big mouse, right?
Because of that's one of the really just says Nahar and Zohar. So right, so far we have again, moving can be divided down on the Rasa, killing to prevent him from doing so. He's trying to sodomize Shimon and prevent him to prevent him from doing so. So the Torah would have just said these two, because of one of the will say on the days. Mishum Gahai loves Orsa, Gahai Kapagim. So Nahar that's called Nahar is Gahai. That's why you can proactively before you perform. Shakrayos, Ayub Lonovish, Eba Arayos, roll to here, a quote unquote and ramifications of the it doesn't blemish quote unquote status wise or relationship wise as much. Perhaps I would not be able to kill moving which we must consider that well, hate. The Torah says no, it brings about to lead to a relationship that is confused. There is an alliance, we're allowed to kill him to prevent him from doing so. Because of that one hate, the Torah would have just said, then, maybe if I see moving about to engage with forbidden relationship, only forbidden by love, perhaps we should be able to clean that as well. So Rahmana Mothers. So it's the only thing that people actually think women is if you develop an into a relationship, which is punishable. Because of Rahmana Mothers, I'm the kind of Chayim as well. They would have just said mothers, and I said, oh, what does mothers mean? Mothers means Chayim says based in. Only relationship that somebody is based in. Like Chayim Pisos. So Rahmana hate. Therefore the Torah says hate. It comes from Chayim Pisos.
I love stuff like that.
So the original Rahmana hate mothers are not by marriage. So that's the case. That's what the Pasuk says. The Pasuk says hate mothers. If it is hate mothers, what does that mean? That means any relationship.
Okay, so how far are you looking right now?
You're allowed to kill the perpetrator as you understand the perpetrator.
That is what I'm referring to.
That held automatically not on the and selfish. So just leave out now, right? Leave out and mothers. And I would know that if somebody is trying to do something, attempting to do something, definitely by hate, or if you encourage, you're allowed to actively kill living preventing the perpetrator trying to get rid of you. You're right. what would make sense? Alright, so why does it say, the Nar, Chal Limite Chol Chavim, the Chal Limite, the Ima, so what's this here? Because remember, there's a danger. What's the danger? The danger is like this. If it would have omitted Nar, it would have just taken loss. Without telling me like this. If Reuben is attempting to do anything that carries it in either by basic or by currents, if you kill him to prevent him from doing the things that already said, then who's about to be Mechal Shabbos, I can kill him to prevent him from being Mechal Shabbos. Or if Reuben is about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So when the Torah says Nar and Nar, which tells you the only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone and prevent them from committing an Avera is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact another human being, for example, Reuben is about to Mechal Shabbos, very bad, but it doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to commit an act of bestiality, doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact another human being. In those cases, cannot kill Reuben to prevent him from committing the act. Incredible.
I don't know how much I want to know.
So here's the problem. About the Amar Ovid Again, we'll talk about this more tomorrow. Shabbos is not. Rashmi or Shumai of Hack. Go ahead. Sorry, I should say. You're showing guys if I see everybody stop worship idolatry, I can kill them to prevent it from worshiping idolatry. Wow. So according to Shomai Yochai, then why do I need Nar and Nar? You might say that's how we look at the Himo, how we look at the Shabbos. This is what I'm talking about why this is. And Shomai Yochai's tomorrow, that Shomai Yochai holds in my Avodah. So by using Avodah Zarah, if I see you in about worship Avodah Zarah, I can go and kill it to prevent it from worshiping. Then things are like this. But the Shomai Yochai Nar and Nar comes to exclude the other. I see about to engage in action with the other, can't kill it to prevent it from doing that. Or if I see about to Mechal Shabbos, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that. Okay, so which Gemara says, come with the Himo, come with the Shabbos. Saturday, because I would have thought, TC Shabbos, we feel I don't talk like this. Both desecration of Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, both emotional fruit. So I'm not supposed to keep them show my Yochai. The sinner that can kill Reuben to prevent from worshiping Avodah Zarah, and it also can Reuben to prevent him from being the Mechal Shabbos. Mamash Malon knows. Mamash Malon is free for Avodah Zarah, not for Shabbos. You have ready for Rabbi Shimon or Mechal Shabbos. You tell it's Rabbi Shimon. Oh, so there's another sheet. There's more. So what's this? So what you really see here is these schools of thought. The primary school of thought is like he's only coming about to kill Reuben is when he is about to commit something that is punishable either by death by basis or choice, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, I can't prevent Reuben from committing that error by killing. That's the first school of thought. Second school of thought, I'm sure I agree with that, with the exception of Avodah Zarah. You can kill Reuben to prevent the worship of Avodah Zarah. And then there's Rabbi Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not only can you kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, but you also kill Reuben to prevent him from being Mechal Shabbos. Mechal Shabbos. So instead of yield, Mechal Shabbos, we got to Reuben. So that's the Shabbos, you kill Reuben. Because the Lazar of Shimon makes the Shir Shabbat of Hillel. It says Hillel by Avodah Zarah. It says Hillel by Shabbos. Just like you kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so you kill Reuben to prevent him from being the fellow Shabbos. So my the Lazar quite this approach. But according to the Lazar of Rabbi Shimon, then why do you need Nar and Nar? Because essentially, according to the Lazar of Rabbi Shimon, anytime Reuben is about to do something, and carries it to the Misa's basin, right? Death by basin or curries, even if it doesn't have to be victim, you still have to come from doing it. So I don't need Nar and Nar. Which one says no? But it says, my Nar, had you know what we did No, because one of those we call Nar or Nar, or one of them will come to bestiality. And everyone will agree that if I see you in about to commit acts of bestiality, and that means we don't kill them for the very So either I do the custom of a Nar, custom Nar. Everyone is working symmetry. And since the Torah wrote Nar, the Torah also wrote Nar. So I will say, so interestingly enough, as you see over here, I think we'll have to see how often myself, but essentially three different things. Number one is I'm allowed to prevent it from doing Nar. When the Avera A is either partial or misapplication, colleagues that the point of fighting the first part of the
I think we got a bad run our hands. Fix the audio. What are you gonna do? You hang out with
By the
Shab.
time green, it adds in a whole
They
results.
got you out.
Purely from what you know. And according to Lozer, Shimon, he adds in also Shabbos. He's purely providing from the Kal Shabbos.
You'll see one of
Everyone
those
would
movies
agree,
where they
that, for
act like
example,
sell
active
you
Christianity, as terrible as anything is not to do it, I can't
He's a
totally
Jehovah's Witness now.
He's crazy.
Oh my God.
And we go there, Apple American youth will show you guys. You just have
So
what happens if you enter is about a violation?
Sharia law.
We're ready to. The analysis is no, no,
Cross. He would get it so wrong.
I don't want this
Constantly be eating food that wasn't allowed and doing things that were haram.
So again,
Joke,
said,
here he goes again. Fucking says he supports Israel.
the mechanism. You listen to that. That means that I
He'd have a fatwa against him quicker than any Muslim in the history of Islam.
So my focus
Yeah,
is
no, yeah. This is what I think this is the most likely scenario.
she's not
Because
Christianity,
Christianity, especially
they're
since
not parents
he's
on
like some sort of
people share my parents are clear up on the place and they are coming out of this
very funny.
community.
He was
So
something
let's say
very
you look at Christians over the one of my parents, right? And she's between like
what church do they go to? Why am I not there?
right? So what happens is you know that she
That's
is
the least like.
not big on my people. We also that she's telling us what's going on. So what are you doing?
Now I buzz my head
Hold on,
myself.
sorry, I'm
Tell
a
what's
couple
up, right?
so I my parents are the
I was keeping up with
so
the
again,
chains
I wanted to make it so long.
and so when I saw this post, I was like,
And therefore, again, parents just come with it. And if you know that she's not big on herself, so we might say, again, we're not going to listen to what she says. We'll kill the guy.
I don't know why
But
this
then we're not going to the new dog, I become a country, the mustard not so dumb.
It's for sure fucked up.
Oh, mustard not so dumb.
He starts
I'm
turning
not saying where it says, the needle was like this. Why does it toward tell us? Why does it toward tell us?
It really looks strange. He's got some weird blood. It looks like it's like a guy who's going by and he's trying to do
So
something
it's like the fact that she
draw attention elsewhere.
It's
It's unfortunate.
but in this case, like this, which is kind of coming us, I don't want to get killed. And he says, we listen to them, we don't all of us are not so dumb. I'm going to talk about dying. I'm one of them. Actually says we'll be here. The mustard not so dumb. She must have some of she I don't know. I'm not sure it's still dumb. So let's say so ultimately again. So again, for me, it's in general, that's what she's going to give up her life rather than she's telling us no, don't do what she wants. I want to run the race. You listen to her. I'm going to pull out dying. I'm going to say go now. What if a clown of those getting ready to buy the revolution? It's also I don't know what Alan's on about. Now she has religions behind her, she would be totally or something like that. I'm really happy to now the public is one of
I saw this earlier.
it's all just since that
Posted by Somali Gang 2025. It's a legend Mike
the
Tyson.
fact that now again is I'm one of them looking at it going
So much in public.
obviously it's ramification, but the nice again it's not the type of ramification that you are for itself is actively so let's say so what's interesting that's what I'm pointing out is a lot of myself he passed away from
It's funny that you have 13 things going on.
and
I
you
have
did
like
a case where the lady would say, you know what, leave it alone, I'm off the race and you would not
In DC, where hosting events in Washington, Mike Tyson was
doesn't
on
like understand
Brandon Marshall, and
she's sleeping with her face.
it was like kept fucking
It
guys.
sounds really strange, talking about a woman who's got to be
You're poking the wrong bear. You can't
What
find
what
it.
exactly
If you can find it, he's like, everybody's fine.
a lot of times what happens is well,
Is he saying Brandon Marshall is right? Everyone is. It's like a it's funny that it's just a strange thing. Like the most Cormier is doing is trying to join it in for the show. The idea of like just fucking me and Brandon, me beat the shit out of him.
That's almost in the same way. And I'm not when I said
Brandon Chop was
someone's
it's like
how about
it's so funny to watch this like that has seen the video. It's very literal like laughing happening in front of his
over here.
which is hilarious. Shoot. You tell my dad's like focus.
So what should we do in this situation? She says how good. And Jesus says, we listen to her. Rabbi is saying, we don't listen to her. We don't listen to her because we could not think that Torah cares more about our cover, and she cares about our cover. And therefore, I'm also myself, we would do it. We want to stop this man from bothering us. Right, we'll say, we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over this way. Everyone, again, sorry that I couldn't give you my questions. Tremendous piece of work. And we want to
Yeah, that was sent to you, Bob. There's no Brendan Marshall anywhere. He's not like. Once he gets mad, it's all I got. I like how.
All right, Joel said, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to thank. Our Toronto responsible for ROTHSCHILD, year 5785, Pilsen Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. For in the source of wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, may they be Zochem Eretz Hashem. You know, we should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave Chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and now it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which will occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shar Tov U'Mitzlachos, which in Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful Simcha, Mazel, and Bracha. Well, saying with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our precious houses, making prayer for Eretz Hashem, bring them home. The Shalom and the Karov, by all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudayim. Well, say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's not go into trees in the forest. We're going to be running Sanhedrin today in Eretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where the journey takes us. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph Amount 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. So Gemara says, "Kiman azla ad Sandra." Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement? So there was never such thing as a Bais Hanuga. Bais Hanuga means ultimately, again, a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing that never happened, such a thing that never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn this and receive reward. Who does this mean reflect? Ben Shimon. Like Ben Shimon. Look, that's Tamach of the sound. This now Muslim Shimon says the Olam Rabbi is Kamei Achir Kishtei Gris and Ashtei Avonim Kishtei Ksolim. The Karen's office. So again, in order to have Saras and Olam, what's the number of days? The whole topic with Saras in the house. Last year, Kodesh points out that Halach of the Saras in the home is not as much punishment as much as it was a bracha. Rashi points out before the Jewish came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations hid treasures in the walls of their home, and the truth is the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with saras. For example, required removal of stones, and then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, Allah says, in order to have saras in the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two pieces. This is a measurement. Ashtei Avonim on two different stones. Kishtei Ksolim on two different walls. Karen Zavis. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Our coach is making silver. Our coach is Jewish. You have to have a length of 2 pieces and a width of 1 piece. So my time is double. So what's the relative Shim's logic? What is it? It's Siv Pir, or Siv Piros. Because the pasuk says, talking about Saras on the home, it says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on walls, plural. So the must Izu here, Shuki Kilos, what ultimately again is a home, what is a wall that is like walls, plural? The Omer is that carries others. This refers ultimately again to a corner. The Tanya Amar was other. So Rabbi says, Makom Hayab B'Tchum Azah. Also, for this segirta, there was a place in Azah, and they called this place in Azah for this segirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that we have Furva is Mitzora, and Furva is called Mitzora. So essentially, what the Belazar is saying is that there was Mamish home that was known to have tzaras. Amar Shimon Ish Kfar Ako Hamachas Halachti Begov Begalil. For Isi Makom Shemetzayin also Amru Avonim Minugos Kinu Risham. In the Rabbi Shimon Ish Kfar Ako says one time I went to Galil, and in fact I found a place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home of Tifin with tzaras. So let's say, so once again you see this tension. On one hand, first opinion saying there was never a home with tzaras, never happened, too much specificity. The other opinion is saying, no, we actually saw a home with tzaras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, so let's remember we saw in the last sugya that in order for a child to become a solar or motor, the Lashon of the Gemara was the parents have to be shabbat. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. Now, the Gemara was talking about up there was that parents have to be shabbat, the kol, the mara, and the kol. They have to be shabbat, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a gidin, what she points out earlier is gidin is they're missing a hand, an amputee, or higer, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, or ilay, or mute, or sumo, or blind, or chirish, or chirish generally means deaf and mute. Eno nasa ben soromora. The child can't become ben soromora. Now why is that? Shemar, listen to this. The tough subo original. The pasuk says his parents will grab him for lo gidno. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing a hand, they're not walking around. So the kid can become a ben soromora. ROTHSCHILD also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him, they can't take him. The Gemara says, they will say, the parents will say, below ilmi, not if they're mute. The nenu zeh, that they will identify this son below sumin, and not parents who are blind. In nenu shomei abikolim, they say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices below harshim, and not a mute. Right, Gemara says, Masrim Boku for Shosha, Umalki also. They warned the Ben Soromora, so again it's Hasra. They warned him first in the presence of the and then ultimately administered Malchus afterwards. So you will say it's interesting because here we're introduced to something new. Apparently, there is like a Hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three, right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this. The child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all of the criteria we established in the last couple of days. Parents warn him in front of the base of three, and then again they flog him. They give him all this. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a ben soromora. Because of the kilgo, that's from Shlosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by the next time through, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. They are this goal, Achu Sham Shlosha Rishon. But again, he's only executed if part of the vision of 23 consists of part of the original three was essentially judgment and Moses have to be part of the subsequent vision of 20. You have to say, the parents have knew that this son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed before they so remember. Incredible. Shmak Shamsina, the Gemara says, what do you see here? Well, Inon Krah. He did say, I will say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, I'll say, what does this mean? So you would have thought like this. You look at this pasuk of Ben Soromora, right? So the pasuk says, the Tavsubo of the Hebrew, the parents will take hold of him, and they will take him out right to the base camp. And they say, now if you notice, what's happening here? If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you might be mission to say it in a literal sense. What do you see from your Shabbos Minah? But Inon Kra Kudiksiv. You have to follow up pasuk as it was at its The Gemara says, no, this is different. Shiny Hacha, why? On the base. You're making progress. Shiny Hacha. 71b. The Kulei Klot Yisrael. Once I say no, this is different because here the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Kulei Klot Yisrael. The Matzi Lemifta takes them also Shara here, ROTHSCHILD. In order to clean out this whole thing, just say, you take it to the face, done. The fact that the pasuk is written such a long form indicates to us that there is a hakada towards telling us that again, the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and an ability to do so prevents the kid from becoming so more. Okay, that's what we're and we warned him in front of 3. So why do you need 3? The trace subject. Why do you have in front of 3? You just need to have in front of 2 of the same. Or Rabbi Alvin Komer, Masu Shnayim, the mouth can also be in slow shop. No, what it means is like this. You're right, we warned him in front of 2 witnesses, and we give him Malchus in front of 3, because 3 represents a basis. Gemara says, whoa, Malchus ben Sorah Mora, where do we ever see Malchus ben Sorah Mora? Right? So the only thing we ever see by ben Sorah Mora is what? It's execution. Nisa. Where are you getting Malchus from the ben Sorah Mora? You got the Avot. Remember the Avot. Manu Yisru, so say you make it to Shabbat. Yisru. So it says the Yisru also. Yisru ben Sorah Mora. And then it says the Yisru by Malchus. And then again the Yisru Ben, Bayam ben Akozor. So essentially there's a Zer Shabbat between Malchus and between ben Sorah Mora. Just that first time offender, right? First time offender ben Sorah Mora gets Malchus. Okay, you must cause of the kill. So again, the Sorah Mora once again repeats his negative behavior again. Well, the judge is going to take over because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, Haini Boile, Zeh, some more Darshans, the name is Zeh. That's not a more Darshan, that's not Darshan from the Mishnah. There's 1 second. Haini Boile, Zeh, now remember again, we already used that Zeh. That Zeh was already Darshan to teach us what? That Allah, the parents have to have sight in order for the kids to come back to Mora. So how are we now using that same exact word? Benenu who? My Benenu Zet. The pasuk could have just written Benenu who, but it says in Benenu Zet. Shmamina Tarti. So everyone will say Zet teaches me 2 things. What are 2 things? It teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a Mora. That's number 1. And number 2, that the original 3 who served as the basement for Malchus have to be part of the basement of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, ROTHSCHILD, Radino, the Afrikat, Hekev, Zakana Tafto, Patrick. Let's remember again, we're in the beginning of the Ben Sorah Mora Sugya. That Ben Sorah Mora is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a katan samach ish, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sorah Mora immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raises a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Ben Sorah Mora, right? And when he is, and when he is brought to the he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where he can be a judge of Ben Sorah Mora. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He went right to he skipped from Beis Din. Before the verdict is passed. And then what happens? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he is further physically matured. What's that? Pater. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Sorah Mora. And therefore, again, it's the interesting part. Remember, again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature, right? Has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. Then you should far off the African on the other hand, if let's say the kid came to Beis Din, was charged, verdict was passed, he escaped before execution. And then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, and Noach should be in Hashem. So let's say the Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who cursed that Kodesh Baruch Hu, and then what happens? You fuck up this guy. Then he converted. What's halacha? Pater. Then he converted Pater. Why? What's the logic? What's the logic? Hold up the Nishtana, the Nishtana Misasam. I go and say that halacha the myself. his whole legal framework changed. Remember again when he was a Bashi comes out to the very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. All the Mishkan of Dino Mishkan of Misaso, Ilu Mekarni from the Eidechad, the Dayan Echad, Velo Asra. As a Ben Noach, right? A Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged in the basin of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he's converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore once his din, his halacha changed as well. Incredible. Gemara says, "There Messiah, right? There Messiah, right? Baruch Hashlo Midmagdi." That's what I say. Our mission is to support the same idea. But then sort of more, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. Yakakak was exactly like that. And before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His father, my father, what's the reason? Ladli Shum Damina Oil Ishtanim. Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His brain changed as well. This was his meaning of low shiny papa. He probably punched a lot back full. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be chayiv at this stage. That's why if he escaped before the verdict, we find him later on. He's going to be part of the Tashma. So he should make So ultimately, again, if they deliver the verdict, and then they find him. But by the time that they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's chayiv. Now, why is that? Nigmar dino comment, because again, Allah says verdict is passed. Nigmar dino gavakatilabu. He's already, if his verdict is passed, then Allah, of course, he's going to be chayiv. So Gemara says, "We'll say, what a tremendous mitzvah! Tremendous mitzvah!" So for Ben Noah, curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then he converts. What's Tavachot? He's not subject to a death penalty. Why? Because again, the lashon of the Gemara, Hoel v'nishtana dino, nishtana misaso. His din changed, and therefore again his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here this the halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. So this is very important to mark hashkafically. Because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, I committed an avera. As a person who's committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I could go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? Kadosh Baruch Hu doesn't change his mind. The Ribono Shel Olam doesn't change. The Ribono Shel Olam is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv for whatever the particular ownership may be, how does it work? So once I say, interestingly enough, the way what the thing doesn't change. The thing is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mashal. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So it's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, is still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be ready to be over there. If I choose to become someone different, it's just a whole new set of laws, and a whole new set of realities, and a whole new set of ramifications that are everywhere say. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Noah who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if he becomes a yid, he becomes a Yid. So at the end of the day, again, he's now over Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of being. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go back there. In Don Kashma, Ben Noach Shikas, Kabero, or it's Kabero, his Kaya Kotas, to this. A Ben Noach, non-Jew, who goes there and hits his fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And then once he decides to convert. Now, what business is this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? So nice. Again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Pater. He's pater, right? He's pater from all of these things. Why? I will say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the ben noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the ben noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says that ben noach he was subject to a death penalty. Now halacha l'maisa he is not subject to these halacha. So death penalties also can be. So when this guy but if ben noach hit a Jew, or a ben noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions. Had he committed them as a Jew, he would also be liable. Says the ben noach, he's liable as a Jew. He's liable. Why? Name a whole of the Ishtani. Why don't you go ahead and say, but it changed? It's very good. You know, Umisasa, but you know, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Bahai, Dino Ishtani, Misasa lo Ishtani. Here, the particular perhaps of this person will change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So Bishlam was having Karasai back to Sayyid. So I understand the death penalty itself. Right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach was Sayyid, and now he must be Chayiv Sayyid. Remember, Ben Noach, we saw trouble a little while ago, Ben Noach was always executed with Sayyid. So as a Gentile, it was Sayyid, and as a Jew, it's Sayyid. Our Ish as Ish, or with adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Sayyid, Zahash Dechanek. And now it's going to be strangulation. So this din is different. So we'll say second line down in the white lines. Ben Aram Murasa. We'll say, we're talking about over here where you committed adultery, Ben Aram Murasa. The Idi B'Skila. Both Ben Noach as well as the Jew have the punishment of skila for an Aram Murasa. I also came to Yisrael to me at the HS Kabero. Katani. But it says if he committed this same act with Yisrael, comparable to HS Kabero. Elo. So it's like Rabbi, you see again, interesting enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or imputed with a more severe one. Let me call Rabban on the Saif Chomer. That's why Rabban say that Saif is more Chomer than Chenek. Rabbi Shimon and Chenek Chomer might be. We had all this before. The great Rabbi Shimon says that Chenek, strangulation, is more Chomer than Saif. What are you going to say? Rabbi Shimon said, like, you kind of debate me out. Amar, Chomisa, Mura, B'nei Eino, El Chenek. Let's see, we have this here focused. So, holds the B'nei Nashon, B'nei Nashon, holds the El B'nei Noach, always put the death with Chenek. So, Mishnah, each B'nei Kara, Chenek, Bahash, Chenek. So I understand the case of Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Yisrael, and then he converted because when he was a Ben Noach, or he was a Jew, he's punishable by Chenek. So it's Elorotzeach and Ikara Chenek Bahash Sayyid. 1 second. And according to this, as a Ben Noach, for murder, you would be Chayiv Chenek, and now as a Jew, you would be Chayiv Sayyid. To which the Gemara says, it's not a problem. Kala b'chamura mishak shayva. Again, we assume that Sayyid is a more lenient form of death penalty than Chenek. And therefore, it's a more lenient one is a little bit more comfortable. Let me say it, right? Sarfa, Yachakak, Fadra. The Gemara says, Tidon the Chenek. So the Gemara says, Tidon the Chenek. The skila might time ago. So she would be judged with Chenek and not with skila. Why not with skila? Lamishun the whole Ishtani. It must be because Allah Maisa to my Nara Murasa. Sorry. Nara Murasa, who ultimately committed adultery, then she can't go get us. So what's the halacha? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says, why not skila? Lamishun the whole Ishtani. Because she changed from Nara to a Bulgaris. The Kosh came Hava, Ishtani the Gamai. And all the more so in this case where the change was. I'm going to be open on the Tana Tidon the skila. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Yochanan says the Tana, you write rather instead write down Allah for myself, subject to incredible. What's the takeaway? takeaway, sorry, I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. Allah makes it, you get a piece of Sora Mora, and then he escapes. And you find him later on. What do you do with him? So the answer is, it depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed, before the signs of physical maturation, you pass the verdict, and you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed. You can no longer judge him as a Ben Sora anymore. And there's other cases like that. The Bedoah, the person who's powerful, and then converts. The Bedoah who goes ahead and makes a strategy, right, or commits adultery, then converts. Similar types of cases. Beautiful. Let's go. Ben Sora I'll say this Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire paragraph. Okay, we're going to do it here. Ben Sora Mora, lead on Hashem Sofo. The Sora Mora is executed, not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. The Gemara says, ultimately, again, let him die innocent, and don't let him die chayiv, don't let him die culpable. But why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. The tzaddikim, death of tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. I will say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? This is the Gemara Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because the Maisa, with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform Maisa. I say life is the greatest gift. As long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, they lose their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. The Gemara says, Pizar, so say this is wine and sleep, and Rishayim is pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if Rishayim are drinking and they're sleeping, that usually means what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But tzaddikim, we'll say this is incredible, but for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. This is why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking and not accomplishing, it's bad for him and it's bad for us. So here it is, right? This is a lie to what you do. Sleep is bad. Sleep away is bad, apparently. It feels so good. That's right? But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to be tzaddik. Incredible. These are the Rishayim. And not Elohim, but not the Omer. So we'll say, these are means, again, it will be again, displacement. You know, it's a scattering. It's right. It's good for Rishayim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So let's tzaddikim, Elohim, Rabbi Omer. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. It's not good. Because again, when the tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for a Shayim, Pizar is good. Ultimately, there for tzaddikim is not good. It's also Pizar. So Pizar means literally against scattered. Pizar also means sometimes people say no. This could be a one geographic place. That's a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience friends like that. It's very disjointed. It's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something. When you're not essentially, really what Pizar represents, let's do the opposite. The opposite. The Gemara says kinos. Kinos for Rishayim and Elohim. So kinos means gathering. When Rishayim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. So it's tzaddikim, and not Elohim, for tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So it's really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizar scattering is bad, kinos is good. So of course, you understand when tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate, they can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for this is also true on a personal level. Some kinds of life I'm in a state of Pizar. Pizar is all over the place. and I'm all over the place. Well, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere, why? Because it was like Pizer means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence, right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. You know, it's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when you focus on multiple things, you're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizer. Pizer is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me, and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, Shakat, tranquility. It's bad for his shine, because when it's tranquil for shine, you do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. Right when the shine has shine. But tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them, because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more, and obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, that's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for the world. There's so much to discuss about this Mishnah, for a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a. Says the Mishnah, Tanya, Rabbi Yosef really know that. Because the Ben Sora Mora has stolen money and has purchased some wine, he should be executed. You know, so it's $1 million question. Rather, the Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Sora Umora. The Gemara says, why? Because why? At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money. He's going to want us to stand his habits that he's formed. He's not going to be able to. He's going to go out and he's going to become a robber.
So I don't get
Amra Torah, Yomos
a
Zakai Va'al Yomos Chayim. The Torah says, let him die innocent. In other words, remember, as Ben Sora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of the shun is good for the shun. Again, kill this kid before he goes there and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And listen, by the way, it's so fascinating. But first of all, so this harkens back. I just like that phrase. Anyway, so let's say so plenty of silly accent. Anyway, so Tigmar says also. So remember, this goes back to yesterday's back where we saw the Machlokas. Did Ben Sora Mora happen? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's what I learned from Machlokas. And I say, but it struck me. Why do I say this? Right? What's the whole of Ben Sora Mora? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase things for purchase money. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal it. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. He can manage a hedge fund. I don't know. First of all, why do you automatically steal? He's going to continue stealing in order to support his habits. So I'll say, what do you see from there? What do you see from there? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid has never worked, in other words, there's one thing if he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things, right? You see kids like this. They like nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. He hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine and nice food. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals in order to support a habit. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young. That like Magiali, the world owes me something, and you go ahead and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be good. That's the kind of person that when you run out of their father's funds, he's not getting a job. He's not, you know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. So listen, you know the worst midah a kid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magiali, you know, Rabbi Sachs pointed out that in Yiddishkeit there are no rights. There's no Bill of Rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. And it's rights. But in Yiddishkeit there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because a Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it's not strange. He's like, what's that? That's not true. People do owe me something. Right? People owe me a car, so I tell people owe me this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to all these things for. Walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. No one knows you anything. Don't walk around with my GLE entitlement. So let's say again, in marriage, don't walk around thinking that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful to do something for you. And then when they do something, you will feel such a profound wave to the car. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what the real danger of the Ben Solar Umorah? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with the feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships, you become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back there. So we're saying, right? But tzaddikim, ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, just repeating what we saw in Mishnah, Yayin, Shina v'Yayin l'Rishem hanal v'olam. Sleep and wine are good for Rishem because then they're not causing problems. Shina v'Yayin l'Rishem hanal v'olam. But tzaddikim, Ranam Ra v'olam. But wine and sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Wine, because they're good for the tzaddikim if they are drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing their Ma'asim Tovim. Sheket Hashem, tranquility is back for Hashem, back to the world, because it gives them time to engage in all their negative imaginations. But tzaddikim, hanola v'hanal v'olam. But tzaddikim is good. But tzaddikim is good. Pizor, Hashem, hanola v'hanal v'olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Hashem, good for the world. But tzaddikim, rala v'hanal v'olam. Mishnah. Habab Machteres, what's he switching gears here? Habab Machteres is a thief. It's a thief. The Habab Machteres means a thief who comes with secret. I was saying now, literally, Machteres, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. You literally, again, digging a tunnel, right, from somewhere into the house of the person who wants to rob. So Habab Machteres, Nida Hashem Sobo. So also, the halacha is if somebody, now the assumption is this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, coming into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say again, Ruben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, if I'm not allowed to kill Ruben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Ruben is going to be trying for breaking the barrel. But if at the end of the day I'm allowed to kill Ruben, then he's putter for breaking the barrel. I must say, now why is that? That's a cumulative drabin. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, this kind of death penalty, this kind of death penalty, therefore he's putter for financial damages. Says the Gemara, Amar Rabbi, my time, the Machteres, will say, now why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Like, after all, again, the person is a thief. He's going to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So listen to this. So listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, Amar Iyazoma Kailafai, or a Shabbat, the Kailafai Katlina. So therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his own. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, so again, I will say, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. Therefore, the thief becomes a murderer. The thief, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill them first. That's the Baba Machtaras. Incredible. So we're Amarav, Habab Machtaras, but not okay. The Yotza Pach. That's fascinating. So that's it. Reuben breaks into my home. Right? Reuben breaks into my home. And Halach Alamaisa again, he gets out, right? He gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it, right? My time up. It doesn't turn it. What's the logic? Since when he goes into my house, he was considered a rodek. He's chayiv musa. So because he's chayiv musa, therefore he's potter for any type of monetary law. And therefore, he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. So by the way, very similar also like we have this in our law, like the castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if somebody's into their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. It's my stuff. And I worked for it and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home, and the law recognizes that as well. Right? You're not typed to ask, but what exactly are you doing? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe a little something, people will throw them out. You know, there's no the understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home, you're going to defend my home, and therefore if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. That's the halacha. So Rabbi says like this. So Rabbi said, this is a pretty wild thing with the Rabbi. So Rabbi says, Reuben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rabbi says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because halacha says, since he's subject to the penalty, therefore he's not for any type of monetary compensation, keep my stuff. This fact Rabbi will say the Rabbi, Kisha So Rab's statement makes sense when let's say your object is no longer in existence. Alright, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says about not although, but no, he has the object. Back. Now look at the Gemara. Not true. Not true. Rav said even if the object is extant, still really doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. So Hayesh no damim. Because again, essentially, since Reuben the thief was liable to the death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through the death penalty, like he's subject to death, he doesn't have any type of financial compensation, and therefore, the object is now deemed to be in his rishos. Gemara says, this is not true. Gemara says that's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishos of the thief, that's for onsen. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if halach for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe to have a shoel. He's no different than a shoel. So we'll say, so we're suggesting over here is this interesting statement of God. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rav says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to give it back. So that's everyone's Tanan. Thief comes in, right, surreptitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chayis. So what's the lashon of yesh lo damim means? That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Ain't no damim potter. But again, if Allah might say I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. That type of yeshiva. Now the reason this whole discussion is happening over here because he broke the barrel. If he ain't no damim potter, we're all too lucky again where Reuben will be potter from allowed to kill him. Hanotol, no, but you see from there that had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So the says, no. Who had din, afidu noto none. It's not true. Even if he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. The reason is Mishnah frames it as a case of breaking the chavis is to teach us if yesh lo damim avagav b'shiver nani chayiv. Now, in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, right? Not still a thief, comma. Even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So where it says Pshita, that's obvious. Masik, he's a damager. Even if he did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. Where it's like Mashon, case kavanah, not kavanah. Adam muad the olam. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad the olam. Maybe shogig being b'mezid, being ba'onis, being b'rasim. The person is always muad. First, you're right, Kasha, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So Masav Rabbi, Rabbi, Hagon if kids for Shabbos Chayim. We've seen this case many times. First, Reuben steals my money back on Shabbos. What's the law? So Chayiv, shouldn't Chayiv be maybe called Shevel the day Easter Shabbos? I will say that normally again. Now, what's the law? So Reuben steals my purse on Shabbos, and what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Remember, for Chilul Shabbos, Chayiv Misa. But the Allah over here is he's chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he picks it out of my goodness. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no purity of Rabbi, and therefore Allah L'maisa is chayiv for both. The Gemara says, if you drag the money bag out, right? If you dragged it out, so that, remember, you're only chayiv for Geneva when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, at the moment that it crosses my threshold into the Shasarabim, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isra Geneva Isra Skila bought in Kavod. And Rabbi says, so the Gemara says, okay, what do you see here? You see here that Allah again, right here is the deal. So Chazal, Yishadim Binara. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over there, no Chazal, finance of Levana, Padik, what is Shadinu Binara the last day? The case ultimately, again, where he said that it's Potter, will be a case ultimately, again, where the object was thrown into the river, and therefore no longer exists. So most like you might suggest, remember, all of this is in Rav. Right? So Rav, so again, what you might suggest is like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv misa and steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rav and everyone else is incredulous about it. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is killing the Rabbi today. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is sitting in your hand. Rabbi and everyone else says, what are you talking about? I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken. There's an obligation to restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the only machlokes. Rabbi, ignibu late defeated makarta. So this is this. Rabbi. Now remember, Rabbi was going to argue on Rav, and Rabbi had goats. Stolen from him. Right? So repetition. Someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? The thief had a change of heart, and the thief wanted to give it back. But lo kablinu, Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Amar, well enough that we pointed out. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rav argued on Rav. But Rav said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha for myself. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. But listen, what I just want to point out is halacha for myself, though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, so halacha for again, he's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously we can't kill it after the fact, right? But lamaisa again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Reuben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, Allah said we don't pass like Rav, pass like Rabbi, and Allah said the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. And the Pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. The Gemara says, I don't understand. The Chiyah Shemesh Allah is the sun only shining on one person. What's the meaning of the Pasuk? Ella, in Bar L'chad, Davak Shemesh She'en Lo Shalom Ucha Hargeihu. Rather, what it means is like this. If you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. They laugh, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. I will say, now watch this, that's Bryce 1. Bryce 2, Tiny, that's Zarcha Hashem Shalav, David. Techi Hashem Shalav Bilbat Zarcha, Ella. In Barlacha Kishemesh Yish, the Shalom, right? The same person says like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, Hargeu, kill him. Rabbi said, the Gemara says, Kasha Stama Stama. Rabbi, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different Bryces. Rabbi said, Bryce number 1 essentially says like this. The only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second Bryce, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him. Those are two pretty dramatic different Bryces. So what do you do with this? No kasha. On the base, I'll say this. On the base. We are great. On the base, 10 minutes to go. On the base. Tam ba'ava, tam ba'ava, then tam ben Allah. Wow. Everything depends on who repeats this. Right? One is talking about a father stealing from his son. And once when a father steals from his son, it's absolutely certain a father will never kill his son. So if the son, now again, the father might steal from his son, apparently, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers, he wakes up, and his father's in his house, totally needs to steal his stuff, the son is never allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. They steal from his son. So what you see from here is, parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you still over here. The case of it, you can't say that father won't steal from his son because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly mistreat their children. But one thing you count on is the rahmanas of a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if the son breaks into his father's house, that's a pashut. That's a pashut. Sometimes the son can kill the father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. So therefore, again, if the thief is a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. And the other one, if the son doesn't know what the father may, you don't know. You don't necessarily know what the son may be. Incredible. Called the Asiyali Malan Machara, Haklina Levar Nerav, Hanina Bar Shila. Rav said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's Rav Hanina Bar Shila. Well, it's such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except if the thief is Rav Hanina Bar Shila. Versus my time, what's the reason? Maybe because Rav Hanina Bar Shila is a tzaddik. Well, obviously, because of tzaddik. Ha'ka'asi b'machtara. So that's when it breaks into someone else's house. Ella, we should be king b'gadei, z'merachim alai k'merachim al-ha'adai. Let's say this is such a touching Gemara. Rav says, because I know that Rav Hanina Bar Shila loves me like a father. I know that Rav Shila loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is, apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone could love you like a father. So it doesn't exist. There's nothing like a father's love. I say the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but apparently in life there are other people who could love you with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. There's so much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job. I don't know. So tell me about him. So tell me, Name before during the Shabbos. Anyone will come name before during the Shabbos. So the Gemara says all of these halachas. So essentially, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this. So someone breaks into your home surreptitiously. The understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into their home secretly is ready to kill me. Because they're ready to kill me, therefore what? I have the halakhic obligation to kill them first. And when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all times. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says Bishlam and Engel Dam Bein Bechol Bein Shabbos. So ultimately, again, I understand them not to take the life of the thief whether it's Shabbos or because that makes sense. Why don't I need that qualification? It's just side from we did that by the based it. As well as this is kind of like execution by basing, just like basing is warranted to execute someone. So if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So it's like I become like the basing, I'm coming to basing. So I'm at a shot, the Shabbos will have two months, so I'm at a shot that basing doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. I'm not sure if I say first of all, line, you can't believe that I can. I'm like, don't even know, bring the whole of the Shabbos. But again, the thief, I'm not allowed to kill him. And there is liability for killing him. So now that halakha applies on Shabbos and during the week, so I understand what's the difference. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. I'm going to teach it means like this. Let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. Sif halacha, it is clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The halacha is because he's liable for that penalty. But if I'm not sure if it came to kill me, right, or I'm sure that it didn't come to kill me, halacha again, I can remove the rubble in order to say that he's on Shabbos. Kahuka, the Chol Adam. Umeis, the Chol Misa, Shati Yachol, what's incredible. Ruben breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Ruben breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruben. It's not just me, the homeowner, has the right to kill Ruben. Even someone else has the right to kill Ruben. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Ruben. Anyone's allowed to kill Ruben. I kill Ruben with any way we need to. So the Gemara says, so I understand why the Torah is teaching me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruben. After all, why is that coming? Because when we're a frog, I'm at a the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash will not make two. Which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash will not make two? Remember, once Ruben is breaking into my home, he has a status of what? A road thief. Once he's a road thief, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even my neighbor. So again, why do I need the special people that teach me to kill him? I need to kill him. For us, we're murder. What's not right? This is someone in general. So, right, Ruben killed Shimon. Then Ruben is going to be executed by basic. There's a particular type of nisa, right? People say, whatever the type of nisa, whatever I do in the crime. Let's say Ruben is high sight, decapitation. But let's say for whatever the reason, based on doesn't have a sword. So what do? You execute him. You can execute him. So you must be saying most of us are not going to I don't want you to execute someone with a prescribed death penalty. So how do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I could go ahead and execute him however you execute him? Most of you must become Pasuk says execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Gemara says, no. So therefore, we'll say, same thing over here, by the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. Which one says, no, shiny Hassam, number most humas. It's different. Because the execution Torah is the Lashon most humas. And what is most humas? That double Lashon teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Bezin has the right to execute him however you can execute him. So I learn from this. Learn from when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. As we will say, there's also Gol Adam. Remember again, right? Ruben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Ruben. And by Gol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Ruben however they want to do it. So what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. And Gol Adam. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them every month. So I said, oh, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'achar. I have two mitzvahs, or two halachas that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Because Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'achar ain't melandi. I will say in general, whenever you have two psukim and teach the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. Mafteres ini ela mafteres gago chatzir v'kantiv v'minayim. So I will say again, but I love them like this. So therefore, we will say so again. So there's no very important halachas here. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a rodah. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two important halachas. What's another part of halachas? Mafteres. Even mafteres. What's the enemy of the thief is coming in? The Gemara says, Gado, Chasero, Charfifo Minay. How do I know that if he's coming through my roof, my chutzah, my carpet? How do I know? In other words, even if he's not tunneling, he's going through a window, but I can also kill him. He must say, Hagana become of him. The pasuk says he must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without executing. In came, Ma'atamur Mafteres. That's his. Why does the pasuk say Mafteres? If they shalom, Ganovim, Yitzim Mafteres. Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tiny, Mafteres, any Mafteres. I only know that if he tunnels in. From the window to the front of the roof, from Lomar, Matzi Hagana of Mikomakum. He came, Matamor Mafteres. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Mafteres? Because Mafteroso, Zohi Hasro also. Remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your Hasro. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halacha l'maisa, you are warned. I will say we have to stop over here for today, but l'maisa, this is now going to end. This is going to lead to the next suit, which is, does the thief require hasra? Is there hasra necessary in this case? The verse suggests tunneling in, by definition, is your hasra. No further hasra. That's what's going to stop over here for today. Oh yeah. Okay. Great run. All right, come on Zoom. I'll get this back to all of you. Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov. Come on Zoom. Jerry will ask you his granddaughter today. London? Oh, okay. Next. Go ahead, Baruch Hashem. Advance mazel tov. Shveh, everyone.
We'll talk to you guys later.
Sorry? Baruch Hashem. It's only in extenuating circumstances. Shoot it back, you know, say good morning. Let us begin to do like all of our sponsors for this morning church things. Our responsible for Talk Shuvah, communications of anybody, Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. For in the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tolson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, may the results on the Hashem. And we just know that Yoshua Mordechai is very elder. Hashem did much to Amit Israel, and it is so beautiful that he's going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which currently Hashem is troubled in Zachos. Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha and mazel and bracha. So it's like we got to let us know, of course, it's always be dedicated to our way in the skills of all our precious houses here. There's one from Hashem being involved. The struggle in the car. Really successful. The car massive. But it's like, today's down. It doesn't matter what today's down. Let's not get caught up in details. Here's always the truth from the forest. We're going to be running Sanhedrin today. We're going to be starting on 9 out of 71, and we're going to see in Hashem where the jet that he takes us. So we're going to Hashem on. I have about 71A. We're picking up about 12 lines up from about Weisen Luda. So it's Kiman as well as Sanya. The music is reflecting the following statement. Weisen Luda will have the videos. So there's never such thing as the Weisen Luda. Weisen Luda means ultimately again a home. The something bites at us. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So these words inside, but I'm going to why is your opinion? If it's never going to happen, why is your opinion? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Die Mann aus Love, gute Gespräche, aber Leute, that's not what the scientist now look, you should know what English he says. The all of it about Tommy, actually, the state research that on the state summary, the turns out is so again, in order to have Saras and the Muslim view, and there's a whole topic with Saras in the house, like Shulchan points out, that a local basic Saras in the house are education as much as it is in Rabbi. This is actually what the Jews do in Israel, the indigenous nations. Treasures in the walls of their home. And it's because the only way we know that those treasures are present is when we Saras. Little stones, and then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So it's kind of a resolution in order to have Saras alone, we need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greases. A grease is a measurement. I'll stay out about two different stones, which take somewhere, two different walls, we carry the surface. So essentially you have to be in a corner. Our coat is short grease, and one coat is grease, and have to have the length of two greases and the width of one grease. So my kind of level up. What's the revolution watch? What is it? Sip here, but sip kilos. Because the Muslim says, talking about Saras on the whole, it says it appears on the wall. So what it says it appears on the walls, plural. So the most easily here, shoot the kilos. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like the walls, plural? How the others that carries others. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya refers others. So Rabbi says, Makom Haya B'Tchum Azov. So I call it also, call it so secure. So the place in Azov, and they call this place in Azov, call it so secure. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that we have Tzurza is Mitzora. And Chol is called Mitzora. And so I'm talking about secure, there should no sin Sham Bais Hanuga. So essentially, but those were saying the call, exactly there was, Mamish Home, that was known to have Saras. I'm not sure if I go Hamakas Halakti Bukesh Mikario, but I see Makom Shemitzayin also Abonim in the girls in the Isham. Some of them should have said one time I to Gabriel, and in fact I found the place where they had storing stones that they seem removed from a home afflicted with Saras. So let's say, so once again we see this distinction. On one hand, first thing he's saying, there was never a home with Saras, never happened, too much specificity. The other thing he's saying, that I'm not going to say, no, we actually saw a home with Saras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some more questions. Says the Mishnah, first it's when we're doing so last sugya, that in order for a child to become a son-in-law, which one the mother was, the parents had to be shut. Parents had to be quote-unquote right or smart. And the reason I was talking about there was that parents had to be shut up because the Mara and the Koma. They had to be shut, they had to be silent, they literally again their voice, their height,
he's just a really funny guy.
Now they should go into more technicalities. If one of the parents was a vegan, now she points out that they're missing a hand, an amputee, or vegan, or the people who know that they can't walk, or even or mute, or sumo, or blood, or coach, or carriage training means definitely. They don't know what's about so-called. The child can't become a so-called. This is a technicality. Now, why is the shema? Because listen to this. The tough sumo of the people, the Pasuk says his parents will grab him from a vegan, obviously, or to grab him in his hands. So if they're missing a hand, then I'm not going to myself, kid can't become a so-called. But see also, they will take him out, so therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead with him, they can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, below not if they're mute. The name is Zach, that you have to identify this son, they will sue, and not parents who are blind. And they don't show me at the comment. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our verses. for low hardship and not to mute. The social, the Makiro, so they won the Soror Mora, so then there's Hasra, they won the first in the presence of food, and then ultimately administer Malchus afterwards. Because of the Kilka, so there was an interesting because here it's used for something new. Apparently, it was like a Hasra. They warned the kid about these very one front of food. Right, so again, apparently the way it works is like this. The child, the young man, still purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all the criteria that we established in the last couple of decades. Parents learn the fundamental basic of food, and then again, they flog him. And you this. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Soror. Because of the Kiltel, that's when Shosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by visual point of view, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. Male Histel, Hachu, Shum, Shosha is stolen. But again, he's only stolen, he's only executed. Part of the visual point of view consists of the the original three, who essentially judged him for Malchus, have to be part of his husband version of 20. Which the name is because they have to say the parents agree that this son means the son that was born in the flock in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming Ben Soror. You've got a Shmat Shamzina, you might say, what you see here, or Inan Kraf, keep it safe. I will say, what you see here is something very interesting, that halakha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, I will say, what does this mean? So you look at like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Soror Mora, right, so the pasuk says, the top super of the video is very much taken at him. Fotziu also al Zikri Tiro, Shana Kama, and you will take them out back to the base and they say, now you notice what's happening over here. If you notice, these are very literal interpretation of the pasuk. We've been talking about that a lot. They have to be able. We've been talking about this when you look at this pasuk, and still not sponsorship. But I'm more interested now. I don't know if the pasuk is such a literal sense, but clearly, you should understand your literal sense. What do you see from your Shabbos Miyah? You have to follow a pasuk as though you get a change. The Gemara says, "Shiny, this is different. Shiny Haka, why on the base? You're making progress. Shiny Haka." 71B. The Kulit draw in the same level. So as I said, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such a elongated form. Kulit by the same level. The most significant is also Shana here, but it's Shelton. You were cleaning out this whole thing. Cancel grab all you can just say, you take it to the basement. Done. The fact that the pasuk is written such long here indicates to us that there is a hakapara. It tells us that the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and inability to do so prevents the kid from becoming Ben Soror. Okay, that's what they showed up, and we warned him. I like how it's like a dramatic why do you need three? The trick's out here. Why do you have Soror for a three?
What is going on?
The two witnesses are Rabbi the most can also make you slow shot. You know, it means like this. You're right. You warn him in front of two. Even Malchus in front of three, because three represents a base. Whoa. Malchus Ben Soror Mora, where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Soror Mora? The only we ever see by Ben Soror Mora is what? His execution. Where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Soror Mora? Because they have a but not in the Yisru, so say you make it zero Shabbat. So the Yisru, so it says the Yisru also, the Yisru Ben Soror Mora, and then it says the Yisru by Malchus. And then the Yisru then Vayon and Akalsar. So essentially there's a zero Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Soror Mora to teach us that first time offender, right? First offender Ben Soror Mora gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. You must Chazer the Kilkel Nidram Mechapimo. So again, the Ben Soror Mora once again repeats his negative behavior again. How do you judge this time you don't go to Israel because now it is effectively capital case. So the Gemara says, Haini Boyle, Zach, so the Darshans, beneath Zach. That's how the Gemara Darshans, that's how Darshans are used. That's what's happening. Haini Boyle, Zach, now remember again, we use that Zach. That's the Darshans to teach us what? The parents have to have sight in order to become Ben Soror Mora. So how are you now using that same Zach for a different instruction? mein Benehmen ist sehr. Was das will ich benehmen? Und selbst im Benehmen ist sehr. Schmeiner Party. So when I say set, it teaches me number one. Number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a Salmon. And number two, that the original creed to serve as the basis for Malchus have to be part of the changing of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, or actually, the
anybody that said
the beginning of the soil more yes. But this one was interesting because like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a cut on some of the leash, which essentially is you become that soil lower. Immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the mark called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah is a very interesting point of view. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Messiah, right? And when he is, and when he is brought to the he's up being to it, whether it's where you could be a judge of Messiah. And then what happens? He got away from these things. He ran away, he went back to, he skips and these things. Actually, leaving my door. Before the verdict was passed, back to time, and then what happened? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he is further physically matured. What's that? Potter. In other words, he's aged out from Ben Solar in Meir. And therefore, again, this is the interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already physically mature, right? What we call the Zikana has already formed. He's free on a technicality. When we should never, on the other hand, but let's say the kid came to Beis Din, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, and York should be a Hashem, interesting piece over here. So let's say the Ben York, and I'm Jew, the stuck on his boat, and then what happens? These guys, then he converted, let's find him. Pastor. Thank you very much. Why? What's the last one? Because they say that halacha l'maisa is holding the framework change. Remember again when he was actually pointed out to me, so literally translated since his legal ramifications, when his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi, holding the Shtaim Shtaim Yisrael. Even the current of the Echad, the Dayan Echad V'lo Asra. You know, other than as a Ben Noah, right? Ben Noah is judged with one judge, right? One judge, and no Hasra. A Jew is judged with a basis of 23, Hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now we converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what is being is halacha changed as well. Incredible. So you might say, so they're Messiah, right? Baruch Ashton Migmadi. So let's say, I'm just going to see this about the same idea. If the guy is so more, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. The other casting keeps that of attack on Potter. So before he would have been counting, he exhibited the signs of further physical maturation. His Potter might have a lot to do. Let me show you down here, horribly stunning, because he changed. Since he physically changed, and therefore what? His being changed as well. So she wants to have a shiny papa, he's probably hashed a lot different. Why? Because now he's in a state where he has committed that very same crime, right? As a child, as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if you were to steal that same money, and by one of you not to claim it at this stage, that's why he escaped before the verdict. He'll find him later on, he's going to be brought back. So touch them. And you should even let you know about the casting pizza for attack those Taik. So ultimately, again, it's a Ben Solomon. They take the little verdict, brutally right, but he ran from age of 20 is executed. And then they find him. And by the time that they find him, he's exhibiting signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's Taik. Now, why is that? This is my video comment. Because again, halacha l'maisa is verticus past. You might get a Rabbi Kartizim, but he's already his verticus past and halacha l'maisa. Of course, he's going to be chayiv. So the says it's possible. So, okay, what a tremendous musar tremendous musar. So for Ben Noah, if Ben Noah curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then he converts, what's halacha? He's not subject to a death penalty. Why? Because again, Russian didn't change, and therefore his death penalty changed. What do you see here? You see something here. Even if there is a certain thing hanging over a person, there's a certain thing over a person, if you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that thing changes as well. So this is very important. Because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, I committed an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe doesn't change. The Rebbe is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm fighting for the death penalty, I'm fighting for whatever the particular ownership may be, how does it work? So what's interestingly enough, the way it works hypothetically is the thing doesn't change. The thing is always the same. What changes? Me. Obviously, a simple marshal. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So it's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So there is a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of child. The thing is the thing. If I remain the same person, and this is the thing, this is where it is. It's a beautiful opportunity we have in life, is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's still remaining over there. If I choose to become someone different, it's just a whole new set of laws, and a whole new set of realities, and a whole new set of ramifications than the regular set. That's the greatness of change. The greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one tshuva to another tshuva. It's like, look, it's done. Everything can change. Everything can change. I change. So the Ben Noah who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu chas v'shalom, if he becomes a year, he becomes a year. So at the end of it again, he's now over. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of duty. When we become body tshuva, when we change, when we are with ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. That's the incredible thing about it. Let's get on with it. Don't touch my Ben Noah sees this tornado, that are in the sky apart that sees to this. A Ben Noah, non-Jew, who goes there and hits, he's fellow non-Jew. What commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And then he decides to take a break. Now what's the easiest thing for this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But for nice, again, he goes ahead, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? He's putter, right? He's putter from all of these things. Why? And we'll say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here, he says, halacha l'maisa, remember, when he converts as a Jew, who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noah, or a Jew commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noah, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha says that Ben Noah is subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to these halacha. So death penalty. Also, you saw this guy either if a Ben Noah hit a Jew, or a Ben Noah committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. So we're liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that he committed as a Jew, he'd also be liable. It says Ben Noah, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Name a horrible Ishtani. Why don't you know? And somebody changed, he converted. Do you know when he says somebody, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Here, particularly the practice of the judgment will change, but the death penalty says Ben Noach was Sayyid, and now you'll see kind of Sayyid. Remember, Ben Noach, we saw Korban said a little while ago, Ben Noach is always executing Sayyid. So as a Gentile, as a Sayyid, and as a Jewish Sayyid, Allah Isha's Ish, or adultery, as a Ben Noach, is Sayyid, the Hashtacha, and now it's going to be strangulation. So it's different. Take the word, we'll say second right now in the white lines, and Aram Ulasa. We'll say, we're talking about here, when you commit an adultery, then Aram Ulasa. You need the skila. You need the skila. Both Ben Noach as well as a Jew have the concept of skila for an Aram Ulasa. I'll check in Israel. It says that he committed this same act with Israel, comparable to Ish's Chavero. So it's like rather we say again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged the law or included with a more severe one. I mean, that's why I say that silence is more common than Chenek. Rabbi Shimon Chenek common might do it. We've all this before. But according to what Shimon says, Chenek, strangulation is more common than silence. What do you say? Rabbi Shimon said, look, you kind of did it without Chenek. With Taik. So which one is says each is for the Taik, Zion says he's the Ben Noach committed adultery with Israel, and then he's converted because when he was a Ben Noach, was he a Jew, but Taik. So it's otherwise after the Taik the side. What's happening? According to this, as a Ben Noach for murder, he would be Taik, and now as a Jew, he would be Taik Zion. So it's not a problem. Again, you see that Zion is in more lenient form of that penalty than Taik. And therefore, one is agreeing with the next one. Let me say it, right? So, he lost your time, he lost your time. So the Gemara says, Tilo in the Chenek, the Skila my Kamelo, so she would be judged on the Chenek, they have a Skila, why not with Skila? Ram should have the Ishtan, and this is because Halakha myself, to my Nara Murasa. Nara Murasa, even though she mentioned here, so what Halakha? She's judged with Chenek, right? The Gemara says, why not Skila? Ram should have the Ishtan, so she changed from a Nara to a Halakha. The question is, which time the guy, in other words, in this case, where the change was complete, we have opened up the tiny teeth of the Skila. So ultimately, again, so Yochanan says, the Tano, you write that instead, write that subject to Skila. Incredible. Also, once you get going, the takeaway side, a little bit quickly over there, what's the takeaway like this? Yochanan is going to get a piece of Soromora, and he can talk to these things, and then he escapes, and you find him later on, what do you do? So the answer is it depends. If his verdict is passed, that is escape before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If he finds it before he's been done 20 times physical maturation, if he passed the verdict, and you kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict is passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, myself, since he has changed, right, things have changed, you can no longer judge him as a Ben Solo more. And there's other cases like that, they know the Christ is and then converts, but they know who goes ahead and hits his friend, right, or his adultery, then converts similar kinds of cases. Let's go. Let's say, this interesting. This Mishnah, I don't think it should have been at the beginning of this entire pattern, but we're going to use the Ben Solo more. He's not changed so far. Ben Solomon is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what he has certainty is going to become. You might say, Yomos Zaka, Yomos Taik, ultimately again, let him die innocent and don't let him die. Taik, because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. With Tzadikim, Ralohem Barabim, the death of Tzadikim is bad for Tzadikim, and it's bad for the world. And let's say, why is death bad for Tzadikim? This is what I'm Gemara Mishnah. Why is death bad for Tzadikim? Because when I saw death, I no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform my simple. Let's say life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, You have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with the death, you lose that ability to enact change. And it's bad for the world. He says, Pizza, sorry, Radio, Yain B'Shemar Shana, so let's say, listen to this, wine and sweet, when you're shutting, it's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if we're shutting or drinking and they're sleeping, they usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. It's good. So be occupied with your wife, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But tzaddikim, what's terrible for tzaddikim? Wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Once we have the found this is why. Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, when the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking, not accomplishing, that's bad for him, and it's bad for us. And here it is. Practicing the diet, what we do, sleeping bad, sleeping really bad, apparently. It feels so good. The time is not good. We want to be tzaddikim. Incredible. Peas on the Rishayim. So what's that? Peas means, again, a little bit again, displacement. You must just scatter. It's good for Rishayim and good for the world. In other words, if the Rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. Because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force multiplier. So for a shutting piece of good, ultimately, for tzaddikim, Pizza is really them scattered. Pizza also used, sometimes people say, no, a person could be a way geographic place. Like a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience things like that. It's very disjointed. It's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not self. Essentially, really what pizza represents, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. You know, it says kilos. Kilos means showing out the so kilos means gathering. When they're showing out together, that's bad for them and bad for the world. Obviously, because then they can collaborate. But tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So what's that? This is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, peace or scattering is bad, kilos is good. So of course, you understand the kind of passion shot level. When tzaddikim are together, that's when we can collaborate, we can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when you're dispersed, again, you can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. That's not just true for kilos, it's also true on a personal level. Sometimes you're like, I'm in a state of peace. Peace means I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish. When you're everywhere. When you're everywhere, because it will say, peace means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kilos means there's mindfulness. Kilos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's peace. Peace is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kilos is when there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When I'm mindful, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, shut up, but shut up, tranquility. It's back to the shine, because when it's time for the shine, people a lot more damage, and it's back to the earth, rather than shine up shut up. But tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them, because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more, and obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, then it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for those. And there's so much to discuss about this Mishnah, for a different time. Top of Ayin 72a. 7 minutes for time down. I'm not saying we are. If you need to shop, because the days, because the Daiso Mora has stolen money and it's purchased some, you can purchase some wine. It should be executed. So it's a $1 million question. Everybody here told us some kind of show Daiso Mora. Yeah, the Torah knows what is going to happen with the Daiso Mora. The Gemara says, why? At certain point he's going to finish all of his father's money, and the Bakash will go down and see. He's going to want to sustain him. He's happy that he's born, and he's not going to be able to. So that's this, I just dropped him the last thing somebody else. He's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. going to become a robber.
Shop
On the Torah, Yomos Zakai Yomos Chayiv. The Torah says, let him die from the sins. In other words, remember, as the Torah has done something bad, yeah, because it deserved death. No, but the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what, kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. He says in Shal Tzadikim, because the death of the Shah is good for the Shah, can kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And I said, it's so fascinating to think about this. So this part gets back. It's like that first part gets back. And so it's like so effective saying that. So remember, this goes back to yesterday, that when we saw the Machlokas, depends on what happened, what not happened. So remember, all of this together. So that's the Machlokas. And I was like, it's struck me. Why is it this, right? What's the whole thing about Sambar? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're thinking, it's his father's money. He's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. I don't know. Why do you automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support his habits? So I'll say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid is never working, there's one thing that he's in, that's this young man. He likes nice things. Don't you see kids like this? He likes nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. I said, he wants nice meat, a nice one, nice clothes. Okay, you know what? That's fine. Working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals in order to support a habit. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young, that you might the world owes me something, and you go in and support yourself for other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the trouble with facing it when you're not at the other side. He's not getting a job. You know what he's doing? He's doing what they're fucking talking about. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the needs and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. Listen, you know the worst midah a youth could have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, like sex. Sex had to be pointed out. And in Yiddish terms, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? And they have it there. They don't have it entitled to anything. There's sex and lives on the rights. But in Yiddish, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the youth should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. After the Shpara, he doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it's not so easy. It's not true. People do owe you something. People owe you that price. I tell people this. The problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you'll be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So if you feel entitled, everybody owes me everything. Okay, I'm going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to get walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. No one owes you anything. Don't walk around with my gear. Entitlement. As well as again, in marriage, don't walk around thinking that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something to you, and then when they do something, you feel such a profound weight of cross. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispose with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what's the danger of that sorrow? Well, it's not the media, it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships and become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back to ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, this is just repeating what we saw in the shoulder. Yayin, with a shot, it's like, Yayin, with a shot, sleep and wine are good for a shot because then they're not causing problems.
Easier to laugh at it.
But why is
Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's a lot of why Muhammad right here is not so bad.
tranquility is back to the shut back to the work because it gives them time to use all of their imaginations. But Tzadikim, Tzadikim is good. Tzadikim is good. So again, scattering. Displacement is good for a show and good for the world. But Tzadikim don't have Rabbi. Abab Maktas, what's the switching gears? Abab Maktas is a thief. Abab Maktas means a thief who comes in secret. And that's when literally Maktas, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here,
Oh, yeah, we saw that.
is a thief who comes in through tunnels. He's literally digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So Abab Maktas, we don't change so much. So it's about if somebody actually says this is happening, this is happening in secret. You don't expect that if somebody comes into your home, tunnel into your home, you'll have to show them. You have to show them. Now let's see why that is. You might say so. The thief is judged based on what you believe he's going to do. Abab Maktas is sure that's how this. So let's say you don't broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, you broke a barrel. Also, so what's that about? The beach broke up on time. If I'm not allowed to show you, then we discuss the point of this. Then you're going to go to the tires of breaking the barrel. Inside, it's all very important. But if I get allowed to kill you, then it's part of breaking the barrel. Then what's in that? That's a community go out there. Because he's allowed to kill you, he's inside of that part of the community. That's not the person who went for these public for financial damages. Said, I'm allowed to my time to tell us. We're saying that one is to try to kill someone who's breaking into your home. After all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So let's listen to this. Chazal is other non-natural. So let's listen to this. The Chazal is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words, it's my stuff. And I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. But I mean, a thief knows that. A thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, I'm going to so therefore a thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what does that mean? The thief therefore is ready to do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a logan. The thief, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try and kill you, then you'll have to kill the person. That's about the Maktas. Incredible. So when it's Amurad, and Allah again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So that's the situation that says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it, like my time up. It doesn't put it. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a rogue. He's Chayiv Nisa. So because he's Chayiv Nisa, therefore he's part of for any type of monetary law. Therefore he doesn't have to return the items. He gets out alive. Right? He gets out alive, and he takes my stuff. He doesn't have to return it. And he said, by the way, very similar. Like we have this remember, like the castle doctrine, like this idea that people defend their home, and there's an understanding that if somebody comes around home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what, it's just stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it's stuff. You know what it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I work for it, and you did it. So I'm armed. If I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And the world recognizes that as well. But you're not trying to ask what exactly means like that. Right? Expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, That's not halacha. That's not halacha.
That's not because I love his music, but it's not
So
you don't want to go to his show.
so Ron said, "What is a big wild thing is a rat?" So he said, "We didn't bring into my home," and he gets out alive. And he told me my stuff. Rather than doesn't have to go back. Why? Because halacha, I said, "Kill me with your enemy." Since he's subject to death penalty, that's why he's not trying to take around that compensation to keep my stuff. Rab's wise. Mistabra no say the rat kishishiva to a single. So Rab's statement makes sense, but let's say an object is no longer in existence. Alright, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not tied to financial restitution. He says, I'm not talking yeah, the object gets back. But again, it's not true. I'm not true recipe. Even if the object is extended, still doesn't have to do that. Because the Hanish will come in. And then it's essentially what seems related to penalty. Essentially, for the object who is death penalty, like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any kind of financial compensation. And therefore, what makes the object is not used to be bring his rishos. What says Velo? This is not true. One of the truths is that about even not never choose it on a higher kind. Because it's not true. When you say that the object is in the rishos set of food, that's for only if something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still stand, the thief has to give it back to the owner. You need to have a share. It's no different than so it's more suggesting over here. Because it's interesting thing is a Rabbi. So Rabbi says if the thief gets out of line for an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rabbi says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to give it back. So thief comes in, fights repetitiously, and he breaks the barrel. That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. You see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for damage to the barrel. But again, if Allah comments on allowed to kill him, then he's not trying for financial compensation about the barrel. But how do you make the sheep up? That is this whole discussion is happening already because he broke the barrel. The ignorance of his contact, well, looking at that, where we don't want to kill him. Hard not all law, but you see something like had him facing the barrel, he might be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rab. So he was a no, who are feeling not on Rab. It's not true that he took it. That's what he did. But all the Katzani Shabbat Sahab is too much more. The reason he is defending the case of breaking the Chavis is to teach us that he is still like over there. There are local rights in a case I'm not allowed to go to even though he broke the barrel, there was no abilities, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be high. So when it says cheaper, that's not his massive, he's a damager. I'll come out on that video, show up the cover. Even if he did it without cover, it's still going to be high. It's like commercial, he gets cover out cover. How dumb you want to be over. But the person is always responsible for damages that damages that they cause. Whether they have intention for it or not, so to me, no. The Gemara says, Adam will be all of them and show you the amazing thing, the honest thing, but that's it. There's always more to do as we write Kasha. Gosh, we write, I don't know what to do with this. So Master Rabbi, I go and teach the Shabbos Chayim, which we've seen this many times. The person really steals my money back on Shabbos. Let's start off. So Chayim, should Chayim then call him Shabbat with the Shabbos. I won't say that normally again. Now, let's start off. So Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over there. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Gilul Shabbos. Remember, Gilul Shabbos and Taik Nisa. But I don't know if he's counting the both things. Why? Because they go simultaneously. Why go simultaneously? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Gilul Shabbos occur? When he picks it out of Magdalene. So because he goes simultaneously, there's no clear without the name. And if I localize, it's kind of both. You know what it says? Hugging the guy of the Yosef Hunter, but he dragged the money bag out. Right? He dragged it out. Now, remember, you only chayiv before the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity. Because he's dragging it, but the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and the Gilul Shabbos occur together. Showing it's the neighbor, it's the schema for the and the boss says, "You know, it's over here. What is it here? You see, we have a lot of things that are going to be here. So, for some, the shadim is in now. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, help us, fathers of the land, how the Tani Potters, the shadim of the now the less work. It takes ultimately, again, when it says, that's what does. But the case ultimately, again, with Adam is going to live, and therefore no longer exists. So, what's what he wants to just remember, all of this is in Rav. But it's the Rav, so again, what he wants to just is that this Rav says, that if the thief is chayyur himself, that steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rabbi and everyone else is incredulous about that. That doesn't make any sense. And now that's Rav's logic. Rav's logic is absolutely right. Since as a thief, your lives are to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is mamish sitting in your land. Rabbi and everyone else is what I'm talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation to financial restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course, he has to give it back. So that's the only focus. Rabbi, you not to talk about. Remember, Rabbi was going to argue on Rabbi, and Rabbi had goats stole my phone. Right? Someone followed me to his parents' stone from goats. What happened? Jews were there, he better change the heart. And he wanted to give it back. But let's have a look. Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Hold it up if we figure it out. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Let's remember it again. Now, Rabbi argued on Rav.
Mr. Aquarius, you happen to be there?
So when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. And listen, I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though, just to be clear, we don't pass him like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, so halacha l'maisa again, he's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But l'maisa again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Reuben came in, stole my object, he gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, halakha l'maisa, we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rabbi, and halakha l'maisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. Tanrabanan. Eino damin mizarcha Hashem shalav. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief. If the sun, remember again, if the sun is shining, you realize I don't understand. If he Hashem shalav levatzaka, is the sun only shining on one person? What's the meaning of the pasuk? Ella, in Baruch Davar Kishemesh She'ein Lo Shalom Imcha Arkitu. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. But if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. Now listen, now watch this. That's Bryce 1. Bryce 2, Tiny Ida. Chemzach Hashem Shalav, David. Zechi Hashem Shalav no Vatzacha, Ella. In Baruch Hashem Shiish, Lo Shalom Imach, Rabbi, the same person will say like this: if it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun,
okay, so how much money do you have in your
These are two dramatically different rights. So let's say right number 1 essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they're going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. From the comedy mothership here in Austin, Texas, for Granddad and Son of Kill Tony, give her a pony! And But if it's very something, you can kill him first. Now what's that? Those are two pretty dramatic different rights.
Gracious, how exciting is this? You guys happy to be here or what? Sounds amazing. We are brought to you by Shopify. This is indeed the #1 live podcast in the world. Before we get to all the chaos, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 20th,
TonyHitchwood.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Phil Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th. One in Granbury, March 28th. TonyHitchwood.com. Get tickets here. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Okay, every single week I book this mamma jamma doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Great Fitzsimmons. Oh my Very exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Sal Volcano is on tour. SalVolcanoComedy.com. He's doing the Ryman Theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of The Impractical Jokers coming out on TBS Thursday. On TBS, and his podcast is available at our great Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's history. TouringFitstop.com. He's in Philly, Lexington, and Houston. Coming up very soon. How you guys feel? Excited to be here? So excited. Hell yeah. I'm fucking excited. Are you guys excited? Hell yeah. Martinez loved The Impractical Jokers. Ladies were screaming Sal's name over and over again. Little fucking the Georges love you, Sal. You guys know how the show works. 300 plus comedians are stacked on top of each other in a bar right next door. And if I pull one of their names out of this bucket, our trustee assistant grabs them, make it 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. You know, time to hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood there. It's just loud and annoying, cuts them off, and then I conduct an interview. We find out more about their real life or their careers or anything that I find interesting about them. I'm so excited. Sounds great. Have you guys literally just does not get any better than this.
Because ready to kill me, therefore what I had now I got reason to kill him first. So when you like to get the beef, anyone you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only example of that is like a father. Like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all times. Never do it again. He's one of the supply, both by Shabbos and by Weekday. So he has a wish for the English and then the problem with Shabbos gets good. So it's ultimately the parents and the not to collectively be better at Shabbos and Weekday. That makes sense. Not why we get called for teaching. It's not like coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the 2024 Guest of the Year. Dr. Phil is here, ladies and gentlemen.
I become a policeman. I'm going to police him.
Some treats. We don't need any more red bands out there.
Wow. Dr. Phil is throwing out magna condoms.
I got more of the Delta Lounge.
Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the show. Whoa, what was that? Oh my goodness gracious. We didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get those? Wow. It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
We're going to Australia and Canada next year.
That's right.
Sorry, this year.
Please per tour. Wow. That's a wild thing that's happening.
I'm excited.
I can remove them. The rubber in order to see the
Wow. It's wild, bro.
You do. We're going to keep right here.
Very exciting. Dr. Phil is here live in the flesh. Great Fitzsimmons and Sal Volcano. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. My goodness. Maybe what a start to this show. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
You got fucking joke on her. Yeah, we got to quit.
We absolutely do. We shake them up for the show to add vibes and energy to the show. It's squirting and it's squirting. That's what we call that. So what's amazing is that while this is an incredible, perhaps one of the greatest starts of the show ever, why don't we take it one step further and have the first comedian be the record holder for all-time appearances, normally the closer of the show. One of the few living members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. Some people call him the Memphis Strangler, the Manila Gorilla, Tacoma, the Weirdo of Washington. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. My mother was watching the news the other night, and she heard people talk about doxing one another. She goes, honey, what is doxing? I said, oh, it's when two guys get in a ring and punch each other with their dicks. The waiter walks out and goes, who ordered the amberjack? I raise my hand, and he sets it down in front of me. I look, and I say, wait, this has whiskers. Have I literally been catfished? Can you imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore, I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction, and you're in a hot air balloon, and you're like, guys, y'all are never going to believe this. Okay, that's my time. Because the earth is round, Tony. That's why you show up from the other end, right? But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving, it's saying to his friend, it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. Right? It's kind of like a passion play. Oh my gosh, Tony, I'm so nervous. Seriously, going up first, I love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now. Just like, every time I'm there to hang out and whatever, and oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. I love it. Out of your comfort zone, proof that you can do it all. You got the show started with a bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally been in a horrible funk. I'm still actually in a pretty bad funk in my brain, but I've started growing again. I've been 65 fucking miles to pass 6 days. Very good, William. That's 10 miles and some change per day. Yeah, listening to fucking Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins all the time. Great, Fitzsimmons. Well, it's just great that you're. I know you guys have a long history of that as well, but it's good to see that you're growing. How's the days going? It is not going good. That's part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up when I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass, literally with my ass. Seriously, let's get the mix things in. I know, it was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I was these bad funks, and the puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps. But when I was having sex with that guy, it was crazy. That was fun, right, man? What was that noise? The noise you would have been making in the corner, right, man? When you walked in my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been, just in the corner where you're fucking tank top. Fucking nasty weirdo. Your little blue tank top. Yeah, have you ever seen it, Tony? Where there's a little blue fucking tank top with these little swim trunks. And he has like a little bad boy, and he's showing everybody pictures of his fucking girlfriend. Stop doing that. Seriously, stop doing that. He's doing that in the fucking green room before we even start tonight. I heard why I'm nervous, Tony. I did walk by and you were showing somebody a picture of a foot. Was that your girlfriend's foot? Yeah. Anytime Greg's around, Jim shows her foot. Wow, this is not a great start for Greg. No. There's certain things that stay in the green room. Yeah, we're able to take it to the green room. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Now I have to cut them off.
Oh my goodness, I love it. Williams, you've been rowing again?
Rowing, trying to hopefully please come back. I promise if I've been to a city before, I have a whole different set. It's mainly new jokes. I've got to get my tickets. I got to get better at marketing. I got to figure it out. Well, would you just call me a nacho guest? What did you say?
You should say everything. You should encourage your woman to say everything that comes to the front of her brain, sir. You're doing a really good job. The Lakers hat always a dead giveaway for not having your woman under control.
Shut up, man! Fucking redneck throwing Greg under the bus! Weird of you, dude. Seriously. It's really weird. Why'd you...
William, I get what's happening with you right now. You're getting fired up, you're getting angry, you're getting more red, which I didn't think was possible. Yeah,
everyone out.
Come on right now, where can we get some of it? But look, it looks like little nachos.
I see it. Yeah,
Maybe you're right. You're right. All right, Sal, that's not how this works.
You guys all see those little nachos? We all see the nachos.
It is an incredible vest, William. What are you wearing? Or it is a award season, and the world wants to know where do you get a vest like that?
So I literally clicked into eBay.com. My account. I clicked in vintage 90s Columbia vest large, and then I get a bunch, and then yes, this nachos was not in the keyword search. No. Wow. There's the red eggs there. They look like nachos.
They do. It is absolutely incredible. William, always a master of style.
It is a nice vest. It looks like you're about to do a safari of a bunch of kids who are together for a list. Which is an two game to get. So I want to compliment you on the thank you so much.
You look like a tour guide at MC Island.
Walks you off the dock and you pull up on the web. Okay, everybody come in here. It's just Rabbi and jacking off with all the fucking you weirdo.
Wow. Well, William, you got the show started with a fucking bang, my friend.
Right now, the great William Montgomery showing us how it's done. Now we go to the bucket, everybody. Oh my goodness. Oh! Dr. Phil, getting his own book delivered to him. That is incredible. You are a marketing genius. Philip C. McGraw, PhD. You and me. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3.
I'm talking about that in my book.
That's right. Page 73.
73. You can't rhyme. Get the fuck out of my garage.
Alright, to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your first bucket home tonight is Sancho Pancho Villa with an uninterrupted.
What's going on? Hell yeah. So even though I'm 5'1", I am into taller women, and so that can be hard. So I got my shoes that make it 5'3". Don't believe me, we'll call this mic stand 5'3". And now we're at 5'1". But even with the shoes, like all women are starting to hit, it's still hard to hit on. Like I was hitting on this one super tall girl, she was like 5'5". And she looks down at me and she's like, boy, you're so short, you have to go up on me in the bed. I'm like, that's a weird way to ask, but people step back and look. I'm like, girl, what do you think I'm wearing this shirt for? I'm trying to eat my way to your heart, you know what I'm saying? But on the same note, I hate tall dudes who use the short urinal in the men's restroom. It's like, now I'm over here having a tiptoe, fucking put my chimichanga on completely over the rim. Like, how am I gonna explain to a girl that I got crap from a men's restroom? Like, it doesn't work like that. Hey, I'll punch you, thank you, that's my fault.
Adorable. Absolutely adorable. One of the largest full-grown babies to ever do stand-up comedy, ladies and gentlemen. Giant.
there's such a hyper focus
Sancho,
on what my kid is going to do for Carnosa, which of course
you're standing at 5'1", is that what you said? Yeah, 5'3" with the shoes on. 5'3".
But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see
Last time
what Bathsheba wanted for her son,
like
and the qualities that she wanted for her son. He being a son who takes life seriously. That's his reason. So it's like, you know, you can tell that about a person by
when I went to get my driver's license.
she puts in life. You know, there are people who are, his reasons for some of that, and his reasons
Do you have car insurance?
and when you like meet those
Yep,
reasons,
USA.
that God puts it so early on.
Yeah, right. Hopefully they lower my rate.
COVID approach to
USA.
and when people who are drugs are successful,
Like the military.
Oh, got it. You're in the military.
Yes, sir. I'm a Marine.
Okay, absolutely incredible. What the hell were you doing in the Marines exactly? What was your specialty?
Man, I was an engineer company, so like we work with generators, we build stuff and blow it up. Like I have more certifications than my cousin. I can do any Texas job.
I don't know. But I would imagine
On the show
that you
2
have to have
times
all of
before.
minus.
Yes, sir.
You get very
That's
lucky.
what a mother wanted for her child.
I'm open to tonight.
When you look at her, how
God.
no, why the fuck did you do that? I would
Because we're pretty much rocking the same haircut. I feel like, come on, like, shit.
When did you go home?
I was like 19.
So that child is self-assured. They got the wrong friends. Why not hang out with those kids who become toxic?
There you go. Still struggling, obviously. Sancho, baby, went home at 19, standing 5 foot 4.
What do we need God for? We became all powerful.
In this life or past life, for God to treat you like us. And he apparently also made you extremely horny. A lot of your act has to do with
Before who all
women
secrets
just
are
saying, oh, baby,
revealed.
like,
Should you become
when's the last time you got laid? Sancho?
We can jump.
The two sides of one.
Who was this?
And on one hand,
What was this,
the unity of one. So, first of all, take
Where'd
something
you meet
as
this
your
person?
psycho, allow you to use
Just in my hometown.
circumstances.
She
Also,
married?
to unlock to bring down the
This
walls
one
that
was
sometimes
not.
never walk away
He
in a
found
shop.
out about you that
On
you're
the other hand, it's
very
usually
women wrecking others'
as
lives.
well. So, how long for
Listen, like the door's already cracked open. I just walked through. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's the dog, like I'm
why?
just.
You have access to the
What were you guys gonna say at the same time? I was gonna say, he walked under the crack. He didn't have to go. Right. He doesn't have to dump down or anything like that. Work together. We all have different doggy door jokes for you, Sancho. That's a good sign. That's how you know you're a hot dude. Bring up a doghouse and we're like, you're adorable, Sancho. So you find that there's a lot of girls that are into whatever you are.
Women love a confident man. Yes.
For going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines.
When like do you let it out? Is there a moment ever?
More mundane than
You work out, Sancho?
I do. I'm downtown.
What have you been doing exactly? Explain to some of these people how they can lose weight.
I quit alcohol, so that was a big one for now. Yeah. But on St. Patrick's Day, I dress up like leprechaun. So like, I'm going up the way and I can drink it. And then, yeah, quitting alcohol and then just working out every day. Back to 245.
That's
cool.
Bench 245.
Yeah.
Enough about your date from last week.
If she's not 180, she ain't a lady. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Talk about that in my book, Check. Checker 25. Fat bitches are people too. Maybe reach your local Mars and know.
What's the biggest girl you've ever hooked up with before I let you go, Sancho?
Probably Redman. No, probably she's like 233. Probably. Sorry, not to be specific.
Such a specific way. Yeah. Like you, that's something you knew. That's a down at 233 is a very specific. And that's how much I went. That's my freeway. You really think so? Let's get the fucking hell out of everybody. Come on, there it is. Oh, it's too good. Come on, redhead.
I was saying, I'm fully clothed, and that was the idea.
He's wearing 27 pounds of clothing, everybody. Here he is.
Oh, my God. Real good satisfied. I weighed myself like 10 bucks.
By the way, if a bucket pull gave this many excuses for getting on the ground.
I'm just going to say, I bet I weigh about 239.
Okay, all right. Don't do it, Redhead. You're wearing your outfit. 233, everybody. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been here for every episode of the show. Sal, read it off for me when it comes up. It just says, all right. It says, ouch.
Okay,
Do you want me to report that? Yes, report it.
251.4.
That's right, folks. He's wearing 17 pounds of clothing. What do you mean? Sancho Pancho, get on that thing. Let's see what it says.
Alright, I'm gonna take my shoes off now. I'm gonna take my shoes off.
There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no shit.
193.
Now, what do you mean you weighed in today? What does that even mean? Oh, you're right. This thing is pretty heavy. Yeah, okay. Not 165. 164.6, everybody.
Give it up for Tony Hitchcock, everybody. Let's go.
What is this? Kill Sancho Pancho? Give it up for me. That's about 10 pounds. You're right. I'll give you 10 pounds. Maybe.
Take yourself a joke book, Tony.
Thank you. There's a lovely Heidi, everybody, and Sancho Pancho. Sancho Pancho. What size joke book did you get last time?
You said like, that small joke book is the same size as the big joke book.
That's right. So you got a small one?
Yes, sir.
Well, today you're getting a medium one.
Let's go.
Sancho Pancho Bio, everybody. There you go. And the show is off and running. You weighed in at 233 today?
No, 239 today.
239. Were you naked?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's a lovely Heidi, everyone. A lot of drinks coming tonight. You guys having fun out there? We got Dr. Phil Gray, Fitzsimmons, and Sal Volcano, everybody, and a shit ton of water, an absolutely shocking amount of water on the table. Hey, this podcast is sponsored by Luchu. Guys, let's be real for a second. When it comes to quantity, isn't exactly good enough. Why? Luchu just raised the bar. Introducing Luchu Gold, a revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that turns what's your brain and your body. Here's the deal. Most windows focus on blood flow. Luchu Gold further combines two proven ingredients for circulation. Plus, alcohol-mediated oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. It's not just about function, it's also performance, physical, and mental. Luchu Gold dissolves right under your tongue, starts working as little as 15 minutes later, plus 24 confidence and almost level of readiness. This is the future of football. It's faster, smarter, precision engineered for results. Starting today with Luchu.com and see millions of mattress coverage. Now, the gold shade, gold standard upgrade. It's changing the game for good. And
Charlie treatment out there. Ladies and gentlemen,
against that. It's not true. It's not true.
Make life easier by getting harder. Discover your options at Luchu.com. Go to special deals for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month. Luchu Gold. Code Tony. That's promo code Tony. Visit Luchu.com for more details and more safety information. And we thank Luchu for sponsoring the podcast. Hey there, this podcast is sponsored by Shopify. This late at night you're scrolling through your feeds, and all of a sudden you see that one product that you click on the link, add to cart, maybe even shop around a little more finally hitting checkout as you're filling in your address. You realize you don't have your card anywhere near you. That's when you see it, that multi-page button. It has all your information saved, making checking out as simple as a tap of your screen. Shopify is the best business tool out there. See, get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Shopify is covered with helpful AI tools that write product descriptions, page designs, and even enhance your product photography. Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind it. Best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping and processing returns and beyond. Some see West Cards so they have West sales qualities with Shopify in their Shop Pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. Shopify.com/GoTony. Absolutely. Your next bucket pool goes by the name of Mario Zapata, everyone. Mario Zapata. Hell yeah! A lot of crazy stuff going on in Minneapolis. Why's everybody mad at all these sommeliers? Kind of whine a lot, but that's cool, whatever. Don Lemon recently got arrested. That shit's crazy. Just goes to show you when life gives you lemons, get legal aid.
That was a very late brother. They had to decide about
I know he did, but whatever.
You don't want that
Alright, but like guys, what is the difference between a Jewish person
See, you need food, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a
and an undercover cop?
menu over here.
You may never know you were talking to a cop. Alright guys, I think the reason that we were retarded is such an offensive word because so many people are. You can see it everywhere. As I was school, it said, get your MS in business. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm board meeting with leftist sclerosis marketing. Can you imagine standing in front of everybody going, this company is built on a solid foundation.
That can't transform it into an unsolid
Alright, Mario. This is your first time on the show? Oh, but it's not. You should look different or something? Yes, I recently started shaving my head because I was looking like Angelica's Barbie doll. Okay. That's inadmissible. You couldn't do that. At any point, you got to do that.
Yeah, well, if you like I was about to shoot up a anthropologist or I was Now, what I mean by that is I came in for a minute there, I thought you were running for office because you just kept being like, too many Jews, you know?
Yeah.
And you said, what was the last thing you said?
I think the reason the word retarded is so offensive to so many people are.
Right. How do you feel about that joke? When you say it out loud to the silence, does it feel
I'm behind it, dude. I know a lot of retarded people. Sal, what do you think about this?
Well, I like that you had topical stuff, so you were new stuff, and I like that you really went to for jokes. You really did. I will say that, I noticed that you told everybody to buckle up before the jokes. And then you really didn't deliver. You just be mindful of that, and you thought it would have buckle up, like, because the inference was that you were going to blow their fucking balls off with your next joke. And then it was really just a par type of joke. And he's like, dude, it's funny, I never thought he would tell someone to buckle up, that's the next one. And then basically just a very mellow joke after that.
That was more for me.
Well, very catchphrase, or did you just feel like coming out singing something sassy?
It does feel sassy, I mean, I don't know, man. He uses it kind of straight up. Yeah, buckle up, guy, hey, buckle up.
Yeah, let me say something. You said to buckle up, and then it felt awkward, you just recently, I feel like comedy said it wasn't on purpose. And when you're on a plane, they tell you to buckle up, because things are going to go according to plan. Just kind of, buckle up, folks. Yeah, hell yeah. But you do have confidence in that. Buckle up, everybody. Jewish people will let you know you're Jewish. Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting to next. You're good at spotting Jews? Is that the thing? No, they usually tell me pretty quickly in a conversation. They tell you they're Jewish. Oh, yeah. Where are you talking to these Jews at exactly? Wherever I go. Wherever you go. They're everywhere, right? I mean, like, I don't know. That sounds bad. Okay, I'm starting to see why this guy's shaking his head all the way. Yeah, keep talking, guys.
It's great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sora Mora. It's gotta be flesh. It's gotta be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money. And then you buy a schnitzel, right? And that's not going to make you into Ben Sora Mora. Hi, we're going on to what we learned in the Mishnah. All from the middle of trade for Shkatim, but I will say you don't have to Ben Sora Mora. Hot to horn has to Ben Sora Mora for 1 second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, and we'll see why that is, he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, then Allah Maisa, he should become Ben Sora Mora. Tutzma says, no, Kitna Masnisi, Lahashlim. So this is fascinating. We'll say, remember, how much meat does How much meat does Ben Sora Mora have to eat in order to go to Ben Sora Mora? Right? Macholkes. First opinion, Mishnah. Right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a Ben Sora Mora. That's the chiddush over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, you can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost a tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a Ben Sora Mora. All right, incredible. So also listen to this. So now the Mishnah said if the Eastern is a Dvar Mitzvah or Dvar Aveira, he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Aveira. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says over here that three lines from the bottom. Tanchume Aveira. Let's say the kid, you can't call it Ben Sora Mora because he's in the Sora Mora yet. The kid joins a Yichum Avelim. Like the halacha is that when Avelim comes out, and the son is like,
people are everywhere, right? You run into different people everywhere. Wow, it doesn't get much more racist than that, everybody. But these people are everywhere. I can't go anywhere without seeing these fucking people. Yeah. My goodness, who's your favorite type of person? Okay, that's the two nice people. Direction changing question you just did. Let's stick with the Jews here for a second. Okay, let's not shift at all, Doctor. Let me ask you this. You're seeing them everywhere. Is there anything you've noticed, a way to spot Jews before they tell you that they're Jewish? No.
So again,
How long have you been stand-up? I've been doing stand-up for 6 years in the Alabama School. Right, songs, do you have any original songs? Okay, what notes are they in? What chords? Most of them are in G. Okay, you guys want to play an open G? What do you say? Mario? Okay. They'll follow you. Here we are, me and my best friend, out at the bar, and we're hammered again, and we're talking about all the girls we've banged. Both drink until we can't see. Then my friend leans over, and he says to me, hey, I love you, man. You're my bro, and I'm like, yeah, bro. I love you too. The part that's weird for me is he's telling me this while he's rubbing on my feet.
Someone who
My
defies his
name
parents.
is Mario.
Consumption is an act of providing
Time
defiance.
to show so far. Dressed like I'm ready to go. Work the late shift at Home Depot. Driving drunk through the Taco
But as a student, that the consumption itself technically is how much you can but the act of consumption itself is how much you can I love
Dr. Phil making Mario Zapata hilarious. Mario Zapata. So you did musical comedy, now you just do stand-up. What do you do for?
I edit wedding videos, I make porn, and I run
Wait, let's stop right there. When you say you make porn, what exactly do you before I fucking improvise a shitty song.
Trying to be discreet. Yes. We talked about it last time. I make giantess porn with my wife.
Oh, that's right. You have a big wife, and you yes, a tall wife. Okay. Big difference. Yeah, absolutely. So you're not pulling a Sancho Pancho beat out here. You're going for the tall girl.
I like to set the bar high.
Very interesting. And that's been good for you.
Fantastic.
You guys are making good money. Have you ever thought about, because those guys probably like the difference in height, right? Have you ever thought about letting Sancho Pancho be a joint manager? Because
I would charge him to be in the movie. Probably love it. Yeah. Somebody's gonna turn it off.
Dr. Phil, where do we just all available on
We're getting up films. It's on
What is that, a .org or something like
No,
that?
it's on
Sure, son.
we sell it through Square. We sell it through Square, yeah.
You don't know the website of you and your wife for?
I know everything, dude. Look it up, films. Look that up. You're doing great things.
Mario Zapata, our second extremely confident Latino in a row. You as well. Mario, you know what? I'll give you a big joke.
Hey, did I miss you that?
Did you get one last time? No. Okay, there you go. Well, good catch. It's a little off. If you want. There he goes, Mario Zapata, everybody. That's perfect, Mario. That's a okie dokie. Well, there you go. All right, there he is. 12 years of comedy experience. There he goes, Mario Zapata, everyone. All right, our next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Robert Carroll. Here we go. Robert Carroll. Okay, this looks like a new name. Make some noise for Robert Carroll, everybody.
Fucking I ain't killed Tony. So, I'm on shrooms. I gotta leave with that. Sorry. What are the odds? It's my second time I signed up. There's no way to get the outro. Give me a little benefit, okay? So I get sucker for stay at that goddamn hotel. Very nice hotel. You know, how many times can a 60-year-old man jerk off? 38. The answer's 38. 69 would have been funnier. 69 would have been funnier. So, the mushrooms thing, anybody do psilocybin? Oh, yeah, make shrooms tonight. That was a bad idea. It's going to turn out fine.
So I talked to all these young people, and I'm like, psilocybin is legal now, and they're like, oh, that's so cute. Are you microdosing? And I'm like, no, I don't know. What the fuck is a microdose? Is 7 grams a microdose? Yeah, I guess I'm microdosing. Anyway, I'm Robert Carroll. Thank y'all.
You gotta love a guy who 50 seconds in says it's gonna turn out just fine. Amazing. You're certainly dressed like you're on a bunch of mushrooms. This all checks out. Robert, grab that microphone. Let's talk about it. How long have you been doing comedy for?
I lied. This is my absolute first time in front of a crowd and a microphone.
There you go. Okay. You got it. All right, great. You're 60 years old. What made you want to start comedy now?
I went broke.
What?
I went broke.
Okay, ladies, stop. Please, okay, relax. Did you hear the laugh I got? Oh, shut the fuck up. What's going on? The women in this room, maybe some weird improv troupe. You're Kamala Lost, lady. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. This fucking one's back now. Okay, Redman, very good. Okay, the ladies start acting like if Redman's gonna jump in with his fucking comedy.
I understood.
Yes, I got. Okay. Robert, what made you want to start here today?
It's a long story, but going broke in short. Just
How did you go broke? Let's talk about it.
Oh,
Okay, you're on the show.
decades of working as a building commercial construction industry.
Got a little quiet there, Robert. You really fizzled out. Years of working.
How the short version is, I just suddenly realized, fuck it, I'm 60. If I keep scraping, things will be fine. Fuck them. I just literally went nuts. My whole family, they decided to keep me. Maybe. Well, like I said, I think he thinks he's in the bed for the honor. I couldn't understand. I wanted to follow that story. It's a rambling bunch. I didn't leave with how much. I really thought mathematically the likelihood but I can function at a reason.
Mathematically, your odds are the same whether you're on or not on mushrooms. If you take an overload of mushrooms, that's when you wouldn't sign up.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that's true. I'm here, man. That's my second try.
You got it. You signed up last week as well.
I did. I was here for the ice cream.
What would you have talked about last week if you would have gotten told not on mushrooms? Were you on mushrooms?
I was on mushrooms.
So your whole plan was just to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms, I hope this goes okay. And
It has been working so far.
where has it been working? Have you been doing other open mics?
My bank account's hardly working, but everything else is pretty sweet.
How do you afford that fucking scarf? You don't have the cash. You made that abuse of queefs.
Everything's negotiable.
What the fuck did that mean? I'm trying to fucking haggle that from you.
It is possible interview.
That's a you purchase.
Tell us a fun fact about your life, man. You're 60 years old, and all you've said so far is I'm on mushrooms.
Okay, I'm 60 years old. I'm a commercial builder. I'm a grandfather of 3 wonderful grandkids. We had Billy Day Saturday. I was not on mushrooms for that.
Okay. How often are you doing mushrooms?
Often as I can.
Yeah.
I have found that
Are you dealing with some type of trauma or something like that?
wait, all is.
Like what? Can you give us something compelling about your life? You have 60 years to reference.
Well, I lost 80 pounds last year. So February the 10th, thank you. And then somebody said, hey, you're funny and you're good. So I was here because I was working on a show meat law. I was saying, well, I don't know if Joe Ellis is somebody who said, hey,
You didn't know if you were supposed to mention that you did background work on the show Me Mark? I would want you to keep that to yourself.
excellent. I'm going to try to follow.
I have one other question. Do you put on all the jewels after you take the mushrooms?
I was wearing these things before I was doing mushrooms. I do wear this pretty well all the time.
I mean, I do not. Is that all strictly aesthetic, or do any of those things have a certain special meaning?
It's probably OCD. Once you start wearing them, then you're like, oh, fuck, I don't have that on. I'm sure
When you come out in your life, you start doing a lot of countries.
Oh, well, I did a lot when I was in college. Recently, my son just graduated from college, and he's got a great engineering. Oh, a year ago.
Let me ask you this. When did you start wearing that type of jewelry exactly? What's around your neck? That type?
2 years. Man, 2 years. I'm afraid is that answers my chain. I come turquoise, Mr. T.
We got a gym bridges. Gym bridges is about to get me to like a pretzel
Gym bridges and gym.
Alright, Robert, I've kept you up here way too long.
Well, thank you for putting up with the goddamn that snuck in and they didn't torture me. The crowd was great. I am going to do something for
Yeah. Write a set. Write jokes sometime, and then you'll be back on, and then we'll know something about you.
I love that you're on my shows, and now we all feel like we're on my show.
Yeah. Contagious. Dr. Phil's throwing him a magnum condom. There you go. There he goes. Robert Carroll. There he goes. Hell yeah. So hard. These old people doing mass amounts of mushrooms out of nowhere. It's insane. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, and take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to start better mental health leads to better health overall. Just like your physical body needs exercise, your mental health needs maintenance and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in your life, helping improve your coping skills and self-awareness. Life is all about how we are in relationship with one another. Communication is key. Talkspace helps you identify obstacles and create new meaningful connections. Talkspace makes mental health easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay.
Tony, I love Talkspace. I think you provided some of the best mental health treatment out there. I cannot recommend them enough because therapy has led to some crazy moments of transformation.
Yeah, I can tell. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month at Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 with actual licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Hello there, my dear friends. It's me, your favorite baby, very nice guy who cares about everyone. This podcast is sponsored by this podcast because anywhere we're going is we're going in comforts. Find your perfect pair of boots. Their boots are handcrafted boots with used true meticulous steps with marketing companies and other mountains for experiences on their local expert staff, complimentary beverages and customization.
I love my Jacobins. I mostly wear those Chelsea boots, and I highly recommend
It's an incredible day. Wintertime is prime gift season. Start the year off right with a new pair of Jacobins presents. Not to mention their other leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. Everything in Jacobins is crafted with the same attention to detail, timeless style. Shop Jacobins Western goods online at Jacobins.com. Discover your Jacobins store. Experience with free drinks, chats, complimentary whatever to make your very own right now. Get 10% off at Jacobins.com/Go. Sign up right now and 10% off at TCOPAS.com/Go. Jacobins.com/Go. See site for details. Jacobins.
Make noise for your next fucking fool. Everybody is treat or allies. You guys remember when driving a Tesla made you a Nazi? I miss those days. I like being called a different type of N-word. Which is ironic. I'm from Idaho. That place is full of N-words. I had to go out by myself a Tesla Model 3 right, which is what I drive now.
that is the negative combination that ultimately creates chaos. Again,
See, this joke is only fun and silly if you just remember that
and he's consuming
So
somewhere
anyway, I see
else,
super filthy
and
fucking
therefore
N-words
someone
coming
else
down
is
the
not going to give him this about his gluttonous.
and they were headed right towards me because I was screaming out N-word lives don't matter.
Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, I hate
For
like,
those of you who don't actually really show up, he says he's only
but not as much as I hate those blonde-haired, blue-eyed.
We know though. So first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where does his mother?
Okay, 50 seconds from Tariq Morales. Good job. Anything after Robert Carroll's amazing. Anything after an old man going, I'm on the chips. That's just incredible. At least you tried, Tariq. Amazing. First time? Second time. Second time ever doing stand-up. What made you want to sign up? No. Second time on the show. Oh, it is. All right. How did it go your first time? It went well. Yeah. I had a full 60 seconds. It was great. All right. Okay. How long ago was that? Maybe November. What did we find out about you then? What was the interview based on? Oh, I had a gong, not that black. I didn't get to pull it out. Oh, I had it in my passenger seat. Oh, the whole time. Okay, yeah, that wasn't any really covered in the expensive one last time. Expensive. It was. Give us, what do you do for work, Tariq? I work from home, so I'm just like getting paid. What do you do? Honestly, I don't know. It's like the documents they come
Miss
in.
Aquarius.
It's like green or Aquarius. Yes.
How you living, girl?
So, yeah, so people coming over this week, everybody come over and stuff like that. I just started crying, so maybe a little emotional. And she died really cold, you know. He was cold, so, but he's good. We just remind him and stuff like that.
Okay, Miss Aquarius. My thoughts are simply with you. I know it's not easy. Miss Aquarius, my friend came in and we were up till like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We talked for like 15 hours. Yeah, and then I took a little nap. And I thought I'd missed you, and I felt really badly. So I'm very glad that I didn't. I know. I'm very glad that I didn't repeat that yesterday. Did you watch any of the Super Bowl yesterday? Sure. I understand. Definitely. Have those still been doing the trick? Have those muscle relaxers still been doing the trick? Good.
Can't become a Ben Sora Umura. Why not? My time is fascinating, right? That the pasuk says there is a big thing. This kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us we need to call button and shoving. The parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Obviously, they don't look exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance that's almost like what a tremendous Musar skill. What is it? What is the teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shava. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. Disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shamei bekolenu. Parents have to speak alone. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach, independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're not just the kids, the kids, that has to be done with one voice.
Yes, man, I gotta do everything I can to get him back. I don't want to be rude to people. I'm having a good time, and I mean it's good. I feel loved. It means I've got a lot of friends, and I like spending time with them, so that's good. But man, it can. Oh, come on, it can really affect you throughout the day. No, that was bad.
Mother and father have to figure out to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the Lord goes right there. Come on, I'll design you. From where? According to who? According to the following opinion. That's Laura. So we'll say, okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. This should be broken up like in 10 blocks. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lifted either. So it says as follows. Kiman, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on full knowledge. So if people from other shir told you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished later than any other shir. Right? So Baruch Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be on a daily basis, but
all right, I'm at 488. You're at 190. I have 12. You have 2.
Why would we just do this the whole time? So who's it being reflected in the following idea? Ben Sora Umora, it never happened. Lohaya, it never happened, and it never will happen.
Very tough split. And folks watching at home, this might be one of the most difficult splits. But if anybody can get it, it's Mr. Chris. And if Jesus can get 2,
It's not saying it can't happen. I think it can't happen. You want to say with probability, never has happened and never will happen. So why was it written? Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get schar. I just want to point out. The Gemara says, now, just
you're going to get these 5.
Get that phrase.
I told you, perfect. Come on, give that to her.
Practical that you could do with this, but there is
another one. DJ
for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means. You're right. Could very well be.
Oh, look at you. Look at Mr. Aquarius there. Give me this. Not what we wanted, but I can get the split. I can get it. This is doable. Not like that, though. Not like that.
What's the George for Kabbalah Schar? So we'll say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod Ben Sora Umora is what? What's the whole Yisod Ben Sora Umora? The whole Yisod is Hashem HaAsid. Hashem HaAsid. Ben Sora Umora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. So we'll say, doing something amazing. Do you know what the essence, do you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora? What is the Ben Sora Umora? What's the lesson, Kappa? The lesson of Ben Sora Umora is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's Ben Sora Umora. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy money, to buy. I keep saying meat. To buy meat, to buy wine, right? That's the decision. What Ben Sora Umora says, you made those bad decisions. You have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. Ben Sora Umora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true. Because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. No matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go out and take your life in reverse. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, Ben Sora Umora, Ben Sora Umora, Lo Hayo Leos. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't.
You win, I win, Mr. Price. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
So learn it. What's the reward of us? What does it mean, Josh? So analyze. And so what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora Umora.
You too.
There's so many of us who think that they can't change. I learned that Sora Umora. I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes certain terrible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. It's time to make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means, Ben Sora Umar. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. Lo haya v'lo yeya. So what should you do with it? Because so many times in life, we think we can't change. We think we can't change. So learn Ben Sora Umar and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, "Come on, Azad the sign. You better say, "Tomorrow, I will also Asilios, Balaminech." Now, George, I got a scar. So the thing is, this Kiman Kabiuda, Sakabiuda, Kabiuda. Everybody say, "Well, Rabbi Shimon, the sign is very interesting." I'm Rabbi Shimon. The king of Nesha Akalzeta Tima Basa Bashasa Khatsi Mugyana Italki. I'll be Motsilas on the skila, the Saklo, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine. His parents are going to take him out to get stoned. And lo haya, lo Asilios. And so far, it never happened. And it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Josh Bekabaschar. The Lord said, this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Jirosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbalah's can reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan, I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? Listen, it's incredible. Watch this. I'm ready to see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Umora. I saw him. The Ashafti al Kivro. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levayo. I saw it. I sat on his grave. Now, why exactly he sat on his grave? You're not sure the whole discussion about this? Not for now. Not for now. So you might say, come on, Aslan. So let's say, so what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there was Ben Sora. So let's say, I think the way it looks is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sora Mora, and there never will be a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many Levias, people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sora Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sora Mora, yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were Ben Sora Mora. I would say one of the most tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora Mora because change is only possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says tragically, I've gone to the Levias of so many Ben Sora Moras. People who left this world who never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much of Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this, come on, also have the Sanyo. So once the Riz's opinion is reflected in the following idea, here in Idachos. So again, here in Idachos is a city wiped out because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. So why is it written in the Torah? So when it says, Drosh v'kabel schar, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. The Lord said, what does this mean? How could it be that there's never here in Idachos? As the Lord said, there is no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. You can't have a place where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not covered, someone's not holy. So Lord didn't receive a word. Can I go to Rabbi Eliezer? The son of Eliezer Omer. Kol yer sheish b'afilu mezuzah achos, eino nasi er nidachos. So Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an er nidachos. Can't become an er nidachos. So most of my time was to use it for that. I would call it as kol shlo tikvot zaltol kol chava b'sach tavaish. Because what do you have to do with the er nidachos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, the chayvah you come mezuzah lo after the chsiv lo sakskin hashem lo kechem. Now, if there's mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see, if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an ir nidachos. It can't become an ir nidachos. It's possible that ir nidachos ever existed. I'm going to give you what Son Yonasan says. Ani re'isiya yashakti al tila. Again, what Son Yonasan says, you're wrong. Is it ir nidachos? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I took the ir nidachos walking door, and again, I saw the ruins of the city. I saw the ir nidachos. So once again, it's the same soul. I don't think the Yonasan is disagreeing. But Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. And they're a group of people who think of themselves as a bad soul or more. They can't change. They become a chavra, they become a chabur, they become a kila, they become a community of Yeridachas that think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, Azla Desanya. Bye, Sanamuda. Hi, all right, but you know, we have to stop over here. Wow. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I want to say we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. And I said we're going to be late. And I said, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped? Nothing. I say, tremendous training stop. Shkak, everyone. All right, everyone, Zoom. Shkak, everyone. You see the one that said, don't tell me who you are, who your friends are. You know who your friends are. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Make sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tov Shin Hey Hey. Tells Mishpach of ROTHSCHILD for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a Zuchus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the Shir in honor of the bris of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yira Kodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful and But I must say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Bibas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah, that broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem, Kadosh Baruch Hu should just bring Besoros Tovos, true Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. There's a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. Remember again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows, so again, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she says to Shlomo, you are the son of my neder. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar, that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. And she's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number 1 is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because after all, your father's a tzaddik. So if your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number 1. Number 2, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number 3, she calls it Baranidri, the son of my neder. I said, this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives, are you no so make the following neder. Yehivi ben Hagam Lamalchus. Give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is incredible. So all of David HaMelech's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Va'anina darti va'amarti Yehivi ben Zoriz u'memula batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoriz. That's the word. We'll say Zoriz, alacritus, Zrizos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. Now, whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Zrizos. Umamula batorah. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. Bahagun lemevios. And ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. Right? She says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I must say, there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my daughter is able to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, an accountant, all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's Zrizos. So most you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are, Zrizos is a midah, and Zrizos is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Zrizos, that's why again Ramchal puts it so early on in Mesilas Yesharim. When you have the midah of Zrizos, it means that you have a seriousness and covered approach to life. And when people who are Zoris are successful in whatever it is that they do. Mamula b'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be Mamula b'Torah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, a lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person could be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mulling, I'm fully committed. Hagul Nevias is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have Allah minus to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Zrizos, Mamula b'Torah, Hagul Nevias. Incredible. Elam Malachim, Lemuel, Al Malachim, Shasu Yani. So Hashem says to Shlomo, Al Malachim, Amralo, Malachah Itum Malachim, Shosei Mishtakim, V'omrim Lama Lanu Kel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? It's like a king chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. They have to drink so much wine. What are they saying? What do we need God for? But the king, we're all powerful. We're rose in the sheikhad. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. Misha called Raze Olam Gruyimlo. Yishte Yain Yishtaker. And you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. Should you become inebriated with wine? And Lord will say, remember, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes walling me off my inner Kedusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So Halacha L'Maaseh, that Sheva says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? ROTHSCHILD. How do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was mekabel his mother's musar. It says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. This is incredible. Who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Shlomo was explaining. Again, the Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. And there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? Is that Adam Arishon. That first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shalom HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. They'll say, by the way, another tremendous Muslim skill. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musar. No one likes Musar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even positive feedback. And we come to find positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And God was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was known as the wisest of men. Gets a punch from his mother. Gets a real punch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. So again, that was back to the story. This is very interesting. Ben Soromar, so what we established in yesterday's daf, right, is again, what he has to, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit. The Gemara is talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abba says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now, what are srikin? Rashi says group of srikin. It's like 3 lines up from where we are in Chasam Rashi. Reikin, Shiar Gilu Bekach. So it's fascinating. What turns a person or turns a kid into a Bensor or Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abba says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now it's interesting. Rashi defines srikin over here as reikin. Well, what does reikin mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shia Gilul Bakach will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval nish bechabura adam hagu b'chi haikavno v'mamshich v'nonas ben sora mora u'bechabura d'lav mitzvah kama. So most of this is incredible. Rabbi says, when is ben sora mora chayiv? Only when he's eating the meat and the wine with a group of srikin. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines srikin, he doesn't say like avar yonim, people who go ahead and commit averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Reikin. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean when you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamula latorah. There's no hugging in the dias. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying, the Gemara is saying is, we'll say, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, because every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averas. They will say, but at least, when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing, but desire for something. Reikin, there's a desire for nothing. You have a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness, that's a dangerous chabura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sora or Mora addictions are really facilitated. However, the we learn. The Mishnah said that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a chaburas mitzvah, now again we'll discuss what that means, but the pashtos, what that means is he's eating it, interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, that he does not become a ben sorar umora. So when it says time out, mitzvah, now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, afagav the lav kulas speaking, even if not everyone in the chevra is one of the speaking. Hakamash malon, the afagav the kulas speaking, given to the mitzvah ka'asik yom emshah. So we'll say, so essentially what we're saying is like this, that if the ben sorar is eating the meat and wine in the sudas mitzvah, Even if the entire chevra for the Sudas Mitzvah are srikin, he doesn't become a Ben Sorah Mora. He doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is srikin, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. Or halacha l'maisa again, if the entire group minus one person are srikin, or if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. He only becomes a Ben Sorah Mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all srikin. So let's say two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think, but the truth is, it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So you have a chabura of kula srikin, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is, if it's a chevra of all srikin, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not the chabura srikin. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact a chevra. That one person in a chabura of srikin can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole chabur of srikin, but you're eating a sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become Bezra or wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as a proper, right, that's the sudas mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashpah on you. But never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible, incredible Gemara. What you begin to see for Ben Sorah Umura, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the Ben Sorah Umura. Good. About the Ibra Chodesh. So remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for a Sudas Mitzvah was the Suda that they made for Ibra Chodesh. Ibra Chodesh was, you said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They made a Suda for that. So one second. Memra, the Basrei Masku, is that saying that they hadn't eaten wine for that Suda? By the time you learn, but that meal is actually a very simple meal. What did they have in the meal? The intercalation of the month. They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. On one side, that was a very light meal. They had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a fabrengen, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So the says, "How come the Afagab being only on the past business? You do also plus we got in Bafo came into the mitzvah cause of Lamamshah." Oh, so that's the chiddush. You're right. Normally, the people who would go in for this suda, they were only. It's an interesting fact. What did they eat by the suda for Ibra Chodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having that meal. And let's say Ben Sorah Mora shows up for that meal, or he's not a Ben Sorah Mora yet. He's a candidate, right? Ben Sorah Mora candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down and eats with them. That can't transform him into a Ben Sorah Mora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas Mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of a Sudas Mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Sorah Umora. Incredible. Ain't Olam Librach. So it's not just a word about that Suda. Ain't Olam Librach. There's Pachos Neasara Beni Adam. So you need at least a minion, right? That really is going to for that Suda for Ibrach Chodesh. Ain't Olam La'alon. Past Dogim the kidneys. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread. Actually, it's not really bread. It's pasta. It is bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. They only or iburo. And you only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only go for the suda at night and not by day. You don't eat a lot of times either. The Raisa says they go up for the suda by day and not by night. So Libnei Achrifu Ba'oldo Achrifu Poku. Go up early to the meal. In other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise, and people are starting to get up, so that it'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. So again, just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a ben sora or umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a ben sora or umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a ben sora or umora. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes weiter. So let's remember again, similarly, if he steals money, right, steals money, Sheni money, goes and purchases meat and wine and eats in Yerushalayim. So again, he doesn't become a ben sora umora. Why not? Because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a ben sora umora is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you're doing something quote normal, you can't become a ben sora umora like that. Fascinating. Let's go back there. It's great. Chicken can't make you into ben sora umora. It's got to be flesh. It's got to be meat. Basically, he goes in and he steals money, and he buys schnitzel. Right? That's not going to make him into a ben sora umora. Hi, going on top of we learned the Mishnah. Often the Mishnah trade for shkatim b'ramos. You don't ask ben sora umora. Hot to horn ask ben sora umora. Hold a second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. He doesn't become ben sora umora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, then Allah Ta'ala, he should become ben sora umora. Kushma says, no, so this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does it, little chazara, how much meat does ben sora umora have to eat in order to go and become ben sora umora? Right? First opinion in Mishnah, right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, he eats a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is that he's mashling the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a ben sora umora. That's the chiddush over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a ben sora umora. All right, incredible. So also listen to this. So now the Mishnah said, if he eats them as a Dvar Mitzvah or a Dvar Aveira, he doesn't become ben sora umora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Aveira. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says over here that three lines from the bottom. Let's say the kid, can't call it ben sora umora because they're ben sora umora yet. The kid joins a nichum avelim. Right? The halacha is that when avelim come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the sudas havra, a meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a sudas mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a theme. A ben sora umora only goes ahead and becomes ben sora umora if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing meat and wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos, right? He does everything with Shabbos and all. The Chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra. the meal for Avim. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative speech. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, what is it? So let's say he steals money, purchases meat and eats it during the fast day. He eats it on Tainus Esther. So the Gemara says, so that doesn't make him Sora Mora. So why not? That's so strange, right? Why wouldn't that make him do Sora Mora? The time of my Amakra, and then Shomer Bikolenu. Bikolenu, below Bikolo Shamokim. This is fascinating. In order to become Sora Mora, it has to be that the child is defying his parents' instructions. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make him into a Ben Sora Mora. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sora Mora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like, steals money and buys chazer, of course Ben Sora Mora. He's not. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sora Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because that's the pshat. Because what makes one a Ben Sora Mora is in his act of defiance against his parents. But it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God. But because it's stealing, the consumption itself technically is halakhically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then halacha l'maisa, he's not a Ben Sora Mora. Let's go like that. Achol komaychol v'lo achol basar, shas kumashko lo shas yayin. Achol komaychol lo achol basar. So for example, says therefore the same idea. If the Ben Sora Mora ate anything but didn't eat wine, didn't eat meat, he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. In order to become Ben Sora Mora, you have to eat meat. In order to become Ben Sora Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, Lo achol basar. What is it? If he didn't eat meat last year, the vela ki'ilis. So we'll say, even if he ate a cake of pressed figs, a cake of pressed figs from Kilis, right from Kilis, was a very high quality metaphor, very high quality food. And in certain respects, maybe even had that quality almost of like meat. I'm not sure, even if you eat the Taylor Kilis, halacha l'maisa, you still don't become Ben Sora Mora. B'shasa, dvash v'chalov, v'loshasa yanasui dvash v'chalov. Seeing it, interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey could have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. So it's also interesting enough to get a lot for Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a kilis, this cake of breast and some kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Beis Hamikdash and does the avodah, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avodah under the influence. Right? That's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avodah while intoxicated, and if he goes into the Beis Hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Let's say Ayin Aleph from Dal 71a. Ben Sora Mora actually look about Yayin. Tan Rabbanon. Ben Sora Mora, the kid eats any item, it doesn't eat meat. Or he drinks any drink, but he did not drink wine. Ben Sora Mora actually you only become Ben Sora Mora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Shene'emar Solel V'Sovei. Because the Pasuk calls him again glutton and a guzzler. Even though again, I'll say I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what Zolel and Solvei means, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, Yishrayim, Akushem, Rayim, Ledavar, Seichel, Ledavar. There is still a scriptural allusion, because we just saw in the Mishnah Shene'emar, Al Tihi B'Solvei Yayin. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and the Zolelei Basar Lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. The Omer. So again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses the lashon of Zolel for Solvei, and then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again Solvei refers to wine, and Solo refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that Solo Mora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating Gemara. Rabbi Zera, Kalayashem the base of Medrash. Whoever sleeps in the base of Medrash, Torasa Naasa Lo Kiraim Kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. Torah becomes patchy, right? Like patches of clothing. Sheneh Mar Ukiraim Talbish Numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say the truth is there's no great clues to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. Let's say one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning. And that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. Like Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. And the Shama understands everything. You see, even I walk out, someone says, what did you learn? I have no idea, right? But I switch to Sundays if that's what I like that, right? But I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, whatever it is. The Shama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. So say, what's the formula for being bought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't literally have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the dot, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, if you get a shkar for showing up, of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was email, here I was WhatsApp, here I was this. So it's, and again, just the reality is the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully invested. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Zrizos. So I'll say, so again, so what does Zrizos mean? Zrizos means when I'm doing something, I'm in. They'll say, ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking that you're in the middle of the meeting? Does that happen to anyone? Right? My cloud got all this. I've started this now. Right? If you're checking you on a meeting with me, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? Better things. It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of earth. What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we're doing. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. And that is working. Work. You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you do whatever you want. Right? But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work. And be solid. And be committed. And be involved. And when you're in shir, learn your Torah. And don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's there. Otherwise, you're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, when you come to the base in Shonalo, the Rebbe Shem says, Shefala, what did you learn? Tell me, what did you learn? And you're going to say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day and we did this subject. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my Chavirim during shir that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? People didn't do it. Then just do it. And commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit to yourself. And this is during learning. This is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. And actually, we live in a dar. We live in a time where it's so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base medrash. And if you just do that, bring our zrizas to our learning, bring our zrizas to our davening. Remember, we're all young people. There's no telling what we can accomplish over the years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. Ganav, Mishal Aviv, Va'ochel Mishus Aviv. It's very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, I would say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's the same with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So then Solomon also all the details. So watch this. He says, "Kanav Mishal Aviv Achol B'Shus Aviv." Listen to this. Kid, we'll just call him kid. Right, he's an adult. Remember, I will say, also of generation. How old is Ben Soramora? How old is he? Right. So remember again, he is a gadol. What was Lashon of the Gemara? Samoch leish. In other words, he just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again shortly in the session. So Ganav Mishal Aviv. So watch this. He stole his father's money. Va'ochel b'reshus aviv. But he ate the stolen food in his father's reshus. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. We'll say first line ayin aleph amud aleph. Eno nasa ben soramora. We'll say once he is this ben soramora ad sheikno mishal aviv yochal rishos acherim until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. I will say, let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Umara is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what in order to happen for Ben Sora, what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? The father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So therefore, which is just a tremendous yisod in chinuch as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our people are so today. Parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline and it's a free-for-all and there's no rules and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you don't have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the victor of parenting. And sometimes parents think, just let my kids, go do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, shut myself with unique and wine in front of my father, because my father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Sora, more interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money, plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sora or Mora. Again, we'll see that more. Good. And that's Ben Sora Mora. Second one line. You don't become Ben Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Rabbi Yosef says it's not enough just to steal your father's money, it's to your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says the Gemara. So again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? Even though he has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So the whole chak of Ben Sora Mora is stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The kosher came, Mishalachirim, Ba'achal, Mishas Avid, Veloshviach, Ubais. And all the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. So what's like the only formula that makes a kid into a Ben Sorah or Mora, so again, what's it? You're keeping your running list of all of the qualifications is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, I'm going to say, winning combination. That's not a winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. So again, stealing his father's money, worried about habit forming. Why? Because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him musar about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. Rabbi Yehuda says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. But the Gemara says, Imo minala. So first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where is his mother property from? Masha Kansi Isha Kanabaima. I was going to say again, what do you mean stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother only belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. What it means is, interestingly enough, his parents, the kid's parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid that's a suda that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. So he's effectively stealing from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you better. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become a Sarmor if you steal food. You don't become a Sarmor if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right. Rather, again, what happened? The father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. And we got for dinner for an expensive fleshik suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. By saying the other possibility is the or again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, I always say, bottom line, you should just know the Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yossi's idea. The Rambam does not accept the money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, Haya Aviv Rotzavim and Rotzavim. So said this is incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring him to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or Abidin or Rotzavim also. The father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. A kid only becomes Ben Sorah Mora when both parents are permitted to bring him to Beis Din for the Ben Sorah Mora process. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says, if the marriage was an illegal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sorah or Mora. All right, so what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah said the wife is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, the truth is, who cares if their marriage is legal or not, right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella, b'shavet la'aviv kamar. So let's say this is incredible. Rather know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? This is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a Ben Sorah Umora. Why not? My time with the Amar Kra, Eineno Shomea B'Koleinu. Fascinating, right? That the pasuk says, parents say to Beis Din, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us, the parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Obviously, they don't look exactly, but they have to simply have some level of resemblance. And also resemblance, as you will say, What a tremendous Musahas here. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shava. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea b'kolenu. Parents have to speak alone. Now one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're managing the kids, when they mechanech the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving the kid two different types of chinuch, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of chinuch, the kid can't become Ben Sor Mora. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions. When the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch, if the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Sor Mora kicks in. But I will say, but what if the family is so bad chinuch? Mother and father have to be shava, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Kiman Azla Desanya. From where? According to who? According to is the following opinion. Ben Sor Mora. So we'll say, okay, so this is. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. This should be broken up like a 10 block. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lifnei iver. It's lifnei iver. So the Gemara says as follows. Again, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on forward. Now I should say. So if people from other shir taught you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them, in the last two cycles, we never finished later than any other shir, right? So about 7.5 years will be exactly
Good job, Red Man.
it might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there. But listen to
Mr.
this
233.
Keman Azla, how the Sunday. So it is reflected in the following idea.
Okay, so you don't know what you do. You're getting paid. How much do you get paid? It's $20 an hour. How many hours a day?
First, you're like, what? Why would you just do this the whole time?
Checks clear.
Who's the thing reflected in the following idea? Ben Sora Umora never happened. Never happened, and it never will happen. So I'll say, by the way, actually, when you see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up,
I just moved here in
what was the probability of that happening? So actually, it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it's not saying it can't happen. Really, it can't happen. You were just saying what probability never has happened and never will happen. I have words of a lot of stuff. So why was the ring? Why was the rings? So the words of Drosh the Kabbalah style. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get stuck with it. Listen, I just want to point out, the Gemara says, now, just sometimes when we look at that phrase, Drosh the Kabbalah style, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get scarred for the act of learning, even though you might not be
there's literally a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
But there is scarred, there's reward for each act, so it's a very important lesson. There is scarred for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means.
Document comes in.
I
means you're right. I check these numbers to see if they match up with like client information.
Never happened. Will never
We're in the
happen.
cast of
But
separate.
analyze this. What's this sky? What's the word? There are lessons to be learned from that solar aurora, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What's the drosh?
Because the numbers match
What's the
up
drosh
with
to
the
Kabbalah
client.
sky? So we'll say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see the next mission that the Holy Soul, the Holy Soul of the soul of God is one. What's the Holy Soul?
I'm on the
The
phone.
Holy
I'm
Soul is
hanging out with my college
Hashem
friends.
Hashem
That's
Hashem.
it.
Ben Sorah is not actually put to death for what he's done
Not
now,
really, no. Yeah.
but rather again, what advice is to death for what he's going to become. See, I will say, you want something amazing? You know what the essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah? What is the Ben Sorah?
What's the lesson of that? I make $20 an hour, so.
The lesson of Ben Sorah is that once a person makes a
single right now.
decision, they can't change. That's Ben Sorah. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy weed, to buy. To buy
I went on one
to buy
day.
wine,
I met her like
that's
at a
not
show.
even a decision. But Ben
at
Sotomora
Rock Bar,
says,
and,
you made those bad decisions.
it didn't
You
go
have
well.
put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes on and says,
Yeah,
that's
she
not
was
true.
just like she was like a
That's not
bodybuilder,
true.
and I
Ben
couldn't
Sotomora,
see if she
this
was
is a
wearing a hoodie.
concept. But
And we were on the
practically,
date. She was wearing
it's
like
not
tank
true.
tops. And she
Because
had
there's
like
no such thing
fucking
as a yid
biceps.
who can't
I
change.
wasn't ready for that.
Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you can always put it in reverse. You can always go ahead and change your life. That's what it means when it says. Also, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry. Ben Sora Mora. Ben Sora Mora. Lo Hoyo and Asad Leos. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a person who can't change. Says the Gemara. So why is it here? Rosh Hashanah. So learn it in the secret one. What's the word? So what do you mean Rosh? So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora Mora is, but yet, there's so many people who think that we can't change. There's so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned Ben Sora Mora, I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He needs to entitle him to get back into it. That's not true. It's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. So we make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means. Ben Sora Umar. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it?
She went for the kiss, and I had enough time to like kind of think about it, so I leaned back a little
We
bit,
think we can change.
and then I just looked
So
away. Her
learn Ben
eyes were
Sora
closed, so I just
Umar
looked
and
up to them and
recognize
see it.
that you
And
absolutely
then I looked
can.
back.
The Gemara says,
Like,
Command.
okay, well, it's
The Gemara says, command of the sun. Ben Sora Umar, lo hayvelo, lo osi lios, lo laminit. Now Josh got the scar. So what's the thing? He says, command, Rabbi Yehuda. Say Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi say, well, Rabbi Shimon, he decided is very interesting. I want Rabbi Shimon. Because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine. His father's going to take him out to get stoned. And so far never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Drosh the Kabbalah. This is it. This is probably the most important one in the entire Sugya. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Help us kind of reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely and unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture and any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, one second, what are you talking about? Listen, incredible. Watch this. I mean, you see this. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Mora. I saw him. The Ashafti Al Kivro. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to Bulgaria. I saw it. I sat on his grave.
And I'm going home.
It's not for now.
Who's gonna wake me up
Not for
in the
now.
waymo?
The Gemara says, come on now. So what do you do with this? So the Yonasan says, there was Ben Sora Mora. So
When you
people
get
what's
drunk
like
and
this.
you get
The
into
Yonasan
an
is that
Uber,
argument.
the
There never
Uber
was a Ben Sora
driver
Mora.
wake you
There
up
never
and
will
they
be a
so
Ben Sora Mora. The Yonasan is mentioning the fact that many people go through life thinking
you're at your
that they
house.
are a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I think many
Wakes you
of
up in a
us are
waymo.
people who left
The
this world,
Tippy
and they left as a Ben
police
Sora Mora.
in
They left
Phoenix,
this world thinking
Arizona.
that they
That's
couldn't
where I
affect
went to sleep
They
in a
left this world
waymo.
thinking that they couldn't
And
make
these
something
niggas were
better of
nice or
themselves. Tonight,
kind at all.
there's no such thing as a Ben Sora Mora, yet you'd
Take
be
you from one
surprised how
example.
many
One time,
people leave
because I'm a
this
heavy
world
sleeper, that's why they was mad
that
at
they
me
were
about
Ben
waking
Sora
me up
Mora.
in the
Those
waymo.
say one of the most tragic
They could
things in
wake me
life.
up in 30
Tragic things in life is you leave this world. There's so many
One
things that are
lady
accomplished.
one time
We
tried
leave
to
this
wake
world
me
without
up. She couldn't
actualizing
wake
our
me up. She
potential.
couldn't wake me
We
up.
leave
She
this
took
world
my
without
phone,
becoming the kind of people that
unlocked
we
it with
need
my
to be
face,
becoming.
and then
So I
called
don't think
my
the Yonasan
mom.
was disagreeing. I think the Yonasan was just talking about human
I
nature.
was up.
So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora
Stretching out the plane,
Mora
nigga. I
because
woke up
humans don't
immediately.
Yet Rabbi Yonasan says, tragically, at most of the Levites, so many Ben Sora and Morez, people who left this world never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sora and Morez. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, Oslo Hadisanya. Most of these things affecting the following idea. Yerni Dachas. Now, Yerni Dachas is a city right out of idolatry. The heights of us in the Leos. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. The Raman develops Isolans within the Torah. And as a approach the Kabbalah sky, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. And also, what does this mean? How can we have never Yerni Dachas? As the rest of the world, no such thing as a city of Jews. It is not one side. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. Can't have a place where every single yid is there. Is that impossible? It's just not possible that someone's not published, someone's not holy. So learn to receive reward. Commander Belazar, Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Eliezer, Omer. Well, here's Shishka Filu Mezuzah Athos. Eno Nasi Eri Dachas. Oh, so Eliezer says that there's only one mezuzah in the city. It can't become a Yerni Dachas. It can't become a Yerni Dachas. So my time was music, right? I will come as close to take photos of for follow us after the age. Because what do you have to do with the Yerni Dachas? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, the favorite mezuzah after the symbol aside from the mezuzah. Now, if there's a mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see it. There's even one mezuzah. It can't become a Yerni Dachas. It can't become Yerni Dachas. Therefore, to us, that Yerni Dachas ever existed. Rabbi Yonasan says, I need you to see up. Yashab Yatila. And Rabbi Yonasan says, is it Yerni Dachas? I was there. I visited. I went by tour. Right? I took the Yerni Dachas walking tour, and I saw the ruins of the city. I saw the Yerni Dachas. So we'll say once again, it's the same soul. I don't think the Yonasan is disagreeing. The Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. If you're a group of people who think of themselves as a Sorah more, they can't change. They become a chevra, they become a chabura, they become a kila, they become a community. Of Yerni Dachas, I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, Oslo Hadisanya. Bye, Samanuga. Oh, yeah. All right, but so you know, we have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I was saying, we're going to pick up right there. We are right on track. We are right on track. I'll say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped here? Nothing. I'll say, tremendous train to stop. Scratch everywhere. I have run Zoom. Scratch everywhere.
Or not, or you can just look at me and say, we'll be right back. Do that again, that's terrible. I love those teeth.
Is there a specific song that would be on a Waymo? If you needed music to wake up a black person that fell asleep in a Waymo, as our senior black correspondent, what song would you pick? Too Short.
How does that go?
What Too Short song again? I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. That's right. I might have a superpowers. That's 203,000. That's as long as we can go without the copyright strike, so we get it. That nigga, you gonna bring me out of the grave. That is.
Sorry for this. Good morning.
You play Too Short, nigga. I be bouncing. They should have a hits playlist to wake me up. Don't let the knocking on the window. That don't mean nothing to me. I'm from Atlanta. We gonna see the gunshots, nigga. That's not. Absolutely.
Our annual Kabbalah
No big Sancho listens to Too Short as well. You live in Atlanta too, don't you?
So our document
Yeah, I lived in Atlanta for a while.
Mordecai and Benitza and Ariel Asapa and Nate and his continued good health.
Hey, Atlanta, this nigga's a liar. That would be a great sketch on Impractical Jokers. Just you guys going around the streets of Atlanta telling each other what to say. Say hello, my friend. Do you have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now? No, but I'm about to, motherfucker. I'm playing both roles. Dedrick, what is one of the more dangerous things you saw in your days? Besides my best friend getting shot in front of me, oh my goodness. Alright. This is fascinating. The police don't come that fast in Atlanta, right? I saw with my own eyes. This is crazy. I was at a bar and one dude walked up to another dude and asked that nigga for chicken wings. And the dude was like, order your own chicken wings, because he was like, yo, I paid you $25. I can eat your chicken wings faster than you. That doesn't work anywhere.
Right, so I'm telling you one of the best.
You never take your po ass over there. And then that dude, I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock attached to a string. It was like just a string with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck.
So there was no
There was something in the sock. Yeah, it was something. That nigga was like, but if you defend your wings in Atlanta, that's no honor. You know what I'm saying? Like, asking for a nigga on a hot wing in Atlanta is like asking to fuck somebody's wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is... And this nigga pulled out a gadget, he been waiting. A sock with something in it at the end of a string. You watch Lord of the Rings? You know when Sauron came out with that little chain thing, that nigga was like, you nigga was fucking up the hills. So it's the Lord of the Wings. Lord of the Wings. Ladies and gentlemen, this ain't from the foot.
To summarize, the two craziest things you saw in Atlanta was your best friend getting gunned down in front of you, and someone eating someone else's chicken wing.
So there's a string, and there's a sock that's close strings, and he has to like flip it into like a bigger thing. Wow. He has like a knot. It looks like I don't know what you call it, because I'm not from the medieval time. Right.
When that nigga had one of those, he was like, how dare you?
And then did he hit him with the oh boy, did he? Oh my God. And the cop showed up and he said, this nigga asked me for a wing, and the cop said, we'll take him to jail. Oh, Dedrick, you're the best, man. Unbelievable. No asking for wings in Atlanta.
No asking no how to do wings. That shit fucked up. They're weird. That's my new boys. You know, you don't throw me in on that. So what's the new cities in the man? Oh my God.
That weapon sounds scary.
So first part of the Mishnah, you discuss the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with his stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with his stolen money? That's my point. For the camel, we got the after that, you can have a interesting exception.
I actually talk about that in my book, chapter 35. Black people have quarters. Local Barnes and Noble. Black people are people too.
Dedrick, you rebuilt the momentum in the room. Thank you so much. Tales from the streets, socks on the edge with strings, and many great things. Your next fucking poll is a one-word name. Anything can happen. Make some noise for Taisha, everybody. I just slept with my first white woman.
He steals money and he uses that money careful to purchase meat.
I'm glad you were
Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make you want to invent soda.
I never met a white woman before, but I come fast. I must quit. Some people say premature. I like to say it all the time.
Right?
But now, as soon as I put it in my butt, it's like instantly. I was like, my bad, I'm sorry. Oh my God. She said, no, you're wrong. It's okay. I said, that's not my name. But I like the energy though. It's real supportive. It's very supportive. This white woman, she changed my life, bro. She fucked me so good. I drink IPAs now. I'm for real. My homie emailed me. He was like, you trying to go to the club? I was like, nah, I'm going to the brewery. Like, cool. This is Shine Twain. Now, before we started having sex, she stopped and she said, what do you think? I don't have any kids. She said she had a bracelet. Like, words as me. She's like, it's not me. I got to right. I was like, oh. You go. Alright, that's fantastic. Great set. Fantastic. You went on that show before? Yeah. This one's better than last time I bet, right? Hell yeah. Well, how long have you been with stand-up? Just hit 3 years today. Today's your 3-year anniversary. How about that? Amazing. What do you do for work? Electricians. Okay. You get up at 5 a.m. every day and work like wow. When Red Band goes to bed. New job, right? New job? Nah, it's working at Apple or something. Yeah, I think thinking about one from Staples the other day. You ever get hit on when you're doing electrical work at a lady's house? No, I do like construction, like data centers. It was one time, I wanted to listen. She tried to sleep with me and my coworker.
Kabura wants to.
Okay. I know, nigga. I'm not happy about it. You work in a data center. Yeah, I went to UGS. I just get moving around. Do you know your data? Okay, your dad's white? White dad, black mom. They still together? No. Why do you think that ended? Why do you think that? Your brothers and sisters? How are you when they divorced? They were never married. I was like,
right after the second fell at the end of the first table.
You sure your dad's white? I swear to God. Okay. What is him? I'm a boy. Okay. And what does your dad do? You're a realtor. Where's your mom do? Okay, documents come in, and then... Taija is an interesting name. T-A-I-J-A. Does that mean something? Taija. Oh, Taija. Taija. Your mom's what do they call turkeys? Taija. I bet nobody says that correct. Right. Possibly. Sounds like based off of this spelling. Taija. Dr. Phil, you mentioned the premature ejaculation. When did that
why is it then sort of executed? Why is he executed?
Because I would have ventured to assume not many women
developing these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle. I mean, not perhaps necessary funds to sustain a constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a so the idea is
is there something that you do to compensate, right? So if you're going to get a girl bust your nut Corgan style, right? Yeah. And the girl's still laying there like a dead fish, being like, where's my food? Where's my food? However she says it, And what do you say to make her feel like it's not a waste of time? Hey, I gotta get out of here, brother. Wow, that's why you're a white father, son. Some heads up, you can't last longer using Chew Gold. Use the promo code Tony at Gucci.com. Get 10% off. That's Gucci.com. I love it. That's right. You really are like a union guy. You leave before the job is done. And this tonight's Frito-Lay, joke of the night. Amazing. Tai. What else do you do? What do you do for fun? I don't really have a lot of time. I just go to work and then comedy. My brother's gay. Oh shit! All right. What's his phone number? Fucking throwing red meat to the battle. Desperation. What does he do for work? What does he do for work? Yeah, I think he like a librarian. Some gay shit. Hell yeah. Alright, 21. That means he hangs around libraries a lot. Amazing. Tai. Something interesting. He just brought his boyfriend home for the first time. Oh, let's talk about that. Now, did he brought him home to your black mother and your white father? To my white father. Okay, how did white dad take that? Well, I mean, you know, he's white dad. How did white dad handle that? He's very supportive of the shit. He's supportive. I was mad. Okay. Right. What do you think black mother would say about it? Well, on my mama's side, I got a sister. She gay. Oh shit, but she is stood. Oh yeah. And then my brother on my dad's side, he like. Flamboyant. He's a tiger. He's a tiger. Yeah, he's a tiger. Was your brother's boyfriend a big fat white guy? No. More like Tony's music. That's right. 164. I was mad because that nigga was ugly, bro. That's he bad if that's what pissed you off. Yeah, because I don't care if you're gay, don't bring no ugly nigga home. He gotta get held to the same standard. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he might be. For real, he had a fucked up grill. Maybe your brother likes to last longer in bed, and it's easy to do with an ugly person. Thank you. Yes, some of my tricks when I want to last long in bed, I hook up with an ugly man.
That doesn't make you a better songwriter.
This show's out of control. Did you get a big joke book last time? Well, you're getting one tonight, Tai. There you go, buddy. Hey! And it keeps on rolling. On to the next one. That's the green GC1 set. On to the next one. Our next fucking poll goes by the name of Greg McCowan. Everybody, here comes Greg McCowan. Yo, what's going on? Yo, Tony. Yo, recently I've been trying to date, but it's been very hard with an Android phone because for some reason iPhone users always discriminate on me based off the color of my text messages. You know what I mean? It's always weird. Like every time I'm in a club and I'm trying to talk to a girl, I feel like Martin Luther King. I'm like, I have a dream that one day green messages and blue messages will one day come together. You know what I mean? It was great. Like, I can imagine I'll have like a group of Android supporters behind me leaving the club. They'll be chanting shit like green or blue. We don't care. Let us see your underwear. Like, shit's crazy. Across the street, you know what I'm saying? You'll see like the Android supporters, the iPhone supporters. They'll be saying shit like, well, if he ain't blue, he can't come through. Or shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a sixth grade. That's closing line there, Greg. How's that, guys? Greg, how you doing? Is this your first time on the show? This is my first time on the show. Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Yes, I love it. Tai J's your brother? Is that correct? Anyone familiar? Long lost, you know. That's right. Greg McCowan. Okay, 2.5 years been on stand-up. All here in Austin? No, originally from Dallas. Okay. What do you do for work? All these people have fake-ass jobs now. Currently unemployed. When's the last time you had a job? Last year, 2025, the last month of 2025. December. Yeah, December. It took a little minute. to collectively get it.
The last month of 2025, I think 2025 was in December. It landed on December. It's like,
Right.
December 25. Sometimes it's February. You never know when the last month's going to be. What was the job that you had in December?
I worked as a customer service rep for like Spectrum. Basically, I was just calling people about their deals, trying to help them out and shit like that.
Dr. Phil.
Yeah, I've recently been to many Spectrum. So maybe we can do a role play here. You can give me some confidence in the establishment.
Your phone's ringing, Dr. Phil.
Hello, who the fuck is this? It's 10 a.m. You better be on fire.
Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling. This is Spectrum calling about your bill. It's been overdue for about 3 months now, so we're calling because you have missed your payments, and we're trying to give you a little bit of
Fucking point, son.
We're basically trying to give you a heads up to let you know that we'll be knocking some off your bill if you can collect right now. Collect a little bit right now. You know what I'm saying?
Talk to me like that.
So essentially,
I don't know what you're saying. First of all, how'd you get this number?
That's called
I'm star 69 here.
You star 69.
Now, I want to clear something.
We got your number on file. We saw that you have been missing a lot of payments for a lot of households. Apparently, you just haven't been paying. I don't know how you're not paying your bill.
It's been a rough.
It's not possible. So the whole
COVID
story more
Well, you know what? I got you. That's what we'll do. Well, if you go ahead and pay 100 right now, you ain't even got to worry about the bill, dog. Don't even worry about the shit.
Let me call my friend Rabbi real quick, see if he can bend me. Yes. What's up? What's up? 257. Oh, shit. You know, I'm deteriorating.
2 days and 1 night. Then it's second week. And again, it's
So he's the one we gotta get the money from. So me and him are against you.
It's a three-way call. What is that? Hello?
As a fourth caller?
Sorry, this is how we do things in the Phil's house. I know you guys are Spectrum that you shoot fucking one-on-one this shit, but I got a whole half-court ready to play, motherfucker. You're waiting to pick up game at 24-hour fitness? Yeah, just show up.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Tim.
How exactly did you lose that job?
Basically paying off a lot of people shit, like just pushing through and shit like that. Just, helping some people out. They didn't like that shit. They didn't fuck with that shit at all.
Okay, so how much money do you have in your checking account right now?
For stealing money and purchasing wine and
Just give us a ballpark about $10.
When is rent? What's your living situation?
Currently, I live at the homeless shelter that's like right down the street from you.
Alright, this guy loves the homeless.
He was the point that says having an Android phone.
How long have you lived at the shelter?
I've been in Austin for probably like about a month now, so a month.
Okay. How are we going to... Wait, you moved from Dallas, so you have a living situation in Dallas. You're sacrificing it all for stand-up comedy right now. Okay, how much material do you think you have altogether to do your longest set? We just saw your Android.
What are you concerned about?
So what can you do? Like, what kind of job can you do?
Today, many people are impacted on this. They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a couple of people out. Overnight, the next day. So that's because again, we live in locales where venomous snakes are not really as common. And that's why you will see in general people are not going anyway. The point over here is frothing right from everyone is not subject to the uncovered liquids.
All right.
The snakes
That happened on this show? Holy shit. All right.
So, How long
I'm
does
about
that
to
process
have
last
to
for?
hire a
Short
brand new
term,
keyboard player, dude.
So apparently for the first 3 days after the line was first tuned back to it's still in the state of fermentation.
solid
And therefore,
dude.
He's not going.
Halakha 9. So once it's interesting enough, so with the point reading my opinion a couple of
Yeah,
years,
literally.
he says that the definition of fermenting
They
wine
start like
is as long
scrubbing
as
his regular
frothing.
shit, you know. Sometimes they do a little
Here it
chicken
says 3
bolognese,
days.
you
Now
know.
the parchment, it sounds like the wine froths.
Amazing. I've never even heard of that before. That sounds like
Well, you notice how he said
what
bolognese,
kind of
not
wine
bolognese.
is fine for steel?
It's like the dollar store spaghetti.
it's chicken and mayonnaise shaped into a
Cold
ball.
merchant
It's
determined not
chicken
to
bolaise.
So it says the
It's real
ultimate
good. It's real good.
It's not bad.
For
Yeah,
example,
yeah,
tissue
yeah.
box.
This food, it's
So
okay.
for what comes to
Oh,
tissue
hell
box,
yeah.
so
What have you in the fridge there?
So
You're
therefore,
pretty,
the word add the meat is like swimming.
Yeah, I've met some people since I've been out here in Austin there. Yeah.
Dr. Phil has a great point.
Then
Very
it's considered
rarely
to be
do we
meat
get to
and is
talk
going to be an
in
element
the
of
flesh
How
about
come
living
should
in
be
the homeless
like that?
shelters.
So I'm
Kind
saying,
of take us
it's not
through what
very
might
simple.
surprise
What is
a normal person.
addiction?
Shit, man. Where the fuck
I
do I
had
start? So it's kind of like a cold
worried about
Three bullshit meals, if you call it that. Occasional fights, you know, a lot of crackhead energy. You know, you keep in the corner, sniffing cocaine, you know,
being on new drugs.
No. I watched him, dude. I'm a server, Tony. I watched him do drugs, and they do it in such a terrible fashion. But, you know, they do what they do. They do what they do.
That would not be subject
Okay.
to
Well,
but for wine,
Easy women, right? Like,
up to 40 days.
do you ever get laid at the homeless shelter?
Get laid outside of the homeless shelter. Yeah, in the bush. Near a tree. So you gotta find it anywhere you can get it.
All right.
It's like, that's crazy.
chapter 47. Pussy Buzz.
Old pussy
Depending on what year it is.
2 days in 1 night.
So you have family in Dallas?
Yeah, I have family in Dallas.
Do they just not? Did they kind of like kick you out and tell you to go do your own thing, or was moving to Austin to a homeless shelter your own thing?
No, actually, they didn't kick me out. I just kind of just left on my own. Just like, I'm just gonna do it. I'm all in for it.
How old are you?
29. I just turned 29 on the 31st.
Okay. 31st last month.
Yeah, of
First month of the year.
It's interesting about it. Why
Happy
is
birthday.
why?
Does the shelter do anything? They give you like a cupcake or something like that?
No, nothing at
has
all.
one. A Copa has
So
one.
interesting.
Like, we're gonna see a Levaya had one.
Yeah.
Everything has
Like
one.
sales jobs or anything.
Yeah,
Like that. So this is gonna be one of the saddest endings to an interview in the history of the show.
So what's the
She's got a job offer.
Why
Yeah,
does
she
it
raised
have
her.
to be
She definitely, she's been wasted for 2 hours. That is not the place to find hope, my friend.
You think you can sell nachos?
I think I can sell nachos. I can sell the fuck out of some nachos, dog.
What is this?
Greg McCowan, I'll tell you what, you have a lot of work to do, so here's a big joke book just to fill it up. Just have something. Worst comes to worst, sell it, double your net worth. Yeah, there he goes, Greg McCowan, everybody. There goes Greg. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go with one of our golden ticket winners who's here to pop in, just visiting, swinging by his house. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute from Jack Shaw, everybody. Here he is. It's Jack Shaw.
Ever since getting on this show, I have never been called autistic more in my entire life. And when I say autistic, they're saying retarded a lot. And when I say they, I mean my dad. This guy, he won't stop saying it.
No matter what I do, they're not going to change.
I'm just Jewish, man. I'm just fucking...
Bend in my shoulder.
I'm so Jewish. I have family on both Epstein and Schindler's List, dude. I realize there's a lot of similarities between autism and Judaism, dude. There are, man. Like, we're both loud, we're
prone to nervousness, we're very socially awkward. Shut the fuck up, dude. We're very anxious people. We can be obsessive, but I realize the number one difference between autism and Judaism is that Jews don't like trains. Thank you guys so much. You people really do come out and just say that you're Jewish. Always wondered what you were. Greg Fitzsimmons. So the last guy worked for Spectrum and Trump. It's come full circle. It's like a choo-choo train, if you will. Jack, always fun here that you guys gave me credit for. Or choo-choo train. Yeah. Don't play that. Don't play that sound, please. There you go. There's a little something to cleanse the bounce. Jack Shaw, how's life been going? Dude, it's been going great. You know, the last time I was on the show, Joe Rogan told me to do some props, so I bought some fucking props tonight. You had some successful props last time you were on. Who's ready for some chew props, huh? Chew props. This first one is to make your Jewish friends feel comfortable. Wow, you got it. I love it. Hey, Jew props. We're talking Jew props. We're talking Jew props. My dad really doesn't want me to do this one, but this is a engagement. Oh, God damn. Oh, you got it. We'll picture it. Yeah, just put it on. Put AI on. Fuck. Just do it. Do it like it works, and then put the thing over your head. This is a Hasidic gas mask. An Hasidic gas mask, everybody. There you go. He said it, not me, by the way. This is an ancient dick pic. That's my dick.
So in a show, you get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come.
But stop, so if anyone has a pig at home and that pig gets hurt, how about some ointment? Ointment? Wow, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. We're talking Jew props. We're talking Jew props. He's doing the Jew props. Jew props. This is a drawing by D Madness. I don't know. It looks great. That's amazing. Great stuff. This is health insurance for healthcare CEO. This is Lego Epstein Island, everybody. I thought that was going to go so much better. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. All right, well, we have an expansion pack with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. I think. All right, Trump was never on the island, but keep going. All right, Clinton was. 55 times. What's that one? Stephen Hawking. Yes, he was there. God damn it. All right, well, you know, we tried it. That's right. Jack Shaw lives in LA, so they will never let it go that Trump was never on Epstein Island. Just a fun fact. But he was never there. Okay, well, that didn't go great. It's like Sal Volcano. He's a little like Carrot Stop. Dude, that's what I wanted to ask Carrot. I was hoping Carrot would be here so I could ask him for some mentorship. So Carrot Top, I'll be Carrot Bottom right here. Whoa! Yeah, you were ready for that. Yeah, that's amazing. Hey, you want this? Wow. That's a lot of red meat. You can't have it. Trages. There you go. You can use that. You can use that. You can believe in yourself. If I scrunch it down, it's fine. Just put your whole body into it. Yeah. Put it over my head. That's one full poncho sausage. Jack, it turns out we love good and bad props here. I loved it. Make some noise one more time for Jack Shaw.
What a hoot. There he goes. The lovely Jack Shaw. Back to the bucket we go. This name came from the inside. Big noise for PHC Tommy. Last Christmas, Corpus Christi Corner was in court for having intercourse with corpses. They said it was the best sex ever. Magically, never cadaverous.
Wine can destroy it.
Now that's why I call Netflix and chill.
Cup of wine. See, with that wine, I'll say,
There's a very plot
can
twist. The
project
offender's
an
actually a
image of
woman.
personal piety.
Thank the
What
Lord
is
for
wine
remorse.
doing? Wine gets out of the interview.
She testified that her
And
favorite
I will
movies
say,
are Die Hard
when
and
that
Rise of the
interview
Living
comes
Dead.
out, that's when the truth comes out.
In related news,
Who am I
a local drive-by shooting at 12 casualties. That means she was down there gangbangers.
Perhaps again,
It was Crips and blood everywhere.
Well, I'm
No
actually saying
regard
I'm
for life.
emasculating as a New
Because there wasn't
Yorker.
any.
And ultimately, I'm looking for wine.
She's also
to be
facing
able to
sexual
show
battery
what
charges.
is really on the
Literally,
inside of the
because she had jumped
individual.
people's
Incredible. So here's the
real shocker. She only got caught because she got pregnant.
and nice smells like
The dumbass was out there raw dogging zombies. She
So
should have
that
been
was
using
things
the
like
Twilight
this.
Bird.
That a little bit of wine helped me,
That's when you make only
to
vampires.
access a lot of my inner kedusha. And also
Vampire
the
King
sense
deciding
of
where
smell
we're mission.
is also linked directly to the neshama. Like because remember that Hashem created Adam Chava, the person Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected to the neshama.
There was a lot there.
That's why we have the sun. That's why some have to be custom to smell the
So
sun
many,
on
you had
Erev
so many
Shabbos as well.
attempts.
All
You
of
had so
that
many
to
jokes.
unlock the
And
neshama.
only that one at the end. I don't know what the 12 people that laughed at that one
Rabbi
saw the vampire
says
thing.
that it's
Maybe I'm
wine
missing
and
it. Some
sense
volcanoes. I think it's
that
Wayne Curfew said
that need you
miss
smart.
all 100
What
attempts.
is that like learning, right? I came to Shia, I went to Yeshiva, I went to
No, I
this.
appreciate that.
So
You,
it's
that
like,
was the most
well,
dense minute I've ever seen on this show.
True.
And what you
So
did was you
much
really
of
hedged your way into one specific
It's
one
not
thing.
just about
And so
the
once it,
information
was it,
you
you know what it is when you
but it's
came
your
out,
ability
the setup was you got
access
into it
your
so
insights,
quickly.
right?
I almost
So
kind of
often,
was a little bit
like,
like confused.
we're
Well, it's part of a bigger set. It's not quite a minute. So I
spend a
just
lot of time like, on external things.
Is that your
I
thing?
got
You
a
just
lot.
have jokes
I
about
learn
like
a lot.
fucking dead
But then I
corpses and
wonder,
stuff.
like, why doesn't it have the full impact?
Well, I
of
mean,
these
the only
things
thing
by
that's stiff
people?
about all
If
I
you're
love
not
that
in
competition.
touch with your inner self,
There's another one.
you can't fully
PHC Tommy, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been chasing this selectively since last week.
Okay, chasing this selectively.
Wait a second, I'm not really Bro, you are gonna make it. That's what you gotta do when you really want something. You chase it selectively.
That's what you are in the summit.
Yeah, what do you mean by chasing
I'm in
selectively?
touch
Oh,
with
that's
my
through your
inner
work.
self. I'm in touch with who and what I am.
So I've been a fan of the show for a couple of years. Started chasing the bucket last February.
And because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self,
The bucket sounds like a Judy Blumenberg that never made the cut. Chasing the bucket. Are you there, God? Yeah. So, I've done some lights and some practicing.
And especially if you did that while on mushrooms at the age of 16, that would be insane. It happened here tonight. Okay, so BHC Tommy, how old are you?
Overindulgence in wine.
How old?
Overindulgence in wine. So
Okay,
you might say this house.
What do you do?
High mandation, from magic. We see from Rachel magic. Ultimately, however you interpret this possibly, what the husband essentially is saying is,
We're it's a thing, it's dragon, so we have a phone that basically has a dragon as a symbol.
Who's one that says I? Who's one that says Vavoy? Right? So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge?
Red man washes up on it, and that's how you find a red man.
Too much time with wine. And remember, the Shalmalach understood this firsthand. Because Shalmalach had
VHC Tommy. So how long have you been doing that for?
About
about 7 years.
Anything crazy ever happened when you're out there?
Yes, but I'm not really allowed to talk
It's the same drasha.
But, I mean, it's kind of like you're a background player. Let me give you an answer to this. We find explosives and, like, simple forehead wrestles and stuff.
This is mostly quite Texas.
We do work. You do them.
What
And
was?
Freeport.
What
But, I've been working mostly in New Jersey.
Oh, I can't even imagine what you find in New Jersey.
There are there are 13
How long
vows that are
is
said
your
in
hair?
conjunction with
That
wine.
been?
Now, what does it mean in
How
conjunction
long?
with wine? What's the meaning of the
Like
first
your
one
barber
of
was
mention of
chasing your
wine
head
is where?
selective.
Is where?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
13 vows. 13
Phil, oh
vows
shit,
in
there he
the
is.
section of
Mr.
Noah
McGraw.
with
Now,
wine.
that's a joke because
Look
I
at
can't
Rashi.
pull it off.
Rashi
So
is
I'm
over here.
obviously deflecting,
People
admiring, but also
So
judging.
listen, what
When I go to the barber, I say make it look like G.I. Joe on this side and Barbie on this side.
Vine means loose
But
translation
say
of
for real,
vine
how long
is
have you had it like that?
Probably like 18 months.
loose translation, right?
To do it.
Vine means so.
What made you wanna go with
what
that?
this certain
I
Galilean
mean,
was saying
I've
was,
always had.
it's interesting that there's a lot of parties, a lot of walls, in the section concerning wine by Noah. So we want to listen to this. Now we got
Why BHC, Tommy? What is the BHC?
So BHC is just like been my handle for all my social
Okay,
media.
we'll count as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayesh, so again, the similar
Hanging hot corpses.
the first thing you did was you planted a vineyard. Right?
Hey, I wanna play Big Hairy Cut. Sell your turn.
So remember that Noah gets
So it really stands for big hater company because
or at least in some state of disrobement. Ham sees his father in the state.
What do you hate
Comes and sees the other brothers.
I mean, I'm just a troll in general. Like,
Yes, it's not about as a single. By a single, not about. So Ham does nothing. Right, so as you can see, does something, but Hashim and Yasas come. They walk in backwards, they cover up their father.
BHC company. Here's a little joke from the Great Boat side. Keep trying. Keep selectively chasing your dreams. There he goes. BHC Tommy.
Some
people just,
some
people just try.
sees his father.
Some people just hope for the best.
And has come and
Never
cover up their father.
You know, maybe figure do something else.
Noah wakes up
Is
and
that in the
the
book?
says Noah knew what his son Ham did to him.
Your next fucking bull goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree. Everybody.
Literally, the passage doesn't say what Ham did to Noah. So it's not like this. One of the things he says that Ham
So,
castrated his
I don't
father.
do one night stands
Castrated
anymore.
his father. The Ham Amar
I do two night
Other thing he
stands.
says that Ham went ahead and
Otherwise, it looks,
sodomized
makes
his
the bedroom
father.
look uneven.
Okay? He wants to mind of us, so the woman says that he castrated him and he touched up kill over a bee. So
Yeah,
it's
last time I hooked up with the girls on 6th Street and,
why castrate his father?
she
He
takes
didn't
me
want his
home.
father having any more kids. Three of us is enough. He didn't want any more
Start back
kids.
as soon as we walk through the door.
So therefore, again, just
And,
like Ham went ahead and prevented
I
his father
go
from
down
having
on
a
the ground
fourth
a lot.
son, so
I go down on
Noah cursed Ham's fourth son. Who was
Horny,
Ham's
that's why.
fourth son? Ham's fourth son of us
Yeah.
was Cush.
She stops me. I'm like,
It's
oh
Kush.
shit, she's not her period.
Right? So Cush is how you put it now. Right? So Ham's fourth son was Cush, Mitzrayim, put to Canaan. So
She
just
told me
like
she had a
again,
DUI.
so just
That's what I
like
thought I heard,
Ham prevented Noah
And I'm
from
like, why'd you tell me this now? You drove us here, you're gonna tell me that? That's fucking crazy. But she tells me, no, a VYI. What's a VYI? Vaginal yeast infection.
When Shem abducted and violated
I was like, yeah, I'll take them back. You keep the cheese.
Then he violated him via Shalot Yarkov.
Thank you, my name's Terry.
Alright,
Lorenzo Tyree. Lorenzo, you've been on the show before? Yeah, third time. What?
First comes fourth son.
How's it going, man, pretty good. I didn't expect it tonight. I was drinking a pitcher of that good stuff. Yeah, tequila, pineapples. You had a pitcher of tequila pineapples? Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, he writes as follows.
Yeah, I was like,
So it's like, so what happens? So the pasuk says, "Not profaned himself." And
To the second unfit from first person building.
So there was like, so just to point out that the Yoshi over here is incredibly important. The Yoshi is bringing Noah to task.
Thanks, Dr. Phil.
The
Thanks.
first thing that he does in
Yeah, like
the
your,
world is he plants a vineyard.
would have said,
That's what
you know,
he profaned
a
himself.
lot of sexual content tonight, which is fair. It's a relatable topic. It's something we're all trying to figure out. But it's in a second stance. You are out there trying to increase the fields quite often.
Shouldn't you be
Well,
ready for
It's a simple yes or no question.
You're in active full season.
What
Preseason for what? WNBA? What the fuck are you talking about? look like a baby.
So the guy
Wait,
says,
saying you
no,
look like a giant lesbian, Lorenzo. Well, somehow you look like every character from Sesame Street at once. It's so absolutely incredible.
Any stud likers out here?
This guy's built like a fucking palm tree. Look at this guy. Oh my god. Tequila pineapples.
Damn, right? Jokes about your parents, because that is one way to get the crowd on your side, right? You just never get right out of it.
Such a demolition scene was
Missed last season because I was in a rush.
So now York gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plans?
See, that's Alaska. That's why, yeah, Alaska's basically Russian prison.
What's the matter with you? What are you
Lorenzo,
doing?
what do you
Did
do
you not learn
for
I'm
living?
a base.
Mainly work a smoke shop job right now. I also work fireworks in Alaska.
You what?
I work for like I do fireworks.
You work with fireworks?
Yeah.
What exactly do you do with fireworks?
Cargo containers come in with full of fireworks.
It's
Coming
two
out of
sides
China?
of the same coin. On the other hand, you see
Yeah, I think so.
You don't know where they're coming from?
Well, who else makes fireworks,
The
Tony?
beauty of wine.
I'm asking you. You're the one that works in a fucking business, Lorenzo. Jesus Christ, the attitude on these children nowadays. Unbelievable. Lorenzo, anything happened interesting in your life since the last time you were on the show?
Me and my girlfriend separated.
Oh my goodness. How long were you with her for?
Met her in Vails last year.
You just named a bunch of months. You didn't get a single answer out of you. Perfect. What made this separation happen?
They weren't able to fireworks.
Yeah, the fireworks went out.
I'll be here for the rest of the evening.
What made you separate?
I just think we're too different. I mean, Yank time too.
I absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. And if one comes away so that it's Israel, by definition, that one has a condition where other one is doing that. And that's by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize
I like
that
working
one
out.
in
She
a
really did it.
and they can do any other type of
I need that.
vehicle versions of I need that. So it was as follows.
Going out, I did it.
One
She's like,
comes
what?
along.
Going out. I didn't like going out through a whole I go out for mics and stuff like that.
How can you go ahead and be drinking wine when other people have some trouble with wine?
It sounds like you do that a lot. If you drank a pitcher of tequila pineapple before the opportunity of a lifetime, I'm pretty sure you might have a drinking problem.
Sorry, Grandma.
What does that mean? Does that mean that wheat differently from venison?
That's his closer. That's how he signs off his sets. That's my time. Sorry, Grandma. Yeah.
I got mad about it. It's a little bit better than buckle up. The safe department sort of.
Lorenzo, we're going to keep it moving along. I got Lorenzo tired. Very good. You got them little joke books, right? I'm guessing.
Little medium, so.
Little medium next time.
Keeping
Keeping it moving along. Make some noise for Scion Lazar out of the fucking Yo, you drunk ass motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Scion Lazar. Hold on. I'm sorry. You just missed something crazy. I don't know if you guys heard, but Dr. Feather said he thought it was one of those gas station doors. This is the way to. Let's reset, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Count Tony debut, I do believe. One more time for Scion Lazar, everybody.
It's an interesting connection.
I just came from Shanghai. I'm sorry if some of my keywords are
So remember, Yaakov comes in, it's the things that she, sorry, Yitzchak says Esav, and remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? The scent of my son is like the scent of the field.
There's this one guy who walked into me about 10 times. It's kind of like those remote cars when they tap into something. They don't even look up from their phone. They just keep on bouncing into your ass. They just burn out. The other problem is they got a lot of metrosexuals up. Does anyone know what a metrosexual is?
So that's the same
If you don't know what a metro
So somehow, so again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved, but because
calm down, Americans, calm down.
so the thing is soon.
Stand on your head and calm down.
Well,
Like the police say. Never put your hands in the air, stand on your head and calm down.
But from you see over here,
No.
there is no
Calm down, sir.
It was an apple. One of
You need
these,
to
one
no.
of these
What they do
so
is,
that says,
in the metro, you're walking around and you don't know what a metrosexual is. Just watch who's bouncing off
not
the
the
pole.
task for going ahead and
Okay.
Sion, where are you from?
I'm originally actually from Texas, but most of my life Mediterranean.
The Mediterranean Sea.
The Mediterranean area, yeah, Greece.
How old were you when you moved to the Mediterranean Sea? 19. 19. And how old are you now?
I'm 34.
34. So, oh my God. In 15 years, okay, guys, Jesus. I see why you live in the Mediterranean. Drunk Latinos everywhere. So in 15 years, you're saying that accent's like real?
Well, you work on it, you know, it's not perfect.
Literally tied
No, you polish it and you sleep on it. It is what it is. I don't know what to say.
No, I think you're reversed. I think he's saying that the accent you have now, what you're saying. Yeah. Oh yeah, he thinks there was yeah. So you think that he's saying that you're trying to achieve a better American accent and you're working on that. He's saying that you lived here for 19 straight years first and definitely didn't speak the way you're speaking now. And then you picked up a heavy accent from the Mediterranean over the last 15 years, which is peculiar. This is like me coming back from the 2-week vacation I took last year to Rome and me coming back like, how's everybody doing? I don't even know what you talk about. It's good to be a home to America. I've been in North America, chick.
If you understand me,
You hear any metrosexual? I've been in the Mediterranean for about 15 years. I was born in Texas. Can you hear the Texas in the accent?
I'm an English teacher, by the way.
I was born with a barbecue with flies like a wings. You never asked another man for a wing.
Look at the bad boy. Where are the owner? And then it bumped into something. What the fuck was that? The only accent they know is Italian.
I worked so hard for you, and this is what you do back. Well,
I mean,
what you have to do is stop having a real website. Again, we're fine, by the way.
if you've got a rhythm, we can take it, gentlemen. I'm enjoying myself.
So the accent, you would label that more as Greek?
No, probably more Israeli, actually.
Okay.
I speak Hebrew. I speak a little Greek and Turkish, too.
Okay.
Yeah. Didn't take him long to bring it up, did he?
Yeah, baby. It's dog.
That is tonight's Honey Nut Cheerios joke of the night.
Wow. So, Sion, I gotta give you credit. Out of all the interviews out of the bucket I've had tonight, you do seem like the most interesting. You're answering questions. It seems as though you have some
Sorry, I was like, good morning.
Life
Good morning.
experience. What have you been doing over there? What made you leave Texas and go to the Mediterranean?
Basically, come back to together. So we have an incredible gap ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of us sponsors to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Tosin Mishpacha Eretz and dedicating all the Shiurim and Toshos as his voice for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Melon Aram, Levi Mishma's Mel's father, Mordechai and Yitzchak, and Ariel Asapov in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Bas-Billion. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, she together with all Cholei Israel have to complete and enduring refuah, which Hashem. Providing Aliyah to all of Hashem should come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidehim. Once we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. So we'll say Ben Sorer Umora. Ben Sorer Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umora? The Mishnah says Mishiyochal Tarkimar Basar Yishtechatzi Yain Hayikal. This is fascinating. So when is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv? When he goes and he eats a tartimar. Now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. When he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Now that is Israel wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. The wine kind of starts hold up. So first I'll tell you Rashi. Rashi says something very clear. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, it's not for Ben Sorer Umora. Right, so I tell you why it's the best. He said,
It is not the direction I thought things were going to go, but I found it
the entire
hypnotizing.
issue of Ben Sorer Umora is not
So you teach
really
English
what
in all
he has
those
done
different
presently,
places,
but
and you
what
kind
he
of
does
just go
concern
wherever
is
you
going
want.
to become.
Yeah, well,
So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, if it's interesting, you don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only afraid that he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. This Italian wine, so if he went ahead and stole money to purchase any kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi argues on a measure. He says, Mana Baser V'Lud Yain. He says, not a tartima of meat, rather again a mana of meat, and not a half a lug of wine, rather again a whole lug of wine. Okay, so let's see now watch this. That's how the Hagiras Mitzvah, let's say it happened that the Ben Sorer Umora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine, right? And bought the meat. But he consumed it in a Hagiras Mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibra Chodesh, so we'll discuss this more in Ibra. But again, when they would decide to go ahead and interpolate the month, right? Make the month a full month of 30 days.
You live in China now too?
So they would have a Suda to declare that. Or, Upper Maishin Yushalai, or Maishin Yushalai, Upper Revealers of Shekos, that's what I'm asking. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Upper Amei Maishin Yushalai, sorry, Kevo. He ate Kevo, which is untied protein. Maishin Yushalai, that remember, Maishin Yushalai is the lady. And the lady is obligated to separate out Shua from the Maisel Yishon. Or Maisel Shem Yakish from Maisel Shem Yakish, that were not the Jews. But Akol Gavar Shua the Mitzvah, the Gavar Shua Adela. So whether he eats something that's a Mitzvah, so that's an Adela, so you must describe exactly what that's talking about. So again, let's say, interestingly enough, so the first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with stolen money? That's Makokas, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we can have an interesting exception. The interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine in the Kapuras Mitzvah. Kapuras Mitzvah. So Allah again, he's going to be covered. We'll see exactly what that is as well. Also, Komak will offer Basar. What happens if Ben Sorer Umora stole money, but he didn't purchase meat? Or he purchased something else, right? And anything else, may not meat. Or Shasa Kamash, or Shasa Yain. Or for that matter, again, he stole money, he purchased a drink. And he bought beer, he didn't buy wine. Eino Nasa Ben Sorer Umora, Ach Yoko Basar Yish Yain. So we'll say this, it's also, Torah says, these possessions of mercy to Ben Sorer Umora alone. He steals money and he uses that money down to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make you one into a Ben Sorer Umora. The pasuk says, "Zolel v'Sovel." So this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? V'Amra Shekhin Yov the Sorer Umora, and then Sovel, Literally, again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. Gemara says, how do you know that solo is so that you eat wine? Right? How do you know that? Gemara says, it's not explicit to say, but I'll keep you so the yayin is so the like basar. The Soviet Russian of sobe, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of. Okay, so we'll say so. This English Rabbi is incredible. Now let's analyze. So Rabbi says, Tartimar Zaini Oziamahu. So remember again, the Tanakama said that the amount of meat for which a Gensora Umora is chayiv, if he steals money and buys it, is a Tartimar. So comes along the Gemara and says, I don't know how much is a Tartimar. What is that? So he writes, Rabbi Yossi, the Yayin, Nimsa Kofa After Basar, the Nimsa Tartimar Chatimana. So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because you remember the Tanakama says, Tartimar of meat, a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the Pash just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar? Half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in the section. Right? So a half a mana. So that's my focus. Rabbi Yossi incredible.
No, it's going good. I just wish I
just mentioned Teddy King was working on getting together a chabura that meets before the Dafyomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to be whenever chabura wants to be at night. Also, you'll see that he got concept over the shakla Taik, just to give a taste of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again we try to always pause. I always try this. Try to pause at different stages in Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand in the Gemara right here, you can even just mark it up in your Gemara so you see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see what the end. That's just a unit of discussion of just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokas, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next. The striking fellow at the second end of the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right? No, I don't want to go everybody's beautiful. So the says as follows. Refuta gives another qualification. Refuta says, the only time you become a Sarah Mora is when then halacha l'maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't become a Ben Sora Mora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even do it. You're going to forget about Ben Sora Mora. Right? So you only halacha l'maisa Ben Sora Mora if you get at a discount. Now what's the shot? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin B'zol. About Yokelo speaking like most, remember again. Let's work backwards. Because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a Ben Sora Mora executed? Why is this? Because we're nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea of it is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a stigma addiction going on. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only tired if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now you must say, one second, raw meat, undiluted wine. That's not true. That's why there was an explicit statement. That he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine. It's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat.
She's embarrassed.
So the Gemara says, no. Yayin Chaim is Muslim Zolon Muslim. No, undiluted wine doesn't mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right, so the one stronger, that's the chaf. Right? What does it mean? Basar chai, this is incredible. What does it mean? Rami? Rami doesn't mean more Rami, rather. What does it mean? Bashil, low bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba the achla gani. Like the type of seared meat that feeds. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right across. Basar kiba the achla gani. Can't be up with your column. The kavasa get your name. The milk always up. It's more successful. How do these eat meat? How do they eat meat? Like they sear it. They sear it on the outside and it's on the inside. By the way, I feel very good because I get a very hard time to eat everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakha. That's all. Apparently, okay, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's not on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Right? Again, that's how T's eat them. Hand seared steak is mamish a Michael of
Do you have a QR code or anything?
That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay.
So is it just your stand-up on
Right?
Really started that way.
You
I
guys
was
are
getting so discouraged. Every comedy post I would make, they would just really
all
want
of
to
this
see
also,
me
remember,
close off.
what we're
I think
looking
you're
for
surprised by
notice are
I was
interesting
surprised. I was like,
behaviors.
oh,
That's what we're looking for.
And
There
it's
are markers that are here. So already, like again, opening aside with Gemara, what do you start with? Right, one of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go and make people. So you see something from a young age, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up, and again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. Gemara goes like that.
So now
Gemara goes like that. Rabbi, Afro Basar Aliyah, Shasi and Kito, International Israelites. This is fascinating. So Rabbi Rita says it as follows. Both of them said,
Why
the
is
Israel
you're the one
eats
on it?
salty
You're
meat,
actually about to make vast sums of money
or
now that
he
you're talking
drinks
about your
wine
OnlyFans
from the
on the
press
show.
that doesn't make you a Israel.
I am extremely blessed. It's
Salted
the
meat
reason I can
was
afford to
considered to
like
be
go places
inferior,
and get Airbnbs
and
and not
therefore,
have to
interestingly
sleep on couches
enough,
every night.
from that
So I
Torah's
am very
perspective,
blessed, but I'm just not
non-habit
like a
forming.
real like sexy
Wine right off
energy.
the press is inferior, and therefore again, non-habit forming. Therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents, he uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go out and buy wine right off the press, halacha l'maisa, again, that does not make him into a bench or a Rashi. Rashi's right across. Also, when they have lo chashidi, they're not important, they're not chashiv, therefore, ultimately, again, they're not habits forming. They're not habits forming. So it's like such a, right? Okay, we'll come back to this later, but the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next little visit. So we'll say, this is a fascinating halacha. It's not awesome. All part of our sugya. Erev Tisha B'Av. So Erev Tisha B'Av, we'll say Sugim of seconds, right? Remember again,
Yeah, I mean, I have gotten requested
2 times a year, we have Sugim of seconds, right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The Sugim of seconds before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suga. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suga. Right? It is a celebratory Suga, excited for the cleansing of the Tshuva that's about to come. It's interesting, even honestly, when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Sugim of seconds, is a morning meal, right? M-O-U-R, right? A morning meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in our restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tisha B'Av, Lo Yochel Adam Sh'nitav Shin. A person should not eat two cooked foods. At the Sugim of seconds, you can't have 2 different cooked foods. Lo Yochel Basar Lo Yishteh Yayin. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Tana. Aval. Listen to this. Ochel Basar Maliyach L'Shosi Yayin Kito. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have pizza at your Sugim of seconds? You can. Interestingly enough, you can have salted meat or you can have salted meat and you can have wine. If there's any left in the belt. Right? So you
I
can
don't
have
want to
salted
say
meat,
like
and
I
you
don't
can
want
go
to say I'll
ahead
never
and
do
you can
anything
pick
because
one
I've already
right
done way more
from
than
the
I ever
press.
thought I would.
That's the best. I'm not saying
Like
now.
what?
People feel, oh, what does that show you? What does that show
We
you?
know what you
That
have.
shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or
What have
identity
you
of
done?
wine.
What
That's
can
another.
someone,
That's
let's say, one of the millions
Mamish
of
means
people
that it's
watching
not
this?
basar
What
and
have
it's
you done?
not
It's a fair
yayin.
question. Let me remind you.
So the
You
Gemara
could have
says,
gotten a fucking job like everybody else did.
so
But you wanted it to be the easiest
obviously we
possible
have to get
route,
definition.
which is
What are these?
posting clips
So
of your
basar maliyach
stand-up
hakama.
OnlyFans.
So
You
what's that?
signed a deal, and
Obviously,
things
it can't
got a
mean
little
that a
wild.
person puts some salt on their meat and telling me again that's salted meat. What the words? When we speak about salted meat, pashas, what are we
It's
talking
really
about?
not bad.
We're talking about meat that is
I was
packed
just wearing
with
a
salt.
nice dress.
So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows: Basar maliyach hakama. So as long as it's like shlamim, what does that mean? The window for
I
shlamim
rolled a
consumption
blunt on my bed.
is 2 days
kind
and
of
1
bending
night.
over.
So essentially,
And then
once
once
you've
the blunt was
salted meat
rolled,
for
I
2
put a
days
big
and
jacket
1 night,
on.
that's
I went
called
outside to smoke
salted
it because
meat.
it was cold
And
outside.
then you loses its
And then
identity
I
as
went
meat.
back in
Now,
my
I
room,
want to be clear on
and
something.
then I
When we
took
say
the
loses
jacket
its
off,
identity as meat,
and then I
because
took
you eat it,
everything off.
flations. Right, Tyler, just to be clear, right, you're going to be flations.
And
But the idea is for halachos that concern basar, it's not
then I
basar.
kind of
So
just
when
like
Sora
rolled
Mora
around
steals
on
money
my
and
bed,
purchases
like,
that kind
oh,
of
this
salted
is
meat,
so sexy.
he's not
And then
chayiv. You want to eat that meat on
This
Erev
was a
Tisha B'Av,
stand-up, or
you
this
eat that
was
meat
the...
even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that's it. So if you look at Rashi says there are controversial Shlamim. Shelo Avar Alav Zman Achilas Shlamim Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad. Again, the Lich Lechusahu V'Lo Ikri Maliyach. So what says? So this is the idea. The window of Shlamim is on Mesha. You eat Shlamim for 2 days and 1 night. So salted again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, and so Mora is not going to be chayiv for it.
I can wake up and write
And halach l'maisa, and halach l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Yeah, I mean,
I'm using it to chase my passion.
Up until
And
what
you
point
just have to go live twice a month?
wine for the best? I want you
Is
to
that
understand.
That was
Remember,
when I was on the
fresh
contract.
wine
I'm not on the
was
contract
inferior.
anymore, so I can
Aged
post as
wine
little or
was
as
good
much as I
wine.
want.
So when is wine considered to be what we
Right
call
now,
wine from the press,
I post like